Chapter 1. Upon ascending the throne, awaken the restoration system. Boom, boom, boom. At the break of dawn, the somber tolling of bells echoed throughout the capital of the Great Feng Dynasty. This ominous sound sent shivers down the spines of all nobles, merchants, and commoners alike, for it signified the death of the Emperor of Feng. Following the establishment of a new emperor, the bells would toll 30,000 times, enveloping the capital in their mournful chime for half a month. In an instant, officials hurriedly rose from their slumber, making their way to the imperial palace, caught off guard by the sudden demise of His Majesty, who had only ascended the throne 3 months prior. Despite His Majesty's frail health, bolstered by the life-extending elixirs from Qinghe Palace, such an untimely departure was unexpected. However, there was no time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to enter the palace. Within the palace, the remaining cabinet ministers exchanged anxious glances towards the inner chambers, yet they were bound by law and could not venture there themselves. Nevertheless, their presence emanated a palpable tension that enveloped the entire palace. Amidst this atmosphere, many could not help but wear peculiar expressions. Is the Empress intending to emulate Empress Dowager Jing? Deep within the palace, Shen Nan, recently escorted from the Eastern Palace by a dozen eunuchs, proceeded towards the Empress's quarters. Appearing merely 14 or 15 years of age, he possessed a striking visage and an air of nobility, his purple robe accentuating his esteemed presence. Yet, in stark contrast to the flurry of the surrounding eunuchs, his countenance remained eerily calm, even composed. Having traversed this world for over a month, Shen Nan had inherited the memories and language of his predecessor, along with an understanding of his new surroundings. This realm was not akin to any historical dynasty, but rather a celestial martial empire, the Great Feng Dynasty, where he held the title of Crown Prince. There existed no rivalry among princes. Shen Nan was not only the legitimate eldest son, but had also been designated as the Crown Prince years prior. Although this world was one of martial cultivation, it lacked true immortals. Across the vast expanse of the land, apart from the barbaric demon tribes, the Great Feng Dynasty faced no adversarial nations. Even the demon tribes, though a constant threat at the borders, had yet to encroach upon Great Feng territory. The imperial authority in this realm was formidable. Shen Nan, having traversed time to become the crown prince, now stood on the precipice of his ascension to the throne. What reason had he to feel disconcerted? As for matters of the heart, he had only met his father, the emperor, thrice since his arrival in this world. Under such circumstances, what affection could there be? One troubling matter, however, loomed large in his mind. According to the memories he inherited and the events of the day, it seemed his mother was intent on usurping power. Otherwise, there would be no justification for his summons to the Empress's chambers. He should have first sought the cabinet ministers to join him in paying respects to the emperor and to proclaim the imperial edict, establishing the succession. Reflecting on this, Shen Nan turned to the young eunuch beside him. Where are Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin? Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin were the emperor's most trusted eunuchs, commanding the thousands of palace attendants. If these two individuals are also absent from the palace, then the intentions of the empress mother become exceedingly evident. The young eunuch stammered, Chief Steward Zhang and Chief Steward Liu are currently attending to matters and will arrive shortly. The empress has instructed us to escort you to the sleeping quarters first. Indeed. A flicker of understanding crossed Shen Nan's eyes. The empress mother indeed sought to emulate the former Empress Dowager Jing's regency. The act of regency has, after all, become a tradition in the Great Feng Dynasty. Shen Nan's grandfather, Emperor Chong, ascended to the throne at a tender age, with the Empress Dowager wielding power during his minority, only to relinquish authority back to him. Upon his coming of age, this dynamic has historically been influenced by various monarchs marrying the daughters of dukes, establishing the empress's significant power, especially when backed by noble households controlling military officials and influential courtiers. Naturally, with a young ruler, the Empress Dowager maintained authority. Shen Nan held no strong opinions on this matter, setting aside the precedents of regency and abdication. He, at scarcely 15 years of age, and having recently traversed to this new existence a month prior, was hardly poised to command a reins of power. Moreover, his current life was devoid of hardships, allowing him to devote time to martial training. For him, the question of authority held little weight, at least for the time being. However, Shen Nan's expression suddenly morphed into one of peculiar contemplation. It seems this empress mother lacks capability and harbors jealousy. This empress was not Shen Nan's birth mother. She had passed away a decade ago, and it was 3 years later that his father took a new consort, thereby elevating this new empress, mother to her current status as empress and future empress dowager. In terms of morality, this empress mother was profoundly lacking. Over the course of 7 years, she failed to bear children for the emperor, and further, she leveraged her position as the sole daughter of the Duke of Chu to prevent the emperor from taking concubines. Such jealousy is hardly the mark of a virtuous person, devoid of noble character. Let's observe for now. Shen Nan decided against confronting the empress mother immediately, for she was, after all, the empress. As he proceeded into the imperial rear courtyard, the surrounding halls exuded a chilling silence, evoking a sense of foreboding within Shen Nan. Just a few hundred meters from the empress's quarters, he abruptly halted. The young eunuch queried softly, "Your Highness?" Shen Nan offered no reply, instead fixating on the several lines of text that materialized before him. At 34 years of age, the Great Feng Dynasty has fallen, and you have become the sovereign of a fallen nation, amidst a landscape of war and chaos. After months of wandering, you find yourself standing on the precipice of a mountain in Jiangzhou, filled with a profound sense of guilt towards your people and ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss, or will you resolve to restore the glory of the Feng? Please make your choice. The system, upon witnessing those lines, Shen Nan's heart surged with elation. After a month of traversing this new realm, he had finally activated the essential system for his journey. As an avid reader of novels, he was thoroughly familiar with such systems. Yet, was the name and content of this system not somewhat problematic? Here I am, preparing to ascend the throne, and you present me with a system for restoration? No. How could the flourishing Great Feng Dynasty, in the prime of its glory, meet such an untimely demise? How have I wronged the common people? Have I even begun to indulge in my pleasures? And what is this notion of leaping down? Whose script am I following? The script of a minor emperor from the southern Song dynasty? Shen Nan was utterly perplexed by the system's message. His memories, along with his experiences over the past month, unequivocally affirmed that the Great Feng Dynasty was the strongest empire in existence without exception. Yet, it faced annihilation merely 20 years hence. Chapter 2. The Grand Gift of the 10 Realms. At the age of 34, the Great Feng Dynasty fell, and you became the ruler of a fallen nation. Smoke of war filled the land, and demons roamed freely. After months of dislocation, you find yourself standing on the precipice of a mountain in Jiangzhou, deeply regretting your life's betrayal of the people and ancestors. Will you leap down, or will you choose to strive diligently, rejuvenate your spirit, and restore the Great Feng Dynasty? Shen Nan scrutinized the system's prompt closely. Indeed, the system was urging him to restore the nation, and the content was strikingly referring to his 34th year, indicating events 2 decades into the future. But what calamity could possibly lead to the demise of the once mighty Great Feng Dynasty? How would he descend to such a fate? Smoke of war, demons rampant, displacement? Shen Nan extracted the key phrases from the system and pondered silently. Demons rampant, does this imply that the barbaric demon clan is facing grave troubles? Have some from their ranks transcended the 13th realm, or is an ancient demon of the 14th realm emerging? Prior to this, Shen Nan had already grasped that this world was one of celestial warriors, boasting an exceedingly extravagant hierarchy: the 9th rank of skin refinement, the 8th rank of bone tempering, the 7th rank of blood exchange, the 6th rank of energy refinement, the 5th rank signifying the mastery of strength, the 4th rank of energy refinement designating a minor master, the 3rd rank of energy attainment marking a true master, the 2nd rank of spirit refinement corresponding to a grandmaster, and the 1st rank being the terrestrial immortals. Above the 1st rank lies the 10th realm of the great celestial beings. As for those beyond the 10th realm, among the hundreds of millions in the Great Feng Dynasty, few existed. The Taoist sect boasted a handful of so-called golden elixir Taoists in the 11th realm, while the military faction had several martial gods of the same rank. Additionally, there were Confucian subsages, Buddhist arhats, legalist subsages, and practitioner for various schools, true lords and grandmasters. Next are the legendary figures of the 12th realm: the Yuan Ing Taoist lords, the military celestial beings, the Confucian sages, the Buddhist bodhisattvas, the legalist sages, and the true lords of various arts. Such individuals are the true pinnacle of the world, with only a handful residing within the vast expanse of Defeng. These were the anchors that suppressed the barbaric demon clan, preventing them from advancing southward for centuries due to their existence, further reinforced by the Northern King, a military celestial being stationed at the border of Yuzhou. Yet, this very reality confounded Shen Nan. With such formidable forces, how could the Great Feng Dynasty fall in merely 20 years? How could he be driven to the despair of contemplating a leap from a cliff? This was entirely uncharacteristic of Shen, and despite his outwardly carefree demeanor, he was far from one to yield easily. It seems the true issues lie within, Shen Nan concluded, not delving further into the matter, but returning his gaze to the system. Please, host, make your choice. Shen Nan's consciousness fixated on the words before him, immediately presenting two choices: leap down and diligently strive for rejuvenation, and the restoration of the Great Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the latter. He remained indifferent to the circumstances surrounding the downfall of the Great Feng, nor did he ponder the awakening of the restoration system. Being forewarned of the impending demise of the Great Feng 2 decades hence, Shen Nan possessed the confidence to alter the course of fate. After all, the system's prompt could be considered a form of cheating in a certain light. At that moment, however, the young eunuch urged him softly, "Your Highness." Shen Nan cast a cold glance at the young eunuch and retorted, "Silence, he was not yet a king of a fallen nation. His imperial dignity still prevailed." The young eunuch stammered, "The Empress has been waiting for a long time." Shen Nan scrutinized the young eunuch closely, realizing he had previously overlooked the fact that this eunuch from the Eastern Palace was indeed aligned with his mother, or perhaps, just a few months prior, when he was still the crown prince, he had lacked any substantial backing or influence. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Shen Nan's mind was consumed by the sudden emergence of information about himself. In the memories of his future self, there was no indulgence or apathy. What remained were only feelings of frustration, resentment, and powerlessness. It became clear that his conniving mother, upon assuming regency, had fully revealed her true nature, one marked by jealousy, foolishness, and an insatiable thirst for power. In his recollections, his mother frequently resorted to the whip against him. Given the established regency, no one from the court dared to support Shen Nan, while he found himself confined within the depths of the palace. Even when a maid dared to gam reward, guaranteed tier 10 gift pack, 1,000 points for restoration. First step towards restoration. Make your name known throughout the world, so that all may know that Emperor Yuanyu harbors the desire for restoration. Reward. Guaranteed gift pack of 2nd rank or above. The guaranteed tier 10 and 2nd rank or above. Shen Nan instantly comprehended that this so-called guarantee meant that one could at least obtain characters or techniques, items of such caliber, as for the points for reversal. They could be exchanged in a marketplace. Opening the tier 10 grand gift pack. Reward. Immortal Martial 3 Kingdoms, the Great Virtuous Teacher, Jiangzhou 10th tier. Celestial Realm, the heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall prevail. The year is the first of the cycle, and all under heaven is auspicious. Shen Nan, the Great Virtuous Teacher, Jiangzhou, the most formidable rebel in history. Is this a restoration system or a rebellion system? Chapter 3. Summoning the Sage Jiangzhou, the Great Virtuous Teacher. The 10 Realms gift pack has yielded the esteemed teacher, Jiangzhou. Shen Nan found himself genuinely bewildered. Even though the system was predicated on his circumstances 20 years hence, one might question the necessity of such a sagacious mentor for the restoration of the nation. However, he suddenly comprehended the rationale. According to the system's description, he would be an isolated figure, devoid of any close confidants at that time. Jiangzhou's experience in rebellion could indeed facilitate his rapid ascendance in power. Furthermore, this esteemed teacher was not merely the historical leader of the Yellow Turbans. He was a genuine master of the 10th realm, a being of transcendent prowess, thus ranking among the elite in this world of celestial martial arts. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan cast a glance at the visibly anxious young eunuch. Just wait. He was acutely aware that his mother was akin to the extravagant Empress Dowager Cixi, and it was utterly implausible for such a frivolous maternal figure to govern with equanimity. To navigate this predicament, he would inevitably have to rely on the system's capabilities. The young eunuch faltered, "Your Highness, regarding the Empress." Yet Shen Nan paid him no heed, redirecting his gaze to the system once more. Almost immediately, a clear system interface materialized before him. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Under command, the great virtuous teacher Jiangzhou, peak of 10th realm. Technique, 9 dragon true chi, 8th rank bone refinement. Items, none. Overall level, lacking the power for national restoration. Restoration points, 1,000 points. The age displayed was undeniably Shen Nan's age 2 decades hence, presently. He was merely 14 years old. From this alone, it was evident that he had ample time to alter the fate of the Great Feng Dynasty. As for the 9 dragon true chi, it was a technique cultivated by the royal family of Feng, distinct from the current Confucian, Taoist, and martial strategies, representing an entirely different system. Attaining the 8th rank of bone refinement at the tender age of 14 was a testament to the significant resources invested in his training. Otherwise, a typical 14-year-old would still be laying the groundwork at the 9th rank of skin refinement. Shen Nan also observed that beneath the system interface was a conspicuous label reading pending collection. This was the esteemed teacher Jiangzhou he had previously summoned, with but a mere thought. He could call forth Jiangzhou within a radius of several miles. And the summoned individual would be unwaveringly loyal to Shen Nan. This was one of the foundational elements for his breakthrough. Additionally, there were the restoration points. Restoration points can be used to purchase items in the store, which refreshes daily. The points are determined by the progress of restoration, obtainable through task rewards and daily check-ins. Daily check-in. By dedicating 3 hours towards the restoration effort, one can earn a certain number of points. Today's store items: 10,000 snow dragon cavalry, 10,000 sunflower guards, and 10,000 loads of grain. Upon glancing at the store's offerings, Shen Nan was momentarily dazzled by the exorbitant point costs. A mere snow dragon cavalry required 20 restoration points, while the sunflower guards demanded 200. And though grain was comparatively inexpensive, acquiring 10,000 loads was far beyond the reach of a mere 1,000 restoration points. Claimed Jiangzhou. Within 10 meters of the palace. Upon acquiring a rudimentary understanding of the system, Shen Nan did not hesitate to summon Jiangzhou and the restoration points. For the prevailing circumstances were crystal clear. The Empress Dowager harbored intentions of regency. Should he fail to swiftly alter the tide of events, allowing the Empress Dowager to solidify her authority, he would find himself devoid of any recourse. This was evident from the memories that had surfaced in his mind. The political landscape of the Great Feng was unmistakable. There existed precedents for regency by the Empress Dowager, grounded in established laws, with historical figures such as Empress Jing having executed such roles with exceptional competence. Once the Empress Dowager assumed regency, she would, in legal terms, become the sovereign of the Great Feng. Even Shen Nan, the nominal emperor, would be compelled to adhere to her will, with the prospect of retaliating only upon reaching maturity, a moment that would be far too late. The present was his sole opportunity to disrupt the status quo and alter the future. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. While more than a dozen eunuchs surrounding Shen Nan remained oblivious, within the palace nearby, a figure wielding a 9-section staff and several sunflower guardians made their silent entrance. As Jiangzhou opened his eyes, he immediately grasped the situation, a testament to one of the system's inherent abilities, to imbue summoned individuals with essential knowledge and information, facilitating their adaptation to this world. Jiangzhou's visage was unassuming, his demeanor ordinary, yet his eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a profound vitality and conviction. He sighed softly. The yellow sky has yet to be established. After uttering these words, Jiangzhou turned his gaze towards the 5 sunflower guardians beside him, recognizing them as eunuchs, each cultivating a particularly chilling form of true energy. The so-called sunflower guardians were, in fact, individuals who had attained a modest level of proficiency in the sunflower classic. Although their skills were not exceedingly remarkable, they were all adept practitioners, hovering around the 5th rank and nearing the 4th. Their presence would undoubtedly bolster Shen Nan's retinue. And with Jiangzhou, a master of the Tao at the 10th realm, overcoming the current predicament would not prove difficult. He awaited to see how His Majesty would proceed. Outside the palace, Shen Nan seemingly glanced within, though his cultivation level remained at the 8th rank of bone tempering. However, due to the nature of the summoned individuals, he could easily perceive the auras of Jiangzhou and his companions, particularly the abyss-like presence of Jiangzhou, which instilled a sense of confidence within him. "Your Highness," the voice of the young eunuch resounded once more, but this time, it bore a tremor unlike the previous tone of supplication and reverence. "Madame Zhou has arrived." "Madame Zhou?" Shen Nan lifted his gaze to see an elderly woman approaching. Her hair was streaked with gray, and her face was lined with wrinkles. Yet she moved with an air of dignity, reminiscent not of a mere palace maid but of a figure of considerable stature. Madame Zhou regarded Shen Nan and shook her head, stating, "Your Highness, the Empress has been waiting anxiously." There was little reverence in her words. Instead, they conveyed the tone of an elder addressing her younger kin. There appears to be a hint of a sigh intertwined with familiarity. Yet, Shen Nan is acutely aware of the malevolence that resides within this elderly woman. After reflecting upon the past, it becomes evident that the future Empress Mother could indeed become as foolish as the likes of Cixi. Beyond her own flawed character, virtue, and talent, all of which are decidedly lacking, she is bolstered by this elderly woman's unwavering support. This woman, the personal maidservant brought from the Duke's residence, is a master of the second rank, skilled in the art of refining the spirit. Shen Nan gazes calmly at the elderly lady and inquires, "What drives your mother to such urgency? Is it the matter of regency that stirs your haste?" Chapter 4. I am the Emperor, the sovereign of a nation. Confronting the Empress Dowager, Shen Nan gazed calmly at the elderly woman. "Mother, what is your urgency? Is it the matter of regency you are so keen on?" As these words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Over a dozen eunuchs turned pale and collapsed to the ground, while a young eunuch knelt with a thud, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although there were precedents and laws concerning the Empress Dowager's regency, Shen Nan's declaration changed everything. A young monarch, with the Empress Dowager acting as regent. This situation was already far from conventional. Ordinarily, even if the monarch were young, as long as they were not so tender as to be incapable of self-governance, they would still be recognized as the ruler. Governance would naturally fall under the purview of the cabinet. If one were to stipulate an age, it would be below 10 years. Shen Nan, at the age of 14, although still youthful, had every right to ascend the throne and reject the regency of the Empress Dowager. This begs the question of why the Empress Dowager hastened to summon Shen Nan to the Queen's chambers immediately after the late Emperor's passing, while the chief stewards, Liu and Zhang, were preoccupied with court affairs. Her intent was to establish authority in law, followed by presenting the young prince to the cabinet ministers, proclaiming the imperial edict, and solidifying the legal framework. Only then would the civil and military officials be summoned to pay their respects and announce it to the world. However, should Shen Nan choose not to comply and instead seek out the cabinet himself, the senior ministers would undoubtedly support his ascension, bypassing the Empress Dowager altogether. This stage could be viewed as a power struggle between the Empress Dowager and the cabinet, with the former always holding an advantage. Yet, Shen Nan's current attitude was unmistakably clear, altering the dynamics entirely. Given the eunuchs' understanding of the Empress, they feared she would undoubtedly coerce Shen Nan into submission. What fate awaited those eunuchs privy to such matters? Madame Zhou was also taken aback, her multitude of wrinkles deepening, particularly as the white powder on her face rendered her visage even more fearsome. Her tone turned icy. "Why would your Highness utter such words? Has someone taught you this?" "Who?" The last question was punctuated with a sharp rise in her voice. In Madame Zhou's perception, Shen Nan, the crown prince, had always been exceedingly docile, even timid. What right did he have to speak thus unless someone had incited him? Did such matters truly require instruction? Shen Nan's response was startling. "I am already 14. Raised under the tenets of imperial education. Does Madame Zhou believe that I am incapable of discerning such matters?" Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou regarded him with uncertainty. "What is your Highness attempting to achieve?" "The Empress Dowager's regency is beneficial for you. The court is filled with cunning old foxes. You are still young, and suddenly wielding such power may render you a pawn in their games. Only under the regency of the Empress can the imperial authority be further solidified." "Further solidified?" Shen Nan mused, recognizing the deceptive nature of such rhetoric. Aware of the truth embedded in his memory, he considers himself lacking in the art of imperial strategy and not particularly skilled in the subtle machinations of court intrigue. Yet, compared to that unscrupulous Empress, he is vastly superior. No matter how he might stir things up, he could never bring the Great Feng Dynasty to ruin. Moreover, with the restoration system at his disposal, he need not excel in every domain, for there are those who are adept in such matters. A monarch, at times, need not engage in excessive actions. It suffices to identify trustworthy individuals. Fortuitously, Shen Nan possesses sufficient allies, with the promise of more to come. He did not respond but fixed a cold gaze upon Granny Zhou. "If I do not consent, do you intend to bind me?" Granny Zhou's expression shifted through various shades before she seemed to grasp something. This old servant would not dare. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. It was the unscrupulous empress, who could no longer contain herself and stepped forth, adorned in opulent royal garments, evidently yet to change into simpler attire. Her countenance was as cold as frost, and as she moved, the ornamental phoenix hairpins atop her head danced chaotically. Upon reaching Shen Nan, her expression softened. "Nanner, come quickly with me." Before the empress could finish her sentence, Granny Zhou approached and whispered a few words. The empress's previously feigned gentleness shattered instantly, her regal demeanor turning icy as her phoenix eyes fixed on Shen Nan with a chilling glare. "Do you wish to defy me?" Since her marriage into the palace 7 years ago, Shen Nan had never dared to oppose her in such a manner. This incited a profound fury within Empress Chun. How dare he? Shen Nan remained composed. "Defy? I am the emperor. How can there be talk of defiance?" Even though he had yet to ascend the throne, legally, he was the only qualified heir to the Great Feng Dynasty, a truth immutable by any. This was one of Shen Nan's greatest assurances. Empress Chen glared coldly at Shen Nan. "I know not what gives you such confidence, but today, it is not for you to decide." She cast a sidelong glance at Granny Zhou. With just a look, Granny Zhou moved without hesitation, darting towards Shen Nan like a specter. As a mere commoner, she could not comprehend the future emperor's significance. Her life was irrevocably intertwined with Empress Chen's. Not only was Shen Nan not yet an emperor, but even if he were, she would dare to strike. A chilling wind surged, icy and penetrating, as Granny Zhou, a master of the divine refinement realm, attacked. Even without malice, her very presence was enough to overwhelm Shen Nan, who was at the 8th rank of bone forging. Yet, his demeanor remained unervingly calm. Suddenly, a figure materialized in front of Shen Nan at that moment when the cold wind swept in. Jiangzhou swung his 9-section staff with a swift motion. Boom! With a mere casual sweep, he sent Granny Zhou flying several dozen meters away, her frail, aged body crashing into the palace, vanishing from sight amidst the swirling dust. With Zhang Jiao's peak celestial prowess, even without employing any spells, he could easily overpower a second-rank master of the divine refinement realm. 5 chillingly cold Kikua guards swiftly encircled Shen Nan, ready for any eventuality. Upon witnessing this scene, Empress Chen's expression changed dramatically. A 10-realm celestial? Only someone of the caliber of a first-grade terrestrial immortal could effortlessly defeat Granny Zhou. Moreover, Zhang Jiao donned the attire of a Taoist, prompting Empress Chen to ponder further. Coldly, she inquired, "Are you from Qinghe Palace? Or perhaps Longhu Mountain? Or is it Zhenghe Palace?" The 3 mentioned were undeniably the most illustrious sects of the Great Feng Daoist tradition. As for the 4th sect, the D sect, its involvement in palace strife was utterly implausible, as its leader currently served as the head of the Tiangong Institute. Regardless of who wielded power, it would not affect the status of the Tiangong Institute. The Daoist D sect also refrained from participating in courtly conflicts. Chapter 5. Ascending the throne with the great sage as his mentor. The appearance of Zhang Jiao instantaneously altered the dynamics of the situation. Even though Empress Chun was surrounded by several formidable guardians within her palace, these adept individuals were merely at the 3rd-tier grandmaster level. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu and the Empress of the Great Feng Dynasty, having a 2nd-tier grandmaster in attendance was already the utmost limit. How could she command the presence of any beings beyond the 2nd tier, such as terrestrial immortals or celestial beings of the 10th realm? Moreover, Zhang Jiao's emergence caused her to lose her composure, and the transformation of Shen Nan was even more startling. How could the typically timid and cowardly crown prince undergo such a dramatic change? How could a crown prince raised in the Eastern Palace possibly gain the assistance of a Taoist celestial being? The Dowager Empress's phoenix eyes grew increasingly perplexed. Which cunning fox from the Taoist sect orchestrated this scheme? The 4 sects of Taoism, Longhu Mountain, Qinghe Palace, Zhenghe Palace, and Dizong, each had distinct specializations. Dizong was wholly engrossed in the art of crafting artifacts, while Longhu Mountain excelled in demon slaying and the cultivation of immortality. Qinghe Palace was renowned for alchemy, attracting various influential figures, whereas Zhenghe Palace emerged from the Jiangnan gentry, blending talismans, elixirs, and dual cultivation. If anyone were to orchestrate a scheme involving Shen Nan, it would likely be Zhenghe Palace or Qinghe Palace. However, although Empress Chen was quite knowledgeable, she had never heard of a figure like Zhang Jiao. Setting aside Empress Chen's musings, Shen Nan remained composed. Gazing quietly at her, what does it matter which Taoist palace it is? The notion of you overseeing the nation today is no longer feasible. I implore you to send for the coronation robe. Clad in a simple purple garment, he was ill-suited for the inner cabinet in such attire. The coronation robe was not merely a symbol of the crown prince's status. It also represented the empress's stance. After all, such precious regalia had always been under the empress's guardianship. If Shen Nan were permitted to don the coronation robe before the cabinet ministers, they would be acutely aware of the circumstances and would respond accordingly. Conversely, should he appear in plain attire, those old foxes might harbor certain suspicions. It was not a matter of usurpation or any such nonsensical thoughts, but rather they would discern the tenuous relationship between Shen Nan and Empress Chen, allowing them to infer certain implications. The impending demise of the Great Feng Dynasty was partly attributable to the treacherous and foolish Empress Chen, yet internal strife was equally grave. Moreover, Shen Nan believed that if he could ascend the throne with composure today, dealing with the foolish Empress Chen would be exceedingly simple. And even the Duke of Chu behind her would pose no significant threat. The real trouble lay with those cunning old foxes within the Great Feng court. The coronation robe? Empress Chen's expression stiffened as she forced a smile that did not reach her eyes, saying, "I have indeed underestimated you in the past. Your preparedness suggests that this was no mere stroke of luck." Although there were no formidable experts by Empress Chen's side, save for the second-tier Master Zhou, who could pose a challenge, it did not imply that the Great Feng Imperial Palace was devoid of complexities. Not to mention the long-serving ministers of the cabinet. Each one of them was a person of remarkable cultivation. Moreover, the entire imperial capital was perpetually shrouded under the influence of the legalist minister Fa Yang, whose powers could detect even a first-tier immortal attempting to enter the palace. Fa Yang, a visible 11th-tier sage of the legalist school, would promptly identify such an individual and dispatch the imperial guard to investigate thoroughly. This was the stabilizing force that anchored the Great Feng imperial capital, in Empress Chen's view. Even if one of the Taoist elders were to intervene, the cost to conceal such a formidable presence from Fa Yang's scrutiny would be exorbitant. Today, she faced defeat, having underestimated her ostensibly legitimate eldest son. "Go, bring forth the crown ropes. I shall personally accompany you to your coronation today." While Empress Chen exhibited a degree of foolishness, she was by no means a simpleton. Thanks to the astute nurturing from Duke Chu, she had demonstrated considerable shrewdness, albeit marred by her ruthless and self-serving tendencies, excelling only in the insidious tactics of a cunning woman, utterly ignorant of state governance. Shen Nan spoke with calm detachment. "There is no need for Mother to intervene. Jiangzhou alone suffices. Should Empress Chen lead him to the throne, what would become of his previous actions, even if she could not formally establish herself as regent? Today's events would serve as a foundation for future schemes." Shen Nan aimed to definitively extinguish Empress Chen's aspirations of regency, disabusing her of any delusions. Empress Chen's countenance darkened, her phoenix eyes growing increasingly frigid. This day marked the irrevocable rift between mother and son. Soon, the crown robes were presented. Adorned in regal garments with the service of several palace maids, Shen Nan's youthful visage took on an air of authority, imbued with the imperial dignity accrued over centuries of the Great Feng Dynasty. In a moment of reverie, Empress Chen felt as though she beheld the former emperor, not the recently deceased sovereign, but Emperor Ming Chong, who had ascended in his youth and, at the age of 23, was restored to power by Empress Jing, subsequently wielding control for decades, during which the dynasty flourished immensely. Regrettably, in his later years, Emperor Ming Chong became enamored with the pursuit of immortality, leading to a decline in national strength and significant internal strife. This narrative bore resemblance to a blend of the reigns of Emperor Zhajing and Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang. In inner, "You have truly grown." A thought flickered through Empress Chen's mind, only to be swiftly overshadowed by resentment. She believed she could surpass Empress Jing. Shen Nan paid no heed to the shifting emotions of Empress Chen. Once donned in his crown robes, he cast her not a single glance, turning instead with serene composure toward Huafeng Gate, beyond which lay the grand hall of the front courtyard. At that time, it was not within the purview of Empress Chen, a woman of the imperial harem, to intervene. Shen Nan would soon confront his most formidable adversaries, a cadre of highly skilled and cunning old foxes, to establish imperial authority. Mere regulations would prove insufficient. However, the foremost concern at present lay elsewhere. Shen Nan cast a glance at the system. First step to restoring the country, make a name across the land, so that all may know that Emperor Yuan Yu still harbors aspirations for restoration. Reward, guaranteed package of second rank or above. The endeavor of making a name for oneself in the future would undoubtedly present challenges for Shen Nan. Yet, for the present Shen Nan, he need only successfully ascend to the throne to proclaim his intentions to the world, letting the name of Emperor Yuan Yu resonate throughout the realm. The guaranteed package of second rank or higher was indeed something Shen Nan looked forward to. For even a package of the second rank would equate to a level of Grandmaster proficiency. Chapter 6. The Ascendance of the New Emperor. The Proclamation of the Edict. At the Huafeng Gate, Shen Nan, adorned in resplendent ceremonial robes, strode forth with an air of authority. Beside him was Jiangzhou, cloaked in Taoist garb, accompanied by 5 guards of the Sunflower sect. In the distance loomed the figure of Empress Qin, her phoenix-like eyes cold and her expression intricate. Beyond the Huafeng Gate lay the Grand Hall of the Great Feng Dynasty. The esteemed members of the cabinet had been awaiting for some time, acutely aware of the commotion emanating from the Empress's palace. However, bound by the constraints of propriety, even these venerable figures, masters of the highest realm, dared not intrude upon the inner court. They could merely sense the unique aura of Jiangzhou, a being of the 10th realm. This presence weighed heavily upon their hearts. Chief Minister Jiangzhou furrowed his brow. When did the Taoist strike? He cast a glance toward the southwest, where the Ministry of Law, the domain of Fa Yin, lay. Given Fa Yin's strength and the formidable influence of the legalists, such a blunder should not have occurred. Could it be? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiangzhou's mind. Has Fa Yin allied with the Taoists? The notion of an alliance between the legalists and the Taoists sent shivers down his spine. If this were true, the Confucians, who held sway over the cabinet, would find themselves in peril. For 890 years, the Great Feng Dynasty had stood resilient, and within this extensive reign, the internal dynamics had grown exceedingly intricate. Confucians, Taoists, and legalists vied for power, while various practitioners of diverse arts emerged, and the Buddhist sect freely propagated its teachings. Additionally, within the Confucian framework, 3 major factions existed, and the Taoists too were divided into 4 principal sections. The situation in the Great Feng had become ever more convoluted. Even Chief Minister Jiangzhou could not claim absolute control over the court. Rather, his authority was marked by considerable prestige. Yet even this precarious balance was sustained through mutual concessions. Furthermore, Fa Yin, the legalist leader, had refrained from engaging in the cabinet struggles, merely serving as the Minister of Justice, overseeing the Golden Guard. If Fa Yin were indeed to conspire with the Taoists, chaos would ensue, irrevocably altering the power structure that the Confucians had maintained for 8 centuries. Not only Jiangzhou felt the weight of this revelation. The other 6 cabinet ministers bore somber expressions. Among them, Yang Ku, the deputy minister representing the humble Jiangzhou Academy, appeared particularly troubled, as he was genuinely concerned for the well-being of the realm. The Jiangzhou Academy, being the weakest among the 3 major Confucian factions, which struggled to withstand such upheaval. The potential shift in power could obliterate decades of Yang Ku's dedication and effort. Yet, regardless of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these venerable scholars, they could do naught but await in the Grand Hall. As Shen Nan and Jiangzhou approached the Huafeng Gate, the Red Dragon Guards stationed at the palace entrance were taken aback. They had never encountered Jiangzhou before. The scene was undeniably peculiar. The 14-year-old prince approached with an imposing demeanor, yet flanked by a Taoist figure. Where was the empress? Where were the eunuchs? Just as their confusion mounted, they heard Shen Nan's icy voice pierce the air. Do you not recognize your prince? The numerous Red Dragon Guards were left in a state of panic, half kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed in fear. They were the Imperial Guard responsible for the protection of the royal palace, devoted to the Emperor of the Great Feng. After today, Prince Shen Nan would ascend as the Emperor of the Great Feng, and none would dare to oppose him. Casting a glance at the Red Dragon Guards, Shen Nan strode purposefully towards the Huafeng Gate. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the Grand Companion Lu Zhong and the Grand Companion Zhang Hu, who hurriedly approached with several dozen eunuch soldiers. It was evident that they were also aware of Empress Qin's schemes. For them, it mattered little whether it was the Empress Dowager who held the reins of power or the prince himself. However, both needed to swiftly demonstrate their loyalty to the new emperor, as this was part of their power struggle. Yet upon seeing the solitary figures of Shen Nan and Zhang Jiao within the Huafeng Gate, both Zhang Hu, with his cold demeanor, and Lu Zhong, with his gentle countenance, were taken aback. The prince, clearly they, like the Red Dragon Guards, were momentarily stunned. Unlike the guards, however, they could distinctly sense the unmasked aura emanating from Zhang Jiao, a being of the Taoist 10 realms, a celestial. Shen Nan scrutinized the 2 men. According to the future memories described by the system, neither was particularly virtuous. The former, known for his ruthlessness, quickly allied himself with Empress Qin and swiftly suppressed Lu Zhong, effectively dominating the palace. In secret, he was also entangled with the Liansheng sect. During the future rebellion in the southern frontier, when the Liansheng sect wreaked havoc across the realm, it was likely that Zhang, who would be one of the key orchestrators. Lu Zhong, though appearing gentle, was no paragon of virtue either. In the future, he would covertly assist Shen Nan, presenting himself as a loyal subject. However, during the turmoil of the Southern Frontier Rebellion and the chaos instigated by the Liansheng sect, the greatest beneficiary would be none other than Lu Zhong himself. He was, in fact, a member of the Buddhist sect, and it was his influence that allowed the Buddhists to seize control, thereby transforming Shen Nan into a mere puppet. This would culminate in the Buddhists taking over the court and the true onset of chaos. Nevertheless, now is not the time to act against these two. Despite Zhang, the two individuals had no time for contemplation. With a nod, Shen Nan proceeded towards the Hall of Honor, the true epicenter of power within the Feng Dynasty. The very name Hall of Honor signifies the unparalleled prosperity of the Feng realm. It is here that Shen Nan shall proclaim the imperial edict, solidifying his claim to the throne, and also convene the inaugural meeting of the new dynasty. Chapter 7. The authority of the emperor and the chancellor. The majesty of the sovereign. Ultimately, this is the realm of celestial martial arts. As Shen Nan calmly approached the Grand Hall of Glory, he merely surveyed the imposing and substantial structure. The 7 esteemed members of the cabinet, led by Chief Minister Jiangzhou, had already gathered. Unlike the palaces of conventional history, the main hall of the Feng Dynasty stretched for hundreds of feet, fortified by numerous formations and perpetually enveloped by the aura of national fortune, rendering it the safest place within the entire Feng Dynasty, and indeed, the world. Even the most formidable martial gods of the 11th realm would find it arduous to breach this sanctuary. Moreover, the capital of Feng is guarded by multiple celestial beings of the 10th realm, alongside the visible presence of the 11th realm sage of the legalists, Fa Yang, eliminating any possibility of foreign invasion. Shen Nan slowly entered the hall, under the watchful gaze of Jiangzhou, Yang Ke, and other high-ranking officials. He stepped forward to the dragon throne, a symbol of power, and without hesitation, took his seat. Adorned in ceremonial robes, surrounded by formations, and enveloped in the nation's fortune, Shen Nan's authority surged instantaneously. His youthful visage lost any semblance of naivety, replaced by a profound sense of gravitas that even made Zhang Jiao arch an eyebrow in intrigue. Declare the edict. His indifferent voice prompted renewed astonishment among Jiangzhou and the others. This demeanor was unlike the previous crown prince. Yet, no one entertained the notion that Shen Nan might be an impostor, for the hall was suffused with the aura of national fortune. Only one of the royal bloodline could rightfully occupy the dragon throne, a principle established by the grand progenitor of the Feng Dynasty, the transcendent martial sage of the 14th realm. Declare. Today, the crown prince, Shen Nan. Lu Zhong's solemn voice resonated throughout the hall, holding a testament left by the late emperor. Though the former emperor had passed unexpectedly, his frail health had been anticipated as early as 10 days prior. A Taoist celestial from Qinghe Palace had entered the palace to assess his condition, ultimately lamenting that no remedy could be found. Even in a realm of celestial martial arts, certain ailments elude human intervention. After all, this world does not entirely embody the essence of a true fantastical Xinxia realm, lacking genuine elixirs of immortality. Furthermore, a sovereign, embodying the nation's fortune, possesses a destiny that is profoundly challenging to alter. Even a true sage of the Confucian school at the 14th realm would find it difficult to change the fate of the Feng monarch. Otherwise, the grand progenitor would not have succumbed to illness merely 40 years after establishing the Feng dynasty. It is noteworthy that those of the 10th realm and above can live for over 1,000 years. Presently, Fa Yang, an 11th realm legalist, is a relic from the time of the Feng grand progenitor. Back then, he was merely a youth, inconspicuous. Yet now he stands as the true pillar of the Feng dynasty. As Lu Zhong concluded the declaration, the cabinet ministers, led by Jiangzhou, bowed their heads in reverence. We pay our respects to your majesty. In this world, there is no custom of kneeling. It is a gesture of respect towards these esteemed officials. Each member of the cabinet is undoubtedly a master of the Confucian school, holding a rank of the first grade or higher. This level has been referred to as the immortal of the land. How can one, being an immortal on earth, bow before an emperor? Shen Nan, however, paid little heed to this notion. The majesty of imperial power has never been established through mere acts of prostration. No need for formalities, he stated with an expression of indifference. Jiangzhou and the others slowly rose, their gazes drawn to the figure above. Although merely 14 years of age, his stature and appearance exuded a maturity, a commanding imperial aura reminiscent of the Ming Chong emperor, marked by an unwavering demeanor of authority. In contrast, the late emperor, who ascended the throne at the age of 40, lacked the gravitas that Shen Nan possessed. Particularly, the late emperor's overly indecisive nature rendered him devoid of any semblance of authority. As they beheld Jiangzhou and the 5 members of the Sunflower Guards standing to the right of the Grand Hall, Jiangzhou and the others instantly began to regard Shen Nan with newfound respect. Regardless of Zhang Jiao's affiliations with any Taoist sect, Shen Nan's current capabilities certainly warranted recognition beyond that of a mere youth. Your Majesty, having established the laws, may we summon the civil and military officials for an audience? Jiangzhou, as the Prime Minister, was the first to speak up, his eyes alight with determination. Agreed, Shen Nan replied nonchalantly. Yet, this was merely an introduction. Jiangzhou's subsequent inquiry unveiled the underlying unease among the seasoned courtiers. May I ask who this person is? He was referring to Zhang Jiao. At this moment, the gathering within the Hall of Honor, though small in number, was exceedingly formal. 7 prominent ministers and 2 chief eunuchs were present to witness the ascension of the new emperor of Defeng. How could Zhang Jiao, even if a celestial being of the Taoist 10 realms, stand here? What legal grounds could justify this? He is a guest retained by my late father. Shen Nan anticipated the question, responding with calm assurance. What position should he be appointed to, in your opinion, Prime Minister? He deftly sidestepped the inquiry regarding Zhang Jiao's presence, attributing the celestial's appearance to the deceased emperor, thus stifling Jiangzhou's forthcoming remarks. As the emperor of Defeng, was he not entitled to retain a guest for his own protection? Jiangzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If so, he should be appointed as a third-rank guardian Taoist official. The official hierarchy of the Feng Dynasty bore similarity to the Ming Dynasty's 3 provinces and 6 ministries system, albeit with the addition of a Taoist official system, a concession won by the Taoist sect. The title of third-rank guardian Taoist official was akin to that of a commander of the imperial guards, yet wielded greater influence and autonomy. In the latter years of the Ming Chong emperor, driven by a desire for longevity, the Taoist official system expanded significantly. However, following the ascension of the late emperor, many Taoist officials had been dismissed from the palace within these 3 months. Thus, the addition of Zhang Jiao posed little concern for experienced ministers like Jiangzhou, especially since Zhang Jiao was ultimately a being of the Taoist 10 realms, making it inadvisable to offend him. Nevertheless, Jiangzhou had gleaned some insights. It appeared that Zhang Jiao was not affiliated with any of the 4 great sects of Taoism. Otherwise, Shen Nan could openly declare which Dao palace Zhang Jiao belonged to, thereby exerting pressure upon them, as advised by the chief minister. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Following this, Yang Ku, as the deputy minister, stepped forward. However, his words were not exploratory but rather focused on the matters concerning the late emperor's burial and the affairs of the imperial mausoleum, as well as the handling of certain state matters. Regarding these issues, Shen Nan refrained from voicing any opinions, possessing a clear understanding of his own limitations. In matters of governance and strategy, he was not a match for these individuals, nor was he capable of managing such affairs. Consequently, whenever Yang Ku spoke, Shen Nan merely cast his gaze towards Chief Minister Jiangsu or Lu Zhong. In the absence of dissent from either, Shen Nan would nod in agreement. This approach, while a form of checks and balances, also provided a slight sense of relief to Jiangsu and the others. They were unaware of the recent events in the palace's rear courtyard, but the absence of Empress Qin here suggested that Shen Nan had seized the initiative. Furthermore, with Shen Nan's imposing demeanor, they feared he might harbor excessive ambitions. As it stands, this new sovereign appears to be far more favorable than anticipated, at least not as reckless as the late emperor. However, this was precisely Shen Nan's prior contemplation. Although he possessed a restoration system, he did not require a restoration of the state, nor did he need to overtly contest for power. What is deemed power, namely, reputation, substance, and righteousness, was not lacking in his arsenal. Power inherently belongs to the emperor. What Shen Nan sought was merely the means to wield actual authority, which necessitated adequate manpower, rather than hastily usurping power, for such actions would only jeopardize the interests of the Great Feng. Currently, the only power he could effectively grasp was that of the eunuchs. Chapter 8. The Audience of Officials. A gift reclaimed. The authority of the eunuchs is fundamentally anchored in the emperor's power. Shen Nan aspires to seize control over the Defeng Empire, yet he must engage in a battle of wits with these seasoned foxes. However, to grasp the authority of the eunuchs is a considerably simpler task, as all matters pertaining to law, order, and other aspects are ultimately determined by the emperor's decree. This becomes the focal point of Shen Nan's forthcoming endeavors, mastering the eunuchs. In addition, there exists another sphere of power to be wielded, the legalists. The current Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, although a remnant from the era of Defeng's ancestors and a distinguished figure of the 11th realm of the legalist path, is an unparalleled master in contemporary times. Nevertheless, Fa Yang remains fiercely loyal to the Defeng Dynasty. According to the memory Shen Nan inherited, when the Buddhist sect ascended to prominence in Defeng, Fa Yang valiantly contended with the 12 realms of the Bodhisattvas from the Buddhist order, though ultimately defeated. His formidable prowess as a legalist sage of the 12th realm and his dignified presence revealed to the world the true terror of Fa Yang. This revelation also illuminated Shen Nan's understanding that Fa Yang, who is always solemn and forthright, is indeed a loyal minister of Defeng. Crucially, the power Fa Yang commands is exceedingly formidable. Jiangzhou. While this title may sound akin to a military guard, it embodies an entirely different essence. Jiangzhou holds the authority to patrol the imperial capital, suppress thieves, capture criminals, adjudicate legal cases, oversee the capital's garrison, manage weaponry, and even possesses the power to temporarily requisition any governmental office to safeguard the capital. In essence, within the imperial city, the authority of Jiangzhou is comparable to that of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, if not surpassing it in might. The reason Jiangzhou wields such authority is twofold. Firstly, it is rooted in the regulations established by the founding emperor, and secondly, it stems from the legalist philosophy, which is inherently tied to the empire. For a legalist to ascend to the 10th realm of celestial beings, one must engage in the establishment of laws, deeply comprehend the path of law, and integrate one's own principles into the legal framework of Defeng. The legalists are, in essence, the law itself. Fa Yang's ascension to the 12th realm of legalist sage is attributed to his unwavering commitment over centuries to infuse every aspect of Defeng with his ideals, strictly adhering to the legal codes he has established. As long as one abides by their own laws, the legalists, under the mantle of these laws, are virtually invincible. Yet, the inherent flaw is glaring. A legalist must never contravene the laws they have established. It is precisely this shortcoming that led to Fa Yang's defeat when the Buddhist sect ascended. Nevertheless, Fa Yang's loyalty lies solely with the Defeng dynasty, not any individual monarch. Should Shen Nan wish to command the power of the legalists, he must exert considerable effort. At this juncture, the cabinet ministers, led by Jiangzhou, had meticulously arranged matters. "Your Majesty, the officials are summoned for an audience," declared the chief minister, Jiangzhou, with gravity. The discussions within the splendid hall were primarily focused on establishing laws and affirming the new sovereign. Although Shen Nan now holds the nominal title of Emperor of Defeng, yet there remains a formal process to announce to the world, where all officials must pay their respects. As for the coronation ceremony, the Great Feng Dynasty does not adhere to such a tradition. Shen Nan collected his thoughts and nodded, stating, "Very well." After the officials pay their respects, Shen Nan's first systematic task will also be accomplished. He eagerly anticipated which esteemed individuals would emerge from the subsequent rewards for those of second rank and above. Bang, bang, bang. The somber chimes of the palace bells resonated once more, this time with a more rhythmic cadence, echoing continuously a full 100 tolls. Following these, the solemn and grave bells of every temple and observatory throughout the imperial capital rang out, announcing the emperor's passing and the ascension of the new sovereign. With bells tolling 30,000 times, this ringing heralded the orderly commencement of the officials' audience with the palace. Earlier, upon hearing the bells at dawn, most civil and military officials breathed a sigh of relief. They tidied their attire and made their way towards the palace according to their ranks, encountering the officers of the Imperial Guard along the way. Although Fa Yang, due to his position as Minister of Justice, did not enter the palace immediately, he had already arranged everything well before the bells rang. Upon seeing the Imperial Guard, the expressions of the officials grew increasingly composed. For this was the authority of the Great Feng. As long as the Imperial Guard and Fa Yang were present, the imperial capital would remain stable. Especially with the swift establishment of the new ruler, it was evident that no disturbances had arisen within the palace. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the new sovereign was in control or if the Dowager Empress Qin was acting as regent. With such thoughts in mind, the officials had gathered by noon in the square before the Ronga Hall. Although the hall spanned hundreds of feet, accommodating thousands, entry was restricted. Those ranked below 5th grade were forbidden from entering. Most officials could only watch enviously as red-robed and purple-robed dignitaries entered the hall. Through the open doors, they could faintly discern figures at the highest level. Was Empress Qin absent? Was the new sovereign truly in command? It was said that Duke Chu had left his residence today with a beaming countenance, yet it now seemed he had overestimated his situation. Caution. The Duke of Chu was the biological father of Empress Chen. If the Empress were to act as regent, then the Duke's influence as an imperial relative would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, with the new emperor in control, it was clear that the Duke's ambitions had faltered. Most crucially, given Empress Chen's well-known disposition of jealousy and ambition, would she willingly relinquish her position as regent? It seemed unlikely. Many speculated quietly among themselves. Within the Rongga Hall, officials of 5th rank and above congregated. The Great Feng Dynasty was truly in its prime, boasting a population of several billion. Among the officials of 5th rank and above, there were hundreds present. From Shen Nan's elevated perspective, he beheld a sea of figures, many of whom appeared familiar to him. This sense of familiarity does not stem from a month-long journey, but rather from the memories of Shen Nan's future. After all, since Shen Nan's arrival, he has yet to step outside the palace, thus he cannot possibly recognize any foreign officials. The faces that seem familiar could belong to loyal ministers, treacherous officials, or those with potential. This reflection evokes a subtle sentiment within Shen Nan, setting aside the rewards from the system's gift package. The mere possession of memories spanning the next 2 decades stands as the greatest advantage. Amidst his myriad thoughts, the lines of small text once again materialize before his eyes. The first step to restoring the nation, make a name for oneself across the world, allowing all to know that Emperor Yuan Yu still harbors intentions of national restoration. Reward, guaranteed package of at least 2nd rank. Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Chapter 9. The Great Demon of Spring and Autumn. Unrivaled beneath the earth. Claim. Without hesitation, Shen Nan claimed the gift package. Opening the guaranteed gift package of 2nd rank and above. Reward. The Great Demon of Spring and Autumn. Han Xingxian. Peak of 2nd rank. Pinnacle of Grand Master. Having commanded 100,000 eunuchs for decades. With 3,000 red threads intimidating the martial world, he is unrivaled beneath the earth. Although Han Xingxuan's strength pales in comparison to that of the immortal Marshal Zhang Jiao, his peak 2nd rank, being invincible beneath the 1st rank of earthly immortals, is indeed sufficient. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of Han Xingxian is his decades of experience in controlling the eunuchs, allowing Shen Nan to adeptly wield their authority. As previously contemplated, after this ascension ceremony, the plan was to utilize Lu Zhong to consolidate the power of the eunuchs. Now, with the summoning of the Great Demon of Spring and Autumn, the possibilities for maneuvering have greatly increased. Summoning him to a side hall 100 meters away, Shen Nan silently recited in his heart. Immediately, a figure appeared silently within the side hall. The sudden manifestation of Han Xingxian caught the attention of several high-ranking officials in the Rongga Hall, but upon sensing only the chilling aura of a 2nd-rank Grandmaster, they all feigned indifference. After all, having a 2nd-rank Grand Master among the eunuchs in the imperial palace is quite normal and hardly worthy of excessive concern. Only the Minister of Justice, Fa Yang, furrowed his brow slightly, for he could perceive more than others. Han Xingxian had presided over the eunuchs for decades and had mercilessly slaughtered countless masters in the martial world. The bloodstains surrounding him were indicative of a sinister character. Nevertheless, Fa Yang chose not to voice his thoughts, as his responsibility was merely to uphold the laws of the Great Feng. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the 2 prominent eunuchs, exhibited some unease, for after years of managing the Great Feng court, they had not detected any hidden 2nd-rank grandmasters, especially given the strange aura emanating from Han Xingxian. Your Majesty, the officials have arrived. Zhang Su's voice interrupted Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's contemplations. Shen Nan nodded. Let us begin. The current process of the officials paying their respects was established to affirm the new monarch's position. As for discussing state affairs, that was unnecessary, as the 7 grand scholars of the cabinet had already addressed most matters, leaving Shen Nan merely to sit for a while before dismissing the court. Ultimately, this process served to inform the entire court of the new emperor's ascension. Boom, boom, boom. The solemn sound of drums resounded once more. Officials of the 5th rank and above stood with grave expressions, and the square outside the Rongga Hall fell into immediate silence. The atmosphere grew sacred and solemn. Officials paying their respects. Lu Zhong's resonant voice echoed. With this proclamation, the cabinet ministers, led by Zhang Su, immediately knelt. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live. Although the Great Feng Dynasty did not have a custom of kneeling, significant occasions still required such gestures to establish the hierarchy between sovereign and subjects. Even Fa Yang, the legalist sage, solemnly knelt and bowed his head. adhering to the laws he himself had established. The philosophy of legalism is indeed one of the king's way, reverberating with grandeur and reverence for the emperor. The spectacle of officials bowing and the multitude cheering stirred profound emotions within Shen Nan, a mere ordinary person in his past life, who had never beheld such a scene, especially with these individuals being genuine magnates. Despite the tumult of feelings within, his countenance grew increasingly calm and composed. "Gentlemen, there is no need for formalities." This marked a notable transformation for Shen Nan since his arrival in this world. A month in the Eastern Palace had enabled him to master the art of concealing his emotions. Under the auspices of the grandeur of the Ronga Hall, Shen Nan's mind grew ever more lucid, exuding an air of authority. As all civil and military officials rose, the customary procedure dictated that they should now depart. Yet, it was at this juncture that Fa-in, with a stern visage, stepped forward to assert, "Your Majesty is but 16 years of age. According to the statutes of the Great Feng, it is requisite for the Empress Dowager to oversee the realm. Should she be unwilling to do so, a minister of state should assume command of the Red Dragon Guard. Might I inquire how your Majesty intends to proceed?" His gaunt and severe features, coupled with his brusque tone, could easily mislead one into believing he was a confidant of the Empress Dowager. However, such was the nature of Fa-in. His character, as remembered, was one of rigid adherence to laws and principles, more obstinate than even the admonitions of Wei Zheng. Reminiscent of the forthright demeanor of Hai Rui from the Ming Dynasty, the Empress Dowager, of course, was unwilling to assume regency. Jiangzhou had previously gleaned insights into Shen Nan's evolution and found satisfaction in this new ruler, whose temperament was far more agreeable than that of the irascible Empress Dowager. Moreover, Shen Nan had exhibited remarkable composure during their deliberations on state affairs, leading Jiangzhou to swiftly dismiss the notion of the Empress Dowager's involvement. As for the Red Dragon Guard, Jiangzhou pondered for a moment before continuing. According to ancestral precepts, in the absence of a minister of state designated by the late emperor, the responsibility shall temporarily fall to your Majesty. The late emperor had only ascended the throne 3 months prior, although there had been signs of his early demise. It was beyond his foresight to anticipate such a swift departure, and thus no significant ministers of state could have been arranged. The phrase "temporarily fall to your Majesty" was a boon offered by Jiangzhou to Shen Nan. He perceived that although Shen Nan was merely 14, he bore the semblance of a sovereign, far from being reckless. Furthermore, while the Red Dragon 10 guards officially numbered 200,000, the reality was likely fewer than 150,000. At the inception of the Great Feng, the Red Dragon 10 guards were the most elite forces in the realm. However, after 8 centuries, with the Great Feng experiencing a flourishing golden age, the martial prowess of the Red Dragon 10 guards was evidently diminished. Shen Nan, having exhibited a semblance of royal demeanor, could indulge in some maneuvering without consequence. Ultimately, any losses would affect the interests of the military aristocracy rather than those of the civil officials. Moreover, it could potentially incite the emperor's disdain for the martial nobility. Jiangzhou's words were a testament to his cunning. The Confucians would never find themselves at a disadvantage. Fa-in disregarded Jiangzhou, his voice resolutely insistent. "Might I inquire how your Majesty intends to proceed?" This was a blatant dismissal of Jiangzhou's counsel, adhering strictly to the tenets of law. This matter indeed lacks the qualification for the Prime Minister to speak. However, such a blatant act of humiliation has rendered Jiangzhou's countenance ashen, crude. If one were to consider what the Confucians despise most, aside from the boorishness of the military faction, it would undoubtedly be the rigid adherence of legalism, particularly the likes of Han Fei. Those who follow legalism are all disciples of Han Fei, each resembling a merciless official, devoid of any sense of human compassion. In truth, it is not solely the legalists. Even the military nobility of the state of Chu harbors disdain for legalism, especially since the Red Dragon Guard was originally his to command. He now observes that Empress Qin has assumed power without oversight, and Han Fei seeks to exploit the Red Dragon Guard for his own ends. The Duke of Chu is on the verge of rising to voice his concerns when he suddenly hears Shen Nan's calm voice assert, "I shall temporarily take command." Although the 10 guards of the Red Dragon are in a state of disarray, this military power is something Shen Nan must seize for his future. Today, he must establish the greater righteousness. Chapter 10. The Intricate Situation of the Great Feng, Your Majesty. The Duke of Chu's countenance shifted slightly, as if he were about to speak. However, Shen Nan's expression turned cold, interrupting him. "Jiangzhou." Jiangzhou quickly responded, stepping forward, "Your servant is here." Shen Nan gazed deeply at Jiangzhou and inquired, "According to ancestral law, as there has been no appointment of a minister to assist the state by the late emperor. May I, the Red Dragon Guard, take command temporarily? Is it permissible to adhere to the ancestral law? Can we contravene the established regulations? Jiangzhou, the prime minister, replied without hesitation, Your Majesty should indeed take command temporarily. This course of action aligns with the ancestral law and regulations. Fa Yang also nodded in agreement. Your Majesty has not violated the ancestral law or the regulations. Ultimately, the 10 red dragons were established by our forebears to safeguard the imperial capital. Even the Ministry of War lacks the authority to oversee the deployment and arrangements of the red dragons. In the past, this was due to the youthful emperor and the trust placed in the military generals and noble families, hence the leadership by the Duke of Chu. However, now that Shen Nan has spoken, the Red Dragon Guard is undoubtedly under his command, as is the rightful order of things. Although Fa Yang is known for his rigidity, his previous remarks were not aimed at anyone in particular. He was merely inquiring in a methodical manner. The Duke of Chu, his face anxious, attempted to voice further objections. Your Majesty is still young, and, Shen Nan's calm gaze turned towards the Duke of Chu. That gaze, bolstered by the fortune of the nation, caused the Duke to tremble inwardly. Fa Yang and Jiangzhou exchanged glances, one representing the legalist school and the other the head of the Confucian scholars. Under such pressure, the Duke of Chu dared not utter another word. Shen Nan withdrew his gaze and stated indifferently, Court is dismissed. Lu Zhong's steady voice echoed immediately. Your Majesty has decreed, court is dismissed. As these words fell, Shen Nan rose and departed from the Hall of Prosperity, heading towards the side hall, with Jiangzhou and Fa Yang leading. The entire court bowed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. We bid farewell to your Majesty. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Amidst the chorus of the officials, Shen Nan exited the Hall of Prosperity, followed closely by the composed and wise Zhang Jiao. They proceeded to the side hall, Jinghua Hall. Only then did Shen Nan turn to Zhang Jiao. I appreciate your taking on the role of the third-rank guardian Taoist. Given Zhang Jiao's mastery of the 10 realms of Taoism, the third-rank guardian position felt somewhat beneath him. However, Zhang Jiao was not one to concern himself with such titles. He merely smiled gently at Shen Nan and remarked, Your Highness, from my observations today, while the Great Feng appears to be flourishing, internally it is riddled with contradictions. Much like a volcano that has long been dormant, one misstep could unleash a cataclysmic inferno upon the realm. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan regarded Zhang Jiao thoughtfully. Despite having received memories from the system, Zhang Jiao was unaware of the Great Feng's demise 20 years hence. How could he glean so much from this brief court assembly? Shen Nan inquired, What insights do you possess, Master Taoist? Zhang Jiao replied softly, There are too many factions and the imperial authority is weak. Though the esteemed Zhang Jiao has never held any high office or noble title, his remarkable ability to lead a million-strong Yellow Turban army in rebellion demonstrates his profound understanding of the human psyche. A mere brief court assembly sufficed for him to discern the shortcomings of the Great Feng, notably the excessive factionalism within. While Shen Nan possessed foresight regarding the future, he failed to grasp the full extent of the situation. Zhang Jiao spoke slowly. Merely considering the previous attitudes of Empress Dowager Qin and Jiangsu towards Taoism reveals that the Taoist world is indeed extraordinary, characterized by its 4 major sects, which presents a complication. Furthermore, during today's court assembly, although the cabinet comprised 7 ministers, it was only the chief minister, Jiangsu, who spoke, while the others clearly did not share his sentiments. Observing the ministers, one might note that Confucianism also has 3 major factions, and this holds true for the Duke of Chu's faction as well. Logically, the military nobility led by the Duke of Chu should have spoken up. But it was only he who did so. This is undoubtedly influenced by the new emperor's ascension, which commands great respect. Yet, it is also evident that among the military nobility, many harbor their own thoughts, and the Duke of Chu cannot dominate the situation. Ironically, while Fa Yin appears resolute, he is, in fact, the most loyal servant of the Great Feng. Shen Nan gazed at Zhang Jiao in astonishment, realizing that in such a short court session, Zhang Jiao had discerned significant truths. He nodded, acknowledging, what the celestial master states encapsulates the current plight. The Great Feng stands at its zenith. Yet who would have imagined that in 20 years, it would face annihilation? Shen Nan relayed the information provided by the system, the southern frontier rebels, causing chaos in the world, the emergence of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sovereigns saving the masses, the demon clan advances southward. These are the tribulations the Great Feng must endure in the future. although Shen Nan has managed to halt the foolish regency of the Demon Queen. The situation within the Great Feng remains largely unchanged. As Zhang Jiao articulated, the internal complexities are overwhelming. The 4 Taoist sects, 3 Buddhist teachings, 3 Confucian academies, and 3 schools of military thought, not to mention the multitude of practitioners across the land. These are merely internal factors. Externally, the Southern Shaman clan and the wild demon tribes lurk with malicious intent. In such a scenario, how can the new monarch swiftly seize power to rectify everything? It is an immense trial. Shen Nan was acutely aware of his own capabilities, while he remained more composed than the average person. He was ultimately just an ordinary individual in his past life. To avert the impending downfall of the Great Feng, he could only rely on individuals summoned by the system, such as the esteemed Zhang Jiao and the formidable Han Xingxian from the spring and autumn period. It is solely through the invocation of these preeminent figures from myriad realms, along with the righteousness that Shen Nan embodies, that he can hope to reverse the tide. In this regard, Shen Nan finds himself in a more advantageous position than ancient monarchs, for the Great Feng is ultimately a world of celestial martial prowess. Regardless of the vast influence wielded by military nobility, Confucians, or Buddhists, as long as Shen Nan commands sufficient martial strength, he can indeed forge a path forward. However, he slightly narrowed his eyes. My current strength is still far from sufficient. Although Zhang Jiao and Han Xingxian possess considerable power, it remains inadequate to establish the supremacy of imperial authority and alter the fate of the Great Feng. At that moment, a series of messages reappeared before Shen Nan's eyes. You have publicly declared that Emperor Yuanyu still exists in this world and harbors aspirations to revive the Great Feng. Henceforth, you must amass sufficient strength to embark on the grand endeavor of national restoration, truly taking the first step towards rejuvenation. Mission: accumulate a fortune of 1 million taels of silver. Reward: a guaranteed beginner's gift package of grade 1 or above, along with 2,000 national restoration points. Chapter 11. The loyal Lu Zhong and the ominous Zhang Ku, wealth amassed in the amount of 1 million taels of silver. This is the task that Shen Nan has recently unveiled. It is imperative to understand that silver in the Great Feng is exceedingly valuable. A typical family of 5 requires merely 5 taels of silver for their annual expenses. 1 million taels would suffice to sustain 1 million people for an entire year. Moreover, if Shen Nan's memory serves him correctly, the royal treasury currently holds less than 200,000 taels of silver. The reasons for this deficit are complex, but the principal cause lies in the fact that while the Great Feng appears to thrive, it has long been preoccupied with defending against the barbarous demon tribes. The military expenditures alone are astronomical, compounded by the issues of land consolidation and taxation that have arisen over the course of the nation's 800-year history. In essence, the situation bears resemblance to the late Ming Dynasty, where the major powers and noble families thrive while the emperor, the rightful sovereign of the Great Feng, scarcely reaps any benefits. Furthermore, with the likes of Fa Ying, the Minister of Justice and Power, the emperor cannot freely accumulate wealth. Thus, the royal treasury remains relatively meager. Were one to consider the system's projection for 20 years hence, the million taels would hardly constitute a daunting task. After all, merely proclaiming his survival to the world, bolstered by the illustrious reputation of the Great Feng, would attract countless noble families eager to invest. A mere million taels could be amassed within half a month. Yet, at this juncture, it presents a conundrum. Shen Nan furrowed his brow. Indeed, some tasks issued by the system are deceptively simple, as was the case with a previous assignment. However, not all missions become easier merely due to the advancement of time. Yet, upon reflection, the matter is not as intricate as it seems. While Shen Nan currently finds himself lacking in financial resources, his esteemed position would prompt many to willingly offer gold and silver at his behest. The subsequent complications, however, would be considerable, involving potential troubles from Fa Ying, as well as concerns regarding Shen Nan's reputation and the implications for imperial authority, which would inevitably diminish. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. It was none other than Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the 2 chief eunuchs who had previously kept their distance upon witnessing Shen Nan converse with Zhang Jiao. Sensing the emperor deep in thought, they promptly approached. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, they both called, their contrasting appearances striking. Lu Zhong bore a countenance of righteousness and loyalty, while Zhang Hu presented an aura of foreboding typical of a eunuch. This disparity stemmed from their respective paths and martial arts. After all, the teachings of Lian Xing and the Buddhist doctrines represent opposing forces. When Shen Nan turned to face them, a smile graced his lips. If one were to speak of methods to amass wealth, who could rival the cunning of a eunuch? These individuals, devoid of lineage or heirs, seek only riches and power. In the Great Feng, the position of chief eunuch stands as the pinnacle of eunuch hierarchy. Notably, Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu have ascended from their humble beginnings during the reign of the Ming Emperor, where they were but minor eunuchs, to their current esteemed roles as the head eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau by the latter part of that era. This position is but a mere step away from the Grand Eunuch. Following the demise of the Ming Emperor, Zhang Hu ascended to the role of Grand Eunuch. However, after the new emperor took the throne, out of a sense of wariness towards Zhang Hu, Liu Zhong was also elevated to the position of Grand Eunuch, and the two commanded the vast numbers of eunuchs in the Great Feng Dynasty. For these two, amassing a fortune of 1 million taels of silver is hardly a challenge. I currently hold the position of the Red Dragon Guard. What are your thoughts? Shen Nan inquired with a smile. Yet, this smile left both Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu somewhat perplexed. After exchanging glances, Zhang Hu took the initiative to reply. The Red Dragon Guard has traditionally been under the command of the noble military officials led by the Duke of Chu. Although your majesty nominally oversees the Red Dragon Guard now, to truly grasp its power, you will require sufficient manpower. I can assist your majesty in gathering talents. Given their previous experiences, neither Liu Zhong nor Zhang Hu could regard the emperor as they once did the former crown prince. Since his ascension, Shen Nan has displayed a level of authority and gravitas that far exceeds that of an ordinary youth, particularly with the enigmatic Zhang Jiao, a Taoist of the 10th heaven, and the chilling, sanguinary aura of eunuchs emanating from the side hall. This emperor is certainly not one to be easily deceived like the late emperor. Crucially, Zhang Hu, having been a step behind previously, was now eager to seize the opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Liu Zhong added, "The Red Dragon Guard has not seen battle in a long time and is no longer the elite it once was. If your majesty seeks to revive the Red Dragon Guard, the Imperial Horse Monitor, which I oversee, can supply ample steeds and funds." Despite having received prior recognition from Shen Nan when welcoming him, Liu Zhong dared not exhibit any arrogance. This was not merely a contest between him and Zhang Hu. There was another pressing reason. At the time of the late emperor's death and the new emperor's ascension, it was evident that both had chosen the wrong side. Initially, they presumed that the regency would be under Empress Qin, and thus, when they heard of her summons to Shen Nan, they prudently withdrew. Little did they anticipate that Shen Nan would emerge accompanied by a Taoist. This unforeseen turn of events caught them completely off guard and made them acutely aware of their grave miscalculation. Their current words were merely an attempt to ingratiate themselves with the emperor. The Imperial Horse Monitor, while ostensibly under the emperor's control, is fraught with complexity. Even the Ming Emperor had not fully mastered it. Liu Zhong's suggestion to utilize the Imperial Horse Monitor to support Shen Nan in revitalizing the Red Dragon Guard was clearly not solely his own initiative, but rather a matter discussed with Zhang Hu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Liu Zhong alone to navigate an issue that could potentially disrupt the interests of all eunuchs in the Great Feng Dynasty. It is worth noting that the Imperial Horse Monitor of the Great Feng is significantly more extensive than that of the Ming Dynasty. Surrounding the imperial capital of Jiangzhou are nearly 1 million acres of pastures, with additional millions of acres across various states, capable of nurturing millions of cattle and sheep annually, alongside thousands of military horses, including over 1,000 dragon steeds infused with demon blood. Such resources yield an annual income of 300,000 taels for the Imperial Horse Monitor. In addition to these, the Imperial Horse Monitor oversees thousands of cultivated lands, royal estates, and imperial shops. Merely from the visible accounts, the Imperial Horse Monitor boasts a staggering income of 5 million taels of silver. If one were to consider the embezzlement by those court eunuchs, the figure would undoubtedly soar to at least 10 million taels. Should Shen Nan be able to seize control of the Imperial Horse Monitor, the financial tasks assigned by the system would be effortlessly fulfilled. Even Liu Zhong's insinuations were exceedingly clear, as long as Shen Nan continues to place his trust in the two of them. The management of expenditures for the Red Dragon 10 guards would be entirely secured. Chapter 12. The liquidation of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Accumulating a fortune of 1 million taels, Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu believed they had demonstrated their sincerity. However, these words only elicited a cold smile from Shen Nan. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had long been a financial instrument wielded by emperors since the era of the founding sovereign. With nearly 10 million acres of pastures and thousands of royal shops, it served to uphold the emperor's prestige. In times of royal crisis, the sovereign could leverage this colossal entity to recover power. Yet, at some point, it had devolved into a tool for eunuchs to amass wealth, regarded as their own possessions. The servants were not true servants, nor did the emperor embody the essence of sovereignty. This alone illuminated for Shen Nan the precarious state of the Great Feng Dynasty. The imperial authority was waning, and malevolent forces roamed freely. Nevertheless, Shen Nan refrained from immediate confrontation. Instead, he calmly declared, "Since you exhibit such sincerity, I shall not disregard your intentions. From now on, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau shall be under the jurisdiction of Han Shengxian. All revenues from the Bureau shall be incorporated into the Imperial Treasury." Despite Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's connections with the Liansheng sect and the Buddhist order, Shen Nan had no immediate intention to act against them. However, he was resolute in reclaiming certain powers, and the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau would be the first of those. "Your Majesty," Zhang Hu gazed at Shen Nan in astonishment. He had initially believed that offering such sincerity would suffice to satisfy the emperor. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Shen Nan's desire to seize the entire bureau. But where did His Majesty find such confidence? The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau entangled numerous interests. Even he and Lu Zhang merely managed to keep it under control. The emperor had only just ascended the throne yesterday. Daring to undertake such a monumental action, was he not fearful of potential consequences? Lu Zhong's expression also shifted slightly as he hastily interjected. "The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau involves many parties. Your Majesty, are you certain?" Shen Nan was well aware of the complexities surrounding the bureau. Yet what of it? The so-called entanglements merely consisted of a few eunuchs, while the martial generals, nobility, Confucians, and legalists looked down upon the bureau, having no intention of intervening. If it were not for Han Shenchuan's summoning, he might have had to rely on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to some extent. However, with Han Shengxian present, the influence of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu diminished considerably. Their continued presence served primarily to expose the underlying Liansheng sect and the Buddhist order. Shen Nan gazed calmly at the two men, stating, "Indeed, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is embroiled in many matters, but with your assistance, can we not subdue it? Or were your previous assertions merely a jest at my expense?" As his words resonated, Zhang Jiao's gaze shifted to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. At this moment, both men finally recalled that His Majesty was not akin to the indecisive former emperor, nor did he possess the overly conciliatory demeanor of Ming Chongdi. Instead, he exuded the authoritative presence of a sovereign. Though still young, he was backed by sufficient strength to face any challenge, such as the formidable Zhang Zhao of the Taoist 10 realms. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, both realizing they had little choice but to acquiesce to the emperor's demands. The servant humbly obeys. This is the virtue of righteousness. Shen Nan serves the emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty. Even though Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu have wielded power over the eunuchs for decades, they remain mere servants of the emperor. Should Shen Nan choose to execute them on the spot, no one would dare to speak in defense of the two eunuchs. At most, they would merely express astonishment at the emperor's ferocity. Of course, this presumes that Shen Nan can maintain control over the situation. Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian are his assurance of authority. A gentle breeze carried a hint of bloodshed. Clad in red robes, Han Shengxian silently appeared before Shen Nan. Respectfully addressing him, "Your Majesty," Shen Nan replied in a chilling tone, "From this day forth, you shall serve as the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the two grand supervisors, will assist you in overseeing the department. I expect you to thoroughly cleanse the Imperial Horse Department within half a month. After that, should any eunuch be found guilty of embezzlement, their family shall be eradicated." There was no hint of subtlety in his words. It was a clear directive to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to relinquish control of the Imperial Horse Department entirely. Whether Han Shengxian possessed the capability to take over was a separate matter. However, regardless of the circumstances, as long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu acquiesced today, they would not dare to act against Han Shengxian in the future. Most crucially, Shen Nan had not touched their core power, the Bureau of Rights. Compared to the Imperial Horse Department, the Bureau of Rights was the lifeline for these two powerful eunuchs. As long as this core authority remained untouched, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu could neither afford nor dare to openly oppose him. "Your servant shall obey," Han Shengxian replied with a cold demeanor, his slightly crimson eyes scanning Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. This gaze sent a chill through both men, who had already sensed Han Shenchuan's formidable presence. Only upon their true encounter could they fully appreciate the bloodthirsty aura of this formidable adversary. This man must have committed countless acts of slaughter. How did the emperor come to find such an individual? While Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu trembled with fear, they could not fathom how Shen Nan had procured such expert aids. Zhang Jiao could be attributed to the profound heritage of the four Taoist sects. But what background could have cultivated a eunuch like Han Shengxian? Moreover, surrounding them were several fifth-tier Kukui guards, also eunuchs. Despite their fifth-tier status, they were considered skilled fighters within the Great Feng Dynasty. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Shen Nan casually remarked, "Tomorrow, I expect to see the accounts of the Imperial Horse Department. I also hope that all funds recorded in the accounts are deposited into the Imperial Treasury." Understood. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu replied, bewildered, as they withdrew. To streamline the accounts of the Imperial Horse Department and placate the subordinates would require considerable effort. They had no time to waste. As for refusing to comply, unless they could ascertain the affiliations of Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian and fully understand the Emperor's strength, they would not dare to take any action. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu departed, Shen Nan turned to Han Shengxian. "The affairs of the Imperial Horse Department are of utmost importance. Should you encounter any difficulties, report to me at once. Additionally, take all the Kuei guards with you. Although the 5 Sunflower Guards lack formidable martial prowess, they can assist Han Shengxian in managing various affairs. Moreover, after today's routine check-in task, Shen Nan anticipates acquiring additional restoration points, which will enable him to exchange for a few more Sunflower Guards, thus providing a semblance of stability in the current situation. As for the remaining matters, it will depend on Han Shengxuan's own capabilities." "Indeed," Han Shengxian replied with a solemn nod. Having presided over the eunuchs for decades, he possesses the necessary skills. Shen Nan slightly inclined his head. "Let us proceed." Today, he is engaged in a battle of wits with Empress Qin and attended the coronation ceremony, leaving him somewhat fatigued. It is time to return to the palace to cultivate and fulfill the system's daily check-in task, daily check-in, by striving towards the restoration for 3 hours. One can obtain a certain number of points. Shen Nan's own cultivation is, in itself, a form of effort. Chapter 13. The Methods of the Spring and Autumn Great Demon. That night, within the confines of the royal chamber, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. 9 Dragons True Qi. Although he had traversed this world for a full month, each session of cultivation unveiled the unique essence of this realm. As he practiced, the true Qi enveloped him in warmth, akin to a furnace, immersing his spirit in a profound tranquility. This sensation of comfort was unparalleled, far surpassing any form of entertainment from his previous life. Naturally, this was also due to the extraordinary nature of the cultivation method Shen Nan practiced. The 9 Dragons True Qi, formerly known as the 9 Dragons Suppressing the World technique, was a formidable martial art once mastered by the founding emperor of the Feng Dynasty. This technique, rooted in the martial arts of strategists, harmonized the inner workings of Taoist practices with the principles of national fortune, rendering it remarkably potent. Unlike ordinary practitioners who must endure the arduous processes of refinement and bone forging at the outset of their training, the royal bloodline merely requires the enhancement of sufficient national fortune to effortlessly shatter the barriers of cultivation. However, this also necessitates the consumption of potent elixirs. Yet, for Shen Nan, this posed no significant challenge. The Imperial Treasury's annual expenditure of hundreds of thousands of taels was solely allocated for the procurement of elixirs from Qinghe Palace, which barely sufficed for a handful of royal heirs. Nevertheless, in comparison to the comfort derived from cultivation, Shen Nan was more intrigued by the changes within the system. Daily check-in successful, earning 1,000 restoration points. This was an unexpected boon from his recent practice. Shen Nan had previously speculated that daily check-ins would yield at most 300 to 500 restoration points. Thus, acquiring a full 1,000 was beyond his expectations. It appeared that the accumulation of restoration points relied more on daily check-ins than on system tasks. The previously announced system tasks yielded minimal restoration points. Even the reward for amassing 1 million taels of silver only granted a meager 2,000 points, barely sufficient to exchange for 10 Sunflower Guards or 100 Snow Dragon Riders. Such rewards seemed questionable. In Shen Nan's view, it was a deliberate design of the system, encouraging him to cultivate a long-term habit of striving for restoration, continually checking in to accumulate points, while tasks primarily offered various packages, exchange for 5 Sunflower Guards, and position them outside the hall. Shen Nan opted not to hoard his restoration points, as Han Shengxian was now to oversee the Imperial Horse Department, making it an opportune time to enlist talent. Upon successful exchange, Shen Nan's attribute panel displayed. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates, Great Virtuous Master Zhang Jiao, Peak of the 10th Realm. Han Shengxian, Peak of 2nd Rank Grandmaster, and 10 Sunflower Guards. Cultivation Method, 9 Dragons True Qi, 8th Rank Bone Forging Realm. Items, none. Overall level, lacking restoration power. Restoration points, 0 points. Task, amass 1 million taels of silver. Reward, guaranteed novice package of first rank or above, 2,000 restoration points. The glaring 0 restoration points and the scant number of subordinates instilled a sense of urgency in Shen Nan. My current strength is still too weak. In hopes that Lu Zhong and Zhang, who will exhibit discernment tomorrow, they are expected to present a substantial sum of silver to replenish the treasury's emptiness. Once this task is accomplished, they shall be able to summon a formidable being of the first rank among terrestrial immortals. With such thoughts, Shen Nan made his way towards the couch. The morrow holds many matters, and he must restore his spirit to face them all. Within the palace, after several hours of diligent effort, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu finally managed to placate the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Concurrently, they had dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of Zhang Jiao and Han Shixian. However, despite their extensive efforts, even enlisting the aid of the Compassionate Life sect and the Buddhist community, they uncovered not a single clue regarding Zhang Jiao or Han Shixian. Could it be that these two individuals materialized from thin air? A Taoist of the 10 realms, such a figure would surely exhibit signs upon breaking through. How could they remain so obscure? Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. Start from the Taoist masters of 500 years ago. I refuse to believe that a dignified Taoist celestial could leave no trace at all. Both Shen Nan's audacious seizure of the Imperial Horse Bureau and the intimidation posed by Zhang Jiao left Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu in a state of restless anxiety. Yet, it was not only they who were troubled. Within the residence of the Duke of Chu, the Duke, having lost the authority of the Crimson Dragon Guard, was also in a fit of rage. What purpose do I serve in raising you? You only know how to amass wealth, yet when tasked with an investigation, you return with naught but silence. A Taoist celestial, how can you claim to find no information? Is this a true insult to me? You cannot even enter the Empress Dowager's chambers? What use are you to me? The Duke of Chu sought not only intelligence on Zhang Jiao, but also aimed to re-establish contact with the current Empress Dowager Chen. Morally, the court had already lost all semblance of authority. If he wished to retain control over the Crimson Dragon Guard in the future, the Duke had no choice but to ensure the Empress Dowager resumed her regency. Only in this way could he assume a role akin to that of a minister of state. At that point, not even the Confucians or legalists could contend with him. Figures like Fa Yin and Chief Minister Zhang Su would have no choice but to yield. However, the palace had already been sealed off by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. The Duke had not previously established any informants, leaving him utterly bereft of information. This was a testament to the cunning of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Although they had been stripped of their authority over the Imperial Horse Bureau by the Emperor, eunuchs are inherently dependent on the monarch. They would not wish to incite any further unrest regarding the Empress Dowager's regency after having paid such a heavy price. Moreover, given the Emperor's current means, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu lacked the courage to test his sentiments. Should the Duke of Chu indeed succeed in contacting the Empress Dowager, their positions as chief eunuchs would become untenable. Meanwhile, Han Shixian was quietly executing his own plans. Rather than immediately demanding account books from the Imperial Horse Bureau, he discreetly sought out some disgraced eunuchs, using them as a point of entry to swiftly absorb information about the palace's situation. This was the method he had honed over decades of overseeing the eunuchs. Within the palace, ambition-driven eunuchs abound, alongside those of exceptional intellect. However, they often find themselves devoid of opportunities and the patronage of powerful benefactors. In this context, Han Shixian emerges as their esteemed patron. As for the means to master these individuals and prevent potential repercussions in the future, Han Shixian possesses a myriad of strategies to avert such occurrences. In the span of a single night, he has amassed over a dozen eunuchs of the third rank, and this is merely the visible layer. Behind the scenes, he has also garnered the allegiance of numerous disheartened eunuchs, who shall serve as the foundation for controlling the Imperial Horse Bureau and the palace both within and beyond its walls. As dawn breaks, he hastily makes his way towards the inner chambers, compelled by the unsettling news he has just received. Chapter 14. The Decay of the Red Dragon Guards and Shen Nan's Ambition. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell reverberated, rousing Shen Nan from his slumber. The practice of the 9 dragons towning technique invigorated the spirit and refreshed the mind. However, his relatively low realm meant that he could not enjoy the full benefits. Were he to wield the technique at the level of the esteemed Ming Chong Emperor, he could go days without sleep without any adverse effects. Nevertheless, such a habit of repose proved to be more comfortable. What time is it now? Shen Nan glanced at the dimly lit sky beyond the palace, yet was unaware of the hour. Unlike the dense morning assemblies and intricate state affairs of the ancient past, the Great Feng Dynasty, having existed for over 8 centuries, had established a unique protocol befitting the realm of celestial martial arts. The emperor's responsibilities primarily revolved around communication with the cabinet and the ritual supervision office, rather than daily immersion in state matters. The morning assembly did not convene daily, rather, it occurred once a month. The primary reason for this infrequency lay in the demands of cultivation. Upon reaching a certain level, a retreat could last over 10 days, and past training sessions typically spanned several hours. If an emperor were to be preoccupied with state affairs, his cultivation would inevitably suffer. In the celestial martial arts world, an emperor need not be the pinnacle of the mortal realm, yet he must certainly be a master of exceptional caliber. For instance, Ming Chong Emperor had reached the peak of the first-grade terrestrial immortal realm. Shen Nan's adoptive father had also broken through to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm at the age of 34, just a step away from the terrestrial immortal level. Yet this was attributed to the lack of exceptional talent in both Ming Chong and the late emperor. Throughout the history of the Great Feng Dynasty, most of its 37 emperors attained the first-grade terrestrial immortal realm by the age of 30, owing to the extensive consumption of elixirs and the nurturing of national fortune. Even without a system, Shen Nan, following the natural progression, was destined for rapid advancement, likely achieving the terrestrial immortal realm around the age of 30. This exemplifies the profound legacy of the imperial family of Great Feng. 2 members of the Sunflower Guards entered with a demeanor of utmost reverence. Your Majesty. It is now the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. Although Han Shengxian had gathered numerous followers the previous night, the most loyal protectors remained the Sunflower Guards by Shen Nan's side. Additionally, Zhang Jiao, a 3rd-grade protector, was resting nearby in the temple. This was made possible by the former Ming Chong Emperor's patronage of the Taoist sect, resulting in the presence of opulent temples scattered throughout the palace, reserved for the true Taoist practitioners. However, this area did not encroach upon the inner palace. The Emperor's chambers were situated at the forefront of the palace, with the inner palace further back. This arrangement facilitated Zhang Zhao's constant vigilance over Shen Nan's safety, especially since there were few of Shen Nan's allies within the palace, necessitating the assurance of his absolute security. Shen Nan regarded the 2 Sunflower Guards, the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. He mentally calculated, realizing it was akin to 4 o'clock in his previous life, whereas Han Shengxian, one of the Sunflower Guards, replied in a hushed tone, "Currently, Chief Han is gathering eunuchs and has reportedly enlisted over 10 3rd-grade eunuchs. With their assistance, he is likely to swiftly gain control over both internal and external matters." Though the Sunflower Guards were summoned, they possessed their own thoughts and opinions. The methods of Han Shengxian instilled a sense of reverence within them. Shen Nan nodded, acknowledging. "Very well, I understand. You may withdraw for now and send someone to the palace to prepare my attire." Having risen, he showed no inclination to return to slumber. Rather, he seized the opportunity before dawn to organize the tasks at hand for the day. The Sunflower Guards respectfully retreated, responding affirmatively. Soon, a female official entered the chamber accompanied by more than 10 palace maidens, each bearing an array of toiletries and garments. They first offered soft greetings, and upon receiving a nod from Shen Nan, they approached him with practiced grace to attend to his needs. Having traversed a month's time, Shen Nan had grown accustomed to the life of royalty. During his days as the crown prince, he was attended by 5 maidens who catered to his every whim, allowing him to recline on his bed without a care, as all matters of service were deftly managed. Even the mundane tasks of brushing his teeth and washing his face were performed by others, under the gentle ministrations of the maidens, each possessing bright eyes and fair skin. Shen Nan was soon groomed and ready. As he rose and extended his arms, the maidens began to assist him with his attire. In contrast to the elaborate ceremonial robes he donned at his coronation, today's attire was exceedingly simple, a slender black garment adorned only by a jade hairpin, complemented by a pair of boots featuring gilded patterns. This was the customary garb of an emperor, unpretentious and comfortable. As he was being dressed, Shen Nan reflected inwardly, recognizing that he was now the rightful emperor of the Great Feng, with no lack of moral authority. Even should Empress Dowager Chun desire to exert control, such ambitions were nearly impossible. Regarding his mother, he harbored no immediate thoughts of usurpation. After all, regicide, particularly of one's mother, was a grave taboo even within the Xinwu dynasty. Furthermore, what threat could the Empress Dowager, with her limited capabilities, truly pose to him? It was merely essential to keep Han Shengxian vigilant, ensuring that she did not interact freely with anyone. As for the Duke of Chu, Confucianism, legalism, and Taoism, these factions could be momentarily disregarded. The immediate priority was to assert control over the palace and, subsequently, to address the affairs of the Red Dragon Guard. Established by the founding emperor of Great Feng, the Red Dragon Guard once achieved glorious feats under his leadership, boldly conquering vast territories and defeating 300,000 barbaric demons with a mere 100,000 troops. Regrettably, after 8 centuries of peace, the Guard had become utterly decayed. Presently, they would falter against even 30,000 barbaric demons, let alone 300,000. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. On paper, the Red Dragon Guard boasted a strength of 200,000, but how many remained in actuality? Ghost soldiers. This has long been a method for military officials and nobility to amass wealth. Even within the halls of the Shen Dynasty, such occurrences were unavoidable, particularly for one like the Duke of Chu, who was not known for serious military training. The deterioration of the Red Dragon Guard was common knowledge, and any effort to restore it would necessitate considerable diligence. Yet, it was a task that must be undertaken. Setting aside the future influence of the Buddhist sect over the imperial court, the reckless advance of the demon tribes from the south, and the Taoist efforts to restore order amidst chaos, let us focus solely on the rebellion in the southern frontier 7 years hence, where the calamities wrought by the compassionate sect threatened to plunge the realm into turmoil. Sufficient military strength will be essential to quell this insurrection. Financially, as long as Han Xingxian can effectively manage the Imperial Horse Control Office, that will suffice. However, there remains a notable deficiency in capable generals. Based on Shen Nan's understanding of the system, it is likely that the forthcoming tasks will involve assembling a formidable army, which may yield the opportunity to recruit distinguished military commanders, and acquiring a first-grade gift package is not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, there is the matter of the position of Chief of the Imperial Guards, a power that Shen Nan must undoubtedly secure. Chapter 15. 8 million taels of silver. A terrifying financial situation. As previously mentioned, the authority wielded by Xi Jinwu in the Great Feng is exceedingly formidable, akin to the overwhelming power of the Ming dynasty's Jinyue. However, due to the philosophical tenets of legalism, Xi Jinwu does not bear the notorious reputation associated with the Jinyue and Dongchang. The populace's reverence for Xi Jinwu stems not from any maleficence, but rather from his stringent and fierce demeanor. The safety of the entire imperial capital lies firmly within his grasp. This level of power is precisely what Shen Nan requires to navigate the current landscape. Even though Fa Yang is unwaveringly loyal, the followers of legalism cannot betray their state due to their philosophical convictions. Their loyalty is forever pledged to the Great Feng, not to any singular emperor. Shen Nan aims not only to alter the course of events but also to undertake systematic tasks, inevitably. He must act with a degree of audacity and dominance. Individuals adhering strictly to the laws of legalism are destined to become obstacles, and he wishes to avoid entanglements with them in the future. It would be far more prudent to directly subdue both Xi Jinwu and the legalists. Yet, it is still premature to seize control of Xi Jinwu. For now, he can only lay the groundwork. As for the other powerful offices within the Great Feng, such as the Demon Hunters and the Great General of Demon Suppression, that is a matter for the distant future. Shen Nan sighed softly, pondering. The overwhelming prosperity of the Great Feng may not necessarily be a blessing. After more than 8 centuries, the internal dynamics of the dynasty are exceedingly intricate and convoluted. Even as the emperor of the Great Feng, Shen Nan can only methodically strategize to consolidate power. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan refrained from further contemplation and casually began his meal in the palace. Just as the maidservants set the dishes before him, he heard footsteps outside, followed by the voice of the Kuei-Hua guards announcing, "Master Han requests an audience." Shen Nan raised his hand, "Let him enter." He did not feel the need to maintain any imperial majesty, calmly continuing his meal. When Han Xingxian entered, clad in a crimson robe, he was accompanied by 3 darkly menacing eunuchs, evidently Han's capable aides. Additionally, the figure of the esteemed master Zhang Jiao also appeared outside the hall. This esteemed master of the Sangua clearly was not one to remain idle. Inviting Zhang Jiao inside, Shen Nan turned to Han Xingxian and inquired, "Speak. What have you discovered?" According to prior instructions, Han Xingxian should still be in the process of gathering the eunuchs. It was unexpected for him to arrive so soon. Clearly, he had uncovered something significant. Upon learning of Shen Nan's awakening, Han Xingxian had hastened to present himself. Han Xingxian glanced at the 3 ominous eunuchs before stepping forward to whisper, "I have uncovered 2 matters. The first is that the Imperial Horse Management Office has embezzled a staggering sum of 8 million taels of silver over the years, with nearly all the eunuchs involved, along with some contributions from the nobility. The records indicate tens of thousands of military horses, yet fewer than 10,000 remain, while the number of bloodline dragons, imbued with demonic essence, remains comparably intact. This revelation is indeed shocking. Although Shen Nan had only traversed this new world for a month, he had heard the late emperor mention that the annual revenue of the Imperial Horse Bureau was merely 3 million taels of silver. Yet, they had embezzled a staggering 8 million taels. What does this imply? Furthermore, the disparity between tens of thousands of military horses is immense. This is all Shen Nan's money. He raised his gaze towards the three eunuchs, questioning, to whom has the Imperial Horse Bureau sold the military horses? In light of the unexpectedly sordid figures of corruption, he was far more concerned about the actual circumstances surrounding the Imperial Horse Bureau. An elder eunuch promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the military horses were not sold in one batch. It has been a continuous practice over the years. As for the market, it could be the southern frontier, or. He hesitated before continuing, perhaps the barbaric demon tribes. The southern frontier witches. The barbaric demon tribes. What a grand scheme the Imperial Horse Bureau has undertaken. Openly colluding with the enemy? The southern frontier witches are one thing, as they have ostensibly submitted to the Great Feng Dynasty. However, they still operate as a nation in private. But what of the barbaric demon tribes? The barbarians already possess demon riders and far surpass the Great Feng in cavalry. If they possess a significant number of war horses, how can the Great Feng contend with the swift incursions of the barbaric demon tribes? Shen Nan had previously thought that the internal strife within the Great Feng was merely a matter of selfishness among the populace. Yet, it now appeared that these individuals genuinely believed the Great Feng was invincible, that as long as there were sufficient profits, aiding the enemy posed no issue. It is no wonder that a mere disturbance from the Lianxing sect could sever the very foundation of the Great Feng. It is not that the Lianxing sect is overly powerful, but rather that the Great Feng is already steeped in decay. Thus, it seems certain matters require expeditious action. Shen Nan, with a calm demeanor, turned to Han Shenxian. What of the other matter? Typically, the second issue is of greater magnitude than the first. And indeed it proved to be so. Han Shenxian spoke gravely. This servant has heard that the Imperial Horse Bureau has been in arrears for 3 months. Arrears. Shen Nan's expression shifted to one of astonishment for the first time. Even the shocking embezzlement of 8 million taels in collusion with the barbaric demon tribes did not seem quite as serious, for it was merely the greed of men. However, how could the Imperial Horse Bureau, having embezzled such a vast sum, be in arrears for 3 months? What manner of reasoning is this? Han Shenxian clarified. It is not solely the Imperial Horse Bureau. Even the Crimson Dragon Guard is in a similar predicament, though the Imperial Horse Bureau falls under your Majesty's jurisdiction. The military pay has always been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. However, since last year, the ministry has been devoid of funds and has had to defer payments. Generally, military pay is issued only after tax revenues are transported from various provinces. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan comprehended the underlying issue. The problem did not lie with the Imperial Horse Bureau, but rather, the Great Feng was out of money. How could such a flourishing dynasty as the Great Feng be in financial distress? He furrowed his brow as he regarded Han Shenxian. Where has the money gone? Even if various factions are lining their pockets, how could the Great Feng be unable to disburse military pay? Han Shenxian sighed softly. The border troops of Yuzhou. Beyond Yuzhou lies the barbaric demon tribes. Yuzhou has long been garrisoned with nearly 2 million elite troops to guard against the incursions of the barbarous and demonic tribes. The annual expenditure for these forces is exceedingly immense, since the reign of Emperor Chong of the Ming Dynasty. A staggering 40% of the annual fiscal revenue has been allocated to the border troops of Yuzhou. Yet, despite this colossal expenditure, after 30 years, the border forces have still failed to subdue the barbarous tribes, with invasions occurring annually. Shen Nan reflected on the circumstances surrounding the Yuzhou border troops, increasingly convinced that the current state of the Great Feng bears a striking resemblance to the late Ming period, marked by a flourishing fade yet plagued by internal chaos and a strikingly depleted treasury. Shen Nan suppressed the urge to summon the Minister of Revenue directly and addressed Han Shenxian, stating, I shall not concern myself with the situation in Yuzhou or the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue. However, the embezzled funds from the Imperial Horse Bureau must be reclaimed. Henceforth, any eunuch of the Imperial Horse Bureau found guilty of corruption shall face execution without mercy. Chapter 16. A bloody purge. What constitutes the great demon of the spring and autumn period? The embezzlement of 800,000 taels of silver each year is shockingly egregious. The lingering issue of ghost salaries from the history of the Great Feng Dynasty is a conundrum that Shen Nan cannot resolve in the short term. However, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is currently within reach of manipulation. Han Xingxian comprehended Shen Nan's implication, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue. What does your majesty mean? Shen Nan replied coldly. Any official found to have embezzled over 3,000 taels shall face a selection of 5 to execute 3. Given the circumstances at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, it is inconceivable that there aren't enough eunuchs colluding in this corruption. 800,000 taels of silver cannot be consumed by a single individual. It undoubtedly involves participation from the highest to the lowest ranks. Shen Nan cannot eliminate all these individuals, but he can certainly select some to conduct a thorough purge. Any eunuch embezzling over 3,000 taels must possess a certain standing within the ranks of the Great Feng officials. Executing 3 out of 5 selected from among them would sufficiently instill fear among the eunuchs of the Great Feng Dynasty. As for whether there are enough personnel to replace those executed, one need only glance at the 3 eunuchs beside Han Xingxian to ascertain the answer. Within the palace of the Great Feng, not every eunuch is a Lu Zhong or a Zhang Hu. Most are dejected and unfulfilled. This discourse, however, made the 3 eunuchs tremble uncontrollably, as they had not anticipated that His Majesty would take such unrestrained action. They had assumed the emperor would merely issue a warning to the chief eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, yet he had chosen to enact a 5-3 execution. If such a standard is applied, the palace of the Great Feng will surely run red with blood today. Han Xingxian did not hesitate in the least. He merely turned to Shen Nan. What about Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu? Despite his strength not being sufficient to intimidate the entirety of the Great Feng, with his peak second-grade grandmaster status and proficiency in the art of torture against third-grade opponents, as long as no first-grade Earth Immortals intervene, no one in the palace could obstruct Han Xingxuan's slaughter. Even if a first-grade Earth Immortal were to emerge, what of it? Do they truly believe that the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao, a Taoist celestial being, is a mere illusion? There is no need to act against them, however, apart from them. You may carry out your purges and executions at will. Shen Nan bestowed upon Han Xingxian ample authority. Whom to kill, how to kill, or whether to refrain from killing. All rests in your hands. His earlier statement regarding the embezzlement threshold was merely to delineate a boundary, indicating to Han Xingxian the extent to which he must act. As for the specifics of execution, that naturally depends on Han Xingxuan's judgment according to the circumstances. It is not a matter of rigid enforcement. After all, in just one night, Han Xingxian has only managed to rally a few dozen individuals, which is still a paltry number compared to the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the Great Feng Palace. Under normal circumstances, Shen Nan should not be so impatient. However, upon receiving the intelligence provided by Han Xingxian, he found himself compelled to act decisively, as these eunuchs had already descended into a level of audacity that demanded a thunderous response. Most critically, the Lianqing sect is set to incite chaos in Jiangzhou by early next year, based on the memories previously acquired by Shen Nan. The incident involving the compassionate sect incited the formidable General Tu Shi of Chuan Prefecture, coupled with the sect's own contingent of 200,000 followers. The uprising swiftly overwhelmed the provincial capital of Chuan, and within a mere few days, several major cities fell, with the majority of Chuan Prefecture under their control. Ultimately, they even summoned a guardian deity of the 10th realm. Although this rebellion was suppressed through the combined might of Confucian, Taoist, and military aristocratic forces, it significantly drained the national fortune of the Great Feng and exposed the vulnerability of the imperial family. Since the demise of Emperor Ming Chong, the Great Feng had only a solitary king of the north stationed in Yu Prefecture. Furthermore, the imperial family lacked even a visible first-rank terrestrial immortal. Their sole reliance lay upon the national artifact left by the founding ancestor. As long as this artifact remained within the territory of the Great Feng, the emperor could expend national fortune to vanquish any top-tier master of the 12th realm, which constituted the true foundation of the Great Feng. However, this artifact required an immense expenditure of national fortune. When the capital of the Great Feng was on the brink of collapse, Shen Nan was startled to discover that, following numerous internal strife, the national fortune was insufficient to activate the national artifact. It was precisely for this reason that he found himself an exiled monarch. Otherwise, how could the capital of the Great Feng easily succumb? For these reasons, Shen Nan was resolute. He would not show leniency. Determined to reveal his fierce disposition to both internal and external forces, unrestrained and exceedingly tyrannical. Only in this manner could he instill awe in the world and swiftly amass wealth and power. Han Shengxian promptly set to work, immediately summoning the dozens of eunuchs gathered the previous night. With his eyes gleaming crimson, he surveyed them, the scent of blood wafting from beneath his resplendent crimson robes. We are all eunuchs, and what does it mean to be a eunuch? It signifies being rootless. Our desires are but wealth and power. In the past, you lacked the opportunity and the means to undertake such actions. But today is different. You possess both the opportunity and the capability. His Majesty commands the cleansing of the Imperial Horse Bureau. Any who embezzle over 3,000 taels shall face execution. Those who present a letter of allegiance may be absolved of their crimes, and even claim a tenth of the seized wealth. If you desire wealth and power, you must be willing to stain yourselves crimson. As his words resonated, 3,000 crimson threads enveloped Han Shengxian. The pungent aroma of bloodshed from countless slain masters of the martial world permeating the air, leaving the gathered eunuchs in a state of shock, gazing in horror at Han Shengxian. They had never encountered a scent of blood so potent. Simultaneously, they were astonished by his words. It was clear to all that, should Han Shengxian's words come to pass, the palace of the Great Feng would soon be engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Before they could speculate further, they witnessed Jiangzhou leading the leaders of the Purification Army arriving at the scene. The elite guard known as the Jiangzhou is composed entirely of eunuchs and stands as the sole military force within the palace, beyond the emperor's sleeping quarters. The responsibility for guarding lies with the Qi Longwei and the Ji Jinwu. Mastery over the Jiangzhou ensures that chaos cannot possibly arise within the Great Feng Imperial Palace. This influential eunuch in command of the Jiangzhou is none other than Han Xian, a key figure whom Han Shengxian sought to cultivate yesterday. He ranks as the third among the eunuchs of the Great Feng, following Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, and has commanded the Jiangzhou for several decades. He possesses the formidable cultivation of a second-tier Grand Master. The Imperial Horse Department holds no relevance for Han Xian. Rather, he has long aspired to advance further. Now, Han Shengxian has bestowed upon him this opportunity. Chapter 17. Before the Imperial Authority, eunuchs are worthless. Shen Nan awoke at the third watch of the Tiger Hour. Han Shengxian presented himself at the fifth watch, and by the time he summoned the eunuchs to take action, it was already the first watch of the Rabbit Hour, approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. Although many eunuchs had risen to prepare for their duties, prominent figures like Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu remained in slumber, typically awakening around the fourth watch of the Rabbit Hour. In this brief interval of 3 quarters, Han Shengxian led the clean army in a sweeping purge of the eunuchs in charge of the Imperial Horse Department, based on intelligence provided by dozens of eunuchs. Those found guilty of embezzlement faced brutal punishment, limbs would be severed, and severe torture inflicted, all in a relentless quest to extract the misappropriated silver or acquire further information before granting them respite. During this tumultuous process, several eunuchs defected, differing markedly from their less fortunate counterparts. These defectors wielded significant power, far surpassing that of their predecessors. Among them was even Zhang Hu's adopted son. It is indeed ironic that while eunuchs are rootless and destined to leave no heirs, many have formed bonds of brotherhood. A powerful eunuch like Zhang Hu could have dozens of adopted sons, while the seemingly loyal Lu Zhong had taken in hundreds, all of whom revered the Buddhist faith and adhered to its tenets, presenting Lu Zhong as a devout follower. However, unbeknownst to many, Lu Zhong himself was a clandestine agent of the Buddhist sect, which had been scheming to infiltrate the Great Feng Dynasty for decades. At the fourth watch of the Rabbit Hour, Zhang Hu, having just awakened, detected a faint scent of blood and sensed the presence of over a dozen eunuchs outside his door. Confused, he dressed hastily and stepped out, only to be approached by anxious eunuchs exclaiming, "Adoptive father, save us. His Majesty has decreed that any eunuch embezzling over 3,000 taels shall face execution." Han Shengxian is currently leading thousands of eunuchs and the clean army in a massive crackdown. These eunuchs were either Lu Zhong's adopted sons or part of his faction. In times past, they had all adopted Zhang Hu's cold demeanor, mastering the art of concealing their emotions. Yet, under the current dire circumstances, their expressions were frantic, their faces pale. The methods employed by Han Shengxian were nothing short of terrifying, and the Emperor's command sent shivers down their spines. This was a clear mandate for a ruthless purge of the Imperial Horse Department. In the past, they might have relied on Zhang Hu or banded together to resist. But with Han Shengxian, thousands of eunuchs, and the clean army at their heels, they found themselves utterly powerless, especially as they lacked any righteous cause. Eunuchs rebelling? Such a notion was unheard of, not only in the Great Feng Dynasty but throughout ancient history. While eunuchs could manipulate the emperor's power, The idea of openly defying His Majesty's orders was beyond their station, with no historical precedent to support such an endeavor. Zhang Hu's expression suddenly changed. Filled with astonishment, why was I not informed of this matter immediately? He had never anticipated that yesterday the Emperor merely hinted at consolidating the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Yet today demanded they present the accounts. Before they could even submit the financial records and silver, the situation had rapidly escalated into a confrontation. This reckless demeanor was difficult for Zhang Hu to accept and adapt to. The eunuchs around him wore distressed expressions. Did not the adoptive father say that you must not be disturbed during your rest? Zhang Hu was backed by the teachings of the Compassionate Life sect, and his cold aura stemmed from practicing its techniques. Although the sect had yet to raise the banner of rebellion, its reputation within the Great Feng was abysmally poor. Naturally, Zhang Hu could not allow the knowledge of his association with the sect to leak. In the past, he had established rules to prevent such occurrences, even going so far as to orchestrate the demise of a group of eunuchs. These individuals had entered his quarters at his command, only to be slain by Zhang Hu under the pretense of disturbing his cultivation, their deaths horrific to behold. Consequently, even in their frantic desperation, these adoptive sons dared not intrude upon Zhang Hu's rest. With a face ashen with fury, Zhang Hu commanded, "Let us go. We shall meet the Emperor." As he spoke, he strode towards the Emperor's palace, instructing those beside him, "Retrieve the accounts again, the ones meant for our inner circle, and inform the others to prepare for substantial losses. Accompany me to an audience with the Emperor." Zhang Hu had ascended to the position of chief eunuch not by folly. He knew that securing Shen Nan's approval was the best course of action. Otherwise, even if they eliminated Han Shengxian, they would still meet a dismal fate. Moreover, if Zhang Hu was not mistaken, there must be a Taoist celestial at Han Shengxuan's side, a master of the 10th realm. Should they unleash their full power, few among Zhang Hu's ranks would survive. Though the world of Great Feng boasted 15 realms, a 10th realm celestial already represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. The 11th realm was inhabited by legendary figures rarely seen in action. The masters of the 12th and 13th realms were akin to celestial beings. As for the 14th and 15th realms, these had not truly been witnessed in the past 8 centuries. The prowess of Zhang Jiao as a 10th realm celestial was exceedingly remarkable. This was evident when comparing Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, who were merely at the peak of the Grandmaster level. With a population of several billion, only 20 to 30 individuals had reached the 10th realm. Furthermore, Zhang Jiao's aura was exceedingly enigmatic, leading Zhang Hu to suspect that this individual was far more than an ordinary 10th realm celestial. At the moment Zhang Hu made his move, Lu Zhong promptly led his own adopted sons toward the Emperor's palace. Both men, in unison, presented the true accounts, preparing for the significant losses that loomed ahead. This was the most genuine reaction of the eunuchs when faced with the intimidating power of the imperial authority. Before the majesty of the Emperor, eunuchs were forever at the mercy of the sword, especially when this monarch possessed the power to execute them at will. Outside the inner palace, the esteemed and wise Zhang Jiao stood nonchalantly at the hall's entrance. He beheld the hurried approach of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and nearly 100 eunuchs, and calmly remarked, "His Majesty has commanded that you wait outside." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. After exchanging knowing glances, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu dutifully presented the accounts of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office to Zhang Jiao. With a casual motion, Zhang Jiao handed the accounts to the Sunflower Guards, and then quietly observed the two men. The overwhelming aura of a peaked Taoist sage enveloped them, leaving Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu breathless. They could do nothing but kneel submissively outside the hall. Chapter 18. The Empress Dowager of Defeng. The figures behind the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Within the confines of the palace, Shen Nan gazed at the bill presented by the Sunflower Guards, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Truly, the eunuchs of Defeng had orchestrated grand schemes. The embezzlement for this year alone amounted to a staggering 3 million taels of silver. It was barely past May. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to one particular entry. Of this 3 million taels, an alarming 150,000 had found its way into the imperial palace. The recipient of this sum was none other than the Empress Dowager Jing. Indeed, she was the regent during the reign of Emperor Chong. By lineage, Shen Nan would even refer to her as grandmother. In the realm of Xianwu, even a first-tier terrestrial immortal could extend their lifespan by 300 years, while celestial beings could live for 500 years. Those of the 11th realm could potentially enjoy a millennium of life. It had only been 3 years since the demise of Emperor Chong, so the continued existence of the Empress Dowager was hardly surprising. Yet, in Shen Nan's memories of the future, this grandmother did not play a role. Was the expenditure for supporting his grandmother's breakthrough to the 11th realm? Could it be that in the tumultuous days to come, when the Lianxing sect would incite chaos, this grandmother had already failed her breakthrough and perished? Hence, the future Emperor Yuanyu remained ignorant of the Empress Dowager's existence. Shen Nan pondered deeply. In the memories of the future Emperor Yuanyu, his initial years of reign were spent under the soft confinement of Empress Dowager Chen within the palace. He not only wielded no authority but was also deprived of even the slightest freedom. It was only 7 years later, when the Liansheng sect truly ignited chaos and the Buddhist sect took control of the court, that Emperor Yuanyu began to rise again. However, this resurgence lasted but a few months before he discovered himself to be a mere puppet of the Buddhist sect. According to this timeline, the Empress Dowager must have failed her breakthrough. Otherwise, she would have emerged during the upheaval instigated by the Liansheng sect. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless of what the future held, the Empress Dowager Jing was indeed a troublesome figure. Despite being labeled a nuisance, the Empress Dowager currently stood at the pinnacle of the 10th realm of celestial beings. Although it remained unclear which school of cultivation she pursued, Shen Nan, with the esteemed master Jiangzhou, a celestial being of the 10th realm, felt assured that no significant issues would arise. Moreover, a person destined to fail in their breakthrough and meet an untimely demise posed little threat. Yet, the complication lay in the Empress Dowager's immense prestige. Though Emperor Chong had reclaimed power, it was she who had relinquished authority. The Empress Dowager was not akin to the notorious LG. Rather, she bore a resemblance to the historical relationship between Empress Dowager Xian and Yingji. Her reputation within Dafeng was exceedingly high. Should Shen Nan sever the financial support entirely, a disturbance from the Empress Dowager would likely lead to an undesirable situation. Shen Nan scrutinized the internal accounts of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu once more. Although both had been taken by surprise by Shen Nan and had no time to fabricate false invoices, it was evident that this particular bill deliberately highlighted the Empress Dowager's expenditures, almost suggesting that they were not embezzling for themselves, but rather for the imperial family of Dafeng. This subtlety made Shen Nan shake his head in disbelief. Indeed, the Empress Dowager's renown was capable of instilling fear in others. However, such measures merely sufficed to ensure their survival. Han Xingxian, he spoke with an air of indifference. Dressed in a resplendent crimson robe, Han Xingxian was indeed present in the inner palace. He had long anticipated that once Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu made their moves, the indiscriminate killings could no longer continue unabated. Instead, he delegated most matters to the eunuch Han Xian to handle while he awaited the responses of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu in the palace. It appeared that these two were of considerable caliber, employing such subtle and silent tactics. This was far more formidable than merely shouting about the emperor's injustices or brazenly defying his orders. He instructed them to take the individuals back and to convey to Han Xian to temper their actions, avoiding excessive pressure. Initially, Shen Nan had resolved not to take action against Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, with the intention of sparing their lives, a sentiment that remained unchanged. Whether consolidating authority over the imperial horse monitor or engaging in the early morning slaughter, he aimed to communicate a singular message to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and all the eunuchs. A new emperor brings forth new ministers. The emperor of Dafeng was no longer the gentle former emperor or the tolerating Ming Chongdi. Shen Nan was truly a man willing to wield the sword. Simultaneously, his actions sent a similar message beyond the palace walls. Dafeng faced both internal strife and external threats, a complex situation. For Shen Nan to swiftly rectify the circumstances, he must assert control over Dafeng with unwavering resolve. Indeed, Han Xingxian understood well. Although Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had narrowly escaped this ordeal, and many of their fellow eunuchs would also survive, it was imperative for them to truly recognize the nature of the current emperor and be prepared for significant losses. As Han Xingxian exited the inner palace, the gazes of Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and several dozen eunuchs abruptly converged upon him. These expressions were profoundly intricate, filled with resentment, animosity, fear, and trepidation. The first two emotions stemmed from Han Xingxian severing their financial lifelines, while their fear and dread arose from his methods. In that brief half-hour, seemingly inconspicuous, the pervasive scent of blood wafting through the Dafeng palace revealed the extent of Han Xingxuan's actions. He had personally executed 234 individuals. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of horror as they murmured, Han Jiaoyin. The adage "a new emperor brings forth new ministers" resonated with their current predicament. Lu Zhong had initially believed he could easily outmaneuver Zhang Hu to better serve the Buddhist sect. But it was now evident that the emperor had already established a loyal circle around him, including Han Xingxian and Zhang Jiao. These individuals were the emperor's most trusted confidants. As the chief eunuchs of the former emperor's era, they had no choice but to obey the emperor's commands if they wished to avoid a grim fate, even with the formidable Jing Empress Dowager behind them. However, given her temperament, she would not intervene to support them unless the emperor severed her financial resources. As for the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings, such matters are not suitable for public discourse. Both the Buddhist sect and the compassionate sect are yet unprepared to sow chaos across the realm. Han Xingxian nodded. Your Majesty has issued an edict. The affairs of the Imperial Horse Department shall cease here. However, the word however sent a shiver down the spines of all the eunuchs. And they soon heard Han Xinchuan's voice turn cold as he declared, all that was taken in the past must be returned. There is no need to return more than necessary. 10 million taels of silver will suffice. Furthermore, the Imperial Horse Department must relinquish 30 critical positions. 10 million taels of silver. Such an amount may seem insignificant against an annual embezzlement of 8 million taels, yet it is essential to recognize that for many years, a substantial portion has been handed over to Empress Jing. Not to mention, these eunuchs also incur expenses while traversing the world. For eunuchs of the caliber of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, demanding they produce 1 million taels of silver could cost them their lives. Yet, can they truly refrain from returning it? Chapter 19. The Opening of Gifts. Another pinnacle of the 10 realms. Outside the sleeping quarters, as Han Xingchuan's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the seasoned chief stewards Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wore expressions of sheer astonishment. 10 million taels of silver. This demand was tantamount to a death sentence for them. Yet, after exchanging glances, none of the dozens of eunuchs present dared to voice their dissent. Han Xingchuan's earlier demand for the Yuma's Supervisory Bureau to relinquish 30 critical positions was not merely a bid to personally control these key roles, but also served as a stark warning to Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and the other eunuchs. Should anyone be reluctant to part with their wealth, their positions would inevitably be vacated. As for the fate of those who vacated their roles, eunuchs had never been known for leaving room for mercy. They would surely be devoured by Lu Zhong and his ilk. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and declared, "Understood." The immediate priority was to navigate through this crisis, subsequently seeking the favor of Empress Jing or the trust of His Majesty. With Zhang Hu's cunning, he could undoubtedly procure the required 10 million taels from below. Moreover, this was not solely his concern. Lu Zhong, who had a penchant for adopting sons, ought to contribute more this time around. Indeed, among the nearly 80 eunuchs present, a substantial 50 were under Lu Zhong's influence. Although Lu Zhong's power had always paled in comparison to Zhang Hu's, he had little reason to worry about pacifying his subordinates. As the key positions within the Yuma Supervisory Bureau numbered only around 60, with Lu Zhong occupying merely a handful. Understood, with the two chief stewards setting the precedent. The surrounding eunuchs naturally expressed no dissent. We shall obey. Han Xinchuan's crimson gaze bore down on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Deliver 100 million taels of silver to the imperial treasury before the hour of the snake. This was both a warning to the two men and an edict from His Majesty. Shen Nan's current task was to amass 100 million taels of silver. Once this sum entered the treasury, he would fulfill his system mission and unlock another high-level gift package, potentially summoning a formidable assistant. Perhaps even a master of the 10 realms akin to Zhang Jiao, or even those of the 11th or 12th realms. After all, the first tier was merely the baseline. It was not guaranteed that only first-tier experts would emerge. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged a glance, their teeth clenched, and nodded in agreement. It was already a quarter past the hour of the dragon, leaving them with but an hour before the hour of the snake. Making the delivery of 100 million taels a daunting task, yet refusal was not an option. Soon, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu hurried back. But their first order of business was not to deliver the silver to the treasury. Rather, they would engage in a heated debate over the distribution of the 10 million taels and strategize their next steps. Historically, these two power-hungry individuals would temporarily unite following this incident, which was one of the drawbacks of Shen Nan's urgent maneuvers. Yet, he remained indifferent to such concerns. As Shen Nan listened to Han Xingxian report on the reactions of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, he casually instructed, "Have someone bring over all intelligence regarding Empress Jing, the Red Dragon Guard, and the Golden Armored Guard." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly recalled another matter. The records of the grain silver from Yuzhou should also be sent to the Ministry of Revenue. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were remarkably swift. By the time it was noon, a staggering 1 million taels of silver had already been deposited. At this moment, Han Xingxian had not yet delivered the various intelligence reports. as both the information regarding Empress Jing and the files of the Red Dragon Guard and the Golden Armored Guard required him to gather detailed intelligence. This was also due to Han Xinchuan's insufficient familiarity with the Defeng Kingdom. However, it was anticipated that with greater familiarity, Han Xinxian would naturally be capable of managing these matters adeptly. Shen Nan glanced at the system prompt. The task of amassing wealth of 1 million has been completed. As a deposed monarch, you now possess considerable prestige and wealth. Next, please recruit an army of 10,000 to establish your own forces. For only through strength can the path to restoration be expedited. Task: assemble your own army of 10,000. Reward: a guaranteed gift pack of the 11th realm tier, along with 5,000 points for restoration. Rewards available for collection: a guaranteed gift pack of 1st tier or above. As Shen Nan had anticipated, following the issuance of the wealth accumulation task, the system would inevitably begin to present tasks related to military matters. However, an army of 10,000? Such an underestimation was quite disheartening. Yet, Shen Nan did resonate with the system's assertion that only strength could swiftly lead to restoration. He had heard in his previous life a saying, "Power is akin to a fist." This maxim holds true across both past and present. As a sovereign, one cannot afford to be devoid of military authority. In the realm of celestial martial arts, this truth is even more pronounced. How could an emperor suppress all opposition without sufficient troops and formidable might? If Shen Nan were capable of summoning a peak expert of the 15th realm, there would be no need to fear Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Even the Buddhist sect and the compassionate teachings backing them would be easily crushed, rendering Empress Jing's reputation inconsequential. After all, she was merely a dowager below the 11th realm. A little respect would earn her the title of grandmother, but if disrespected, calling her an old hag would pose no issue. However, the fact that this system task had yet to be completed seemed amiss. The Red Dragon Guard, with its ostensible 20,000 personnel, could not be counted as Shen Nan's army. Yet, the elite troops within the palace were currently under Han Xinchuan's command. After Han Xian's defection, these troops should rightfully be considered part of Shen Nan's forces, no? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. It appears the crux lies in the term assemble. The challenge of this system task does not lie in acquiring 10,000 troops, but rather in forming an army that is uniquely Shen Nan's own. This implies that he must reorganize the Red Dragon Guard. Shen Nan had already formulated a plan in his mind, given the current state of the Red Dragon Guard, without disbanding and reconstituting them. There would be no combat capability whatsoever, nor could one expect them to quell the impending rebellion in Chuan province next year. Let us first observe today's changes in the marketplace. Shen Nan did not hasten to open the gift package. Instead, he wished to observe what the marketplace had refreshed today. Yesterday's offerings included 10,000 Blizzard Dragon Riders, 10,000 Sunflower Guards, and a myriad of provisions. Although the Blizzard Dragon Riders remained available today, the latter two had been replaced with 10,000 Ming Wang Heavy Armors and the perfected Indestructible Divine Skill. The Ming Wang Heavy Armor required no elaboration, as it was undoubtedly a suit of heavy armor. However, the perfected Indestructible Divine Skill took Shen Nan by surprise. Upon closer inspection of the description, it indicated that by merely exchanging for this skill, any previously summoned individual could instantaneously possess the fully realized Indestructible Divine Skill. Was it akin to a transformation of sorts? This Indestructible Divine Skill was indeed owned by Chang Shifei, renowned as the foremost in the world. Such a skill could elevate an ordinary individual to the pinnacle of the 3rd rank in martial arts mastery, enabling even a great master to withstand a few blows. Regrettably, the cost of redemption was exorbitant, an astounding 500 restoration points. Alas, his restoration points were still insufficient. With a soft sigh, Shen Nan decided against lingering in the marketplace any longer, while he truly desired the Blizzard Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang Heavy Armor. The disparity in restoration points was far too great. System: open the gift package. Opening the 1st grade and above gift package. Reward: Immortal Martial Chain, Legalist Chancellor Li Si, 10th Realm, Pinnacle of Heaven and Man. Chapter 20, The Legalist Li Si of the Immortal Chain. The Great Feng resembles the late Han, the Immortal Martial Great Chain, the Chancellor Li Si of the Legalists. These lines caused Shen Nan's eyes to glimmer with a hint of excitement. The prospect of drawing a pinnacle figure of the celestial realm from a 1st class or above gift package was an unexpected delight. Yet he had not anticipated the emergence of the Chancellor of the Immortal Chain Empire. Although Shen Nan currently seemed to lack commanding generals capable of suppressing armies, what he truly yearned for was an adept like Li Si, who was well-versed in courtly strategies. While the system had tasked him with assembling an army of 10,000 exclusively under his command, this did not diminish the significance of military generals. After all, the immediate objective was to form an army rather than wage war. A 10,000-strong force could be managed even by the eunuch Han Xian. Given the profound foundation of the Great Feng, Shen Nan merely needed to select a suitable person from the ranks of military nobility to gain control, rather than squander his opportunity for this draw. In truth, it was in the future, when quelling the rebellion of the Lingxing sect, that the need for top-tier generals would arise. Li Si was indeed the most fitting candidate for such a role. He was not only the chancellor of the immortal chain, but also a disciple of the Confucian sage Xuanzi, embodying the principles of legalism to their fullest. He represented an exemplary fusion of Confucianism and legalism. Li Si would prove instrumental in Shen Nan's subsequent consolidation of power over the Jiangzhou. As for the foolish deeds he committed in collaboration with Zhao Gao throughout history, it merely demonstrated that Li Si, as chancellor, had underestimated Zhao Gao's folly. He had believed that Zhao Gao merely sought to support a new ruler's ascension, compounded by the fact that the eldest son, Fusu, was perpetually indecisive and thoroughly indoctrinated by Confucian ideals. Thus, Li Si, who advocated for a meritocratic regime through legalism, naturally held Fusu in disdain. Consequently, he allied himself with Zhao Gao. Alas, a brief reflection on Li Si's life led Shen Nan to summon Li Si to the palace. Swish. Unlike the silent appearances of Zhang Jiao and others in the side hall, Li Si's entrance was far more resplendent. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, Li Si, clad in black, gradually materialized within the royal chamber. His unique aura permeated the entire hall, exuding both the solemnity of legalism and the grandeur of Confucianism. Li Si was not merely a pinnacle figure of legalism. He also epitomized the peak of Confucianism. In terms of combat prowess, Li Si may not rival Zhang Jiao, yet his realm surpassed that of Zhang Jiao. Whoosh! A gentle breath echoed. Li Si opened his eyes, their depth shrouded in a hint of regret. Your servant, Li Si, pays his respects to your majesty. During this manifestation, the system had already imbued Li Si's mind with foundational information about this world, allowing him to comprehend the nature of his surroundings and recall the foolish acts he had committed during his time in the immortal Qin Empire. Prior to this summoning, Li Si had been imprisoned within the Ministry of Punishment, having endured days of torture at the hands of Zhao Gao, who sought his confession of treason. This was not due to Li Si's inferiority to Zhao Gao in strength, but rather because, as a legalist, he could never contravene the laws he had established. The monarch's decree is paramount. This also highlights the inherent flaws within the path of legalism. A sovereign demands absolute loyalty, and a subordinate must be prepared to face death. The reason why the immortal Xiangyang of the Qin dynasty faced his demise with such composure lies in this principle. However, the merit of legalism rests in its ability to enforce the laws one has established. With the implementation and dissemination of these laws, one's status continually ascends. In a mere few years, Li Si transitioned from the Confucian sage to reach the pinnacle of the legalist realm, achieving the utmost heights of the 10 realms, while simultaneously elevating Confucianism to the same echelon. This exemplifies the advantages of legalist practice. Shen Nan scrutinized Li Si before him. His gentle demeanor suggested he was more akin to a Confucian scholar. Yet, it was the depth and slight authority in his gaze that revealed his affiliation with legalism. He refrained from hastily inquiring about Li Si's governance strategies. Instead, with curiosity, he asked, "What is it truly like to be a legalist transcendent? With your prowess, could you defeat Zhang Jiao?" It was a rare occasion to summon a legalist transcendent. Shen Nan sought to comprehend this phenomenon within the celestial martial world. Although he had perused numerous novels in his previous life and had gained the memories of the future Yuanyu emperor, these memories contained no insights into legalism. Essentially, legalists are merely individuals who pursue the path of law. Li Si articulated the shortcomings and philosophies of legalism, elaborating on its practice, akin to Confucianism's cultivation of self-governance and unification of the world. Legalism strives to establish a nation through law and govern by it. It adheres to the belief that human nature is inherently flawed and must be restrained by criminal law. The legalist transcendent is distinct from others, as their cultivation is fundamentally rooted in the law. Law, art, power. Such constitutes the foundation of a legalist. The law serves to constrain others, somewhat resembling the Confucian principle that words manifest into reality. Yet, with a mere thought, one can execute another. The art is an extension of the law, more clandestine, yet capable of ensnaring others within the confines of legalism. The notion that the law should be evident while the art remains concealed encapsulates this idea perfectly. Power signifies the grand forces of heaven and earth, the might of an empire. It intertwines the forces of nature, crafting a domain nearly exclusive to oneself through the laws one has established. Currently, the imperial capital of Dafeng is enveloped in such power. Li Si's explanations were succinct, yet they provided Shen Nan a glimpse into the nature of legalism. The techniques employed by the legalists bear some resemblance to those of Confucianism, albeit the latter is governed by righteous energy, while the former relies on legal mechanisms. Simultaneously, he grasped the inherent flaw of legalism. Its adherents can never contravene the laws they have set forth. In the realm of law, the majesty of the emperor is exalted. Thus, at the emperor's command, a legalist minister can only face death. Yet, this flaw serves as a significant advantage for the emperor. Shen Nan understood why Xiangyang was so reliable. His fate was irrevocably tied to the state of Dafeng. Should the empire fall, Xiangyang would be left with no choice but to perish alongside it. However, this does not imply that Shen Nan could command Xiangyang without restraint. Rather, he must balance his authority with the law. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. In the coming days, you shall diligently study the laws of Dafeng. In the future, the matters concerning the chief of the Imperial Guard will also be entrusted to you. Although Fa Yin is a loyal minister, the authority of the chief of the Imperial Guard is one that Shen Nan must command. He needs to wield this power to suppress all within the court. The control of this authority in the hands of the legalists differs fundamentally from its possession by the sovereign. The former can at most instill fear in the populace, while the latter can genuinely uphold the supremacy of imperial power, where a single decree compels absolute obedience. Li Si is also aware of this. Understood. Creak. The palace doors slowly creaked open, revealing Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao outside. Zhang Jiao had sensed Li Si's aura, while Han Shengxian had finally gathered the intelligence commanded by His Majesty. Your Majesty, here is the intelligence concerning Empress Jing and the military supplies from Yuzhou, along with information regarding the Red Dragon Guard and the chief of the Imperial Guard. The stack of documents was nearly half a person tall. Were it not for the 3 members of the Sunflower Guard carrying them, Han Shengxian could hardly have managed alone. Moreover, this was merely a collection of basic intelligence. So much? Shen Nan raised an eyebrow. Let us take a look. Without hesitation, Li Si stepped forward to examine the documents pertaining to the chief of the Imperial Guard. Through the memories imparted by the system, he was already aware of the flourishing power of the legalists in this world. The chief of the Imperial Guard represented the pinnacle of their authority, and it was this office that Li Si would subsequently manage on behalf of His Majesty. Han Shengxian picked up the intelligence regarding the Red Dragon Guard, as he intended to thoroughly cleanse and reorganize the palace both inside and out. The Red Dragon Guard held the power to protect the palace, thus necessitating a deeper understanding of its operations. This would facilitate the future insertion of personnel into the Red Dragon Guard or enable Han Shengxian to promptly provide information regarding the Red Dragon Guard when His Majesty planned to take action against it. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao curiously examined the documents concerning the military supplies from Yuzhou. Logically, it would be the imminent breakthrough of Empress Jing into the 11th realm that would pique Zhang Jiao's interest most. Yet the sage and virtuous teacher is far from an ordinary individual. His gaze consistently rests upon the welfare of the people. Were it not for his concern for the populace, how could he raise the banner of the overthrow of the Han, with the momentum and prestige of his Taiping Dao? Had he chosen not to rebel for the common people, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, securing his place among the most esteemed Tianshi of Taoism throughout history, rather than becoming merely known as the so-called General of Heaven or a sage teacher. Everyone selected the documents that piqued their interest. Shen Nan, relieved of some burdens, picked up the documents concerning Empress Jing and began to read them carefully. After glancing through only a few pages, he could not help but exclaim softly. Merely from the details of Empress Jing's lineage, one could sense her formidable connections. The current king of the north in Yuzhou, Shen Yu, is none other than the Empress's biological father. This king of the north serves as the stabilizing anchor of the current Great Feng Dynasty, his significance surpassing even that of Fa Yin. He is not only the sole pillar of the Great Feng, but also the only military figure to have reached the 12th realm, a realm beyond that of the martial deities. It is precisely because of this stature that Yuzhou can firmly suppress the restive and unruly barbarian and demon tribes. Were it not for the emergence of 2 formidable demon emperors within the future barbaric demon tribe, even amidst the internal chaos of the Great Feng, as long as the northern king Shen Yu remains unscathed, the empire's stability would endure. At most, Shen Nan would have to wander to Yuzhou to restore order, which exemplifies the true deterrent power of unparalleled masters in the world. However, as Shen Nan reflects. It appears that the turmoil within the Great Feng is but a precursor to a looming sense of impending doom. He furrows his brow at the thought, prior to the rebellion of the Compassionate Life sect. The highest beings in the realm were merely the pinnacle masters of the 12th realm, while the 13th realm was shrouded in myth. Yet, 20 years hence, such beings seem to proliferate, and even within the final recollections of Emperor Yuanyu, there are faint hints of the existence of the 14th realm. Although the impending downfall of the Great Feng primarily stems from the foolish actions of Empress Dowager Qin during her early reign and the rebellion of the Compassionate Life sect, followed by the influences of the Buddhist, Taoist, and demon factions, Shen Nan perceives a complexity beyond mere causation. Nevertheless, considering the capabilities of the system, it is certain that it can summon entities of the 14th realm in the future. Moreover, individuals like Li Si and Jiangzhou may not be incapable of rapidly transcending their limits within a few short years, unlike the celestial martial kingdoms where Jiangzhou resides. The hierarchy of those realms does not reach the elevated heights of the Great Feng, with the pinnacle being merely the apex of celestial beings. Beyond that, higher realms exist only in folklore. Jiangzhou's failure in his uprising resulted in a backlash against the Han Dynasty, leading to his demise. Yet in this world, Jiangzhou possesses boundless potential, and with his talents, a resurgence is inevitable. Li Si's circumstances mirror those of Jiangzhou. Conversely, Han Shenxian faces greater challenges in his pursuit of advancement, as his innate gifts fall short. After a brief contemplation, Shen Nan shifts his focus back to the records concerning Empress Jing. The documents meticulously detail the illustrious life of Empress Jing, her achievements rivaling any monarch of the Great Feng, save for the founding emperor. This realization instills a sense of pressure within Shen Nan. However, since the ascension of Emperor Ming-Chong, Empress Jing has retreated into the shadows, with rumors circulating that she has long since passed. A common fate for beings of the 10th realm. Aside from the legalists, who require laws for their cultivation, even the Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists vanish into seclusion after transcending the 10th realm. This is not due to societal constraints forbidding their involvement in worldly affairs, but rather because upon reaching such heights, they inherently distance themselves from ordinary mortals. A celestial being, with a lifespan of 500 years, starkly contrasts with the common man. Their pursuits transcend power and wealth, seeking instead higher realms and their personal paths. It seems that as long as the offerings to Empress Jing remain undisturbed, she shall not stir any commotion. Shen Nan is aware that while the annual tributes from the Imperial Horse Bureau to Empress Jing may cause him some pangs of reluctance, his current strength does not yet afford him the means to contest with her, especially with the next tribute still half a year away. The matters concerning Empress Jing can be revisited at that time. If all proceeds smoothly, given Shen Nan's current pace of development, it is likely that by that time, he will command more than 10 celestial beings of the 10th realm, with a considerable number of unparalleled masters in the 11th and 12th realms. What then would the threat posed by Empress Jing amount to? Furthermore, one must also take into account the thoughts of the Northern Town King, Xinyu. While Shen Nan indeed intends to pursue the path of kingship rather than tyranny, he is acutely aware of the virtue of proceeding with caution. Fierceness does not equate to recklessness. Shen Nan glanced over the preferences and influences of Empress Jing once more before carelessly tossing the documents aside. He then patiently awaited Zhang Qiao and the others to finish their perusal. He had little interest in sifting through the tedious paperwork himself. The matters concerning the Red Dragon Guard, the chief of the Golden Guards, and the military expenses of Yuzhou were only of general interest to him. The specifics of how to act would ultimately depend on Zhang Jiao and his companions. Soon, Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Shenxian had completed their review of the documents. In unison, they set the papers down gently and exchanged glances. Zhang Jiao was the first to speak. The deep-rooted issues of the Great Feng are reminiscent of the late Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan's brow furrowed tightly. He was well aware of the circumstances of the late Han Dynasty. If the Great Feng truly mirrored that tumultuous era, then the situation would become all the more complicated. He inquired, "What led you to such a conclusion?" Chapter 21. The National Conditions of the Great Feng. The 10 Guards of the Crimson Dragon. When Shen Nan inquired about the similarities between the Great Feng and the late Han Dynasty, Zhang Jiao slowly lifted a scroll and remarked, "This document is a financial report from the Ministry of Revenue regarding the military expenditures in Yuzhou from the previous year. The total annual income of the Great Feng amounts to a mere 230 million taels. Yet the military expenditure for Yuzhou alone reaches an astonishing 84 million taels. To break this down, we encounter a monthly expenditure of 8,400,000 taels, an absolutely staggering sum. The total number of troops within the Great Feng is merely 500,000. However, the station forces in Yuzhou alone amount to a shocking 200,000, and these 200,000 are all elite warriors. What constitutes an elite warrior? In the Great Feng, it is not simply an individual capable of combat. Rather, it is a practitioner of martial arts that qualifies as elite. This implies that the 200,000 elite troops in the territories of Yuzhou possess at least the 9th grade proficiency. What does this signify? It is essential to recognize that any practitioner at the early stage of martial arts must primarily rely on substantial meat intake for nourishment. A common household, unless earning several dozen taels annually, is scarcely able to sustain even one martial artist, hence the adage of the poor in literature, the rich in martial prowess. Based on the daily meat supplementation required for a 9th grade warrior, the annual expenditure on meat alone is a minimum of 30 taels. If we calculate it thus, the annual cost for 200,000 elite troops in Yuzhou, amounting to 80 million taels, indeed seems quite modest. After all, military expenditure encompasses more than just provisions. It also includes various military equipment and the depreciation of war horses. These factors are the true heavyweights in terms of expenditure. Nevertheless, the actual calculations cannot be simplified in such a manner. The standard annual supply of 30 taels of silver for meat is intended to promote martial cultivation, while merely maintaining a rank at the 9th or 8th level would require at most a few taels of silver annually. Moreover, with the support of the qi and blood pills provided by the Qinghe Palace, substantial savings can be achieved. Thus, during the era of the founding emperor, the established military salary was 5 taels per year, with elite warriors receiving 10 taels. This standard has barely shifted to a mere 7 taels and 15 taels in present times. Such a standard is already exceedingly high. However, this leads to a critical issue. If the Great Feng truly raised 200,000 elite martial practitioners in Yuzhou, how could the barbaric and monstrous tribes persistently invade Yuzhou each year without encountering resistance? It is often heard that certain cities succumb to these invasions, unable to withstand the onslaught. This is nothing short of a farce. Troops of such caliber would not only be capable of defending Yuzhou, but could also easily trample the ancestral grounds of the barbaric tribes without difficulty. The disparity between expenditure and results arises from the issue of phantom salaries. This phenomenon is not merely a concern for the generals in Yuzhou, but also reflects the corruption among officials across various regions. How much of the 84 million taels of silver actually reaches Yuzhou? It is likely that even 30% does not make it. This paltry sum is only available due to the influence of the northern protector, Shen Nan. This encapsulates the current predicament of the Great Feng and elucidates why Jiangzhou draws parallels between the Great Feng and the late Han Dynasty. The internal factions within the Great Feng have become unrestrained to a concerning degree. This can be observed even from the Imperial Horse Department, where the trusted eunuchs of the monarch exhibit such blatant disregard. What can be expected from local officials? Shen Nan furrowed his brow, pondering the perplexing situation that had arisen in the Great Feng. His inquiry was not born of skepticism towards Jiangzhou, nor was it a reflection of naive disbelief. Rather, it stemmed from a desire to uncover the underlying reasons. The end of the Han Dynasty had been marred by the influence of powerful families. But what could be the cause for the Great Feng? Jiangzhou slowly articulated 4 words: the national conditions dictate. At first glance, this phrase may seem absurd. Yet a moment's reflection on the Song Dynasty reveals a similar reality. In that era, it was customary for soldiers to receive monetary rewards prior to battle. Without sufficient funds, they would refuse to fight. This practice can be traced back to the policies established by Emperor Taizu of Song, who favored civil governance over military prowess, a tradition inherited from the tumultuous 5 Dynasties period. What, then, accounts for the peculiarities of the Great Feng? It is intricately linked to the realm of celestial martial arts. When the founding emperor of the Great Feng established the dynasty, he sought to consolidate power by making generous promises to various sect leaders and local chieftains, permitting the provinces to govern themselves. This arrangement rendered the conditions in each province exceedingly complex, and over the course of 8 centuries, these local powers have burgeoned to an extreme. The pervasive culture of petty corruption and opportunism is indicative of the national conditions of the Great Feng. The so-called flourishing spring and autumn period was merely a fade. The Great Feng's might was unparalleled, with no rival dynasties remaining aside from the barbaric demon tribes. In the absence of external threats, the officials of the Great Feng lived in remarkable comfort, perpetuating a legacy of privilege through generations. With their extensive networks and deep-rooted influences, How could the monarch of the Great Feng dare to challenge such rampant corruption? What a telling statement. The national conditions dictate. Shen Nan scoffed, reflecting that before his ascension, he had perceived his greatest adversary to be Empress Dowager Chun, then believed the Taoists, legalists, Buddhists, and Confucians to be his foes. Yet now, it seemed that the most formidable enemy was, in fact, the Great Feng itself. Its officials, local magnates, and skilled guardians formed the very foundation of the dynasty. Ironically, it was these foundational elements that were leading the Great Feng toward its inevitable demise. The situation was indeed dire, evoking in Shen Nan a sense of having inherited the tragic fates of Lu Xie or Chongzhen, a nightmarish beginning. It was no wonder that 2 decades hence, Emperor Yuan would contemplate a leap off a cliff. Initially, when Shen Nan first acquired the system, he found himself perplexed. After all, he was a traveler through time. Even without the system's assistance, it seemed implausible that the future Emperor Yuan would meet such a fate. However, upon grasping the national conditions of the Great Feng, he comprehended why Yuan had been doomed to such a tragic end. Were it not for Shen Nan's current advantages and foreknowledge, he would likely have succumbed to a similarly dismal destiny had he maintained his original intention to simply lounge in comfort. Jiangzhou, too, expressed a measure of astonishment. Having never anticipated the national conditions of the Great Feng would deteriorate to such an extent, Shen Nan turned to Li Si, asking, in your esteemed opinion, what measures should be taken to salvage the Great Feng? Among those present, only Li Si possessed the experience of governing a state. And Shen Nan was grateful for this fortunate turn of events, realizing that without Li Si's insights, he would face considerable challenges. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si remarked, there is but one solution, disarmament. The circumstances of the Great Feng dictate thus. Given Shen Nan's current prestige and strength, he is unable to confront the entirety of the Great Feng head-on. If he wishes to address the issue of military payroll deficits, disarmament is the sole recourse. While such a measure may not resolve the fundamental issues, it could swiftly rectify the finances of the Great Feng. The enemy to contend with is singular, the military aristocracy. They are the most direct beneficiaries, reaping the lion's share of the spoils. In contrast, the officials profiting from military pay across various regions, though they embezzle greater sums, are far more numerous, and their individual gains pale in comparison to those of the military leaders. Even if His Majesty were to take action against the army, their resistance would be minimal, merely a token display. Disarmament. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Indeed, the proposal put forth by Li Si was a sound strategy. The situation in the Great Feng is such that merely suppressing corruption would yield little immediate success, unless Shen Nan intended to bring about the kingdom's swift collapse. Otherwise, such an endeavor is simply unattainable in the short term. Only by gradually accumulating strength and consolidating power can the imperial authority truly rise above all. This notion of disarmament is commendable. However, it lacks sufficient manpower for suppression. After all, disarmament directly affects the interests of the military leaders, and it is questionable whether they would tolerate any infringement upon their gains. Moreover, the handling of local military forces presents its own complications. As Shen Nan pondered this, he picked up the documents and scanned them briefly. He soon discovered the information he sought. Indeed, even the King of the North found it challenging to resolve this dilemma. With the 9 garrisons of Yuzhou each operating independently, among them are military leaders with even greater seniority than the King of the North, despite his prestige and strength. He would struggle to intimidate the warlords of the 9 garrisons along the Yuzhou frontier. Furthermore, the King of the North is ultimately part of the military faction. Should he dare to pursue such actions, he would inevitably alienate the commanders beneath him. The situation in Yuzhou's 9 garrisons is exceedingly intricate. Although the King of the North possesses the prowess of a transcendent warrior, how could one man possibly dominate them all? Moreover, many actions would be ill-suited for him to undertake. It is Shen Nan, as the monarch of the Great Feng, who holds the requisite qualifications. To achieve this, however, Shen Nan must possess a military force that is uniquely his own. This army must not only be capable of commanding respect but also be able to strike decisively. He gazed towards the system's marketplace, contemplating the great snow dragon riders and the Ming Wang heavy infantry. Had he sufficient restoration points, he could immediately exchange them for a formidable army of his own. Unfortunately, he does not possess such resources. Even with the daily accumulation of 1,000 restoration points through attendance, Shen Nan could only muster 50 great snow dragon riders or 50 Ming Wang heavy infantry per day. In a month, this would amount to merely 1,500 great snow dragon riders. However, this foundation could indeed be cultivated into a strong military force. The prowess of the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers remains uncertain for the moment, yet the Great Snow Dragon Riders undeniably epitomize true elite forces. In the realm of snow, a mere 10,000 of these riders can obliterate an equal number of Ran iron soldiers and 30,000 troops of the Northern Ming. What a terrifying notion that is. The system clearly indicates that each Great Snow Dragon Rider possesses an 8th-tier capability, their steeds clad in heavy armor. Occasionally, one might even exchange for elite lieutenants of 6th or 4th tier. Ultimately, the formation of an army is imperative. Shen Nan turned to Han Shengxian beside him and inquired about the status of the Red Dragon Guards. As the need arises to reduce troop numbers and establish a new army, it is only logical to commence with the Red Dragon Guards in the imperial capital of Dafeng. Ostensibly, the Red Dragon Guards boast an elite force of 200,000, and the annual expenses for these troops are considerable. Furthermore, Shen Nan had seized the authority over the Red Dragon Guards in the court yesterday, thereby facilitating a more straightforward and effortless restructuring. Han Xingxian shook his head slightly. The situation of the Red Dragon Guards is akin to that of the Yuzhou border troops, albeit with clearer financial records. Most of the military supplies and provisions for the Red Dragon Guards are managed by the Martial Virtue Department under the Duke of Chu. If corruption is to be addressed, it must pertain to internal matters within the Martial Virtue Department. Rectifying that will suffice. Li Si interjected. There is no need for a hasty overhaul. At present, His Majesty is the nominal authority over the Red Dragon Guards. He merely needs to decree that their military expenses bypass the Martial Virtue Department and be channeled through the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office instead. Li Si, with his past experience as the Chancellor of the Qin, exhibits a far more adept approach than Han Xingxian, while the latter often resorts to coercive measures. Li Si's strategy is subtle yet effective. A single imperial edict could plunge the Martial Virtue Department into chaos, allowing for a gradual process of either recruitment or suppression. A commendable strategy indeed. Shen Nan smiled in agreement. We shall proceed as Li Si suggests. However, prior to that, it is essential to ascertain the precise circumstances of the Red Dragon Guards. The Red Dragon 10 Guards. Out of the ostensibly 200,000 elite troops, how many remain? And among them, how many are capable of combat? Additionally, what is the situation within the Martial Virtue Department? Furthermore, it is imperative to swiftly utilize the funds from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office to establish a brand new army. The Red Dragon 10 Guards, established during the era of Dafeng's founding emperor, have seen over 8 centuries pass, rendering their situation exceedingly complex. For an ordinary individual, merely delineating the powers and functions of the Red Dragon Guards is a formidable task, let alone comprehending the intricacies within. This complexity arises from the fact that the Red Dragon Guards are sworn to heed only the commands of the sovereign, and their rights and responsibilities are not easily disclosed. Regrettably, the Red Dragon Guards have devolved into a military force under the Martial Virtue Department, predominantly composed of military nobles and dignitaries. For Shen Nan to take action against the Red Dragon Guards, possessing such intelligence is indispensable. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xingxian replied, I shall require a month's time. Having only recently arrived, I have yet to fully grasp the circumstances within the Dafeng Imperial Palace. Naturally, acquiring swift intelligence on the Red Dragon Guards will demand considerable time. A month is already a testament to Han Xinchuan's exceptional capability. Shen Nan was about to nod in agreement. Li Si, however, spoke up again. There is no need for Master Han to trouble himself. Within 10 days, I shall undoubtedly streamline the intelligence of the Red Dragon Guard. This statement was not an attempt to claim credit, rather. It was evident that Li Si was indeed more suited to this task. He continued, although the situation regarding the Red Dragon Guard is intricate, the capital is not solely governed by them. There are also the ever-present guards of the Golden Seal. These guards wield the authority to protect the imperial city and patrol various regions. If I can acquire a modicum of their power, I shall be able to ascertain the circumstances of the Red Dragon Guard with clarity. At this point, the matter was exceedingly clear. Shen Nan nodded in agreement. Let this task be entrusted to Li Si. As for the authority of the guards of the Golden Seal, he turned to Li Si. Investigate whether I possess the authority to directly appoint you to the position of guard. Such legal matters were undoubtedly Li Si's forte, especially given his status as a master of legalism, making him quite capable of holding the substantial office of the guard. Li Si replied, understood. Shen Nan regarded the trio before him, Zhang Jiao, Li Si, and Han Xingxian. Han Xingxian presided over the imperial palace. Li Si took charge of the guards of the Golden Seal, and matters of legalism fell under his purview. Jiangzhou served as Shen Nan's protector, and in the future, he could also influence the Taoist faction. In this way, Shen Nan could gradually consolidate power. Should the reward for the formation of an army summon a formidable general? The foundation of Shen Nan's reign as the Emperor of Defeng would be established, comprised of the most loyal individuals. Chapter 22. The Taoist Earth Sect, Military Strategists. In the Great Snow Dragon Riders outside the Jinghua Palace, an opulent imperial carriage approached with a slow grace, serving as the monarch's means of daily travel. It was drawn by 3 exquisite demon-blooded dragon horses, adorned with silk curtains crafted from fine brocade, intricately engraved with formations forged by the esteemed Tiangong Institute. In the event of peril, activating these formations would render the carriage nearly impervious to even the most formidable terrestrial deities. Within the confines of the imperial palace, under the aegis of national fortune, the power of such formations was undeniably formidable. As Shen Nan listened to Han Xingxuan's introduction, he shook his head slightly, realizing that a visit to the Tiangong Institute was imperative in the coming days. The 4 sects of Taoism recognized the Tiangong Institute as the domain of the Earth Sect, akin to the Dan Ding sect of Qingga Palace, renowned for its elixirs. The Earth Sect specialized in the crafting of magical artifacts, albeit without the exaggerated wonders seen in fantastical realms. These artifacts were typically characterized by their unique functionalities, each requiring an extraordinary array of rare materials for their creation. For instance, the very carriage Shen Nan occupied had nearly emptied the coffers of the Defeng Empire in the pursuit of its materials, a testament to its unparalleled prestige, transcending mere gold and silver valuation. This carriage merely represented the emperor's everyday conveyance. The ceremonial jade chariot used in formal occasions was even more extravagant. The Earth Sect dedicated 30 years solely to the construction of this majestic jade chariot, utilizing an unfathomable quantity of rare materials during the zenith of the Defeng Empire. Had it not been for such a prosperous era, the current emperor would find no one worthy or capable of eliciting the Earth Sect's utmost efforts in crafting such a masterpiece. The Jade Chariot, born from such painstaking devotion, boasted remarkable capabilities, rumored to be impervious even to the mightiest of the 12 realms' military strategists. It possessed the same defensive powers as the Defeng's national artifact, capable of harnessing the nation's fortune for protection. Once activated, even those of the 13th realm would find it challenging to dismantle. This Jade Chariot was the Earth Sect's endeavor to replicate the national artifact, albeit without the requisite strength to do so. Unlike the national artifact, which was a natural product of the world's forces, the Earth Sect's achievement in producing such a Jade Chariot solidified its standing within the realm. The renowned heavy armor and divine weapons that had brought fame to the Defeng Empire over the past 8 centuries were all crafted by the Earth Sect. The Tiangong Institute, which controlled 70% of the world's armor and weaponry production, had its directors drawn from the contemporary leaders of the Earth Sect. Shen Nan had no shortage of armor and weaponry from the Great Snow Dragon Riders acquired through the marketplace. However, if he aspired to form an elite military force in the future, a visit to the Tiangong Institute was inevitable. Han Xingxian nodded in agreement, stating, "The Tiangong Institute indeed commands 70% of armor production, making it essential for your majesty to pay a visit. I shall first gather intelligence on the Tiangong Institute for your majesty." Previously, the intelligence regarding the Red Dragon Guard had been seized by Li Si. Although Li Si was undoubtedly more suited for such matters, it left Han Xingxian with a slight unease, as his strength paled in comparison to that of Li Si and Zhang Jiao. If he wished to secure his position beside the emperor, he knew he must demonstrate greater value. In the world of snow, Han Xingxian is not a prominent figure, merely a pitiful servant of Han Diaosi. Yet in this world, Han Xingxian aspires to make an effort, striving to elevate his status, at least to break through his current limitations. Shen Nan gazed at Han Xingxian with a smile, clearly perceiving his thoughts. However, it is indeed beneficial that the individuals under his command possess ambition and a desire for progress. Zhang Jiao observed quietly from the side, harboring his own thoughts, yet recognizing that the moment was not opportune for expression. Han Xingxian respectfully declared, "I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost care." Shen Nan nodded in agreement, stating, "There is no need to place too much emphasis on it. Your primary focus should remain on managing the internal affairs of the palace, particularly keeping a close watch on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. As for Empress Jing, it is best to keep her calm for now." He did not mention Empress Chun, for within the palace, she wielded the least power. Empress Chun, despite her title and being the father of the Duke of Chu, lacked the cunning, finesse, and strength to hold any significant standing in the court. In fact, she posed no threat to Shen Nan, who needed not to take any deliberate action against her. Han Xingxian alone could easily keep Empress Chen in check. Han Xingxian respectfully nodded, replying, "Understood." At that moment, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Having arrived at Jinghua Palace, as Shen Nan descended, he spotted a tall, burly eunuch kneeling on the ground. This individual was none other than Han Xian, the one tasked with overseeing the palace's cleansing forces. His name hardly resembled that of a eunuch, and his appearance and demeanor were even less so. He bore none of the coldness or delicacy of Han Xingxian or Zhang Hu, nor the feigned compassion of Lu Zhong. Instead, he resembled a rash warrior. In truth, Han Xian practiced military arts, entering the palace not from a young age, but at the age of 30 as a third-grade military master. Upon his arrival, he was granted authority over the cleansing forces. Regrettably, his somewhat reckless nature rendered him ill-suited for the intricate machinations of court life. And despite being an elder of the Ming Chong Emperor, he had never contended with Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. Had it not been for his seniority and his earlier abandonment of the military path to serve the Ming Chong Emperor, the foolish deeds he committed would have disqualified him from holding the position of commander of the cleansing forces. "Your Majesty," Han Xian proclaimed, bowing deeply. However, the manner of address felt somewhat inappropriate. The title of servant was something Shen Nan was not entirely accustomed to, yet it was the custom of the Defeng nation, where eunuchs were indeed considered the emperor's household servants. Self-identifying as a servant was acceptable. Yet Shen Nan found it unpleasant that Han Xingxian referred to himself in such a manner. This indicated a lack of awareness of propriety. Yet such a brash individual was indeed suitable for commanding the cleansing forces, given his unwavering loyalty. Within the memory Shen Nan inherited, it was clear that this man had indeed perished for his country. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Henceforth, you shall continue to oversee the cleansing forces. And do not hesitate to consult Han Xingxian when issues arise." Given Han Xian's capabilities, he was only fit to command the cleansing forces. Any greater authority would be beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, Han Xian's face lit up with joy as he responded, "Understood." Such individuals are exceedingly loyal. Yet their greatest fear lies in lacking the trust of His Majesty. From Han Xian's simplistic perspective, it is evident that since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu are destined to fall, Han Xingxuan's rise as the foremost eunuch will inevitably elevate him to the position of the second most prominent eunuch. Ambition is a trait inherent in everyone. Moreover, Han Xian has offspring. Should he advance further, his legitimate son would also receive better support in the future. As Shen Nan approached the Jinghua Hall, he resolved to diligently attend to his duties. Although the emperor of the Great Feng Dynasty need not attend court daily, frequent visits to the Jinghua Hall are essential, for it serves as the venue for the emperor to manage state affairs. The cabinet's memorials are delivered here. On his first day of ascension, Shen Nan was determined to take his responsibilities seriously, considering it also a means of fulfilling the system's daily check-in requirement. A reward of 1,000 restoration points awaited him, which could be exchanged for the indestructible skill and the mighty snow dragon riders, along with the Ming King's heavy armor. Subsequently, he intended to exchange for several items to assess their quality before deciding on the formation of a military force. For a full 3 hours, Shen Nan immersed himself in the affairs of the Jinghua Hall. However, rather than merely managing state matters, he was more focused on familiarizing himself with the court and its ministers, led by the chief counselor Zhang Su and the second counselor Yang Ke. 7 cabinet ministers came in succession to pay their respects. Following them were the ministers of rights, finance, and military, along with the deputy ministers of the 6 ministries. After meeting these high-ranking officials, Shen Nan had already spent an hour. The remaining hour was devoted to organizing the state affairs of the Great Feng. After which he summoned Han Xingxian to bring forth some documents. As noon approached, when the system rewards refreshed, Shen Nan regained his awareness. Has it already reached noon? Han Xingxian stood respectfully to the side, responding, "Your Majesty, it is already 1/4 past noon." Indeed, there were many matters to familiarize himself with on the first day of his reign. Shen Nan, somewhat neglecting his own needs, instructed, "Have someone bring food. I shall dine in the hall." After Han Xingxian conveyed the order, Shen Nan continued, "In the future, you need not accompany me closely. Let Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu wait outside." Han Xingxian had many responsibilities. If Shen Nan required Han Xingxuan's presence for every matter, he would be unable to swiftly grasp the dynamics of the palace. As for the Sunflower Guards, while their capabilities were commendable, they still exhibited a certain roughness in their work. Furthermore, this provided Shen Nan an opportunity to keep an eye on Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, assessing whether they would remain obedient after the incident with the Horse Supervisory Office. At the very least, their loyalty appeared genuine on the surface. Han Shen acknowledged with a nod. Shen Nan chose not to elaborate further. Matters of the palace were within Han Shen's expertise. He turned to Zhang Jiao beside him and inquired, I have met with the ministers of the court. What are your thoughts? This question mirrored the one he had posed to Zhang Jiao just after their ascension, although the implications were entirely different on both occasions. Zhang Jiao pondered momentarily before speaking. Although the internal situation of the Great Feng is utterly deplorable, it remains remarkably balanced compared to the late Han period. The three schools of thought, legalism, Confucianism, and Taoism, exist in a state of mutual non-interference and checks. Confucianism itself is divided into two factions led by the chief minister Jiangzhou and the deputy minister Yang Ke, both of whom engage in a struggle for dominance while maintaining a delicate balance. The Great Feng manages to sustain an appearance of prosperity, largely due to this principle of checks and balances. The legalist figure, Fa, serves as the guardian of the baseline, preventing any faction from overstepping its bounds. Meanwhile, Taoism occupies a subtle equilibrium between the secular and the sacred, capable of suppressing the secular realm while simultaneously posing a threat to Confucianism. Within Confucianism, various internal factions also vie for power. In this context, although the monarch of the Great Feng may lack substantial authority, he still wields considerable power. However, the means to attain such power is contingent upon the emperor's strategies. Shen Nan chuckled and remarked, Confucianism is not merely divided into two factions, but rather three. The Beiladong Academy, led by Chief Minister Jiangzhou, primarily comprises members from the aristocratic families of Jiangzhou, representing the interests of the Great Feng's elite. Next is the Jiangzhou Academy, headed by Deputy Minister Yang Ke, which represents the interests of the lower-class Confucian scholars. Finally, there is the Dalu Academy, founded by the esteemed Confucian Wang Shu, which has evolved into a faction of military Confucianism known as the Confucian General. The dynamics of power in this world are indeed fascinating. Unlike ancient history, the emergence of supernatural martial elements has significantly amplified individual influence. For instance, a sage like Wang Yangming would have merely been a bureaucrat in ancient times. Yet in later generations, he is celebrated as a master of the heart school. Had he been born in the era of the immortal martial dynasty, his profound understanding of the heart school would have enabled him to transcend the 13 realms of Confucianism, perhaps even reaching the 14th realm, thereby exerting a far more exaggerated influence. Consider Wang Shu, the founder of the Dalu Academy, who stands as the most formidable Confucian of the 12 realms, having single-handedly established the system of Confucian generals. What is a Confucian general? It is a military figure steeped in Confucian ideals. Presently, most officials in Jiangzhou belong to this faction of Confucian generals, including even some military nobility in the 9 borders of Yuzhou. However, the Confucian generals have faced suppression from both military and Confucian factions, preventing their complete development. In Jiangzhou, certain powers exist. Yet only one Confucian general currently holds the position of Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of War within the court. Should there be a need for military reorganization in the future, these Confucian generals could be of use. Shen Nan's face radiated joy. The Confucian generals, having been established for merely a century, should not be plagued by so many corrupt officials. Rather, it is figures like Yang Ke, representing the clear stream of the lower class. His smile faded. However, I perceive similarities to the Donglin party of the Ming dynasty, merely a group of empty rhetoric. Yang Ke himself poses no significant issues, perhaps just a stubborn temperament. Yet, while reviewing memorials, I noticed numerous submissions from officials of the Jiangzhou Academy, each one vehemently admonishing the monarch, as if they were champions of righteousness. Yet, in substance, their contributions are nearly negligible. The strategies they proposed, even if Shen Nan had merely perused a few historical texts, were evidently nothing more than hollow statecraft, seemingly splendid, yet fundamentally unattainable and devoid of significance. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, that they resembled those who seek fame without merit. While Shen Nan was reviewing the memorials earlier, Zhang Jiao had also scrutinized quite a number of them. He had formed a certain impression of the officials of the Great Feng. However, it was not merely a matter of superficial reputation. Shen Nan's comprehension extended beyond the memorials. He had inherited the memories of the Yuanyu emperor from 20 years hence, and he recognized many individuals within those memorials with remarkable clarity. Names such as the water is too cold, the blood is too frightening, and those who abandoned the city were all mentioned therein. This was Shen Nan's greatest advantage aside from the system. while not a reincarnation in the traditional sense. It was akin to traversing into a historical era with which he was familiar. Setting them aside, their current demeanor suggested they must have heard of the recent events occurring within the imperial palace. It remained to be seen how they would respond subsequently. Several hours prior, upon awakening, Shen Nan had instructed Han Sheng to conduct a bloody cleansing of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Such an uproar naturally reached the outside world. Although the officials he had just met did not mention this incident, their unnatural reactions and expressions betrayed their awareness of the situation. As for why they refrained from discussing it, it was evident that the civil officials had yet to devise a strategy amongst themselves. After all, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office was an internal palace matter, and the eunuchs were merely the emperor's household servants. What stance could these civil officials adopt to council? At most, they could submit a few memorials. When the time came, Shen Nan would be able to discern their attitudes through their responses. Let us proceed to the training grounds. He intended to test the efficacy of the Snow Dragon Cavalry, the Ming King's heavy armored troops, and the indestructible divine skills. At that time, he would also consider how to exchange for these capabilities, envisioning the formation of a new type of army. Chapter 23. The Doubts of Empress Jing, the Martial Exhibition. The Snow Dragon Cavalry as Shen Nan made his way to the martial exhibition grounds, deep within the palace, in a serene courtyard. Empress Jing languidly regarded Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. So, you mean to say that Nan ascended the throne yesterday, and by today's hour of the rabbit, he has completely purged the Imperial Horse Agency that you have diligently managed? Now, the overseer of the Imperial Horse Agency has transformed into that unknown Han Xingxian? Have you lost your authority over the agency? Even Han Xian seems to overshadow you? Her tone was calm, tinged with mockery and perhaps a hint of pride. After all, he was her great-grandson. The late emperor was the eldest son of Ming Chongdi, and Shen Nan is the eldest son of the late emperor. Empress Jing, as the mother of Ming Chongdi, is thus 3 generations apart from Shen Nan. This notion of intergenerational affection is similarly mirrored in the Shen Dynasty. The crucial point is that Empress Jing harbors no ambitions for power. Long ago, when she restored authority to Ming Chongdi, her singular focus has been on the cultivation of martial prowess, showing little regard for power or authority. The pleasures she was meant to enjoy in her youth have long been savored, and she has shed any lingering aspirations. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were well aware of Empress Jing's temperament. Had it not been for this understanding, they would not have merely indicated her importance on the ledger, but would have directly summoned her. Even now, it was not Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu seeking an audience. Rather, it was Empress Jing who called upon them after hearing of Shen Nan's recent actions. However, Empress Jing's tone shifted. Yet, I wonder from where my great-grandson has procured such a Taoist of the 10th realm, and how he came upon a peak second-rank eunuch. Have you managed to ascertain their origins? This was also a source of confusion for Empress Jing, though she had distanced herself from worldly affairs over the years. She had heard whispers of Shen Nan's exploits. In her recollection, this great-grandson bore an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor. Both possessing a temperament so gentle it bordered on timidity. How had he transformed into this formidable figure? Was it an inherent concealment? Or was he being guided by some unseen hand? She preferred to believe the latter. If so, Empress Jing felt compelled to uncover which old fox was orchestrating this scheme. Zhang Hu replied cautiously, "We have yet to uncover any trace. The 4 Taoist sects have not heard of such individuals. And that second-rank eunuch has shown no signs of existence, as if they emerged out of thin air." Empress Jing scoffed, emerging out of thin air? A second-rank eunuch might be plausible, perhaps masquerading as some Jiangzhou master, but a Taoist of the 10th realm is a rarity. There are only 8 or 9 such figures among the 4 Taoist sects, and who knows how many are still alive. I sense the aura of that Taoist. He is but a step away from the 11th realm, likely surpassing even this old woman in cultivation. Is it possible for such a person to leave no trace? What sect did he hail from? Surely he must have some connection to a pill altar, talisman, or divine cloud. Otherwise, even the practitioners from the Compassionate Life sect could be counted among them. With a population exceeding several billion in Dafeng and nearly 100 billion across the realm in such an expansive territory with a vast population, the emergence of a few second-tier masters is hardly surprising. However, the appearance of a being at the 10th realm of the celestial level is rather implausible. Particularly, the likes of Zhang Xiao, who approaches the pinnacle of the 11th realm, seems laughable. Despite the Taoist path not requiring the rigid laws of the legalists or the doctrines of the Confucianists, it nonetheless demands the experience of worldly tribulations. Every 10th realm celestial must have traversed the mortal realm, leaving traces behind. Thus, Empress Jing holds little faith in Zhang Jiao's sudden emergence. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu are well aware of this fact, yet they find themselves unable to uncover the truth. They too wish to clarify the situation. In private, they have already reached out to the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings for intelligence. After all, their identities as eunuchs are merely a facade. They are significant pawns of the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings, and any disruption of their plans concerning the future is intolerable. Zhang Hu murmured, "It is indeed my failure to act effectively, but I have dispatched individuals to investigate. I believe results will surface within a few days, and I shall ensure that the information reaches you at the earliest opportunity." Even if the compassionate life teachings and the Buddhist sect discern the situation, they would not easily take action against Zhang Jiao. Their focus would rather be on the individuals behind him, a matter of greater magnitude, one beyond Zhang Hu's reach. The only power he can rely on now is Empress Jing, should he fail to gain the emperor's trust subsequently. He must use her as a pillar to fortify his own position and authority. The office of the horse overseer may be lost, but he cannot afford to relinquish the power of the office of rights, lest the compassionate life teachings reveal to him the true meaning of their doctrines. Mother of the void, the mother of no birth. This phrase is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The mother of compassionate life is indeed a person of unfathomable capabilities, able to kill from thousands of miles away without a trace. Empress Jing lazily waved her hand. "I am indifferent to who orchestrates these events. What matters is that the Great Feng ultimately belongs to the royal family, and not just anyone can meddle. Simply ascertain the facts and report back." As for the office of the horse overseer, she leisurely glanced at Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong. "Let us account for the office of the horse overseer and send it forth. Just because certain matters were previously overlooked does not mean they cannot be addressed. The office of the horse overseer has never belonged to you eunuchs. Though Empress Jing may appear detached from worldly affairs, the intelligence she possesses is formidable, allowing her to comprehend the situation regarding the office of the horse overseer. In the past, neither the late emperor nor Emperor Ming Chong employed ruthless methods, and thus she reluctantly took charge. The wealth she demands annually is not solely for personal cultivation but also serves to bolster the royal family's foundation. For decades, she has not broken through to the 11th realm. Empress Jing vaguely senses that this may be due to the constraints of national fortune. Regrettably, due to her status, she cannot act freely. Conversely, should the new monarch, Shen Nan, rise to prominence, she would not hesitate to offer her support. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu quickly withdrew. Empress Jing then calmly instructed her companion, "Send someone to investigate." In a corner that was devoid of people, the silhouette of a woman emerged, understood. Beyond the royal palace, the news of Shen Nan's actions in the early hours, cleaning the imperial horse monitoring office, has spread like wildfire. However, both the ministers of the cabinet and the court officials have tacitly refrained from expressing their opinions. At present, the most pressing matter is the national mourning. Although Shen Nan has ascended the throne, he will not truly begin to govern until 2 days after the mourning period. It is only then that he will assume the role of a genuine monarch. At that time, the ministers will submit memorials to declare their positions and philosophies, while the new ruler will announce personnel adjustments during the Grand Court Assembly to clarify his stance. This has been a long-standing tradition in the Great Feng Dynasty. Consequently, the entire court is currently biding its time, awaiting the commencement of the national mourning tomorrow. In the martial arts arena, the leader of the Pure Army, Han Xian, stood respectfully to the side, stating, "Your Highness, the martial arts arena has been cleared, leaving only 15 of the most obedient and exceptional Pure Army soldiers to serve your Majesty. Might I inquire what your Majesty intends to do?" Prior to this, Shen Nan had instructed Han Xian to clear the arena. Initially, Han Xian assumed the emperor had some directive. However, the order to retain a dozen armored soldiers left him somewhat perplexed. Shen Nan remained silent, casting a calm glance at Han Xian. While Han Xian's loyalty was commendable, he lacked the perceptiveness expected of a courtier. Had Lu Zhong or Zhang Hu, those prominent eunuchs, been present, they would have posed no questions, instead executing Shen Nan's commands with utmost precision. Even if Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu harbored doubts in their hearts, they would outwardly exhibit unwavering loyalty. Realizing his misstep upon sensing the emperor's gaze, Han Xian became exceedingly cautious. "I merely wish to ascertain if your Majesty required any assistance." This utterance only served to amplify his folly. Shen Nan shook his head. "I intend to establish a brand new army, and I am uncertain how to proceed. Thus, I would like to utilize your Pure Army to test the new force's combat capability. Have them prepare for a martial arts demonstration here shortly. Typically, Military evaluations should involve at least 100 personnel. However, the limited national restoration points prevent Shen Nan from summoning them indiscriminately. He concluded his statement without waiting for Han Xian's response and glanced towards the void where the system interface appeared. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Under command, Great Sage Jiangzhou, Peak of the 10th Realm. Han Xian, Peak of the 2nd Grade Grandmaster. Li Si, Peak of the 10th Realm. 10 Kuaihua Guards, 5th Grade Warriors. Martial Arts, 9 Dragons True Energy, 8th Grade Bone Tempering Realm. Items, none. Overall level, lacking the power for national restoration. Restoration points, 3,000. Mission, establish a unique army of 10,000. Reward, guaranteed gift package at the 11th realm level, 5,000 restoration points. This encapsulates Shen Nan's current influence, comprising 2 experts at the pinnacle of the 10th realm and 10 5th grade Kuaihua guards, along with 3,000 restoration points. Among these, 2,000 points were awarded for the million coin task, while 1,000 were accrued from today's daily check-in. Shen Nan contemplated briefly, then silently recited in his mind, exchange for 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, placing them at the location of Han Xian outside the training ground. Today, the exchange cost for the great snow dragon riders in the system shop was 20 points. The same for the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. With the disappearance of 200 national restoration points, a ripple suddenly manifested before Han Xian. Following this, an aura of martial ferocity emerged. The great snow dragon riders. Han Xian squinted slightly, for he was well aware of their might. Anyone who could become a great snow dragon rider was an elite warrior of exceptional caliber, meticulously selected from the nearly 1 million troops of the North Liang. Each one could be deemed as the finest cavalry. Armored from head to toe, they were decisive in battle, charging forth without hesitation, unstoppable in their onslaught. Even the formidable North Liang king could only muster a mere 10,000 great snow dragon riders. The 5 before Han Xian were among the most elite. And with his discerning eye, he could tell these individuals were at least of captain rank within the great snow dragon riders. Their steeds appeared enhanced. Unlike the horses from the snowy world, they seemed to embody a subtle ferocity, suggesting they were even stronger than anticipated. As he observed, he also gazed at the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to the side. Unlike the familiar great snow dragon riders, Han Xian had never seen these heavy armored soldiers. Yet just a glance at their statuesque demeanor allowed him to infer their elite status, especially considering the black iron heavy armor they donned, which was far superior to ordinary heavy armor and even outclassed the heavy armor of the pure army. "Follow me to meet His Majesty," Han Xian declared, striding towards the training ground, with the great snow dragon riders and Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers silently trailing behind. Within the training ground, Han Xian remained astonished by His Majesty's words about forming an army. He expressed his bewilderment. "If your Majesty desires an army, the pure army is always at your service. Even the Red Dragon 10 guards can be commanded by me. Why would there be a need to establish a new army?" Shen Nan had grown somewhat accustomed to Han Xian's manner of speech and understood why he had maintained control over the pure army for so many years without any ambition for advancement. Such thoughtless rhetoric was fortunate enough to allow one to survive in the palace. No eunuch dared to speak to the emperor in such a manner. He replied nonchalantly, "Just wait and see." Jiangzhou to the side could not help but shake his head, though his gaze quickly shifted to the training ground's exterior. He sensed that martial ferocity. Although faint, the aura of seasoned warriors was unmistakably prominent. Han Xian, too, turned his attention there at once. This aura. He was at least a second-tier grandmaster and had truly been on the battlefield in the past. In terms of strategy and cunning, Han Xian might have been lacking, but he was well versed in matters of military affairs. The sound of hymns echoed. 5 mighty snow dragon knights, accompanied by the formidable Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, slowly entered the scene. Although their numbers were few, the aura of lethal intent they exuded was palpable, even instilling a subtle dread among the 15 eunuchs of the Jing army. This was not the mere sin of blood associated with Han Xian, rather, it was the unique ferocity cultivated from the battlefield itself. This distinction between those who had seen combat and those who had not was stark. The Jing army, seemingly formidable, would falter against the seasoned prowess of the Snow Dragon Knights. A single charge could utterly dismantle the Jing forces. Even a monarch like Shen Nan, who had never set foot on the battlefield, could discern the disparity between the Jing army and the Snow Dragon Knights. He turned to Han Xian and remarked, "Bring in 35 more men. With only these 15 eunuchs, we cannot draw any meaningful conclusions." It is only when we gather 50 Jing soldiers that we might begin to ascertain something. Han Xian, quick-witted in military matters, instantly grasped His Majesty's intent. They would likely require 100. 100, you say? Shen Nan chuckled. Then let us proceed. His anticipation for the prowess of the Snow Dragon Knights and the Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers grew ever more fervent. If they could indeed forge a new army from such elite warriors, the matter of military reduction would hardly pose a concern. Yet, to assemble an army of 10,000, one would require at least 200,000 restoration points, a figure that seemed rather exaggerated. At best, they could use this as a template to form a singular battalion. The utility of the restoration points was manifold. It was simply impractical to summon an excessive number. For instance, Shen Nan was also eager to test the indestructible diamond technique. Chapter 24. The Ferocity of the Ming King's Heavily Armored Troops. The Sunflower Guard. As Han Xian summoned 100 armored soldiers, the vast training ground was filled with anticipation. Shen Nan observed with keen interest as 5 great snow dragon riders stood in formation alongside 5 Ming King heavily armored troops. Though these units were summoned akin to the Sunflower Guard, they possessed their own thoughts and strategies. However, in terms of renown, they lacked the fame of figures such as Jiangzhou and Li Si, and their impact was not as significant. With the cavalry in the forefront and the heavily armored soldiers behind, Shen Nan casually remarked on the unusual formation. Typically, heavily armored troops would charge ahead to shield against the enemy while cavalry would disrupt the opposition with their mobility. Yet, before the great snow dragon riders and the Ming King heavily armored troops, it appeared that such tactical maneuvering was absent. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Zhang Jiao's eyes. Did they intend to engage in a direct charge? Han Xian nodded in affirmation, stating, "The great snow dragon riders are renowned for their relentless assaults, and this is their first display before His Majesty. They wish to showcase their utmost strength." As do the Ming King heavily armored troops. Shen Nan understood. The actions of the great snow dragon riders and the Ming King heavily armored troops ignited the pride of the 100 armored soldiers. Upon learning of His Majesty's summons, they had hoped to excel, only to be astonished to discover their opponents numbered a mere 10. 5 heavily armored cavalry and 5 heavily armored soldiers. Despite the intimidating aura of their adversaries, the armored soldiers boasted a full 100 in their ranks. The stark numerical disparity instilled a sense of confidence in the net soldiers, especially as they witnessed the formidable stance of the great snow dragon riders and Ming King heavily armored troops. Many among them wore expressions of disdain. Such arrogance was intolerable. Bang! Han Xian struck the war drum, then turned to Shen Nan. "Your Majesty?" Shen Nan nodded. "Let it begin." He eagerly anticipated the performance of the great snow dragon riders and the Ming King heavily armored troops. Boom, boom, boom. Han Xian wasted no time, relentlessly pounding the war drum. The resounding beats instantly enveloped the training ground in a somber atmosphere. The 100 net soldiers wore serious expressions. Although they had never truly engaged in battle, the presence of a seasoned general like Han Xian instilled confidence. Their past training had never been taken lightly, and there were no allowances for laziness. All 8,500 net soldiers were genuinely elite warriors. Kill, kill. The 100 net soldiers advanced in unison, a fierce aura emanating from them. Though these soldiers were eunuchs, it did not preclude them from mastering martial arts. Concepts of yin and yang in training certainly existed. While some techniques were indeed unsuitable for eunuchs, Han Xian, after his self-castration, had ascended from a 3rd-grade martial master to a 2nd-grade grandmaster, indicating the existence of martial arts suitable for eunuchs. Although they might lack some of the extreme vigor and fortitude, their ferocity was no less formidable than any martial warrior, with the only drawback being the absence of true cross-trained masters. After all, the robust vitality required for the cultivation of a seasoned practitioner is not something a eunuch could possess. It is an innate gift, unattainable by any form of dietary supplement. Boom. At that moment, 5 formidable snow dragon riders surged forward with an unwavering composure, charging directly at 100 elite troops without the slightest hint of trepidation, as if they were the ones vastly outnumbering their foes. Their advance emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of 100 warriors in unison. The thunderous pounding of hooves filled the air, accompanied by an aura of ferocity. This scene captivated Shen Nan's attention. These snow dragon riders were anything but ordinary. The vigor and presence they exuded were far beyond what a typical 9th-grade martial artist could possess. Although he himself was merely an 8th-grade martial artist, his extensive experience in the royal palace allowed him to discern the exceptional nature of these 5 riders. Han Shengxian remarked from the side. By the standards of the Northern Liang Snow Dragon Riders, each of these men could serve as a squad leader, with the one in the lead potentially qualifying as a 100-man commander, boasting a cultivation level at the pinnacle of 8th grade. The system's offerings are undoubtedly of superior quality. The Snow Dragon Riders exchanged for 20 points of national restoration are far from ordinary. If fortune smiles upon Shen Nan, those 20 points could even yield a lieutenant-level 4th-grade general, or perhaps even 2nd or 3rd-grade marshal generals. After all, the Snow Dragon Riders comprise not just ordinary cavalry. Within this formidable army are those capable of facing 100 foes alone, alongside renowned generals seasoned by the battles of the spring and autumn period, all of whom have contributed to the illustrious reputation of the Snow Dragon Riders. Shen Nan felt his anticipation grow. Boom! As the 5 Snow Dragon Riders closed in, nearly 40 meters away from the 100 elite troops, 5 towering figures clad in heavy black iron armor suddenly materialized above them, Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers. Unlike the ferocity of the Snow Dragon Riders, the Ming Wang soldiers truly embodied the essence of heavy armor. Their gear, forged from black iron, weighed over 300 pounds. This made them elite practitioners of the horizontal training technique, their robust physiques astonishing. As they leapt into action, they resembled 5 colossal bears, their immense shadows completely engulfing the front ranks of the elite troops. In their right hands, they wielded iron hammers, which they brought crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! At that moment, the overwhelming vitality of the Ming Wang soldiers surged forth. Roar! It echoed like the growl of a giant bear. The hammers, imbued with immense power, struck down upon the foremost elite troops. These Ming Wang soldiers, with their bear-like physiques and clad in heavy black iron armor, descended from above with an unstoppable momentum, sending several elite soldiers flying in an instant. They then barreled through the ranks of the elite troops with brute force. Bang, 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 wherever the Ming Wang soldiers passed. Chaos ensued, leaving a scene of utter disarray. Steady yourselves. There are only 5 of them, riding the momentum of their steeds. The sharp voice of the officer of the clean army echoed, yet before he could stabilize the situation, a thunderous sound erupted as 5 formidable Snow Dragon Knights charged forth, their gleaming Northern Liang blades poised above, ready to cleave through the air. A single strike could send a clean army eunuch flying several meters. Fortunately, it was the blunt side of the blade. Had it been the sharp edge, the outcome would have been a grim severance. Defeat was imminent. Shen Nan remarked with a bright smile. The clean army has lost all semblance of order. 100 soldiers of the clean army faced off against 5 Snow Dragon Knights and 5 heavily armored troops. In theory, this should have been an easily winnable battle. Regrettably, the clean army lacked long spears to form a barricade against the cavalry charge, nor did they possess any caltrops, and they had never experienced true combat. By the time the Snow Dragon Knights launched their assault, the clean army was already in disarray. As the heavily armored troops of Ming Wang leaped into action, the foremost ranks of the clean army were thoroughly panicked, despite their inherent strength. In such a state of fear, even their full potential might not manifest more than 40%. Han Shengxian chuckled in agreement from the side. Your Majesty, your insight is unparalleled. Zhang Zhao's admiration grew. The Ming Wang heavy infantry was indeed stronger than he had anticipated. If a military force could be established from such prowess, the tasks before His Majesty would become much more manageable. However, Han Xian's complexion paled slightly as he knelt on one knee, declaring, I have failed in my military command. I beg your Majesty for punishment. Despite having discerned the extraordinary nature of the Snow Dragon Knights and Ming Wang heavy infantry, which had led him to assemble 100 soldiers of the clean army, he had not foreseen their overwhelming strength. The 100 clean army soldiers appeared as mere wooden stakes before them, utterly defenseless. Their performance left Han Xian's heart trembling. Was this truly the army he had painstakingly trained? It crumbled under pressure, especially with the palpable fear and cowardice displayed. How could such a force safeguard the imperial palace? Shen Nan waved his hand with a smile. No matter. The clean army's capabilities are actually commendable. They simply lack combat experience. They possess strength and equipment, but cannot utilize them effectively. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, in your opinion, if I were to establish an army, should I use the Snow Dragon Knights as a template, or the Ming Wang heavy infantry, which would allow for the swift formation of 10,000 troops? Both the Ming Wang heavy infantry and Snow Dragon Knights were essential for Shen Nan's future plans. However, resources were limited, necessitating a choice between the two. It was imperative to establish a force quickly, ideally within 10 days, to secure the rewards of the system. including an essential package of resources at the 11th tier, along with 5,000 recovery points to rapidly expand his influence. Moreover, Shen Nan would soon need to take action against the Red Dragon Guard, requiring a formidable military force at his disposal. Han Xian was taken aback by this statement. Such an army cannot be forged without seasoned warriors. If your majesty aims to assemble a fierce force of 10,000, it would likely require over a decade of effort, with costs beyond reckoning. As a military strategist, he understood well the intricacies of training troops. In Han Xian's view, neither the Snow Dragon Riders nor the Ming Wang heavy cavalry are merely products of training. Rather, they are forged in the crucible of battle. The source of these valiant and elite warriors, summoned by the Emperor, remains a mystery. To assemble an army of 10,000 from such ranks is nothing short of a fanciful dream. If indeed there were 1,000 Snow Dragon Riders or 1,000 Ming Wang heavy cavalry, Han Xian would boldly lead this force to confront the barbaric demon tribes at the borders of Yuzhou. Shen Nan shook his head and remarked, "There is no need for such exacting standards. What I inquire is which of these two forces would be easier to assemble and how swiftly they could be mobilized. I intend to disband the Red Dragon 10 guards." Upon hearing the latter part, Han Xian was taken aback. Instantly grasping the Emperor's intent, if the focus was merely on the Red Dragon 10 guards, the process need not be overly complex. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific training regimens of these armies, the distinction between the Ming Wang heavy cavalry and the Snow Dragon Riders essentially lies in the difference between heavy cavalry and heavy infantry. The Emperor could leverage the Royal Steed Bureau as a core to form an army, achieving success within a few months, or procure a substantial quantity of heavy armor from the Heavenly Artisans Bureau, allowing for the establishment of a force within a month. The formation of the Snow Dragon Riders would undoubtedly be far more challenging than that of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry, primarily due to the scarcity of warhorses. Particularly, those capable of bearing heavy armor are exceedingly rare. Despite the fact that the armor of the Snow Dragon Riders may not be as burdensome as that of the Ming Wang heavy cavalry, both horse and rider are clad in heavy armor. Thus, the warhorses must be of the highest caliber to charge with such weight. Furthermore, it is imperative that the commanders ride steeds infused with dragon blood. The costs associated with this endeavor are truly unimaginable. Conversely, the Ming Wang heavy cavalry presents a much simpler prospect, as the Heavenly Artisans Bureau possesses the capability to rapidly produce sufficient heavy armor for 10,000 soldiers. However, this raises another issue: where to find such a multitude of skilled warriors trained in the art of horizontal refinement. Practitioners of this discipline are far rarer than ordinary muscle-forging warriors, requiring a diet that far exceeds that of their common counterparts. Thus lies the comparison between the Snow Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Both have their shortcomings and advantages. Regarding warhorses, the Royal Steed Bureau possesses its own pastures, which can commence operations once Han Xian takes charge. As for the horizontal refinement, the Emperor has recently received a substantial sum of 10 million taels of silver from the Royal Steed Bureau, which could certainly be used to procure the necessary resources. Nonetheless, this approach diverges from Shen Nan's vision of swiftly assembling an army of 10,000. Moreover, the selection process for such a force poses yet another challenge. The pure army consists of 8,500 men, and with the inclusion of candidates sifted through by the Royal Steed Bureau, Shen Nan could indeed rapidly form an army of his own. However, it would hardly resemble the Snow Dragon Riders or the Ming Wang heavy cavalry. At best, it would merely be a rebranded pure army, or perhaps he could have them practice the Sunflower Manual of the Sunflower Guards. Regrettably, the Sunflower Manual possessed by the Sunflower Guards is only of the 5th-tier caliber. Should the system's marketplace refresh with a legacy of perfected sunflower techniques, it might be possible to form a true Sunflower Guard. As Shen Nan pondered this, he contemplated the implications. He stated, "It appears that the establishment of the Ming Wang heavy armored troops and the Great Snow Dragon Riders cannot be rushed. From today onward, the Jing army shall be renamed the Sunflower Guard. I will also ensure that the techniques of cultivation practiced by your eunuchs are passed down to enhance the strength of the Jing army. The Ming Wang heavy armored troops and the Great Snow Dragon Riders will have to wait. Once I take control of the Imperial Horse Bureau, we shall see how to proceed with their formation." In light of the current situation, Shen Nan opted for a comprehensive approach, aiming not only to swiftly complete the system's tasks but also to assemble two formidable armies capable of instilling fear in the Defeng. However, the immediate priority was to lay the groundwork for the Ming Wang heavy armored troops and the Great Snow Dragon Riders. In the future, when the Red Dragon 10 guards were disbanded, their elite forces could be swiftly integrated into these new units. After all, disbanding an army is not merely a matter of issuing a decree for immediate dissolution. It involves the careful removal of the ineffective members, retaining the battle-ready core to rebuild anew. Han Xian clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. Although he was unaware of what techniques the emperor intended to impart to the Jing army or the reason behind the renaming to Sunflower Guard, he was the type who refrained from questioning certain matters, instead choosing to focus on diligent work. Before long, Han Xian departed with 100 members of the Jing army to carry out their tasks. Shen Nan then turned to the most imposing figure among the Ming Wang heavy armored troops, a man who resembled a small mountain, and inquired, "What is your name?" The robust Ming Wang heavy armored soldier replied in a deep voice, "I am Shen Yu." "Shen Yu? A fine name," Shen Nan responded, momentarily taken aback. "From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the Ming Wang heavy armored guard, tasked with leading 100 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers to protect the palace." As he spoke, Shen Nan swiftly executed a series of actions, exchanging for 95 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, exchanging for the perfected indestructible diamond skill, bestowing it upon Ming Wang Shen Yu, exchanging for 20 great snow dragon riders. Chapter 25. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Li Si. A glimpse of ferocity. Previously, Shen Nan possessed 3,000 points for the restoration of the nation, summoning 5 great snow dragon riders and 5 Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Yet, there remained 2,800 points. However, under the current circumstances, the points for restoration were instantaneously reduced to 0. In their place, a ripple suddenly manifested before Shen Nan, revealing 95 Ming Wang heavy infantry and 20 great snow dragon riders materializing in the training ground. Fortunately, Han Xian had already departed, and there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, such a spectacle would undoubtedly have left Han Xian in utter disbelief. Shen Nan gazed upon the intimidating figures before him, his face adorned with a smile as he turned to Han Xian, inquiring, "Han Xian, do any surprises await among these individuals?" It had been previously mentioned that the marketplace for exchange was not limited to mere ordinary troops, but rather akin to a treasure trove. The 9th-tier troops were merely the baseline, with the possibility of encountering even higher-tiered surprises. Han Xian attuned his senses, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Jiao interjected. 4 8th-tier warriors and 1 7th-tier cavalryman. This is the surprise we have received. Aside from these, there are also elite 9th-tier troops, including several at the peak of the 9th tier, but there is no need for further elaboration. Shen Nan nodded slightly, contemplating. It seems that roughly 10 individuals yield 1 8th-tier elite, or perhaps a squad leader. If one were to exchange for over 1,000 troops, could we not expect a 5th or 4th-tier commander? His understanding of the exchange rules within the system's marketplace deepened. While surprises certainly existed, the likelihood of an extraordinary outcome was not significantly higher than the chances of drawing an SSS level in a previous life. Shen Nan chose not to dwell further on this matter. He raised his right hand, pointing towards Shen Yu, proclaiming, "Inherit the indestructible diamond divine skill." In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped Shen Yu, causing his internal energy and vitality to swell dramatically. His once dark skin transformed into a shade of deep gold, embodying the indestructible diamond divine skill of the world's first realm. Unlike ordinary martial arts, the indestructible diamond divine skill represented an accelerated form of cultivation, its potency far surpassing that of typical horizontal martial arts. However, it bore its own drawbacks. Once activated, the consumption of internal and physical energy was exceedingly vast. Thus, the system's transmission of the perfected indestructible diamond divine skill was not merely a matter of memory. It was akin to Shen Yu having trained for 2 decades, not only enabling him to attain the perfected level of the indestructible diamond divine skill, but also significantly enhancing his physique and internal energy. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yu, initially an 8th-tier warrior, had ascended to the level where his chi could be projected outward, a feat achievable only by a 3rd-tier master. In mere moments, Shen Yu leaped from the 8th-tier bone forging, bypassing the 7th-tier blood exchange, the 6th-tier energy refinement, and the 5th-tier strength mastery, ultimately becoming a 3rd-tier master of chi mastery. Particularly after activating the indestructible diamond divine skill, he was now capable of withstanding the assaults of a 2nd-tier grandmaster. The swiftness of this breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. Shen Nan harbored a tinge of envy, although he currently possessed merely the 8th rank of bone forging. Having ascended to the throne with the blessing of national fortune, his cultivation speed had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he had Jiangzhou accompanying him in the past, rendering any need for the inheritance of the indestructible Vajra technique unnecessary. In truth, Shen Nan held a certain disdain for such skills. The inheritance he employed was, at the very least, of the first rank of terrestrial immortals. What use could he have for the indestructible Vajra technique? Those bold enough to confront Shen Nan must be of the first rank of terrestrial immortals, or even above, at the level of the 10th realm celestial beings. Conversely, after Shen Nan could conjure an impressive general from thin air. Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Such methods were indeed beyond mortal comprehension. Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao, inquiring how his techniques compared to the art of conjuring soldiers from beings in the Yellow Turban Warriors. Zhang Jiao, hailing from the three kingdoms of immortal martial arts, stood at the pinnacle of Taoist celestial beings of the 10th realm and possessed profound esoteric knowledge. Shen Nan was also aware that Zhang Jiao had the art of Taiping at his disposal. While this technique may not be as exaggerated as the legends suggested, capable of reaching the heights of the Lord of the Yellow Sky, it indeed encompassed spells for healing, conjuring soldiers from beings, summoning the Yellow Turban Warriors, commanding winds and rains, and invoking thunder. Such arts were certainly top tier, even in the immortal martial world of the Great Feng. With a light chuckle, Zhang Jiao remarked, "Indeed, Your Majesty's methods are far more exceptional. The art of conjuring soldiers from beings is not as fantastical as the rumors portray. It is akin to a magical artifact of this world, where beings are refined through secret techniques and, when scattered, can transform into individuals. The Yellow Turban Warriors, however, belong to the realm of recognized Taoist soldiers, albeit their creation is more complex. The Yellow Turban Warriors are never real persons, but rather Taoist soldiers. Although their crafting methods are exceedingly intricate, even at his peak, Zhang Jiao could only command 1,000 Yellow Turban Warriors. Zhang Jiao's techniques bore some resemblance to the Taoist earth sect of this world, yet were far superior. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan smiled and said, "In a few days, accompany me to the Tiangong Institute. With the wondrous arts of conjuring soldiers from beings and the Yellow Turban Warriors, along with a wealth of 10 million taels of silver, I am confident I can bring the Tiangong Institute under my command. However, the specifics will require further contemplation." As the two conversed, Shen Yu had already gathered 100 armored elite soldiers and 25 great snow dragon riders. Henceforth, they would be responsible for patrolling both the interior and exterior of the palace. They would also serve as the foundation for Shen Nan's future establishment of the great snow dragon riders and the armored elite. Shen Nan addressed Han Shengxian, instructing, "For now, assign them to the clean army under your command, allowing 5 members of the Sunflower Guard to escort them to Hanxian. Once we account for the treasures of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, we will proceed with the arrangements for the military formation. Their current position can only be within the clean army, otherwise, remaining in the palace would be impossible. The issues at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office have not been completely resolved, and no suitable plan has been devised yet." Han Shengxian casually designated 5 members of the Sunflower Guard to lead Shen Yu and the others away. As for Han Xian, he was left astonished upon seeing these elite troops. Neither Shen Nan nor Han Shengxian offered any explanations. Even if Han Xian were to deduce something, it would ultimately be beneficial for Shen Nan. After all, sometimes to command effectively, one must wield both grace and authority, coupled with a sufficient air of mystery to instill fear. Outside the Jinghua Hall, after testing the great snow dragon cavalry and the Ming Wang heavy armor, Shen Nan embarked in his carriage towards the hall. Although he had reviewed most of the memorials that morning, there remained much information he was yet to comprehend. Furthermore, he needed to begin organizing matters concerning the upcoming Red Dragon 10 guards. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." As soon as the carriage arrived, Shen Nan heard 2 voices calling out. He lifted the jade curtain to gaze outside and found that the 2 individuals standing there were none other than Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. After leaving the side of Empress Jing, they had hurried to this location, eager to curry favor with Shen Nan. However, due to his visit to the training grounds, they were left waiting. In addition to these 2, the legalist sage Li Si had also been waiting on the side for quite some time. Enter the hall. Shen Nan casually glanced at the 2 men before approaching Li Si. "Have you thoroughly studied the laws of the Great Feng?" Li Si nodded. "All resides within my heart." The tedious and intricate nature of the law would typically require months for an ordinary person to claim familiarity. Yet for someone like Li Si, a master of legalism, the laws posed no such tedium. In just one night, he had not only memorized but mastered the laws of the Great Feng. Even those who had dedicated decades to the study of law in the Ministry of Justice would not surpass Li Si's proficiency. This is not to imply a lack of capability in those individuals. Rather, Li Si possessed a foundation built on decades of overseeing the laws of the Great Qin. Essentially, the law is merely a means of utilizing rules, a concept Li Si was exceedingly well-versed in. A smile graced Shen Nan's face. Behind him, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound astonishment. Previously, when they spotted Li Si outside the Jinghua Hall, they were somewhat puzzled. When had the legalists gained another sage? Initially, they assumed it might be a newly ascended sage from the 9 provinces of the Great Feng come to pay their respects. However, after witnessing Shen Nan and Li Si's seemingly casual exchange, they began to realize that Li Si was likely also under the emperor's patronage. But when had the emperor acquired a legalist sage as a guest? Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu's expressions grew increasingly incredulous, preoccupied with how to earn Shen Nan's trust. They had paid little attention to Li Si. Now, upon closer inspection, they found themselves with no prior impression of him. Yet, Li Si's commanding presence, honed from decades of authority over the Great Qin, was anything but ordinary, coupled with the realm of a legalist sage. If such a person truly existed in the Great Feng, they surely would have had some inkling of his presence. Could he be akin to Zhang Jiao or Han Xingxian? In an instant, their minds became ever more tumultuous. Even the Taoist sage Zhang Jiao at the 10th realm had yet to be investigated thoroughly, and now another legalist sage had emerged. However, Shen Nan paid no heed to the reactions of Lu Zhong and his companion. He casually seated himself above and turned his gaze towards Li Si. Might I directly appoint you as the authority of the Chief of Justice? Previously, Li Si had diligently studied the laws with the intention of entering the Chief of Justice's system, subsequently utilizing it to investigate the specifics of the Red Dragon's 10 guards. After a night's contemplation, Li Si had indeed found his answer. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Your Majesty possesses the absolute authority. However, based on my observations from last night, it would be more advantageous to become the Deputy Minister of Justice directly rather than to wield the powers of the Chief of Justice." In the year 230 of the Great Feng Dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Jingde, a commoner of legalist descent was directly promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of Justice. This serves as a precedent. The laws of the Great Feng also state, Your Majesty may appoint any official position, except for the 6 ministers, at your discretion. This is a special exception for promotion. Although the current monarch of the Great Feng holds limited power, it does not diminish the profound significance represented by the throne. Whether in the Xianwu dynasty or a feudal dynasty, the king remains supremely sovereign. The only distinction lies in the existence of unparalleled masters in this world, capable of rivaling entire nations. Thus, the king's actions must not be excessively reckless. For instance, should Shen Nan insist on promoting Li Si to the position of Minister of Justice, it would crucially depend on whether Li Si could subdue the likes of Fa Yin and other formidable legalists, even for the position of Deputy Minister of Justice. Had Li Si not reached the pinnacle of the legalist realm, it is likely that no one would acknowledge him. The precedent set by Emperor Jingde was due to that individual being a peak figure among legalists. The emperor sought to employ him as a ruthless official to cleanse the court. Deputy Minister of Justice, Shen Nan squinted. This is even better. The Chief of Justice is merely a violent institution under the Ministry of Justice in name. It has gained immense power and influence, primarily due to direct oversight by Fa Yin, coupled with the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Chief of Justice in recent years. It is akin to the Ming Dynasty Eschenui, a classic case of low rank yet high authority. However, the highest official position within the Chief of Justice is merely the 4th rank, while the Deputy Minister of Justice holds the 3rd rank, representing the 3rd highest position within the ministry. Should Li Si succeed smoothly, gathering intelligence would be effortless. Lu Zhong. Zhang Hu, do you believe it feasible for me to promote Li Si to the position of Deputy Minister of Justice? Shen Nan inquired of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Both men, seasoned in the intricacies of court politics, understood the rules of the Great Feng's court. Sometimes, laws are merely laws, and precedents are just precedents. The feasibility of implementation depends on the context. Lu Zhong appeared contemplative, remaining silent, while Zhang Hu hastily added, Your Majesty can naturally appoint whomever you desire, even Fa Yin. The Minister of Justice would not defy your will. However, the officials of the ministry, being legalists, may not necessarily comply. The essence of Zhang Hu's message was that while the title is one thing, securing that position would ultimately depend on Li Si's capabilities. Shen Nan felt assured of Li Si's capabilities and turned to him, saying, "On the morrow, the day of national mourning, I shall appoint you as the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. We shall see what methods you employ then. Furthermore, should we also address the matter of the Red Dragon Guard's military supplies not being directed to the Ministry of Military Affairs, but rather to the Imperial Horse Depot? This strategy was previously proposed by you, a scheme designed to diminish the martial influence of the Duke of Chu's faction." Lu Zhong and Zhang, who were taken aback upon hearing these words. Such a scheme was exceedingly ruthless and indicated that His Majesty intended to take decisive action against the Red Dragon 10 guards. While the Duke of Chu's faction might have tolerated the demands for authority made on the day of Ascension, the unveiling of this plot would undoubtedly drive them to madness. Li Si nodded solemnly. It must indeed be raised. Only in this way will the Ministry of Military Affairs take action. Once they do, vulnerabilities will emerge. He remained uncertain about the status of His Majesty's military assembly. Shen Nan briefly recounted the events at the training ground, deliberately omitting the appearance of the Dashua Dragon Riders and the Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry, instead emphasizing the financial resources of the Imperial Horse Depot and the plans for military formation. He chose not to conceal this from Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, as he intended to lead 100 Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry and Dashua Dragon Riders on patrol starting today. The events at the training ground could not be hidden, and he also sought their assistance in this endeavor. Shen Nan's attitude towards Lu Zhong and Zhang, who had always been pragmatic. Those who could be utilized would be, while those who could not would meet their end. Presently, they were in the phase of being useful. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who understood this well. Though their hearts were increasingly filled with dread, they maintained a facade of respect, pledging, "We shall ensure that within 3 days, all resources of the Imperial Horse Depot are meticulously organized for Your Majesty's military exercises." Shen Nan nodded. "For the next few days, you shall serve at my side." This was a statement of intent. Lu Zhong and Zhang, who became even more deferential. The constant emergence of formidable experts, along with the Dashua Dragon Riders and Ming Wang Heavy Cavalry, instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Particularly, Shen Nan's unwavering resolve to confront the Ministry of Military Affairs led them to believe that he must possess a formidable force backing him. Otherwise, how could he exude such confidence? Chapter 26. Before the National Mourning. The rewards of the 11 Realms gift package. The appearance of Li Si led Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong to speculate that there was likely a formidable force backing His Majesty. Such conjectures made the two men increasingly cautious. Shen Nan was also able to command these two at will, as his current focus remained on assembling the army and addressing significant matters such as dealing with the martial virtue department, spearheaded by the Chu State's nobility, and the demobilization of the Red Dragon 10 guards. As long as Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu did not act recklessly, Shen Nan was more than willing to utilize their expertise, for they had presided over the imperial palace for decades, possessing profound familiarity with the affairs of the Defeng court and the palace itself. Moreover, the cleansing and organization of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau required their handling, as did matters concerning the Protocol Bureau. Han Xingxian would need time to completely supplant these two. Shen Nan felt a sense of lamentation. My strength is still insufficient. After this reflection, he once again immersed himself in the reading of memorials. For only these documents could provide him with a swift understanding of the intelligence concerning the entire Defeng realm. Li Si also picked up a memorial to peruse. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu respectfully attended to him, occasionally bringing forth various memorials to present to Shen Nan. Zhang Jiao casually instructed Lu Zhong to prepare some intelligence regarding the Taoist Earth sect. If one were unaware of the relationships among these individuals, this scene would indeed appear harmonious, resembling that of a benevolent sovereign and his ministers. As dusk descended within the Jinghua Hall, Shen Nan leisurely stretched. 9,300 individuals? The system prominently displayed the progress bar for the task of assembling an army of 10,000. 9,310,000. It was evident that Han Xian had renamed the Clean Army to the Sunflower Guards, and the system acknowledged that the Sunflower Guards were uniquely Shen Nan's military force. Regrettably, the total number of the Clean Army was merely over 8,000, even with the addition of the eunuchs recruited by Han Xingxian and the Great Snow Dragon Riders, as well as the Ming Wang heavy armored troops. The total was only 9,300, still 700 short of the goal of 10,000. However, this gap was not a significant concern for Shen Nan. Leisurely, Shen Nan glanced at Zhang Hu. Select 800 individuals from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau to hand over to Han Xian. Remember, they must be of unblemished background. The implication of this last statement was crystal clear. Jiangzhou must not seize this opportunity to install any personal agents. As for why Jiangzhou, despite no longer overseeing the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, could still mobilize eunuchs, this was one of the reasons Shen Nan had retained them. Figures like Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou, being powerful eunuchs, could not be eradicated in one fell swoop. Even without significant authority, their influence was sufficient to command others' actions. This was precisely what Shen Nan desired. Jiangzhou was taken aback, but promptly responded with respect. Understood. He did not even inquire what His Majesty intended to do, simply obeying with humility. This was the realization Jiangzhou had come to after his encounter with His Majesty today. Unlike the prior emperor's overly gentle and somewhat timid disposition, Shen Nan's demeanor, while appearing gentle, possessed an undeniable firmness that allowed no one to defy him, especially as he held sufficient strength to instill fear in them. As long as Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou wished to remain in the palace and continue living, they would comply. They could only acquiesce to Shen Nan's authority. Shen Nan nodded slightly, stating, "Let us conclude matters for today. You are to promptly compile the situation regarding the Imperial Horse Monitor. I shall not take action against the Board of Rights for the time being, and Han Xingxian currently lacks the capability to seize control of it. You may arrange some matters at your leisure. However, I have one stipulation. The Board of Rights must remain orderly." His tone was exceedingly calm. Yet the implications of his words were remarkably clear. Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou should not expect to earn Shen Nan's trust. Their only avenue for survival lay in wholeheartedly assisting Han Xingxian in ascending to power. Only through this path might they enjoy a peaceful old age in the future. In truth, Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou had long abandoned any hope regarding this matter, setting aside Han Xingxuan's existence. The emergence of figures like Li Si and Zhang Jiao made it evident that regaining the late emperor's trust, as they had during his reign, was utterly unattainable. The principle of new generation of rulers, new generation of ministers, is an immutable truth, and Lu Zhong and his companions were well aware of this. Conversely, the fact that His Majesty could openly articulate this sentiment brought a measure of solace to the two men. At the very least, His Majesty had no immediate intention of acting against them. Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou quickly took their leave. Shen Nan watched their departing figures and remarked, "Li Si, do you believe that the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings can truly allow them to withdraw unscathed?" Li Si shook his head. The Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings had been meticulously plotting for so long that Lu Zhong and Jiangzhou had already become pawns firmly ensconced on the chessboard. Their fates were far beyond their control. Shen Nan's earlier remarks were merely a form of reassurance. Ultimately, he could not permit them to leave unscathed. He would inevitably extract their value to the fullest extent. Han Xingxian, you must keep a close watch on this matter. The Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings are adversaries that we will undoubtedly face after addressing the Red Dragon 10 guards. Shen Nan could not possibly be unprepared. Han Xingxian nodded. Your Majesty, regarding the national mourning tomorrow, what of Empress Dowager Chun? The term national mourning refers to the third day following the late emperor's passing when tributes would be paid to his spirit, akin to the traditional mourning practices observed in society. Although the Great Feng Dynasty did not adhere to the elaborate ceremonial protocols of feudal dynasties, it still possessed certain corresponding rituals. For instance, Empress Dowager Chun, the late emperor's principal consort, was required to mourn for him and observe filial piety. The civil and military officials of the Great Feng were also expected to enter the court in an orderly manner to express their condolences for the late emperor. The cabinet, led by Chief Minister Jiangsu, was particularly tasked with publicly recounting the late emperor's numerous achievements. Meanwhile, Shen Nan was required to sit upon the dragon throne in the Hall of Glory for an entire day. This period was historically marked by intense confrontations between sovereign and ministers. The new ruler needed to arrange for trusted officials to take up positions as deputy ministers and undersecretaries in the 6 ministries. However, given that the late emperor had passed away merely a month after ascending the throne, Shen Nan truly had no suitable candidates at hand, with the most he could arrange being Li Si's appointment. At this juncture, it would not be prudent to prevent Empress Dowager Chun from making an appearance. Yet due to her character, she would undoubtedly seek clandestine communication with the Duke of Chu. This was the implication Han Xingxian had suggested. Whether to dispatch someone to monitor Empress Dowager Chun's every move. Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. Li Si's appointment will certainly be approved tomorrow. The task of the system is nearing completion, with 5,000 points of restoration and the guaranteed rewards from the 11th realm package in hand. What concern does Shen Nan have for the clandestine calculations of Duke Chu and Empress Chen? In fact, he anticipates action from Duke Chu. as it would simplify matters when dealing with the Wuda division and the Red Dragon 10 guards in the future. Han Shinxian refrains from saying more. Shen Nan boards a luxurious carriage to the palace, and upon his arrival, the system's voice resonates. Establish a personal army of 10,000, task completed. As a deposed monarch, you have successfully assembled a sufficient foundation. Now, demonstrate to the world the stature of the last king of the Great Feng, and instill in them the belief that you can restore the Great Feng. Task: instill a sense of fear in any major power. Criteria for major powers: ranked among the top 20 forces in the world. Reward: guaranteed package of the 10th realm or above, 100,000 restoration points. Available reward: guaranteed package of the 11th realm. Restoration points, 5,000. The task issued by the system is notably vague. However, it is a reflection of the state of the deposed Emperor Yuan Yu 2 decades hence. At that time, he was indeed a fallen monarch, possessing only 1,000,000 taels of silver and an army of 10,000, without any substantial cards to play. Relying solely on his title as the king of the Great Feng, the system would naturally not issue tasks that required him to confront the formidable Buddhist sect or the savage demon tribes. The ambiguity allows Shen Nan greater latitude for action. This task, suited to Shen Nan's current circumstances, renders his endeavors more manageable. The criteria of being among the top 20 powers encompass a vast array. The Wuda division, led by Duke Chu's lineage, undoubtedly falls within this category. The package of the 10th realm and above is secondary. The 100,000 restoration points are truly unexpected. For instance, with the Snow Dragon cavalry, he could exchange for as many as 5,000 troops. Moreover, during this period, he can continue to refresh the system's store. It is not imperative to redeem for Snow Dragon cavalry, as other astonishing rewards may emerge. Shen Nan's heart stirs. Claim the reward. In an instant, the previously depleted restoration points have replenished to 5,000. However, he does not intend to utilize these points immediately. After all, the army of 10,000 has been formed, and he already has 100 elite Ming Wang heavy infantry. Redeeming 200 or 300 would bear little significance. Instead, it would be prudent to observe what new offerings the system store presents tomorrow before making exchanges, ensuring better value. Open the package. Shen Nan places great importance on this occasion. Unlike previous packages, this is a guaranteed package of the 11th realm. Perhaps it might even yield apex masters of the 12th or 13th realms. Should such entities be summoned, the acceleration of Shen Nan's grip on power would undoubtedly intensify. Opening the 11th realm grand package. Reward: God of War of the Northern Ming to Oba Bodhisattva 11th realm, martial god of warfare. The celestial gift from the exalted beings has endowed me with the formidable physique of the Buddha, the profound mastery of Taoism, the celestial insights of Confucianism, and the martial prowess of the military sages. United in the essence of the four teachings, I have attained the unparalleled freedom of a transcendent being, becoming an immaculate celestial entity. Taba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan furrowed his brow as he contemplated this reward. Is Taba Bodhisattva powerful? Indeed, he is a formidable figure. The divine warrior of Beimang, the second in the snowy martial evaluation. Although he has not been featured prominently in the texts, his ability to command the Beimang army for decades and to be hailed as the divine warrior is undeniable. In terms of military command and strategy, he stands unrivaled. And in martial arts, he is no less than any other, especially since the system rewards him at the pinnacle of his strength, having received celestial gifts. Despite his defeat to the protagonist Su Fengyan in the narrative, his might is indisputable. In the snowy realm, Taba Bodhisattva is perhaps only inferior to Wang Xinji, Zhang Fuyao, and Elzu in the imperial city of martial arts. Su Fengyan's prowess can merely be attributed to his status as the protagonist. It is a pity that Shen Nan had anticipated summoning legendary figures such as Bai Qi or Xiangyu from the Qin dynasty, or the exaggerated warriors like Elbu from the three kingdoms of celestial martial arts. Nonetheless, Taba Bodhisattva is still an excellent choice. If we follow the system's classification, Wang Xinji might indeed be considered at the 11th realm? No, Wang Xinji's level is undoubtedly at the peak of the 10th realm. His true strength lies in an invincible mindset and the unparalleled foundation of mastering various schools of thought. In terms of combat capability, it is conceivable that Wang Xinji could reach the 11th realm, and even after descending into the Great Feng, he might swiftly break through to that level. However, within the system's framework, he certainly belongs to the 10th realm. Conversely, figures like Zhang Fuyao may very well be at the 11th realm, while Elzu might be approaching the 14th realm, as he is a saint of the three teachings, having achieved the pinnacle of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. He ultimately synthesizes them into a unique path. It appears that in the future, rewards from the system can be evaluated more through their actual implications rather than merely by rank. For instance, although Jiangzhou is at the pinnacle of the 10th realm in Taoism, he possesses greater potential than Taoba Bodhisattva. Shen Nan felt a revelation within him to claim the reward. In any case, this reward represents a significant boon for Shen Nan, as Taoba Bodhisattva can perfectly compensate for the lack of martial generals. Moreover, an 11th realm military sage can undoubtedly command respect. This is sufficient for Shen Nan to firmly establish his authority over the nobles of Chu on the day of national mourning. With a flourish, amidst the swirling crimson mist, a towering figure, a giant of considerable stature, appeared before Shen Nan. Taoba Bodhisattva stood there as if a majestic mountain. When he raised his gaze, an indescribable aura emanated, causing hearts to tremble. The sound of heavy armor creaked as he knelt on one knee. Your servant, Taoba, pays homage to your majesty. With Shen Nan's discerning eye, he could also perceive a profound sense of oppression emanating from him. Zhang Jiao's figure swiftly appeared within the imperial chamber, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. Had it not been for the unique aura emanating from the Bodhisattva Taoba, which signified his allegiance to the sovereign, he would have hastily attempted to flee with Shen Nan. This is not to suggest that Zhang Jiao was incapable of contending with the Bodhisattva. Rather, given the current might of Taoba, he would be unable to protect Shen Nan during a confrontation. Shen Nan, however, maintained a tranquil demeanor. Although he felt an overwhelming pressure, he quickly acclimated to it and began to scrutinize the Bodhisattva with keen interest. With your present level of mastery, do you believe you could triumph over those at the 11th realm in the capital of the Great Feng? Taoba pondered for a moment before replying. I have yet to engage them, so I cannot say for certain. However, against mere 10th realm celestial beings, I could easily subdue them. Although he had been defeated by Su Fingyan in the Snowy Realm, that was merely a consequence of the world's constraints. In this realm, Taoba could fully unleash his true might as the divine general of Beimang. While he would not dare claim invincibility among those at the 11th realm, he was confident that no one at the 10th realm could rival him. As a being of the four teachings unified, he epitomized the ultimate celestial freedom, transcending the 10th realm in terms of physical prowess. Such strength could withstand even the most formidable assaults from a second-rank master of divine refinement without faltering. Shen Nan nodded. You shall accompany me to the state funeral tomorrow. He was curious to witness the two 10th realm celestial beings standing resolutely by his side, and he wondered what daring schemes the nobles of Chu would dare to concoct. Chapter 27. The nation's mourning begins, the dread of the martial deities. Clang, clang, clang. On the following day, as dawn broke with a veil of gray, the drum tower of the imperial palace in the capital commenced its resonant call. This sound heralded the official commencement of the day of national mourning. Moreover, today marked the occasion of the true court assembly. The assembly held the previous day, during which Shen Nan ascended the throne, was hardly a genuine court meeting. It merely served to familiarize officials of the third rank and above with Shen Nan's visage, and to proclaim to the world the new monarch's enthronement. Only today could be regarded as the inaugural court assembly of the new dynasty. All civil and military officials of the capital, with the exception of those required to remain on duty, were obliged to attend the palace to present themselves for the court session. Outside the Guanghua Gate, a sea of officials from the Great Feng Dynasty gathered, their numbers reaching an astonishing 7,400. It is noteworthy that these individuals were all officials of the 9th rank or higher, and they comprised merely those stationed in the capital. According to last year's statistics from the Ministry of Revenue, within the vast territory of the Great Feng, which boasts a population of several billion, the total number of officials exceeds 18,000, not accounting for clerks and other personnel, which would bring the figure to at least 1 million. The officials who could remain in the capital thus represent a significantly smaller fraction. Nevertheless, these individuals were the true pillars of the Great Feng, comprising its most powerful faction. Amidst this dense throng of officials, it was evident that many were aligned in groups. For instance, there were the Confucian officials from Jiangnan led by Jiangsu, the officials from the Jiangzhou Academy led by Yang Ke, the military nobles led by the Duke of Chu, and the legalists headed by Fa Yang. Lastly, there were some scattered officials representing the 6 ministries. This delineates the most apparent factional structure within the imperial court of the capital. The Confucian influence of Jiangsu and Yang Ke dominated the mainstream, while the military nobles like the Duke of Chu held a significant position. The legalists occupied a neutral stance within this hierarchy, and each faction also contained its own subdivisions. As for the Taoists, due to the previous emperor's suppression of their order, they had withdrawn from court assemblies. Yet, their influence permeated throughout the realm. Figures such as the King of the North and the esteemed scholar Wang Shu also belonged to this category. With their strongholds located in other regions, such as the King of the North Yuzhou and Wang Shu's Liangzhou scholars, these factions mutually restrained and balanced one another, sustaining the Great Feng's enduring prosperity. However, as each factional representative crossed the Guanghua Gate, they were momentarily taken aback. Outside the majestic Rongga Hall stood several dozen heavily armored soldiers of the Ming Wang, guarding the hall, while over 20 great snow dragon riders roamed freely in the distance. These were the elite forces summoned by Shen Nan the previous day. For the officials of the Great Feng, this was the first encounter with such troops. Yet even to their discerning eyes, it was evident that these were truly elite warriors, even more formidable than the famed Zhi Wu, exuding an unparalleled aura of martial prowess. Jiangzhou and his peers furrowed their brows upon surveying the scene. From whence do these soldiers come? Yuzhou? Yazhou? The elite forces of the Great Feng are drawn from the borders of Yuzhou and Liazhou. Yet, Jiangzhou and his fellow ministers have never heard of His Majesty summoning the border troops of Yuzhou to the capital. However, aside from these two regions, which other province in the Great Feng could possibly nurture such battle-hardened soldiers? Jiangzhou is not alone in his bewilderment. Even the Duke of Chu, a nobleman of martial prowess, wears a face of astonishment. Though he has not seen much action on the battlefield, he possesses enough discernment to recognize the exceptional nature of the Ming King's heavy-armored troops compared to the formidable snow dragon riders. Nevertheless, he cannot fathom their origin. Wu Yong, the director of the Department of Martial Virtue, is the man in question. The department's authority bears resemblance to the Ming Dynasty's military governorate. When the Department of Martial Virtue was first encountered, it wielded immense power over the military of the realm. However, after the establishment of the 6 ministries, particularly the Ministry of War, its influence significantly waned. Presently, the Department of Martial Virtue's authority is limited solely to the Red Dragon's 10 guards, and it no longer holds jurisdiction over the border troops of Yuzhou and Liangzhou, having devolved into a mere retirement haven for martial nobles, with its sole power resting in the Red Dragon's 10 guards. Nonetheless, their influence in the imperial capital remains formidable, as they command all military forces in the capital aside from the chief of the imperial guards, thus positioning themselves as a local hegemon. Regrettably, Shen Nan now seeks to usurp this power. This urgency explains the Duke of Chu's earlier impatience and his audacity to consider the Red Dragon's 10 guards as his own possession, for they had always been under his command during the reigns of Emperor Chong and the late emperor. He merely lacked an official title. The Duke of Chu initially intended to leverage Empress Dowager Qin's regency to fully consolidate control over the Red Dragon's 10 guards. But alas, he was completely thwarted by Shen Nan's recent actions. Now, upon witnessing the Ming King's heavy-armored troops, a flicker of panic ignites within him. Could His Majesty truly intend to seize command of the Red Dragon's 10 guards? With this apprehension, the Duke of Chu glances at Wu Yong, who shakes his head in response. I do not know. There have been no military arrivals in the capital recently, let alone within the palace. The Red Dragon Guards remain under our control, safeguarding the palace. They could detect not only 100 armored warriors but even the faintest trace of a fly. Yet, prior to entering the palace, they were utterly unaware of the emergence of this seasoned battalion within its confines. The Duke's unease deepens. Let us observe. Wu Yong, drawing closer, whispers, Why the anxiety, Duke? Regardless of where the Emperor has found these men, the Red Dragon Guards are still in our hands, and the 4 great generals of the Red Dragon are our allies. Even if His Majesty harbors intentions, he remains powerless. Can the Taoist of the 10 realms truly infiltrate the Red Dragon Guards and reorganize them? Moreover, he glances toward the Hall of Honor. Empress Dowager Qin will undoubtedly make an appearance today, providing us with room for maneuver. Regardless of her regency status, she is publicly recognized as Shen Nan's mother. This is an unalterable fact. It is also true that Shen Nan has yet to reach the age of 16. As long as the Duke of Chu can re-establish contact with Empress Dowager Qin, and given that Shen Nan has erred once more, the Duke can invoke the excuse of the young sovereign's ignorance to have Empress Dowager Qin act as regent. This has been the strategy contemplated by the martial generals and nobles in recent days. After all, with so many nefarious deeds within the Ministry of Military Virtue, no one desires an overbearing sovereign to take the reins, especially after Shen Nan's actions against the Imperial Horse Monitoring Agency yesterday morning, which remain vividly etched in their memories. They certainly do not wish to meet a similar fate. The Duke of Chu nodded solemnly. Let us depart. Wu Yong promptly followed suit. Behind them trailed dozens of martial generals and nobles, all aligned with the Duke of Chu. Jiangzhou, Yang Ke, and others also made their way toward the Hall of Glory. The moment these dukes and high-ranking ministers entered the hall, the expressions of all present shifted subtly. The martial god of the 11th realm of warfare. Within the hall, an overwhelming sense of dread unique to the 11th realm of warfare pervaded the air. Even though Taoba Bodhisattva did not fully unleash the aura characteristic of a martial god of that caliber, the mere hint of his vitality suffused the chamber with an oppressive heat, transforming it into a veritable furnace. This rise in temperature was not a mere illusion, but a genuine phenomenon. Practitioners of the way of warfare are inherently vigorous, especially those who have cultivated to the level of Taoba Bodhisattva. Should he choose to, a mere eruption of his vitality could ignite the very air around him. Jiangzhou, Yang Ke, and the others felt their expressions shift as they scrutinized Taoba Bodhisattva. Yet they found themselves utterly incapable of discerning his origins. Across the realm, the existence of a martial god of the 11th realm is not unheard of. However, who might they be? At the very least, they would be a hegemon of a province. If a master of the 11th realm were to emerge, they would surely recognize him. Yet, despite the imposing presence and countenance, they gleaned nothing of Taoba Bodhisattva's origins. They could only perceive that his features bore a resemblance to those of the people from Jiangzhou rather than the Central Plains. In this world, the truly barbaric and demonic tribes are indeed of a monstrous nature, although some may resemble humans. Yet, most are imbued with the bloodlines of these demon tribes and are far from being genuine humans. Their appearances are markedly different. Therefore, they could not possibly regard Taoba Bodhisattva as one of the barbaric demon tribes. They were merely astonished within. How could a martial god of warfare materialize out of thin air? If the prior appearances of Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian could be attributed to the emperor's deep concealment, then the emergence of Taoba Bodhisattva truly incited perplexity. If Jiangsu and the others were thus astonished, the Duke of Chu, Wu Yong, and the martial nobles were utterly horrified. Being practitioners of the way of warfare themselves, they were acutely aware of the arduousness in birthing a martial god of the 11th realm. This was not merely a matter of innate talent, but required the crucible of countless battles, the attainment of a celestial being of the way of warfare, let alone a martial god, was inconceivable. Yet, they were equally unable to discern Taoba Bodhisattva's origins. At that moment, the sharp and sinister voice of Zhang Hu pierced through the air. The entire court, both civil and military officials, lifted their gazes in unison, beholding Shen Nan, donned in a celestial crown, advancing step by step with a solemn countenance. By his side stood Lu Zhong, Zhang Hu, and Han Xingxian, 3 eunuchs in attendance. Not far away, the figures of Zhang Jiao and Li Si also captured the attention of all present. The aura of Li Si, a figure of the legalist school, instilling a sense of awe among the onlookers. A legalist celestial being? Zhang Su's expression was one of astonishment. The appearance of Taoba Bodhisattva, a martial deity of the 11th realm, had already left him in shock. The presence of Li Si, a celestial being of the 10th realm, further stirred the tumult within him. He could scarcely fathom where His Majesty had found such extraordinary individuals. Was there another dynasty beneath the heavens aside from the Great Feng? Otherwise, how could such unparalleled masters of the 10th and even 11th realms emerge by His Majesty's side? Even the previously silent Minister of Justice, Fa Ying, suddenly raised his head. A legalist celestial being? The path of the legalist is unlike any other. One must traverse the Ministry of Justice to embody the laws of the land. What merit qualifies them for celestial status without having realized their legal doctrines? Yet, Fa Ying knew every official in the Great Feng's Ministry of Justice, let alone a legalist celestial. The entire affair seemed too bizarre, too far-fetched. Most astonishingly, Fa Ying's influence had already enveloped the imperial capital, yet he had failed to detect the presence of Li Si and Taoba Bodhisattva the previous night. While this could be attributed to the auspicious aura surrounding the palace, how had these individuals entered? In an instant, the court fell silent. All officials sensed the profound depth of Shen Nan, realizing that this sovereign was far more complex than they had presumed. Their earlier intentions to exploit the matter of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau had been quelled, now merely awaiting what this sovereign would orchestrate next. An 11th realm martial deity, a 10th realm legalist celestial, and a 10th realm Taoist celestial. This assembly, if not enough to overturn the Great Feng, was certainly sufficient to instill awe among the courtiers. The Duke of Chu and Wu Yong dared not make a single move. The national mourning commenced. Zhang Hu's chilling voice reverberated once more. He then proceeded methodically to proclaim the late emperor's merits in the rites of Shen Nan's ascension. Although this had been clarified 2 days prior, it had merely served as a public announcement at that time. Today marked the official coronation. Once the formalities concluded, nearly 3,000 officials within the Rongga Hall knelt in utmost reverence. "We, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty." Their voices echoed throughout the hall, prompting thousands of officials outside to kneel and chant in unison. Amidst the thunderous acclaim, Shen Nan's face illuminated with a smile, his gaze surveying the sea of bowed heads. This unprecedented sense of achievement bestowed upon him the essence of an emperor. Yet, he recognized that he, as the emperor of the Great Feng, was still insufficiently powerful. A true emperor commands with but a word, and none dare defy. "Rise." Shen Nan spoke with a calm demeanor. His voice resonated throughout the grand hall, a testament to his cultivation as a fourth-rank minor master. Indeed, on this very day, following the refresh of the system's marketplace, a new item named the Minor Master Pill made its appearance. This remarkable elixir could elevate an ordinary individual to the realm of a fourth-rank minor master, or in other words, instantly enhance their centuries' worth of cultivation. The exchange price was set at 1,000 points. Without hesitation, Shen Nan redeemed one for himself. Although he had previously dismissed the Vidra indestructible technique in anticipation of a more advanced inheritance reward, this potion for enhancing power was of no concern to him. After all, the 8th rank bone refinement level was undeniably rather low. This transformation caused a subtle change in the expressions of those seated in the front row, including Jiangzhou, Duke of Chu, and Fa Yang. Historically, the cultivation speed of the emperors of the Great Feng Dynasty has always been remarkably swift, achieving the level of a first-rank Earth Immortal within just a few years. However, they had never witnessed anyone, like Shen Nan, ascend so rapidly. In a mere 2 days, he had leaped from 8th rank bone refinement to become a 4th rank minor master. This was not something that could simply be attributed to deliberate concealment. Just days prior, during his time in the Hall of Honor, Fa Yang and Jiangzhou had distinctly sensed Shen Nan's cultivation level, which was undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, how could Shen Nan possibly conceal his cultivation in the presence of a 10th rank celestial of the Taoist lineage and an 11th rank subsaint of the legalist school? Such changes only deepened their confusion and astonishment. At that moment, Shen Nan spoke again. "I intend to appoint Li Si, a 10th rank celestial of the legalist school, as Deputy Minister of Justice. Do any of you have objections?" With these words, the entire court fell silent once more. Chapter 28. I shall command the military, the emergence of dominance. Upon the utterance of these words by Shen Nan, a profound silence enveloped the hall of Rongga. According to the traditions of the Great Feng, it is customary for a newly ascended monarch to appoint officials of his choosing on the day of national mourning. This practice, known as a new emperor for a new era, typically involves the elevation of individuals to the rank of deputy ministers within the 6 ministries. Therefore, Shen Nan's appointment itself was not inherently problematic. However, in accordance with standard procedures, the officials chosen by the new sovereign are expected to be established figures within the 6 ministries, individuals whose appointments would have been known to the cabinet prior to the new emperor's ascension. Such abruptness was entirely uncharacteristic. Jiangzhou turned to the side, regarding Fa Yang, and upon noticing Fa Ying's lack of response, he stepped forward and inquired, "Pray tell, what is the background of this Li Si? What accomplishments does he possess?" Jiangzhou was reluctant to step into the fray. The revelations presented by His Majesty today were far too overwhelming. The mere presence of a martial deity at the 11th rank and a philosopher of the 10th rank had already left him feeling perturbed. Not to mention that Shen Nan had himself ascended to the 4th rank of a minor master, coupled with the recent purges within the palace. Who would dare to provoke His Majesty's ire at such a time? After all, it was merely a deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, a matter of little concern to the Confucians. Yet, as the head of the cabinet, Jiangzhou had no choice but to act when Fa Yang, the Minister of Justice, remained silent. This was also an opportunity to gauge the emperor's intentions. Regardless of the backgrounds of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, one could not ignore that His Majesty had chosen to present these 2 figures today, indicating that he surely harbored some ulterior motives. Shen Nan chuckled lightly. He comes from overseas and possesses no notable achievements. However, does the prowess of a philosopher at the 10th rank not suffice for the position of a deputy minister of justice in our Great Feng? In the past, during the reign of Emperor Jingde, did he not promote a common-born philosopher directly to the rank of deputy minister of justice? Jiangzhou felt a sense of incredulity. While it was true that Emperor Jingde had done so, the individual in question was already of considerable renown, albeit without having held an official position in the Great Feng. How could Li Si, with his obscure origins, possibly compare? The assertion of coming from overseas was even more absurd, although there were various rumors about lands beyond the seas. The Great Feng had never heard of any dynasties or nations beyond its borders in its 8 centuries of history, merely some islands at best. From which foreign land had Li Si claimed his celestial status? Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Jiangzhou merely nodded solemnly, "I have no objections." Regardless of how perfunctory Shen Nan's reasoning might appear, the capability of a philosopher at the 10th rank was indeed sufficient for the role of Deputy Minister of Justice. Jiangzhou deemed it unnecessary to offend His Majesty over such a position. Shen Nan then turned to Fa Ying, the Minister of Justice, and asked, "Fa Ying, do you have any objections?" Fa Ying, with a grave expression, replied, "Your Majesty possesses the authority to appoint any official beyond the ministers of the 6 ministries, including the Deputy Minister of Justice. Therefore, I have no objections whatsoever." Such a response is delivered with meticulous precision, characteristic of his style of conduct. As long as the laws of the Great Feng are not violated, he will remain taciturn. His existence serves solely to uphold the laws and regulations of the Great Feng. The Minister of Justice and the Chief of the Cabinet raised no objections, and although others might have private reservations, they dared not voice them. Thus, the appointment of Li Si as Deputy Minister of Justice passed with little commotion. Shen Nan's smile grew increasingly radiant as he cast a glance at the Duke of Chu and slowly remarked, "Yesterday, as I perused the memorials, I was struck by the ferocity of the barbaric demon tribes. For centuries, the borders of our Great Feng have endured great trials. Yet we have been unable to completely drive the barbaric demon tribes from our lands. Therefore, I intend to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards and restore their former glory." The Duke of Chu was taken aback. "Your servant is here." Shen Nan replied nonchalantly, "I command you to deliver the records of the Red Dragon 10 Guards to the palace within 2 days. 10 days hence, I shall review the troops outside the city. I trust the Red Dragon 10 Guards will not disappoint me." Although Li Si, as the right Deputy Minister of the Military Department, could access the records to investigate the Red Dragon 10 Guards, Shen Nan wished to see what documents the Duke of Chu could provide. This would allow him to compare the Duke's records with those submitted by Li Si and discern the true state of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. As for the troop review, it was a simple matter. The Red Dragon 10 Guards ostensibly boasted an army of 200,000, yet in reality, they numbered at most 150,000, and many among them were likely to be frivolous youths or the elderly and infirm. Shen Nan intended to strip away the facade of the Red Dragon 10 Guards on the day of the review, using this as a pretext to initiate reforms, ensuring that he could gain complete control over the military of the imperial capital. Only then would he possess the foundation to contend with all adversities. However, these words struck the Duke of Chu like a thunderclap. He was well aware of the true condition of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Given their current state, how could they possibly participate in a troop review, especially with a martial deity at the helm? In the past, perhaps one could have obfuscated the truth. But who could deceive a martial deity? The Duke of Chu hastily interjected, "Your Majesty's intention to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards is indeed commendable, yet the situation of the Red Dragon 10 Guards is exceedingly complex after 8 centuries of history. I am unable to prepare the documents in a timely manner. With a full force of 20,000, a grand review may overexert the populace and waste resources. If we were to select only the Red Dragon Guard for the review, it would showcase their splendor while conserving considerable expenses. I humbly beseech your Majesty to reconsider." Shen Nan, gazing down at the Duke of Chu with a calm demeanor, inquired, "In your view, how many days would it take to organize the records of the Red Dragon 10 Guards? Which unit should be selected for the review?" From the Duke's words, Shen Nan discerned that the condition of the Red Dragon 10 Guards was likely worse than he had imagined. The Duke of Chu lowered his gaze. "At least 10 days will be required to organize the records, but I suggest selecting the Tiger Bin Guard for the review." The Red Dragon 10 Guards comprise the Tiger Bin left and right guards, the Imperial Army left and right guards, the Attendant left and right guards, the Wulong left and right guards, and the Xianfeng left and right guards, totaling 10 divisions. Each division consists of 4 major battalions, with each battalion comprising approximately 5,000 soldiers. This constitutes the publicly acknowledged strength and titles of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Among them, the Tiger Bin Guard is the most elite, tasked with the defense of the imperial palace. Following them, The Imperial Army Guard is responsible for maintaining order throughout the capital, while the attendant guard primarily ensures the safety of the emperor during his outings, training year-round in the capital's military camp, situated over 10 miles away, and also guarding the imperial tombs. The responsibilities of the Wulong and Xianfeng guards are somewhat intricate. Wulong is a fortress located 30 miles outside the capital, housing the grain reserves of the entire Yang province, thus representing the most substantial stockpile of provisions for the Great Feng. The Wulong and Xianfeng guards are entrusted with overseeing these supplies, which must not be mobilized lightly. The significance of the Red Dragon 10 guards is evident from these responsibilities. The safety of the emperor, the capital, and the very foundations of the Great Feng rest upon their vigilant protection. Should the Red Dragon 10 guards falter, the capital would undoubtedly be in peril. However, the Great Feng has enjoyed peace for hundreds of years, and the capital has not witnessed war for far too long. The Red Dragon 10 guards have long since devolved into mere tools for the military generals and nobles to amass wealth, with little regard for the safety of the capital. Shen Nan scoffed coldly. 10 days? If I am not mistaken, you have commanded the Red Dragon 10 guards for 18 years now. After such a lengthy tenure, you still have not organized the records of the Red Dragon 10 guards? You require 10 more days to prepare? Prepare for what? To fabricate. As for the inspection of the Tiger Ben guard, that is even more laughable. His tone was laced with icy disdain. The Tiger Ben guard is responsible for guarding the palace. Do I not see them? Do I need to conduct a special inspection to ascertain their presence? Are you under the impression that I am ignorant of military matters, or that I am merely a child? With a resounding impact, these words caused the Duke of Chu to immediately kneel. I would never dare such a thing, if not for Shen Nan presenting the powerful beings Tuoba Bodhisattva, an 11th realm war deity, and Li Si, a 10th realm legalist celestial. The Duke of Chu might not have been so intimidated. Yet, Shen Nan had indeed brought them forth, adopting a posture of inquiry and accusation. How could the Duke of Chu dare to maintain his defiance in the court? The only course left for him was to yield and navigate through this incident, intending to discuss strategies after leaving the palace, as even an 11th realm war deity was not invincible. However, how could Shen Nan allow him to escape so easily? Not to mention that the system's task required instilling fear in a major power, but simply with the formidable lineup of Tuoba Bodhisattva, Li Si, and Jiangzhou, all at the peak of their realms. Shen Nan had ample confidence to confront the Duke of Chu. I have only just ascended to the throne without power, and now that I possess strength, should I still cower? He regarded the Duke of Chu with a cold gaze. Dare you? A commendable display of courage. Where is the Minister of War? Minister of War Li Su stepped forward. I am here, Shen Nan stated calmly. If I were to command you to present the records of all the armies within 2 days, would you be able to do so? The Minister of War, Li Su, found himself engulfed in uncertainty. As a member of the Confucian faction, he was both a scholar and a military official. Yet, regardless of allegiance, he could never align himself with the martial aristocracy of the Chu state. Today, however, the emperor suddenly directed his ire towards the Duke of Chu, adopting a stance that suggested an intention to levy military punishment. This development left Li Su in a quandary. His fear did not stem from the emperor's potential subjugation of the duke, nor from the emperor's control over the military power of the Red Dragon 10 guards, but rather from the possibility that the emperor was deliberately initiating a military reorganization. The complexities within the Ming army were profound. Confucian officials were rife with corruption, and martial generals were drawing pay without duty. A sweeping overhaul would inevitably implicate all involved. Before Li Su could dwell further on his hesitations, he felt two piercing gazes upon him, those of the emperor and the Bodhisattva Tuoba. The implications contained within those stares were enough to send shivers down the spine of Li Su, the Minister of War. He sighed inwardly, vowing to produce the required documents within 2 days. Hearing this, Jiangzhou silently shook his head, recognizing that the Duke of Chu's reputation was about to be irrevocably tarnished. The timing of the emperor's assault was impeccably calculated. It was a day of national mourning, when the new ruler's authority was at its zenith, further bolstered by the presence of Tuoba and Li Si, which rendered the court too intimidated to speak in defense of the duke. Indeed, when Shen Nan heard Li Su's words, he let out a cold laugh. Duke of Chu, do you perceive the gravity of the situation? The Ministry of War oversees millions of soldiers, a task riddled with complexities, and they can produce their documents within 2 days. Yet, you command a mere 200,000 troops. How can you require 10 days? His tone grew ever more frigid. If you do not deceive me regarding my youth or my ignorance of military affairs, then there is only one conclusion to draw. You, Duke of Chu, have grossly neglected your duties. The late emperor entrusted you with the Red Dragon 10 guards, yet you cannot even present their detailed records. How can I entrust the safety of the capital to your hands? From this day forth, you shall have no part in the affairs of the Red Dragon guards. The Duke of Chu, incredulous, raised his head. Your Majesty. He could hardly fathom that his inability to promptly produce the records of the Red Dragon guards would lead to the loss of his command over them. Such an action seemed exceedingly tyrannical. Shen Nan paid no heed to the Duke, instead turning to Fa Yang. If I were to appoint Tuoba as the commander of the Red Dragon guards, would that contravene the laws and ancestral customs of the Great Feng? Without hesitation, Fa Yang responded, it would not. The Red Dragon guards are indeed your private troops. Though he harbored some doubts about the emperor's sudden shift, he maintained a demeanor consistent with established protocol. Shen Nan nodded. Jiangzhou. Suppressing the tumult within, Jiangzhou declared with conviction, by imperial decree. Henceforth the Red Dragon guards shall be commanded by the Bodhisattva Tuoba, and the military salaries shall henceforth be dispensed by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, with the Martial Virtue Department having no authority over military funds. This had been decided the previous day and effectively severed the foundations of the Duke of Chu's faction. The Ministry of Martial Virtue, deprived of its annual allocation of tens of millions of taels in silver, shall inevitably witness a significant diminishment of its power. As for why Shen Nan did not directly appoint Tuoba Bodhisattva as the head of the Ministry of Martial Virtue, it is because this institution is thoroughly corrupted both internally and externally. Shen Nan intends to establish a new office in the future rather than allow a martial deity like Tuoba Bodhisattva to reform the ministry. Tuoba Bodhisattva's role is merely to stabilize the situation, paving the way for future military organization. The Duke of Chu exclaimed, Your Majesty, how can the military salaries of the Red Dragon 10 guards be funneled through the Imperial Horse Bureau? If Shen Nan has usurped his authority over the Red Dragon 10 guards, the Duke of Chu could hardly believe it. However, Shen Nan's command has driven him to the brink of madness. The annual military salaries of the Red Dragon 10 guards amount to 14 million taels of silver. This sum is fundamental for the martial generals and noble families to sustain their opulence. Moreover, let us not forget the outstanding debts from previous years that remain unsettled. Should these debts be unearthed by your Majesty, what fate awaits those who have thrived on the blood of soldiers? The corpse of the eunuch from the Imperial Horse Bureau has yet to be buried. Wu Yong, the head of the Ministry of Martial Virtue, wore a look of astonishment. Your Majesty. Simultaneously, dozens of martial generals, nobility, and officials from the Ministry of Martial Virtue rose in unison. Your Majesty. Chapter 29. The Tyrannical Monarch. The downfall of the Duke of Chu. When the Duke of Chu was dismissed from his position, his faction did not rise in his defense. This was due to Shen Nan's precisely timed and vehement attack, coupled with the undeniable misdeeds of the Duke himself, rendering their arguments futile. The martial nobles of the Duke's lineage found themselves unable to speak out. However, when Shen Nan targeted the finances of the Department of Martial Virtue, it compelled them to take a stand, for it threatened their very lives and fortunes. With a cold gaze, Shen Nan surveyed the assembly of dozens of martial nobles. The Department of Martial Virtue and the Red Dragon 10 guards are both under my authority, as is the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Since these entities are alike, why can the military funds of the Red Dragon 10 guards not be dispersed through the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? Do you truly believe that the Department of Martial Virtue belongs to you, and not to me? His words were unyielding, devoid of any pretense of goodwill towards the Department of Martial Virtue. This maneuver served not only to fulfill the system's mandate, but also to instill a sense of dread in a significant faction. Simultaneously, it was a calculated step in Shen Nan's self-fashioning. The political landscape of Dafeng was exceedingly intricate. A mere balance of rewards and punishments could not swiftly rectify the situation. Only through a path of tyranny could imperial authority be firmly established. A path for which Shen Nan possessed the requisite strength. The likes of Tuoba Bodhisattva, Zhang Jiao, and Li Si were his sources of confidence. Wu Yong hastily interjected. I dare not. The surrounding martial nobles echoed his sentiment. We dare not. Shen Nan's bluntness and tyranny left them no room for retort. Particularly with the Department of Martial Virtue, the Red Dragon 10 guards were inherently the Emperor's exclusive domain. Just days prior, Shen Nan had publicly affirmed the righteousness of the Red Dragon 10 guards before officials of the third rank and above. How could they possibly dare to counter him? Wu Yong, the head of the Department of Martial Virtue, took a breath and said, however, the Red Dragon 10 guards have always received their military funds from our department. If we suddenly shift this to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, There may be dissent within the ranks. Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Red Dragon 10 guards have always been unruly. How can they submit to the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? As Wu Yong spoke, the martial nobles hastily agreed. Jiangzhou, Feng, Li Su, and others quietly observed the display put forth by the martial nobles. They had come to understand the day's events clearly. The emperor sought to consolidate power and reclaim full control over the Red Dragon 10 guards. They had no grounds to oppose this move, nor could they. Shen Nan listened intently to their discourse, while Taoba Bodhisattva regarded them with calm eyes. Gradually, the noise within the grand hall subsided. The martial nobles, one by one, cautiously glanced at the emperor. After a lengthy pause, Shen Nan finally spoke. You claim there is dissent within the military. Who dares to defy? I have not decreed that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office should oversee the Red Dragon 10 guards. I merely wish to address the issue of military fund disbursement. And yet you all create such an uproar? It is indeed laughable. The Red Dragon 10 guards were originally the most loyal army to the throne. Yet, when I wished to review the documents, you claimed it would require 10 days. I demanded a military parade. And you argued it would burden the populace and deplete the treasury. I sought to adjust the military salaries, and you suggested there were dissenters among the ranks. May I ask, whose authority does the Department of Martial Virtue truly serve? In an instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere within the grand hall deepened into profound silence. All present, both civil and military officials, were solemn expressions. The numerous military generals and noblemen fell silent, fully aware that His Majesty was resolute in restructuring the Red Dragon 10 guards. Intent on seizing control, on grasping the very lifeblood of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Their resistance would be futile. 15 days. After 15 days, I shall inspect the troops outside the city. At that time, I shall behold the true nature of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Dismissed. Upon concluding his remarks, Shen Nan rose and made his way towards the side hall. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Dismissed. Dismissed. Their voices echoed beyond the hall. Jiangzhou, Li Su, Yang Ke, and others shared knowing looks, respectfully intoning. We bid farewell to Your Majesty. Fa Yang also echoed with formal precision. We bid farewell to Your Majesty. The Duke of Chu stared blankly at Shen Nan's departing figure, acutely aware that he might no longer wield control over the Red Dragon 10 guards, and his position as the foremost military noble was precarious. Without the Red Dragon 10 guards, what was he, the Duke of Chu? Not to mention any plans to conspire with Empress Dowager Chen. The multitude of military generals and nobles respectfully murmured their farewells. However, upon exiting the grand hall, they swiftly gathered around the Duke of Chu. Your Grace, what shall we do? They implored. Indeed, the military salaries of the Red Dragon 10 guards must not be diverted to the Imperial Horse Bureau. While the Bodhisattva Taoba oversees the Red Dragon 10 guards, we cannot allow any tampering with the military funds. The Duke of Chu, surveying the familiar faces surrounding him, sighed heavily. How could I not know? Yet, what can be done now that we have reached this point? Who could have foreseen that an 11th-tier martial deity would appear by His Majesty's side today? Who could have predicted that His Majesty would suddenly take such a stand, where both righteousness and legalities lie firmly in his favor? Unlike the Confucian, legalist, or Taoist factions, the military nobles in the Department of Martial Virtue, represented by the Duke of Chu, seem to wield considerable influence. Yet, in truth, they merely usurped the emperor's power. Should Shen Nan truly endeavor to reclaim what is his, no one would dare oppose him. The legalists and Confucians would not support the likes of the Duke of Chu. Even the military nobility from Yuzhou and Liangzhou would not lend their backing to him. After all, those martial strategists are not mere idlers, but seasoned warriors with illustrious achievements. They are not of the same ilk as the Duke of Chu. The fierce authority and desire for military power exhibited by His Majesty today would, in fact, invigorate these martial figures. The martial community has long awaited the emergence of an emperor who values martial prowess. The warriors of Yuzhou and Liangzhou yearn to achieve great deeds and be honored with titles. We cannot simply resign ourselves to inaction, can we? If those accounts are brought to light, it is likely that none of us present will lead a prosperous life, though this young sovereign may be but a child. He is far from a benevolent ruler. Indeed, the incident with the Imperial Horse Monitor has only just occurred. Duke, do speak up. Even if the sovereign has stripped you of the authority to command the Red Dragon 10 guards, the military nobility in this imperial city still regard you as their leader. Surely, we must devise a strategy. These individuals may not genuinely support Duke Chu. However, at this juncture, Only he possesses the capability to manage the situation. He alone holds the requisite qualifications and prestige. Duke Chu has presided over the Red Dragon 10 guards for 18 years, and his lineage has stood firm within the Great Feng for 8 centuries. Such heritage should not be underestimated. Surveying his surroundings, Duke Chu gradually steadied his thoughts and, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "If the sovereign wishes to inspect the troops, let him behold the spectacle. I refuse to believe that a martial deity of the 11th realm can entirely control the Red Dragon Guards. Moreover, what the sovereign desires is not military pay, but military power. The authority of the Red Dragon 10 guards may be conceded, but we cannot simply relinquish it without recompense." At this point, Duke Chu had not anticipated that Shen Nan was genuinely intent on reforming the Red Dragon Guards, even contemplating troop reductions and the eradication of corruption. After all, the practice of drawing empty salaries was one common to all military officials within the Great Feng. The ramifications of this were exceedingly widespread. For instance, regarding the military pay of the Red Dragon Guards, these individuals received only 30%. 1% was claimed by the Ministry of Revenue, while the remaining 60% was entirely allocated to the officers of the Red Dragon Guards. When these officers distributed the salaries, they inevitably pocketed around 10% as well. Ultimately, only 50% constituted the actual military pay. Given such circumstances, how could Duke Chu fathom that Shen Nan would dare to take action against military pay? To him, it seemed that Shen Nan's intention was primarily to leverage this issue to compel them to cede power, a view shared by Jiangzhou and Li Su, who remained in different moments earlier. Wu Yong turned to Duke Chu and quietly inquired, "What are your intentions, Duke?" Duke Chu narrowed his eyes. "Naturally, we must stage a grand performance for the sovereign. When the Red Dragon Guards parade, we shall raise the battle cry. I am eager to see how the sovereign will conclude this affair." At present, Duke Chu did not seek to retain the Red Dragon 10 guards unscathed. However, he still intended to contest certain powers. Wu Yong was taken aback. "Raise the battle cry? Is that not a bit excessive?" On paper, the Red Dragon 10 guards boast 200,000 men, yet in reality, their numbers exceed just over 100,000. Despite this seemingly modest figure, most among them are truly elite warriors. Although many of these elites have seldom seen battle and include a fair share of frivolous scions and servants of martial families, their strength remains formidable. If they raise the battle cry, it could easily lead to genuine chaos. Excessive? Duke Chu let out a cold laugh. "What do you think the sovereign aims to achieve with such actions today? He seeks military power, but what constitutes military power? Is it merely the nominal authority? No. What he desires is for us to completely submit to him, to manage the Red Dragon 10 guards on his behalf. This is the Emperor's true intention. The roar of the camp is meant to demonstrate our control over the Red Dragon Guards to His Majesty, and it serves as a means to negotiate with him. If the Emperor wishes to rely on us, he must show some sincerity in return." Wu Yong, deep in thought, pondered, "What does the Duke mean?" The Duke of Chu's thoughts became increasingly clear as he regained his composure. Throughout history, organizing troops has never been a simple matter. Commanding military power is never as superficial as it appears. At the very least, there must be a capable commander and sufficient elite officers to stabilize the situation. But what can the Emperor offer? An 11th-tier martial deity is indeed intimidating. Those heavily armored soldiers are battle-hardened warriors, but how many can the Emperor truly muster? Can he possibly summon several celestial beings of martial prowess? Or produce thousands of those seasoned soldiers? As long as he cannot provide them, he will still have to rely on us. Ultimately, today's display amounts to mere intimidation, designed to instill fear and make us aware of the altered dynamics. Upon reaching this point in his thoughts, the Duke of Chu turned his gaze toward the direction of the Hall of Glory. Our Emperor is indeed a born sovereign. Such sudden and tyrannical behavior today has truly thrown me off balance. Having served 2 emperors, I have never witnessed a ruler as formidable as Shen Nan. Most critically, Shen Nan is merely 14 years old. Furthermore, the power he secretly commands is indeed rather extraordinary. A martial deity of the 11th tier can simply present himself, yet no trace of his origin can be found. Were it not for the appearance of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, how could the Duke of Chu find himself in such a predicament? Wu Yong fully grasped the Duke's meaning, exhaling slowly, not to mention the Duke. "Even I am frightened today. I truly believe the Emperor would stop at nothing to seize the Red Dragon 10 guards." The surrounding martial generals and nobles nodded in trepidation. The Emperor's earlier display of authority indeed made one forget his youth. That kind of majesty, who would dare claim he is merely 14? Even at the height of Ming Chengdi's prestige, It was hardly comparable. The Duke of Chu shook his head. Regardless, we must not be overly complacent. You should contact the leaders of the Red Dragon Guards, instructing them to serve that martial deity with utmost respect. Whatever demands he makes must be fulfilled. We shall save negotiations for after the parade, at which point we will have the right to discuss conditions. Additionally, he mused for a moment before continuing. The accounts of the Department of Martial Virtue must be filled where possible. For those that cannot, they must still appear presentable. Let us not forget that today the Emperor appointed Li Si as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The legalists govern the law, supported by the violent force of the Golden Guards. If we do not arrange matters properly, even if we can soften the Emperor's stance after the parade, we will find it difficult to negotiate extensively with him. Only by addressing our vulnerabilities can we engage in more fruitful discussions. Agreed. Wu Yong and the others nodded solemnly. Within the side hall, Shen Nan's expression was as tranquil as water, completely devoid of the previous anger he had displayed. Have you all comprehended the proceedings of today as court meeting? The ministers of Defeng truly harbor their own thoughts. His domineering demeanor was driven by two motives. Firstly, to establish his own persona, and secondly, to gauge the court's reaction. Shen Nan had anticipated that Chief Minister Jiangzhou and Minister of War Li Su would voice their opinions, yet they remained utterly silent. This indifference towards the realm of Defeng revealed their preoccupation with personal interests. As long as their own benefits were not jeopardized, they remained unmoved. Of course, this could also be attributed to Shen Nan's formidable hand today, particularly the overwhelming presence of Tuo Ba and Li Si, whose might was indeed intimidating. However, this did not obscure the fragmented nature of Defeng's governance. Li Si nodded. What Jiangzhou and the others likely perceive is that His Majesty merely seeks power, completely oblivious to the fact that His Majesty intends to genuinely reorganize the military, even contemplating a reduction in troops. Thus, they stand by as His Majesty suppresses the military aristocracy. The interests of the Wuda Division and the Red Dragon 10 Guards hold little significance for the Confucians. Even if His Majesty commands the Red Dragon 10 Guards, what can he truly accomplish? Can he wield military power to annihilate the Confucian scholars? The Confucians have never relied on the military. Their foundation lies in the mastery of Confucian sages and the multitude of Confucian officials and students spread across the land. As long as Shen Nan does not encroach upon this, possessing some military authority is of little consequence. Moreover, the downfall of the military aristocracy would, in fact, be advantageous for them. Shen Nan's gaze deepened. The situation regarding the Red Dragon 10 Guards must be swiftly investigated. The matters concerning the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau also require acceleration. Han Chengxian, inform Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu that they must complete the transfer of all affairs related to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau within 3 days. I intend to forge a truly elite force that belongs to me within 15 days. Shen Nan was uncertain how the Duke of Chu would respond next. However, he was acutely aware that he must establish a genuine strong army within the forthcoming 15 days. This would naturally involve leveraging the rewards from the system, 100,000 points for restoration. Yet it also necessitated the financial resources of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau to ensure future military expansion and training. Nevertheless, the system's task still required a bit more preparation. While the Duke of Chu and others may harbor some trepidation towards Shen Nan today, this fear was far from sufficient. Chapter 30. The third-rank general. The dread of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Their fear is insufficient, which merely indicates that the Duke of Chu and his companions have yet to truly experience Shen Nan's formidable might. Shen Nan, of course, intends to exert more effort. To Oba Bodhisattva, today I shall bestow upon you an additional 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. You are to assume command of the Tiger Ben Guards, responsible for safeguarding the Imperial Palace. Should anyone dare to defy this order, eliminate them. The palace's purifying troops and eunuchs have presently become quite compliant. Naturally, Shen Nan also plans to take control of the Red Dragon Guards within the Imperial City. Especially with the sudden emergence of 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, the Duke of Chu and his associates will undoubtedly find it difficult to rest. Tuoba Bodhisattva nodded in acknowledgement. With his prowess as an 11th-tier martial arts deity, he recognizes that even among the Red Dragon Guards, there are formidable experts. Nevertheless, they are certainly no match for him. Furthermore, following today's court assembly, it is likely that the commanders of the Red Dragon Guards will gain clarity regarding the situation. As long as there is no immediate mention of disbanding or reorganizing the troops, simply dispatching someone to take command of the Red Dragon Guards should pose no issues. This is also the modus operandi of the immortal martial world, where matters sometimes do not require excessive complexity. Sufficient strength alone can command everything. After issuing his instructions, Shen Nan turned to Li Si. For now, you need not take any major actions within the Ministry of Justice. The pressing concern is to ascertain the intelligence regarding the Red Dragon 10 guards. After the military parade 15 days hence, I shall completely consolidate the Red Dragon guards. At which point you may prepare to take action against the chief of the Golden Guards and the legalists. Each task must be addressed sequentially. Shen Nan currently has no intentions of simultaneously targeting the legalists and the martial aristocracy. Li Si understood this. Shen Nan nodded and shifted his gaze to the system marketplace. Unlike the previous day's offerings, the marketplace now features 2 additional items alongside the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. One is the 4th rank minor master pill, available for 1,000 points, capable of swiftly elevating an ordinary individual to the rank of a 4th rank minor master. The other is the martial legacy of Yi Guqing's flying immortal from the sky, priced at 3,000 points. This legacy allows a skilled practitioner to instantaneously master the flying immortal technique, given Yi Guqing's performance within the context of the martial world. The flying immortal is undoubtedly a supreme skill, at least at the 2nd rank grandmaster level. 3,000 points is certainly not exorbitant. Regrettably, Shen Nan currently has no need for it. System: exchange for 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers and summon them to my side. The cost for 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers is precisely 4,000 points of restoration. Shen Nan's 5,000 points earned from completing a task have now been reset to 0. However, the resultant enhancement in strength is unmistakable. He himself has ascended to the 4th rank minor master realm, and the number of Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers under his command has increased to 300. Once the exchange was complete, Shen Nan turned to Jiangzhou and to Oba Bodhisattva. Is there any surprise to be found in this summoning? Shen Yu is responsible for guarding the imperial palace, and the summoned 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers are indeed stationed near the side hall. After a brief moment of sensing, Zhang Jiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there is a surprise this time. A 3rd rank general. Moreover, with the prior summons, His Majesty now commands a formidable contingent of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, including 2 3rd rank generals, 1 7th rank warrior, 13 8th rank warriors, and 1 7th rank Great Snow Dragon Rider. At this moment, the Bodhisattva Tuoba concluded his sensing. Glancing at Zhang Jiao and nodding in acknowledgement, this warrior not only reached the 3rd rank but also exuded a rare aura of malevolence. Li Si also sensed this energy. However, Han Xingxuan's perception was not as refined. He merely remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Shen Nan chuckled lightly. "Let us proceed and observe our 3rd rank general." His anticipation grew for the warriors that could be exchanged with the 100,000 restoration points. Ideally, they could once again instill fear in the lineage of the Chu Kingdom today, allowing them to directly utilize the 100,000 points to summon 2,500 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, thereby potentially gaining complete control over the Tiger Ben army. The Tiger Ben army, tasked with guarding the imperial city, had no idle resources, its visible strength amounting to around 15,000. With merely 2 Oba Bodhisattva and 300 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, they could only exert initial control. However, the addition of 2,500 more heavy armored soldiers would drastically change the dynamics, especially since these soldiers would likely yield unexpected surprises, such as the presence of these 3rd rank generals. Outside the side hall, Shen Yu, having perfected the 3rd rank indestructible Vidrat technique, was gathering 200 newly summoned Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Such activity could not escape the watchful eyes of the eunuchs Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. To their perception, an astounding 200 soldiers suddenly materialized around the side hall. Upon their emergence, they witnessed this remarkable scene. Zhang Hu's previously cold demeanor turned to one of horror. How had these troops appeared? Even as a 1st-rank terrestrial immortal, he had failed to detect their arrival. Lu Zhong displayed a similarly shocked expression. Upon Shen Nan's appearance, both suppressed their emotions, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Shen Nan cast a glance at them, calmly stating, "You may proceed with your duties. Within 3 days, complete the transfer of all affairs of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. I require its funds for military training." This instruction had initially been intended for Han Xingxian, but since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had not departed, Shen Nan directly issued the command. As for whether Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu might speculate about the sudden appearance of the 200 Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers, Shen Nan was unconcerned. Perhaps he had summoned them deliberately. If Shen Nan wished for a discreet summoning, he could certainly manage it. Yet why would he choose to do so? Whether within the celestial martial dynasty or a feudal dynasty, the emperor need not conceal his strength. Only the power displayed openly is truly formidable. Concealing strength for a thunderous strike at a critical moment? Such tactics were not in Shen Nan's character. He preferred to lay his strength bare for all to see, compelling any thoughts of treachery to dissipate before they could take root, much like how he swiftly showcased Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Si, two great kings, today. Shen Nan sought to awe the world with an air of grandeur and righteousness. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu both responded with utmost respect, affirming their allegiance. In their hearts, they increasingly felt a profound reverence and trepidation towards Shen Nan, convinced that he was backed by an immense power capable of effortlessly producing a martial deity of the 11th realm and a celestial being of the 10th realm. Were it not for their inability to escape the grasp of the Buddhist sect and the compassionate life teachings, they would have knelt to express their loyalty today. The depth of the Emperor's displayed foundation and strength was simply terrifying. Even at this moment, while they could not immediately kneel in submission, they dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. This exemplifies the terrifying effect that comes with the might of imperial authority. In the feudal dynasty, an emperor's strength lay in prestige and military might. In the realm of celestial martial arts, an emperor's power resided in the masters and armies under his command. Chapter 31. The Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard. The astonishment of the Duke of Chu. After Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu departed, Shen Nan gazed upon the 300 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang. Despite their modest number, the aura they radiated rivaled that of thousands, each standing like a statue, exuding an aura of martial ferocity akin to billowing smoke. Notably, a towering general beside Shen Nan emanated a particularly fierce presence. A fourth-tier practitioner can be regarded as a minor master, while a third-tier master is a true expert. Although such ranks may seem insignificant when juxtaposed against the martial deities of the 11th realm and celestials of the 10th, within the realm of Defeng, they constitute a genuine backbone of strength. Among the 2 million border troops of Yuzhou, how many third-tier masters could there possibly be? Such esteemed martial masters typically command 10,000 soldiers. After all, a second-tier master is already considered a grandmaster, while a first-tier practitioner is akin to a terrestrial deity. Shen Nan regarded the imposing general and inquired, "What is your name?" With a creak. The sound of interlocking armor echoed as the robust general knelt on one knee and solemnly replied, "I am Shen San." "Shen San?" Shen Nan chuckled. "It seems we are all of the Shen family." He then turned to Shen Yu, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Shen Yi. Henceforth, you will lead the Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard, with Shen San as your deputy." The name Shen Yu was shared with the North Guardian King. Hence Shen Nan's earlier moment of surprise upon hearing it. Now, he intended to establish a true military force devoted to him, centered around the Ming Wang armored soldiers, the Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard. Accordingly, it was imperative that Shen Yu no longer retain his original name. Otherwise, when people heard the name Shen Yu, they would merely associate it with the North Guardian King, rather than the Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard. "Shen Yu, no." Shen Yi cupped his hands in salute. "I accept the command." Shen Nan then turned to Tuoba Bodhisattva, stating, "Upon your assuming command of the Tiger Bin Guard today, you must assess suitable candidates. In 10 days, I will begin the reduction of troops from the Tiger Bin Guard, integrating the elite into the Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard, while others shall either serve as auxiliary forces or be sent back to their origins. Do you have confidence in this task?" Previously, he had completed the task of forming a 10,000-man army due to the influence of the Jing army, which was hardly a true military force, merely a level suitable for palace patrols. The Black Dragon and Mysterious Bird Guard that Shen Nan was now establishing would be the army tasked with suppressing the martial aristocrats of the Duke of Chu and subduing the Lian Sheng sect. He needed this army to possess formidable combat strength, which required the martial prowess of Tuoba Bodhisattva to train the Tiger Bin Guard into a force comparable to the Ming Wang armored soldiers. As for the 10-day timeline, it was because there would undoubtedly be reactions from the Duke of Chu and others during the military parade on the 15th day. Prior to that, Shen Nan needed to possess sufficient strength to suppress them. This was also the essence of the statement he made after the court meeting. Within 15 days, he aimed to forge a true military force. His reliance lay upon the system's reward of 100,000 restoration points and the reorganization of the Imperial City's Tiger Bin army by Tuoba Bodhisattva. Tuoba Bodhisattva did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized the Ming Wang heavy infantry with great seriousness. After observing their armor and the vitality radiating from them, he finally spoke in a deep voice. "If we are to fully take control of the Tiger Bin Guard, I require more of these heavy infantry. Additionally, A substantial amount of wealth, armor, swords, and shields is imperative, particularly the armor and shields. I can discern that the strength of the Ming Wang heavy infantry is not merely due to their abundant vitality and robust physique, but is fundamentally rooted in their distinctive Ming Wang armor and standardized swords and shields. This is the essence of the Ming Wang heavy infantry. Shen Nan also took a moment to assess the situation. He turned to Shen Yi and inquired, "Does the Ming Wang heavy infantry possess any unique martial arts of their own?" This was something he had not previously considered, as Li Si, Zhang Qiao, and Han Xingxian were not particularly adept at training troops. Shen Yi replied solemnly, "We, the subordinates, all practice the Ming Wang technique and the iron bone qi. The Ming Wang technique is a method of bone tempering, while the iron bone qi is a practice of cultivating vital energy. Only by combining these two can we form the Ming Wang heavy infantry. In battle, wielding swords and shields, we stand like towering mountains, capable of withstanding the opponent's assaults and pushing forward with great force. Ming Wang technique, iron bone qi." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan began to grasp the core of the Ming Wang heavy infantry. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, regarding armor and shields, "I shall visit the Heavenly Craft Institute tomorrow. With the Taoist Earth Sect's capabilities, they should be able to replicate them. However, the Ming Wang technique and iron bone qi must be cultivated by you on your own. All I can provide is ample nourishment. The requirements for forming an army are vast. The armor and shields must be managed by the Heavenly Craft Institute, while sufficient provisions necessitate substantial meat supplies. In the future, it may even be necessary to communicate with the Taoist Qingge Palace, which excels in alchemy, to supply adequate elixirs to assist the Ming Wang heavy infantry in their cultivation." Tuoba Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes slightly. "After today's matters conclude, you shall hand over the techniques to me, and I shall see if I can enhance them. Moreover, you may also cultivate the Baiman evil qi to strengthen your bodies and elevate your capabilities. The Baiman war god is not a title to be taken lightly." Tuoba Bodhisattva was not solely skilled in warfare. He had trained the hundreds of thousands of troops of Baiman. However, such matters did not require Shen Nan's extensive understanding. His duty was merely to await Tuoba Bodhisattva's creation of a sufficiently formidable army. "All these matters are your responsibility. If there are any needs, Han Xingxian will assist you." Tuoba Bodhisattva nodded gravely. "Understood." Soon, Tuoba Bodhisattva led 200 Ming Wang heavy infantry to take control of the Tiger Bin Guard. Shen Nan proceeded with Han Xingxian and Li Si towards the palace. He still needed to complete today's training to fulfill the system's sign and requirements. Moreover, having just attained the 4th rank minor master, Shen Nan needed to consolidate his realm. With the imposing presence of Tuoba Bodhisattva, a master of the 11th realm of military arts, the process of taking over the Tiger Bin Guard went exceedingly smoothly. Upon learning that Tuoba Bodhisattva was acting under the emperor's orders, the commander of the Tiger Bin Guard, Zhang Liangyu, without hesitation, handed over the roster of the guard to Tuoba Bodhisattva and meticulously detailed the personnel arrangements of the Tiger Bin Guard. It is not that Zhang Liangyu is unequivocally loyal to Shen Nan. Rather, the events of today's court assembly have already spread like wildfire. As the guardians of the imperial palace, the Tiger Bin Guard naturally became aware of the identity of Tuoba Bodhisattva at the earliest opportunity. Merely being the commander of the Red Dragon 10 guards is sufficient to instill fear in them, let alone the formidable prowess of the 11th realm martial deity. How could they dare to act recklessly? However, while Tuoba Bodhisattva may have assumed command, the task of completely subjugating the Tiger Bin Guard is far from straightforward. Even with Shen Yi and Shen San appointed to significant positions within the Tiger Bin Guard, it remains insufficient, for there are simply too few personnel. Yet, the Duke of Chu from the state of Chu does not share this view, and with a countenance filled with astonishment, he exclaimed, 300 heavy armored soldiers. Chapter 32, The Terror of the Duke of Chu. The reopening of the 10 Realms gift package. In the Duke of Chu's residence upon his return, he intended to summon the commanders of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards to discuss strategies. However, before the leaders of the Crimson Dragon 10 guards could arrive, word reached him that Tuoba Bodhisattva had taken charge of the Tiger Bin guards with 300 armored warriors. While Tuoba Bodhisattva's successful takeover was not surprising, the emergence of 300 armored warriors was rather peculiar. The Duke of Chu furrowed his brow, questioning how the emperor had acquired such a formidable force. Were these 300 warriors truly the valiant champions he had encountered previously? Earlier that morning, he had harbored doubts upon seeing 100 armored warriors. How had these troops gained entry to the palace? However, due to the sudden actions of Tuoba Bodhisattva and Shen Nan, he had not the time to ponder this further. Now, with an additional 200 armored warriors appearing, it was impossible for the Duke of Chu not to speculate. The captain of the Tiger Bin Guards spoke in a low voice. Indeed, they are all seasoned warriors from the battlefield. Among them are 2 third-rank martial generals, currently tasked with guarding the Guanghua Gate and Huafeng Gate, both of which are critical positions. The Guanghua Gate is a necessary passage for officials attending court, and its significance is self-evident. The Huafeng Gate serves as the essential route to the inner palace. It was through this gate that Shen Nan had previously emerged to meet with the cabinet ministers. These 2 gates represent the most crucial access points of the entire imperial palace. By controlling these entrances, the access to and from the palace, as well as the inner sanctum, would lie firmly in Shen Nan's hands. Yet, the Duke of Chu was indifferent to this fact. With the formidable Jiangzhou, a celestial being of the 10 Realms Taoist sect, and the martial god of the 11th realm, Taoba Bodhisattva, by the emperor's side, how many in the imperial capital could possibly impede the emperor's movements? Only Fa Yang, the publicly acknowledged 11th realm subsaint of the legalists, would be deemed worthy. While other factions may possess 11th realm experts, none are publicly acknowledged within the imperial capital. What truly concerned him were the mysteriously appearing 300 armored warriors. If they could suddenly manifest 300, they could easily conjure several hundred more, even up to 1 or 2,000. Investigate. Have your men engage with these soldiers and uncover their origins. I refuse to believe there are troops in Dafeng that I have not encountered. After the captain of the Tiger Bin Guards departed, the Duke of Chu remained visibly anxious, while Wu Yong, the head of the Martial Virtue Bureau, wore a frown. They were not afraid of the 11th realm martial god appearing beside the emperor. After all, they had managed the Crimson Dragon 10 guards for decades. However, if this martial god commanded a particularly fierce army, their grip on military power would wane in the emperor's presence, becoming increasingly fragile. A martial god of the 11th realm leading 1,000 elite warriors could easily trample tens of thousands, especially if these elites were of the same caliber as the previously encountered armored soldiers. How much power had the emperor concealed? The Duke of Chu felt a pang of trepidation within, even contemplating the idea of abandoning his plans and submitting to the emperor, given his status and identity. Should he choose to directly ally with the emperor, even if he could not earn the emperor's trust, he could still extricate himself unscathed. However, after so many years of wealth and power, Duke of Chu finds it difficult to let go. Wu Yong feels similarly. In the afternoon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. His breath now completely stabilized. The unique aura of a 4th-grade minor master permeated the entire palace, and he was enveloped in a thin layer of golden qi, the true dragon qi. The martial arts inherited by the Emperor of Dafeng bear similarities to those of the military, but they also incorporate the application of national fortune. When the qi first manifests, it takes the form of a true dragon. When it reaches full maturity, it reveals 9 dragons. The ferocity of this qi is among the most formidable in the entire realm, enabling a 3rd-grade master to confront a 2nd-grade alchemist with sheer strength. However, Shen Nan places greater value on longevity than on martial prowess. A 1st-grade terrestrial immortal can extend life by 300 years, while a 10th-grade celestial can achieve 500. If he could attain the celestial realm, Shen Nan would enjoy a lifespan of 600 years, not to mention the higher 11th and 12th realms, where he could ensure the eternal prosperity of the Feng Dynasty and attain a state of immortality himself. This is the boon of the immortal martial world. In this realm, if an emperor seeks longevity, it can indeed be attained. However, the pursuit of longevity for an emperor inevitably invites numerous crises. The Feng Dynasty is one that many would prefer not to see an emperor enjoy eternal life. After all, who desires a sovereign who has reigned for centuries looming over them? The authority and might of such a ruler are formidable enough to instill despair in all, and any ambitious soul would find this intolerable. Suddenly, Shen Nan glanced at the system panel. Just as he had solidified his realm, he discovered that the task of instilling fear in a formidable faction had been accomplished. Task: instill fear in any formidable faction completed. As a king seeking to restore a nation, you now possess the capital to do so, a power that commands respect and fear. With a true elite force at your command, henceforth, make your strength known to the world and obliterate a formidable faction. Task: annihilate any formidable faction. Criteria for a formidable faction: among the top 20 forces in the realm. Reward: guaranteed package for 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. Available reward: guaranteed package for 10th realm level. Restoration points: 100,000 points. Evidently, After the events in the court and the consolidation of the Tiger Bin Guard by Tuoba Bodhisattva and his 300 armored warriors, the lineage of the Duke of Chu had developed a profound sense of fear towards Shen Nan. This fear primarily stemmed from Shen Nan's actions and the mysterious depth he exhibited. Neither Tuoba Bodhisattva, nor Li Si, nor the 300 armored warriors could fathom where Shen Nan had recruited such individuals. It was precisely this uncertainty that fostered their trepidation towards him, particularly heightened by Shen Nan's commanding words in court, filled with audacity and confidence, deepening their fear, a result Shen Nan deliberately sought. The unknown invokes fear. Shen Nan chuckled, declaring, "However, from this day forth, their fear shall not stem from the unknown, but rather from a genuine terror, a guaranteed package at the 10th tier, along with 100,000 restoration points, is sufficient to endow Shen Nan with the true power to instill dread, even fear, in the Duke of Chu. No longer shall it be a mere faade constructed through words and summoned figures, but a formidable strength. Open the package. Exchange for 2,500 Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers." Shen Nan stated resolutely. The impending obliteration of a rival faction would inevitably lead to the downfall of the Duke of Chu. He had no intention of hoarding the restoration points. Instead, he aimed to convert them entirely into might. Chapter 33. The Tide Has Turned. The Despair of Empress Dowager Chen. Chen Jibao, a man of gratitude and loyalty. Shen Nan held a profound impression of this individual, markedly distinct from the fleeting character of Tuoba Bodhisattva. Chen Jibao had emerged as a significant supporting character, and Shen Nan was well acquainted with his origins and past experiences. According to the narrative, it could indeed be said that Chen Jibao exemplified gratitude and loyalty. Most importantly, he was a true commander of the Northern Liang army. Following the spring and autumn battles, the Northern Liang forces were predominantly under Chen Jibao's command. If Tuoba Bodhisattva was merely a nominal military deity with somewhat inadequate military acumen, then Chen Jibao perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. Moreover, he was not merely a martial general but also a sage of Confucianism, referred to as a Confucian general in the world of Defeng. This individual was not only adept in warfare but also possessed the ability to train troops and strategize, qualities that Shen Nan currently lacked. After all, relying solely on Tuoba Bodhisattva to command over 100,000 Red Dragon Guards proved to be quite a challenge. However, the addition of Chen Jibao would render the task feasible. Furthermore, among the 2,500 Ming Wang heavily armored soldiers to be summoned from the marketplace, there would undoubtedly be some capable leaders. Summon Chen Jibao and the 2,500 Ming Wang heavily armored soldiers to the training grounds. The training grounds had now become the venue for Shen Nan's military exercises, firmly controlled by the Pure Army led by Han Xian. This place also served as a site for Shen Nan's military parades. Han Shengxian, Zhang Jiao, accompany me to the training grounds, Shen Nan commanded. Upon hearing the call, Han Shengxian and Zhang Jiao promptly appeared at the palace entrance, addressing him as Your Majesty. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Nan proceeded toward the training grounds. Along the way, he turned to Han Shengxian and inquired, "Have Lu Zhong and Zhang who commenced the transfer of the Imperial Horse Depot's assets to you?" The Imperial Horse Depot's assets were exceedingly vast. Although Shen Nan had ordered Lu Zhong and Zhang who to complete the transfer within 3 days. If they did not begin the process today, it would likely be challenging to accomplish the task within the given time frame. Therefore, he sought to ascertain how Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had been performing. Han Shengxian replied, "A significant portion has already been handed over. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu delivered 10 million taels of silver, and all the servants have been placed within Your Majesty's treasury. Key positions within the Imperial Horse Depot in the capital have been occupied by Han Xian and the servants. Today, they transferred 30,000 acres of pasture and 150,000 acres of arable land surrounding the capital. The prior confiscation also yielded land and residences within the capital, totaling 890, estimated to be worth over 2 million taels of silver. Currently, further assets are being transferred, including the entirety of the Imperial Horse Depot's pastures, royal farms, royal shops, and horses. The most complex aspect involves the transfer of royal farms, royal shops, and pastures, along with the accounts of the horses. Han Shengxian meticulously detailed the circumstances surrounding the Imperial Horse Depot. Since ascending the throne, Shen Nan had been cleansing the Imperial Horse Depot. However, the scale of the Imperial Horse Depot in Defeng was exceedingly immense. To comprehend the entirety of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Agency, one must recognize that nearly 1 million acres of pastures surround the grand capital of the Great Feng Empire, not to mention the several million acres scattered across various provinces. The transfer of these pastures is, by nature, an exceedingly intricate affair. Furthermore, the accounts embezzled by the eunuchs also require meticulous verification, necessitating the appointment of sufficiently loyal officials to replace them. This series of tasks is undeniably complex. Shen Nan understood. The agency outside the capital may proceed at a leisurely pace, merely requiring the reconciliation of accounts. But the agency within the capital must be entrusted to our own people. In particular, the pasture management must be under your complete control. I require ample warhorses and livestock to supply the Black Dragon Shinbird Guard. Han Shengxian nodded solemnly. Understood. Shen Nan cast a glance at Han Shengxian, aware that relying solely on him would undoubtedly be arduous. Nevertheless, this endeavor must be pursued. Moreover, with the recent refresh of the market system, it would be prudent to see if additional sunflower guards could be exchanged to alleviate Han Shenchuan's manpower shortage. Regardless, the capital's agency must remain firmly under our control. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Han Xian, already informed of the orders, awaited with 100 elite soldiers. Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Ensure the agency is well guarded. I must enter to attend to certain matters. Naturally, the matter of summoning could not be entirely concealed. Shen Nan was disinclined to overly obscure it. Yet he was determined that aside from Zhang Jiao and Li Si, no one else should be privy to the truth of his summoning abilities. Instead, he preferred to let them speculate, for the unknown breeds fear. Han Xian had sensed the stirrings within the agency long before. Though somewhat straightforward, he was far from foolish. Well aware of what inquiries were appropriate. Understood. Shen Nan led the way, followed closely by Zhang Jiao and Han Shengxian. Upon entering the training ground, he beheld Qin Zhibao, clad in white, organizing 2,500 elite Mingwang armored soldiers. The formidable presence of the armored troops emanated a chilling aura, their martial spirit rising like smoke into the sky. This momentum was impossible to conceal and strikingly evident. Before Shen Nan could speak, Zhang Jiao interjected, Congratulations, Your Majesty. We now have 3 third-tier martial generals, 1 fourth-tier general, 7 fifth-tier, 12 sixth-tier, and 39 seventh-tier warriors. As for the 8th-tier warriors, there was no need for Zhang Jiao to elaborate. Shen Nan paid little heed to these ranks, but instead laughed heartily at the assembly. Excellent. The 3rd-tier generals shall be named Shen Er, Shen Si, and Shen Wu. The 4th tier shall be Shen Lu, while the rest retain their original names. I have but one request of you. Within today, assist to Oba Bodhisattva in fully taking command of the Tiger Bin Guard. While 300 Mingwang armored soldiers may not suffice to seize complete control of the Tiger Bin Guard, 2,800 certainly would. Qin Zhibao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I shall faithfully obey your command. Upon his arrival, he had already discerned the nature of the world he had entered. In response, Qin Zhibao exhibited no emotional reaction. In the world blanketed by snow, he had initially intended to feign death and retreat from the world. Now, this form of concealment was even more thorough. In his previous life, due to various constraints, he could not be an unrestrained commander. However, in this life, he could genuinely embrace the role of a free-spirited leader, living for himself and for his majesty. A quarter of an hour later, 2,500 heavily armored soldiers of the Ming dynasty surged forth under Qin Zhibao's command, heading straight for Guanghua Gate. This commotion left Han Xian utterly astounded. Although he had sensed some activity earlier, he had not anticipated that such a multitude of troops lay hidden within the training grounds. He had originally thought that the ominous aura was merely the result of His Majesty summoning another military genius, but this spectacle was indeed extraordinary. Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu were increasingly alarmed, hastening their efforts to transfer control of the imperial stable. Meanwhile, within the palace, Empress Dowager Qin, upon receiving the news, immediately slumped onto her bed. It was utterly over. Chapter 34. Life imprisonment in the imperial tomb. The tactics of Confucianism. In the chamber of Empress Dowager Qin, she initially felt a great sense of joy upon learning that His Majesty had permitted her to partake in the state mourning. She even suspected that Shen Nan, emboldened by the presence of Taoist celestial beings, had begun to overestimate his position, mistakenly believing he could ascend to the throne and render her incapable of continuing her regency. However, before she could take any action, news reached her of Shen Nan's fierce interrogation of the Duke of Chu during the court assembly, followed by the Duke's hasty retreat. Additionally, she learned of the formidable martial deity Tua Ba and the cunning strategist Li Si, both of whom were at the pinnacle of their respective disciplines. These revelations left Empress Dowager Qin in a state of disbelief. Yet, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had lifted their surveillance over her. allowing her to communicate with the Imperial Guard, the Tiger Ben army, which could potentially relay messages beyond the palace walls. Before she could formulate a plan, she was struck by the news that 2,500 heavily armored warriors from the Ming Wang had taken control of the Tiger Ben army. This news plunged her into utter despair. How could it be? A mere 14-year-old boy, Shen Nan, commanded such loyalty from so many? Who was supporting him? Why was there no one to rally to her cause? Her anguished voice echoed throughout the chamber, instilling fear in the maids and eunuchs, who knelt in terror at her words, which were indeed treasonous. Yet Empress Dowager Qin remained oblivious to the gravity of her situation, her tone growing increasingly menacing. Am I not worthy? She was convinced that a terrifying force was backing Shen Nan. After all, where else could such a multitude of celestial beings and elite warriors come from? If such power could support Shen Nan, why could it not support her, Qinchuli? At that moment, a chilling voice interrupted her thoughts. Is the Empress Dowager perhaps losing her sanity? Startled, she turned to see Han Xingxian, clad in a resplendent red robe, standing ominously outside her chamber, surrounded by a swirling mass of crimson threads, the scent of blood so overwhelming it was suffocating. The maids and eunuchs quaked in fear, fully aware that Han Xingxuan's visit carried ill intentions, possibly even a death sentence for the Empress Dowager. With a cold smile, Empress Dowager Qin, now devoid of hope for a reversal of her fortunes, chose to unleash her fury rather than face a lifetime of confinement. What? Has Shen Nan sent you to end my life? Or do you intend to declare me mad? Han Xingxian gently shook his head, his gaze as icy as the depths of winter. The Empress Dowager, after all, is the nominal mother of His Majesty. How could His Majesty possibly command the death of the Empress Dowager? It is merely that on the day of national mourning, the Empress Dowager, in her profound longing for the late emperor, has voluntarily requested a lifetime of service at the imperial tomb. Please prepare yourself, for in 10 days, you are to proceed to the imperial tomb to serve the late emperor. Before Shen Nan awakened his powers, Empress Dowager Qin had been a formidable adversary. However, after his ascension as emperor, she had become nothing more than a mere jester. He possessed countless means to dismantle her influence. Yet, the act of matricide was unnecessary and rather distasteful. Arranging for her to serve the late emperor for eternity was far more fitting. The reason for the 10-day wait is that the guards of the imperial tomb are not yet under Shen Nan's command. He may refrain from harming Empress Dowager Qin, but he must ensure her complete subjugation. Serving the imperial tomb for a lifetime? Empress Dowager Qin was taken aback. She had contemplated countless possibilities, but never anticipated Shen Nan would resort to such a measure. Death might be fleeting, but to serve in such a frigid place. Not to mention a lifetime, even a month would be intolerable for someone accustomed to luxury. Her expression darkened instantly, and she let out a piercing shriek. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chu, the empress appointed by the late emperor. How dare Shen Nan do this? He is unworthy to be called a son. Han Xingxian paid no heed to the Empress Dowager's outburst. With a gaze as icy as the winter's chill, he surveyed his surroundings. For these 10 days, you shall serve the Empress Dowager diligently. Should she suffer even the slightest harm, your entire family will accompany her in serving the late emperor at the tomb. The maids and eunuchs around him pressed their foreheads to the ground in acquiescence. Yes. Han Xingxian then commanded the hundreds of elite soldiers he had brought to encircle the Empress Dowager's palace, before turning to head towards the Imperial Horse Department. Were it not for the sudden instructions from His Majesty, he would have had no time to visit the Empress Dowager's residence. There were still numerous matters to address at the Imperial Horse Department. As Han Xingxian moved and the 2,500 heavily armored soldiers of the Ming Wang took complete control of the Tiger Ben army, the palace was engulfed in shock and astonishment. The Duke of Chu needed no further elaboration. Upon learning that His Majesty had summoned an additional 2,500 elite soldiers, the so-called military conference of the generals dissipated in an instant. The Duke appeared as if he had aged a decade, dismissing everyone and quietly retreating deeper into his residence. Who stands behind His Majesty? What faction possesses the capacity to deploy thousands of elite soldiers, a martial god of the 11th realm, along with celestial beings of the Taoist and legalist schools in the 10th realm? How could these three possibly belong to a single faction? No matter how the Duke of Chu strained his mind, he could not fathom which force was backing Shen Nan. While the martial god and elite soldiers could possibly be traced back to Yuzhou or Jiangzhou, what could the Taoist and legalist celestial beings signify? Regardless, the Duke understood one crucial truth. This newly ascended monarch was no ordinary man and was certainly not someone they could easily oppose. In fact, after today, many among the military nobility would likely gravitate towards His Majesty. However, The plans for the camp must continue and be executed with even greater rigor. For while ordinary military nobles might still find a way out, individuals like the Duke of Chu and Wu Yong, the director of the military virtue department, had no such options. Their only recourse lay in negotiating with the emperor under the current circumstances. The sole stroke of fortune was that His Majesty had revealed his strength prematurely. Had it been exposed during the military parade, they would have been caught completely off guard. Moreover, with Shen Nan displaying such power now, it was likely that the Confucians would also be unable to remain idle. A sovereign of unparalleled might. This is a sight that no faction wishes to behold. Indeed, the reality aligns with this sentiment. Upon receiving the news, the chief minister Jiangzhou was momentarily taken aback. But soon he dispatched envoys to both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Unlike the impotence of military generals and noblemen, the Confucian scholars possess numerous means to restrain an emperor. With merely a few memorials, they can illuminate the situation for the emperor, dissuading him from reckless actions. After fulfilling this task, Jiangzhou found himself alone in the courtyard, murmuring softly, "I can only hope that we do not encounter a monarch akin to the Martial King." The Martial King. This title refers solely to the second sovereign of the Great Feng Dynasty, who inherited the valor and innate talent of the dynasty's founder. By the age of 40, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of military prowess and garnered substantial support from military strategists, leading to the extensive employment of military figures and a penchant for warfare. This period marked the nadir for Confucianism, but fortunately, the subsequent rise of the demon race allowed Confucianism to regain its footing. Gradually, the Great Feng evolved into a realm where Confucianism, legalism, and Taoism successively emerged, while the military's role was relegated to merely guarding the borders. Chapter 35. Where does wealth come from? Only through plunder and annihilation can one become rich. On this night, as Shen Nan engaged in a dialogue with Zhang Jiao concerning historical perspectives, Han Shen sought an audience outside the hall. Shen Nan casually remarked, and soon after, he witnessed Han Shen presenting several memorials. These memorials were delivered by the cabinet an hour ago. Upon seeing them in the ritual supervision office, I deemed it necessary for Your Majesty to review them promptly. The memorials from the Great Feng were quite intriguing. Typically, memorials must first pass through the cabinet before being submitted for examination by the Ritual Supervision Office, from which only a select few significant matters are forwarded to Shen Nan. Generally, the emperor would also review memorials in advance at the Ritual Supervision Office. However, due to Shen Nan's recent ascension to the throne, he had yet to cultivate the habit of approving memorials and thus had seldom visited the office. Han Shen had long since grasped these procedures and consistently stationed individuals to monitor the Ritual Supervision Office. Although Shen Nan had appointed Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to continue overseeing the office, it did not imply that Han Shen could permit Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu to manipulate it at will, nor could they potentially engage in deceptive practices. As Shen Nan perused the memorials, a chill swept across his countenance. It appears the Confucians wish to convey to me that excessive recklessness may provoke numerous adverse consequences. The memorials were straightforward. Each of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue submitted one, while an urgent memorial from Chuan Prefecture was also included. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue addressed the matter of military pay, stating that since Your Majesty has assumed control of the Imperial Horse Department and the Red Dragon 10 Guards, it is imperative to distribute the currently owed pay. The Imperial Horse Department is in debt to the tune of 3.6 million taels of silver, while the Red Dragon 10 Guards owe 6.39 million taels. Furthermore, although last year's military pay for the Great Feng's 9 borders has been settled, this year may see a shortfall. They implore Your Majesty to delineate how this year's taxation and military pay should be arranged. Lastly, there is a budget estimate. This year's military pay for Yuzhou is projected at 95 million taels of silver. This is the tactic of the Confucians, devoid of threats or coercion. It merely lays the situation before Shen Nan. In essence, the message is clear. National affairs are dire, military pay is insufficient, and Your Majesty is urged to devise a solution. As for the memorial from Chuan Prefecture, it was somewhat more customary, merely indicating that Chuan Prefecture has suffered calamities this year and requires relief from the court. Ultimately, it all revolves around the issue of finances. Zhang Jiao also glanced at the documents and shook his head, remarking, Your Majesty has only been on the throne for 3 days, yet you have already made such significant moves. The Confucians seem to fear that Your Majesty may take action within the court, hence their cautionary advice. Cautionary advice? Shen Nan scoffed. They merely wish to express that the state of the Great Feng is such. If I were to purge the military generals and nobility, that might suffice. But should I involve others, the border troops this year would surely face hardships, and military pay across the board would dramatically increase. These scholars are indeed amusing. They would be better off emulating Duke Chu and directly orchestrating a military parade to coerce the court, just as Duke Chu had contemplated earlier in the afternoon. Following the news of 500 armored soldiers of the Ming Dynasty, amidst the ranks of the noble generals, there was an individual who discreetly relayed information to the Bodhisattva Tuoba, revealing the plans of the Duke of Chu. This person, however, remained largely concealed, merely hinting at the information, clearly desiring to maintain some semblance of dignity. After all, the lineage of the Duke of Chu had been intertwined with these noble generals for over 8 centuries, originating from the founding era of the Great Feng Dynasty. Their complex web of intermarriages made it virtually impossible for them to extricate themselves from this faction easily. Jiangzhou inquired, "Your Majesty, what course of action do you intend to take?" Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "I shall do nothing. These memorials will remain unissued until after the military parade. Following that, I shall reveal to them the true source of the military funds. I will also allocate my efforts to confront these Confucians effectively. There are still 14 days until the military parade. During this interval, Shen Nan would undoubtedly have the opportunity to complete 1 or 2 more tasks. Whether it be the guaranteed rewards from the 12 realms following the downfall of the Duke of Chu's lineage or other task rewards. As long as he could draw forth a Confucian celestial being, such an acquisition would provide him with a potent weapon against the Confucians. Concurrently, the system shop would refresh with new items. Shen Nan possessed ample patience to engage with these Confucians gradually, especially since they were merely submitting a few memorials at this stage. They had yet to perceive the threat he posed, and the confrontation had not yet escalated. Zhang Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is the proper course. Your Majesty shall visit the Heavenly Crafts Institute tomorrow, and I shall accompany you." He had already been present for 4 or 5 days. The Bodhisattva Tuoba, Li Si, and Han Xingxian had all played their respective roles. However, the esteemed Zhang Jiao had yet to fulfill his potential. Tomorrow, Shen Nan was to visit the Heavenly Crafts Institute to forge the Ming Wang heavy armor and to observe the various inventions there. Perhaps Zhang Jiao, as a Taoist celestial being, could contribute, particularly with the mystical techniques of being soldiers and the yellow turban warriors, which might astonish the Taoist earth sect. Shen Nan nodded slightly. "When is the summer tax expected to arrive?" Han Xingxian replied in a casual tone. "The summer tax from each province should reach the imperial capital before July. With merely 2 months remaining, I expect that the more distant summer taxes are already en route." The treasury of the Great Feng was intricate. Each of the 6 ministries maintained its own small coffers, and the emperor had his private treasury as well. However, these small funds were merely the usual collections. The substantial revenue relied on the annual summer and autumn taxes, which constituted the lion's share of the Great Feng's financial income, amounting to nearly 190 million taels each year, with the remaining 40 million taels derived from other financial sources, totaling 230 million taels. According to historical accounts, this year's tax revenue was expected to exceed that of previous years. Shen Nan acknowledged, "The military funds are disbursed in October? This implies that if I wish to withhold this sum, I must complete the military reductions before October? At the very least, I must finalize the reductions in the capital and its surrounding areas." Han Xingxian respectfully affirmed that is indeed the case. Shen Nan continued, "What is the current amount of silver obtained from the confiscation at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office? Apart from the 10 million taels of silver provided by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the wealth acquired from confiscations by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is substantial, and such confiscations are ongoing. The previous seizures were merely from the eunuchs within the palace." Han Xingxian, possessing formidable capabilities, stated without hesitation. "The total amount of silver seized thus far stands at 360,000 taels. Additionally, there are some arable lands and residences, estimated to be worth 400,000 taels. According to Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, should the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau undergo a thorough cleansing, it is anticipated that confiscations could yield silver in the tens of millions. While these eunuchs are indeed guilty of extensive embezzlement, as previously mentioned, the majority of the funds are held by Empress Dowager Jing, followed by the likes of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu, the prominent eunuchs. However, the 10 million taels they have already relinquished is a significant loss. After all, the annual embezzlement by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is only between 500 to 800,000 taels. One must ponder how much wealth has accumulated over the years. With a single order from Shen Nan, the confiscation of nearly 20 million taels of silver seems exaggerated. Thus, it is clear that to attain riches, one must seize assets. Shen Nan chuckled lightly, pondering how much wealth could be extracted from the lineage of the Duke of Chu. These individuals are seasoned military aristocrats whose fortunes far surpass those of the eunuchs within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, and Shen Nan harbored no intentions of showing them mercy. After all, the military expenditures are primarily consumed by these figures. To train troops and enrich the nation, he must carve out a portion from their assets. Chapter 36. The Marketplace Refresh. The Grand Gift from the Western Factory. Two Lords of the Factory. The following day, at noon, Shen Nan slowly opened his eyes. 3 hours of cultivation had allowed his martial arts to progress significantly, imbuing him with an air of subtle authority, akin to the majesty of a sovereign. This effect stemmed from the chi of the 9 dragons. The reason the Emperor of the Great Feng cultivated so rapidly was due to the support of national fortune. National fortune nourishes the chi of the 9 dragons. Furthermore, with the small master pill he consumed yesterday, he would fully assimilate its effects over the next few days, elevating his realm from the initial stage of the 4th rank to its consummate form. At that point, he would be able to cultivate a golden dragon's chi. When he reached the 3rd rank, it would signify the emergence of the 9 dragons, ultimately leading to their convergence as he entered the 2nd rank of divine refinement. At that stage, even an average terrestrial immortal within the imperial palace would not stand a chance against him. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the cultivation techniques employed by the Emperor of Great Feng. Moreover, upon reaching the 2nd rank, Shen Nan would have the liberty to wield the national treasure at will. Then, with a mere cost, he could vanquish even the most formidable adversaries of the 12th realm. The national treasure. As he pondered this, he gazed towards the depths of the palace. The current national treasure was no longer in his possession, but rather in the hands of Empress Jing, his great-grandmother. In the future, he would need to reclaim it from her. The issue concerning Empress Jing would inevitably require resolution. Otherwise, the annual expenses incurred by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau to sustain her were exorbitantly extravagant. Naturally, Shen Nan could not utilize the resources of Great Feng to support an ancestor, particularly one destined to fail in breaking through the 11th realm. However, there was no urgency at present. Even if he intended to reclaim the national treasure, it would necessitate a propitious moment. Furthermore, Empress Jing possessed a wealth of secrets that would require careful negotiation. Currently, the most pressing matters were the establishment of the Xian Miao Black Dragon Guard and the eradication of the Chu Kingdom's lineage. Shen Nan turned his attention to the system. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, none. Subordinates, to Oba Bodhisattva, 11th Realm Military Sage. Chun Jibao, 10th Realm Celestial. The Great Sage Jiangzhou, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. Han Xingxian, Peak 2nd Rank Grandmaster. Li Si, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. 10 Sunflower Guards, 5th Rank Warriors. 25 Great Snow Dragon Knights. 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Soldiers. Cultivation Technique. Chi of the 9 Dragons, 4th Rank Chi Mastery, Small Master. Items, none. Comprehensive Level, initially qualified for National Restoration. Restoration Points, 2,000 points. Task, eradicate any major power. Standard for major powers, among the top 20 powers in the realm. Reward, guaranteed gift package of 12th Realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. This constitutes the vast foundation that Shen Nan had amassed since his ascension to the throne. 3 experts at the 10th Realm Celestial level. 1 military sage at the 11th Realm, and approximately 3,000 elite troops, alongside Han Xingxian, an invincible eunuch beneath the terrestrial immortals. This formidable assembly represented a monumental transformation compared to the eve of Shen Nan's ascension. If one seeks to invigorate the Grand Empire fully and elevate the sovereignty to its utmost supremacy, the current capabilities remain somewhat insufficient. Shen Nan gazed upon the system's marketplace, the Western Factory's grand gift package, the 2nd-grade Sunflower Guards, and the Sunflower Cannon. These items refreshed in today's system marketplace are undeniably related to eunuchs. It seems that Shen Nan's previous concern regarding Han Shenchuan's insufficient manpower has some bearing on this, prompting him to contemplate the functionality of the system. While the items in the marketplace are indeed randomized, there appears to be a correlation with my desires. For instance, if I yearn for an army, it is highly probable that I will encounter a plethora of military units. Furthermore, an additional feature has emerged today. Shen Nan's gaze fell upon a symbol at the bottom of the system marketplace, the lock feature. By expending 1,000 restoration points, One can secure an item in the system marketplace for 7 days. During this period, regardless of how the marketplace refreshes, the locked item will remain available, thereby alleviating the frustration of encountering coveted items while lacking sufficient restoration points. However, at present, these items do not warrant the expenditure of 1,000 restoration points for locking. His recent sign-in rewards, combined with today's, have only accumulated 2,000 points. Regrettably, the Sunflower Cannon is merely a manual, rather than a true legacy. Were it the ultimate legacy of the Sunflower Cannon, it would indeed merit the investment of 1,000 points for locking, as it would at least represent an extraordinary level of mastery akin to a first-grade earthly immortal or even a transcendent being of the 10th realm. As it stands, the manual holds little significance. Shen Nan then shifted his focus to the second-grade Sunflower Guards. This iteration of the Sunflower Guards bears no distinction from the previous version, save for its enhanced grade. The prior summons yielded only 5th-grade guards. Although Shen Nan desires to provide Han Xingxian with additional assistance, he does not lack formidable martial prowess. Rather, he seeks individuals who are perceptive and astute, for the Sunflower Guards, despite their strength, have demonstrated a degree of inefficiency in their operations. The Western Factory's Grand Gift Package is akin to the rewards Shen Nan receives upon completing tasks, imbued with an element of chance. Yet, for Shen Nan's current situation, it is remarkably suitable. The eunuchs from the martial world may not possess formidable martial skills, but their intelligence and cunning are undoubtedly commendable. As ascending from the ranks of ordinary eunuchs is no simple feat exchange for 2 Western Factory Grand Gift Packages. Activate immediately. With a swish. Swish. 2 beams of light emerged, revealing a dual purple hue. Shen Nan couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment. Could there be gold? Blue? It appears that fortune has smiled upon him this time. At least it is not a dreary blue sky with white clouds. He directed his attention to the system's notification. The 2 gift packages unveiled. Dragon Gate Flying Armor World. Yu Huatian, 4th Grade Minor Master. World's Greatest. Chao Jingchun, Peak 3rd Grade Master. Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun, both overseers of the Western and Eastern factories, indeed possess remarkable cunning and intellect. The current state of affairs is indeed somewhat unseemly. However, as long as there remains the potential for future legacies to emerge, one need not fear their humble standings. On the contrary, it is now imperative to assist Han Xingxian in governing the Imperial Palace and the equestrian supervision matters. Summon the 2 of them forth. Without hesitation, Shen Nan called them forward. In an instant, amidst swirling clouds and mist, Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun materialized before Shen Nan. Their garments were the resplendent attire of Ming Dynasty overseers, with a striking dark purple dragon robe that was truly dazzling. Yet, in terms of appearance, it was evident that Yu Huatian's delicate demeanor surpassed that of his counterpart. While Chao Jingchun appeared somewhat docile, his features imbued with softness. Yu Huatian, Chao Jingchun, pay homage to your majesty. Upon their arrival, they promptly comprehended the nature of this realm and immediately pledged their allegiance to Shen Nan. Such is the emotional intelligence that befits one in the position of the factory lord. Chapter 37. The Restless Western Bureau. Arriving at the Academy of Heavenly Crafts. Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun have both attained the position of overseer of the Western Bureau, regardless of their subsequent arrogance. It is undeniable that they have endured much humiliation and hardship to reach this point. Yu Huatian, in particular, has climbed the ranks by currying favor with Consort Wan. Thus, even if their loyalty, as dictated by the system, is not fully met, their performance is unlikely to falter. Stand up. Shen Nan waved his hand nonchalantly. You are already aware of the current situation, but do you understand what needs to be done next? The system has instilled within them memories of recent events and a preliminary overview of the world. Shen Nan wishes to ascertain whether they comprehend what actions to take and what to avoid, as well as to gauge their perspectives on the Great Feng Dynasty. Yu Huatian exchanged glances with Chao Jingchun before speaking first. Your Majesty, I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding Great Feng. What we need to do now is assist Minister Han in thoroughly cleansing the Imperial Horse Bureau and asserting control over the palace both inside and out. I also have a suggestion regarding this matter. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes. Speak. A hint of coldness appeared on Yu Huatian's soft features. Within the palace, there currently exist 2 factions, the covert power of Empress Dowager Jing and the overt influence of Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Your control over the palace remains insufficient. Even if we secure the Imperial Horse Bureau and take over the Tiger Bin Guard, the inner court of the palace does not yet belong to you. Moreover, the court itself is dominated by Confucianism, legalism, and the school of military strategy, while the realms of Buddhism and Taoism still exist. I propose to establish the Western Bureau to oversee the officials and govern the palace both inside and out. Shen Nan was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile escaping his lips as he regarded Yu Huatian before him. Well, is it not fitting that the influential flower of the court, Yu Huatian, would propose the establishment of the Western Bureau so boldly? Does he intend to enact a preemptive strike on the authority of the imperial power? After a brief contemplation, Shen Nan replied, the establishment of the Western Bureau is not urgent. Setting aside Yu Huatian's personal ambitions, the creation of such an institution is indeed necessary. Although Li Si has become the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice and is preparing to take over the legalist position of Chief of Justice, the role of Chief of Justice ultimately belongs to the legalists. Even if I were to take complete control, it would not alter their inherent nature. The Chief of Justice is devoted to upholding the laws of Defeng, adhering strictly to the principles of legalism. The Western Bureau, however, is the most unadulterated instrument of tyranny, the emperor's hunting dog, and embodies the purest form of violent authority. Such an institution will inevitably be needed in the future, as the Confucianists, Taoists, and Buddhists are formidable opponents. To combat them, one cannot strictly adhere to the laws of Defeng. However, the establishment of the Western Bureau is not yet suitable at this moment. I have not yet attained sufficient prestige, and the imperial authority has not truly solidified, despite appearing to act freely in the court previously. This was merely because it did not encroach upon the interests of the Confucians or the established laws and precedents of Defeng. Should I touch upon these sensitive points? Both the legalists and Confucians would undoubtedly rise in opposition. Even the esteemed military generals and nobles of today may not be as straightforward as they appear. The reward for this system task is, after all, a guaranteed gift package of the 12th realm tier. From this alone, one can discern the difficulty of the task at hand. Yu Huatian is certainly aware of this. What I referred to as the clandestine establishment. Your Majesty now possesses an army of 10,000 pure soldiers, who can be trained to become the Western Depot. Once the opportune moment arises, Your Majesty can swiftly assemble a loyal pack of hounds devoted solely to you. As the supervisor of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian could not possibly act recklessly. His previous words were merely a prelude. His intention was to secure the authority to establish the Western Depot, preparing for future control. This reveals Yu Huatian's cunning, capability, and his unyielding ambition. Shen Nan instantly comprehended this, gazing at Yu Huatian with a calm expression. Yu Huatian lowered his head, remaining silent. Suddenly, Shen Nan broke into a smile. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Within a month, I wish to see results. As for you, Chao Jingchun, you shall assist Han Shengxian in overseeing the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. The proposal put forth by Yu Huatian to secretly establish a Western Depot poses no issues whatsoever. Moreover, Shen Nan harbored no fear of ambition among his subordinates. Not only is there the assurance of 100% loyalty bestowed by the system, but given his current strength, Yu Huatian could not possibly pose a significant threat. Instead, he was curious to see how Yu Huatian would proceed with the establishment. Yu Huatian respectfully knelt. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chao Jingchun, somewhat bewildered by Yu Huatian's series of maneuvers, finally grasped the situation, but by then it was too late. He could merely respond with due respect. Yes. Compared to Yu Huatian, who had climbed the ranks step by step thanks to Consort Wan, Chao Jingchun's capabilities as the supervisor of the Eastern Depot were somewhat inferior, which also relates to personal growth. Chao Jingchun became the supervisor of the Western Depot because he entered the palace at a young age and gained the favor of the Grand Eunuch Chao Amon, thus overseeing the Eastern Depot. His cunning is even overshadowed by his martial talent, as evidenced in the narratives of the world's foremost figures. While he has nearly attained the level of a Grand Master in the Heavenly Gang's Child technique, he was nonetheless outmaneuvered by the cunning of the Divine Marquis. His patience and ruthlessness are indeed commendable. However, Chao Jingchun is the most suitable person to assist Han Shengxian, as he is diligent in his endeavors. Shen Nan then issued a few more instructions to Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun before summoning Han Shengxian for an audience. Before long, Han Shengxian appeared in the side hall. Shen Nan briefly introduced Yu Huatian and Chao Jingchun. From now on, Yu Huatian will be responsible for the clandestine establishment of the Western Depot, while Chao Jingchun will assist you in overseeing the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. You may delegate any matters regarding the Bureau to Chao Jingchun. Your primary duty is to oversee the grand scheme and ensure the safety of the palace both inside and out. At present, his utmost focus remained on Han Shengxian, not only due to his formidable strength, but also because Han Xingxuan's persona embodies unwavering loyalty. Han Xingxian nodded. I shall have Han Xian assist you Huatian shortly. The establishment of the Western Depot is deemed highly necessary by Han Xingxian, as it significantly enhances His Majesty's authority. Shen Nan nodded, stating that such trivial matters could be entrusted to him. Has there been any news from Li Si? Li Si has taken up his position in the Ministry of Justice early this morning. Shen Nan was quite concerned about Li Si, for he was instrumental in the affairs concerning the chief of the Golden Guards and the reorganization of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Han Xingxian shook his head, indicating that no news had yet been received. However, General Tuoba has communicated that he has gathered a considerable number of commanders and, within 5 days, will be able to preliminary consolidate some elite forces into the Black Dragon Xianbird Guards. Shen Nan slightly nodded, acknowledging Tuoba's reliability in his endeavors. Summon Master Zhang to come forth. Let us proceed to the Tiangong Institute. With Tuoba's dependability, Shen Nan could not afford to lag behind. The heavy armor of the Ming King's troops also needs to be prioritized. Chapter 38. The Executive of the Golden Guard and the Demon Suppression Division. The Grand Workshop of the Great Feng. A lavish carriage glided slowly out of Huafeng Gate, flanked by 100 armored soldiers of the Ming Wang. Chen Jibao personally drove for Shen Nan. Although this carriage did not possess the imposing grandeur of the Jade Chariot, it was equally impressive in both its display and security. Shen Nan had initially considered testing the legendary Jade Chariot, comparable to national treasures, but upon hearing Han Xingxuan's caution that it required 1,000 people to move, he relinquished that thought. After all, while this journey was not exactly a secretive escapade, there was no need for such extravagant display. The presence of this carriage, along with Chen Jibao and Zhang Jiao as protectors, sufficed. Through the silk curtains, he gazed at the towering city walls and the distant Guanghua Gate. It occurred to him that he had never truly ventured beyond the palace, and he was eager to behold the splendor of the imperial capital. The Great Feng boasted a population of over 1 billion, with the capital located in Jiangzhou housing hundreds of millions, and the city itself home to a staggering 30 million souls. The imperial city was divided into 13 districts, reminiscent in layout to the ancient Tang dynasty's Chang'an, square and orderly. It was said to be crafted by the master of the Minister of Justice, F.A. Yang. Beneath the entire capital lay a vast magical array, capable of channeling the nation's fortune into the imperial palace and amplifying the power of those who practiced legalism. The influence of F.A. Yang alone could envelop the entire capital. Thus, Shen Nan had traversed through more than a month since his arrival in this world. Yet during the initial month, he had sequestered himself within the East Palace of the Crown Prince. Aside from occasional encounters with Empress Dowager Chun and the Emperor, he had rarely met unfamiliar faces and had not truly witnessed the grandeur of the Great Feng's capital. After ascending to the throne, he had been preoccupied and had not stepped out of the palace. Now, his destination, the Grand Workshop, lay in the opulent district surrounding the royal city. This area was exclusively reserved for officials of the 4th rank and above, and the 6 ministries of the Great Feng were situated here. However, this was merely an office of the Grand Workshop. The actual production of weapons and armor took place in an expansive complex located in the northwest outskirts of the capital. In recent days, although Zhang Jiao had been present in the palace, he had also taken the opportunity to glimpse the capital. In terms of flourishing prosperity, the realm of the immortal martial 3 kingdoms, where he resided, paled in comparison to the Great Feng, particularly within the capital, where masters congregated. Even he did not dare to gaze indiscriminately. Despite Zhang Jiao's Taoist mastery at the 10th realm, it was unthinkable to act without discretion within the capital. Although to claim he did not observe would be a misstatement. His sensitive status, however, precluded him from engaging in any indiscreet actions. Shen Nan was indifferent to such matters, prosperity and splendor. He yearned to fully appreciate the cultural and scenic beauty of the capital. Your Majesty. A voice suddenly resonated from outside, belonging to Tuaba Bodhisattva. They had arrived at Guanghua Gate, where the Hubin Guard responsible for defending the royal city had now been taken over by Tuaba Bodhisattva. Thus, upon Shen Nan's departure from the palace, Tuaba Bodhisattva had come to pay his respects. Shen Nan lifted the jade curtain and gazed beyond it. Behind the Bodhisattva Tuoba stood 3 battle-hardened generals, their weathered appearance unmistakable. The brilliance of their sharp armor revealed their esteemed identities as commanders of the Tiger Bin Guard, each overseeing a contingent of over 1,000 soldiers. He nodded slightly, saying, I shall venture out of the palace. Upon my return, you may come to report. The Bodhisattva Tuoba's movements were evidently swifter than anticipated. Shen Nan, too, hastened his pace. After all, The establishment and consolidation of an army necessitated an adequate supply of armor. Moreover, he intended to procure some magical artifacts from the Craft Institute. The Bodhisattva Tuoba solemnly declared, "I bid your majesty a safe journey." The three Tiger Ben generals respectfully bowed, echoing, "We bid your majesty farewell." Although these three were noble warriors of the Chu lineage, they had risen through sheer personal merit rather than noble birth. The Tiger Ben Guard, tasked with safeguarding the imperial palace, required capable leaders to uphold its dignity, and these three embodied that prestige. Given their status, unless they were to achieve great deeds in Yuzhou or Liangzhou, their current positions were the pinnacle of their careers, making them more susceptible to persuasion. Even if they were aware of the considerable risks involved, yet they were willing to take the gamble. Shen Nan nodded slightly. Indeed, the jade curtain fell gently, and the opulent carriage emerged from the Guanghua gate. As soon as they passed through the gate, a wave of bustling energy enveloped Shen Nan, accompanied by the faint sounds of vendors hawking their wares. However, upon the sight of the lavish carriage approaching, the people around respectfully stood aside. Despite the absence of a tradition of kneeling in the Great Feng, yet these citizens held an innate reverence for the emperor, demonstrating profound respect. Shen Nan's gaze casually swept over the common folk. Judging by their attire, they were impeccably dressed, each possessing a robust and imposing stature, suggesting traces of martial training. This showcased the high level of martial arts proliferation within the Great Feng. Indeed, those who sought their livelihood in the affluent Feng were no ordinary individuals. As Zhang Jiao aptly stated, it was indeed a flourishing era. The Great Feng differed from other feudal dynasties. The world of celestial martial arts brought forth not merely an increase in individual prowess but also a superior societal environment and creativity, rivaling that of the previous world. Particularly evident in the various civilian goods produced by the Craft Institute. Moreover, with a population exceeding several billion, even if merely 10% engaged in martial training, the resultant transformations would be staggering. Take the imperial city of the Great Feng, for instance, with walls towering over 30 meters, a remarkable feat. Within the affluent Feng stood a magnificent edifice, a 20-story tower, exuding palpable waves of energy. This was the Ministry of Punishment, the stronghold of the legalists. Legalist Gongsun resided day and night in the highest chamber, enveloping the entire imperial capital in the aura of legalism, safeguarding the capital's security. Zhang Jiao, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of emotion. The imperial capital flourished in such prosperity and tranquility, undoubtedly due to the significant contributions of the legalists. Those who transgress the law through martial means, even in the realm of the immortal martial three kingdoms, are numerous. Moreover, in this illustrious world, aside from the people of the rivers and lakes, there exist the untamed demon tribes and the chaos wrought by sorcerers. His words reminded Shen Nan of a matter he had long overlooked, a formidable institution, the Demon Suppression Department, established during the founding years of the Great Feng Dynasty. This bureau was tasked with the apprehension of demons and the suppression of those who disrupt the peace of the realm. Its structure is exceedingly intricate, comprising individuals from legalism, Confucianism, and Taoism, as well as monks and sorcerers. Fei Ying is the nominal leader of the Demon Suppression Department. However, his authority is largely symbolic. In reality, the department operates in a decentralized manner, divided by the 9 provinces, each governing itself. The complexity of the Demon Suppression Department means that even Fei Ying can only manage the situation within the confines of the imperial capital of Yangzhou. In fact, the position of the chief of the Golden Guards is essentially that of the Demon Suppression Department for Yangzhou, differing only in title. Just as Shen Nan's thoughts began to wander, the carriage gradually came to a halt. "Your Majesty," came the voice of Qin Jibao from outside. "We have arrived at the Institute of Heavenly Crafts." Chapter 39. Equal to the celestial beings of the 10 realms. How does he compare to Zhang Jiao? With a flick of his wrist, he conjures soldiers. Shen Nan's departure was not shrouded in secrecy. Qin Jibao conducted his affairs with utmost propriety, having dispatched messengers to the Heavenly Craft Institute well in advance. Thus, following Qin Jibao's announcement, a resounding voice echoed, "This humble Taoist, Qin Xian, humbly welcomes your Majesty." Qin Xian, the current head of the Taoist Earth sect and the director of the Heavenly Craft Institute, is also one of the 9 illustrious celestial beings of the 10 realms in the Taoist pantheon. As Shen Nan alighted from his carriage, he beheld the legendary Qin Xian, renowned for his extraordinary craftsmanship. Rather than donning the official garb of the Great Feng, he was clad in a flowing azure Taoist robe, his feet adorned with dark purple shoes. His complexion was fair, hair as dark as a raven's plume, and his eyes gleamed with a profound depth. embodying the essence of a Taoist sage. Though he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, in truth, he had reached the venerable age of 156. Even during the reign of the Ming Chong Emperor, Qing Xuan's reputation had spread far and wide. Behind him stood two robust elders, their faces alight with smiles and clad in Taoist robes. These men clearly exuded the aura of accomplished Taoist practitioners, having also mastered some martial arts. Their imposing figures stretched the fabric of their robes, and had they shed those garments to pose as martial masters, they would have been readily believed. Do not stand on ceremony. Shen Nan's gaze swept over the assembly, and he spoke plainly. I have come to request the director's assistance regarding the Ming King's heavy armor. May I inquire, Director, how long would it take the Heavenly Craft Institute to forge 10,000 sets? As previously articulated, the Heavenly Craft Institute has never entangled itself in courtly intrigues or royal rivalries, for it possesses the most advanced techniques of craftsmanship known to the realm. Regardless of the tumult within the court or the royal family, they ultimately rely on the Heavenly Craft Institute to produce their wares, ensuring the latter's steadfastness. This is evident from the attire of Qin Xian and his associates, although the Heavenly Craft Institute is considered a governmental body of the Great Feng. These individuals eschew official robes in favor of their Taoist garb, betraying no semblance of subservience. Hence, Shen Nan felt no need to engage in subterfuge with the Taoists of the Heavenly Craft Institute. He merely needed to articulate his intentions and persuade them to lend their support. Qing Xuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiangzhou as Shen Nan descended, indicating a greater interest in this newly emerged celestial being of the 10 realms than in Shen Nan himself. Even upon hearing Shen Nan's words, he paused momentarily before shifting his attention back to the heavy armor. After a casual glance, he smiled and declared, to forge such armor, there is no need for an extended period. It can be accomplished in 10 days. However, the costs involved, though the Heavenly Craft Institute is nominally a governmental office of the Great Feng, it operates much like the Taoist Qinghe Palace. Both are quintessentially commercial entities. As long as the payment is rendered, they will fulfill your request. This holds true for elixirs as well as armor. Notably, the scope of the Heavenly Craft Institute's operations far exceeds that of Qinghe Palace's medicinal offerings, as 70% of the world's armaments are produced by the Heavenly Craft Institute. The Qinghe Palace does not monopolize the elixirs of the realm, for the Taoist sects still have the Longhu and Zhenghe palaces. Although these sects are not renowned for their elixirs, they can effortlessly concoct ordinary body-forging pills for the military. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled. He was indifferent to the dealings of the Tiangong Institute. This time, he had prepared some trump cards, and moreover, once the imperial power was established, these Taoist sects would have no choice but to submit. He casually remarked, the expenses shall naturally come from my treasury. Qing Xian also smiled, responding, indeed, within 10 days. I shall forge 1,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor. Such a transaction was surely feasible. Furthermore, in his view, the craftsmanship of this Ming Wang heavy armor was distinctly different from conventional forging methods, seemingly enhanced by some formations, from which he could potentially learn much. Pray tell, Your Majesty, who crafted this armor? However, Qing Xian was not one to take advantage without consideration, even if he were to acquire an entirely new technique. What significance would 1,000 sets of armor hold if not for the talent behind the craft? Shen Nan remained silent, directing his gaze toward Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou immediately understood the emperor's intent and calmly stated, it is indeed I. I shall not forge the Ming Wang heavy armor. But the Huangjin warriors and the technique of turning beans into soldiers will surely drive the Dizong into a frenzy. This was one of the reasons Shen Nan had specifically brought Jiangzhou along. Qing Xian wore an expression of realization. He glanced around and then said, this matter is not suitable for discussion here. Your Majesty, please follow me. After receiving a nod from Shen Nan, Qing Xian led the way, inquiring of Jiangzhou. May I ask which sect you belong to? Even with Qing Xuan's prowess, he could not discern Jiangzhou's origins. To suggest that Jiangzhou belonged to the Longhu sect seemed to carry a hint of thunderous laws and talismanic energy. Yet his aura did not quite align with such notions. To propose Qinghe or Zhenghe would be even less fitting. Surely he could not belong to their D-zone. That would be utterly absurd. Jiangzhou shook his head. I do not belong to any sect or faction, but have cultivated the Taiping Yoshu passed down by divine beings. If one must categorize me, I would belong to a sect of my own, Taiping Dao. Qing Xian was taken aback. Taiping Dao. He had never heard of the Taiping Yaoshu or Taiping Dao before. Furthermore, given Jiangzhou's cultivation at the 10th level of celestial being, he should not be so obscure. However, this was not the time for probing deeper. Qingxian merely commended. You possess a wonderful celestial affinity, able to receive the divine inheritance. You could indeed create a new sect. I feel ashamed, as I can only glean from the wisdom of others. Even within the D-Zone lineage, I have yet to achieve mastery. The best I can produce are merely Yuan Guang artifacts, ear-hearing pearls, and various mechanisms of the vermilion bird. He proceeded to introduce these items. The Yuan Guan artifact, in its literal sense, allows one to see as clearly as a face-to-face even from thousands of miles away. The ear-hearing pearl enables sound transmission over vast distances, complementing the Yuan Guan artifact. The vermilion bird mechanism is rather straightforward and unrefined. It is a contraption crafted through the art of mechanization, capable of circling the imperial capital for 3 days without descending, and it can also carry passengers aloft, wielding powers comparable to those of a first-grade terrestrial deity. Alas, this marvel comes at a steep price and is exceedingly intricate. Thus, the Earth sect has only managed to forge 4 such entities: Xuanwu, Qilong, Zhike, and Baihu. These can be categorized as artifacts. Presently, the most useful creations of the Earth sect are the improved Divine Arm crossbow and the Thunder Fire bombs, formidable weapons indeed, to Shen Nan's ears. The Earth sect bears some resemblance to the mechanistic artistry of the Mo family. However, its principles are evidently more akin to those of array masters and artifact smiths. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly, stating, "What I possess is not what is conventionally understood. I have long ceased the forging of weapons and have shifted to the crafting of Daoist soldiers. Yet, these soldiers only reveal their true power in the context of combat. I wonder, dear Daoist Qingxian, might you be willing to engage in a trial? Unlike the cunning old foxes of the court." Shen Nan recognized that the simplest method to employ the Earth sect would be to eliminate the bait and then exert dominance through strength. Zhang Zhao's role becomes crucial at this juncture, whether it be in the summoning of soldiers from beings or the manifestation of yellow turban warriors. That is authentic celestial magic. It is certainly not to be compared with the artifact crafting techniques of the Daoist Earth sect. There is no fear of the Earth sect shying away. Chapter 40. Yellow Turban Warriors. The Might of the Vidra. The prototype of Daoist soldiers. A duel of magic? Qingxian was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended Zhang Zhao's intent. The notion of a duel of magic seemed premature. However, should my esteemed friend wish to test the potency of certain abilities, my 2 esteemed disciples are more than capable. They have mastered the art of horizontal refinement and have attained the 3rd rank of Daoist celestial beings. Ordinary weapons would hardly pose a threat. My friend may proceed with confidence in their trials. The 2 disciples in question were formidable elders flanking him. Qingxian, being a 10th-tier celestial of the Daoist path, possessed extraordinary talents, having transcended to the 1st rank of terrestrial immortals before the age of 50, thus appearing remarkably youthful. However, in terms of lineage and age, he surpassed his outward appearance by a considerable margin. Zhang Jiao glanced at the 2 formidable elders, choosing to remain silent. He simply addressed Qingxian, inquiring if he possessed any refined gold. Although the realm of the immortal martial 3 kingdoms lacks the concept of magical artifacts, there exists a discourse on divine weapons and armors. For instance, the Fangtian Huaji wielded by Elbu and the dragon-scale armor he donned are true divine armaments. In fact, they are scarcely distinguishable from magical artifacts. The crux of the matter is that while the Ming Wang heavy armor was not forged by Zhang Jiao, he is indeed proficient in the art of smithing. The Taiping Yaoshu encompasses not merely the mysterious arts of summoning winds and rains or transforming beings into soldiers, but also a wealth of knowledge, medical science, talismanic arts, political theory, and even military training methodologies. The yellow turban warriors that Zhang Jiao commands are also crafted from refined gold, a substance derived from the distillation of gold itself. To forge the yellow turban warriors, one requires 100 pounds of refined gold, complemented by corresponding magical techniques in the cultivation of malevolent energy. Such secret forging techniques are far more arcane than conventional methods. Refined gold? Qingxian paused momentarily, then could not help but chuckle. I had not anticipated that my esteemed friend would endeavor to forge on site. Since you are willing to showcase your skills, how could I be stingy? Mo Xian, called the elder on the right. Go fetch 100 pounds of Xianjin for my esteemed friend's crafting. Qingxian commanded with great generosity. Xianjin is a refined product derived from refined gold, with 5 pounds of refined gold yielding 1 pound of Xianjin. Above Xianjin lies the concept of true gold. However, such true gold is rarely utilized in ordinary forging and is prohibitively expensive. 100 pounds of Xianjin is equivalent to 500 pounds of refined gold, or 5,000 pounds of gold. This demonstrates Qing Xian's willingness to spare no expense in observing Zhang Jiao's craftsmanship. It is also conceivable that the Taoist sect is exceptionally affluent, for the Tiangong Institute has stood for 8 centuries, with 70% of armor and weaponry originating from the Taoist sect 300 years ago. This alone reflects the wealth of the sect. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, mentally calculating. 5,000 taels of gold equates to 50,000 taels of silver, and 5,000 pounds corresponds to 500,000 taels of silver? He mused, contemplating how he nearly confiscated the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, which amounted to a mere 10 million taels of silver. His aspirations towards the Taoist sect grew clearer. If he could consolidate the sect under his command, he would not simply be able to maintain an army of 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers, but even 100,000 or 1,000,000. Shen Nan felt assured in his ability to train and sustain such forces. Master, this is 100 pounds of mysterious gold. Mo Xian swiftly brought forth the 100 pounds of mysterious gold. Qing Xian casually took the gold and handed it to Zhang Jiao. Do you require the use of the forging workshop at the Heavenly Crafts Academy? Zhang Jiao shook his head. Not necessary. He slightly raised his right hand, and the 100 pounds of gold began to levitate in midair, surrounded by an aura of profound energy. Without any visible incantation, the gold gradually transformed into a 7-foot-tall humanoid figure. However, this yellow turban warrior bore no facial features, radiating a golden glow all over. From a distance, it resembled a small golden statue. Boom! A low growl erupted from the mouth of the yellow turban warrior, its previously smooth face suddenly revealing a pair of eyes, followed by the emergence of a mouth, nose, ears, and all facial features. In an instant, its hands came together. A wave of energy surged forth. Chun Jibao immediately appeared before Shen Nan, his aura unmistakably exuding the presence of a celestial warrior. With his eyes emanating a chilling ferocity, the 100 elite armored soldiers instantly raised their swords and shields. Qing Xian and Mo Xian, and the others were utterly astonished as they gazed at the yellow turban warrior. The officials of the Heavenly Crafts Academy gasped in unison. It's alive. Even though the academy monopolized 70% of the forging in the Great Feng, they had never witnessed such a marvelous spectacle. What was once a lifeless mass of 100 pounds of mysterious gold, through Zhang Jiao's incantation, had instantaneously transformed into a formidable yellow turban warrior. This feat transcended mere martial prowess, resembling an otherworldly sorcery. What a remarkable technique! Qing Xian couldn't help but applaud. Mo Xian, let us test it. He was exceedingly curious about the might of the yellow turban warrior. Without hesitation, Mo Xian leaped several meters away from the warrior and said, "Please." Zhang Jiao glanced at Mo Xian and waved his hand. Go. The yellow turban warrior showed no hesitation. It stomped its right foot on the ground, golden light swirling around. As its right hand clenched into a fist, imbued with overwhelming strength, and with a force akin to thunder, it struck directly toward Mo Xian's chest. Boom. It was as if a massive mountain had descended. An astonishing force erupted from the yellow turban warrior's right hand, a tremendous wave of energy sweeping through the surroundings, causing those nearby to feel a sting on their cheeks. When everyone looked again, they found Mo Xian's figure had been forcefully propelled backward, his chest garment torn apart. Even the inner golden soft armor shattered in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of crimson blood and staggered back several steps before finally regaining his balance. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "What immense power!" Mo Xian dared to withstand such a blow not only due to his mastery in martial arts, but also because he donned the soft armor personally crafted by Qing Xian. This armor was not only resistant to blades and swords, but also capable of dissipating energy and internal force. Even in the Great Feng, it was considered a rare treasure. Unfortunately, the yellow turban warrior possessed neither energy nor internal force. It relied solely on pure brute strength. Thus, with a single punch, the yellow turban warrior shattered Mo Xian's soft armor, protective energy, and martial prowess. However, the luster of the yellow turban warriors has considerably dimmed. Yet, even in this diminished state, it is sufficient to move all who behold it. With his bright, clear eyes shining, one could sense the formidable aura of a peak-level third-grade martial artist in that punch. Even the most seasoned third-grade expert would meet their demise if they were to misstep against such a weapon. No, this cannot merely be classified as a weapon. It is a Taoist soldier. Should one possess the ability to forge 100 such Taoist soldiers, even a first-grade terrestrial immortal could be besieged and perished. And considering the current state of Xianjin, one can only imagine the consequences if it were true gold. Upon hearing this, the figure on the left, Mo Yan, visibly altered in expression. "Master Uncle, true gold is beyond our means. Even with Xianjin, our inventory is insufficient, let alone the forging of 100 Taoist soldiers. Chapter 41. A magical artifact for a single strike. Transforming beings into soldiers. Mo Yan's words rendered Qin Xian momentarily speechless, clearly indicating that even the Earth sect was not merely a wealthy patron. 100 pounds of Xian gold equated to 500,000 taels of silver. Despite the Earth sect's monopolization of 70% of the forging business in the Great Feng, such enterprises still incurred costs and required profit sharing among various individuals. Moreover, the expenses of a vast Dao palace, where elders and ancestors required substantial resources for their cultivation, were indeed daunting. While offering 100 pounds of Xian gold could be feasible, 1,000 pounds was truly beyond reach, and Qin Xian lacked the authority to make such a decision. He chuckled awkwardly, then turned his fervent gaze toward Jiangzhou, inquiring about the duration and consumption of this method. While gifting such an artifact was out of the question, purchasing a few was certainly within reason, despite the presence of numerous celestial beings at the 10th stage in the Great Feng. This was predicated upon a vast population of billions. Overall, most practitioners remained at the 3rd and 4th ranks, with 2nd-rank grandmasters being regarded as formidable figures. Should the Earth sect acquire the crafting method for the Yellow Turban warriors, the safety of their disciples during travels would be assured. If core disciples were to bring along 2 Yellow Turban warriors, what fear would they have of others? Zhang Jiao replied indifferently. The Yellow Turban warriors can persist indefinitely. However, engaging in combat will deplete Xian gold, which must be replenished. That punch you witnessed consumed 1 pound of Xian gold. Qin Xian calculated silently. So, 1 punch costs 5,000 taels of silver? Indeed, that is not exorbitant. Shen Nan, too, arrived at a similar conclusion. No wonder Zhang Jiao only possessed around 100 Yellow Turban warriors in the 3 kingdoms of Xianwu. Given the financial capacity of the Yellow Turban army, exhausting their resources would likely yield only about 100 warriors. Furthermore, the consumption was considerable. 5,000 taels of silver for a single strike from a 3rd-rank peak master? The cost-effectiveness was indeed lacking. Herein lay the divergence in their thoughts. Qin Xian was solely concerned with the safety of his disciples during their travels, as the Earth sect was not financially constrained. Conversely, Shen Nan pondered the broader implications for the Great Feng. Given such cost-effectiveness, it was not feasible. However, when truly needed, it could not be equated to the strike of a 3rd-rank peak master, but rather represented a compliant and visually impressive 3rd-rank Yellow Turban warrior. Surely, not just the Earth sect, but even military nobles and Confucian families would covet such an asset. A smile spread across Qin Xian's face. If I were to request your esteemed self to craft these, what would be required? Or, if you would be willing to impart this crafting method to the Earth sect, what would you need in return? What Shen Nan could conceive, Qin Xian could certainly envision. In his eyes, Zhang Jiao had become a veritable treasure trove. Zhang Jiao did not respond, but instead directed his gaze toward Shen Nan. Qin Xian followed his gaze, feeling a twinge of envy. Where had His Majesty found this Taoist master, who not only possessed such profound techniques but also displayed unwavering loyalty? Your Majesty, if I could craft 100 Yellow Turban warriors, I would gladly bestow upon you the previous 10,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor. He and Shen Nan dared not adopt a tone of bargaining, regardless of the Earth sect's lofty status. After all, a minister remained a minister. Although Qin Xian had always referred to himself as a humble Taoist, he could not disregard propriety when it came to serious matters. Shen Nan smiled at Qin Xian. Knowing that his current actions were deliberately designed to manipulate the Taoist sect, and it was not merely for the sake of a mere 10,000 Ming Wang heavy armors. Qing Xuan's expression stiffened. Your Majesty. Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao. Did not the Celestial Master previously mention that, besides the Yellow Turban warriors, there exists the art of turning beings into soldiers? The Yellow Turban warriors had already provided an unexpected delight, and Shen Nan was eager to witness how the art of transforming beings into soldiers would unfold. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Turning beings into soldiers. Merely 4 words ignited a myriad of curiosities within him. How could beings become soldiers? Zhang Jiao nodded slightly. Indeed, there is an art to turning beings into soldiers. But this technique, it is rather intricate to cultivate. To use it casually would be somewhat wasteful. His words were quite clear. Zhang Jiao was not a dignitary from the halls of power, but rather someone who had emerged from the common folk. Bargaining and skillful negotiation posed no burden for him. With high emotional intelligence, Qin Xian smiled and suggested, how about exchanging 1 spell for a magical artifact? After all, 100 pounds of mysterious gold has been provided. What is a mere artifact? Although the crafting of such artifacts is arduous, it was a personal treasure of Qin Xian. Moreover, this would serve to foster goodwill with Zhang Jiao. And it was merely a gift, nothing to be ashamed of. Zhang Jiao glanced at Shen Nan, who smiled and said, "Celestial Master, please." Qin Xian further inquired, "Is it necessary for my disciple to assist?" Mo Xian's face instantly darkened, and Mo Yin instinctively swallowed hard. He had witnessed the fate of his junior brother clearly. The art of turning beings into soldiers sounded far superior to that of the yellow turban warriors, and he did not wish to face a fate of shattered golden armor and bloodshed. No need, Zhang Jiao shook his head. This item must not be used lightly. After a brief pause, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a gleaming golden bean. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Zhang Jiao casually scattered the golden beans onto the ground, turned beans into soldiers. With a thud, the moment the golden beans hit the ground, a dazzling golden light emerged. In an instant, as the crowd stood in awe, a translucent figure began to materialize amidst the golden glow, swiftly transforming into a towering golden figure. Reminiscent of the yellow turban warriors, but distinctly different in that this golden figure clearly possessed features and emotions. It was even adorned with heavy armor and held a green dragon crescent blade in its right hand. The green dragon crescent blade? Shen Nan squinted suddenly. Could it be? As the thin golden light gradually dissipated, the sounds of weapons and war horses echoed. Qingxuan's heart raced wildly. Mo Xian and Mo Yin, the two brothers, were equally dazed. As the golden light faded, a dragon's roar resonated. It was as if a green dragon was roaring within the courtyard, and the glimmer of blades flickered into view, while everyone stood in a stupor. A cold snort pierced the air. "You all are nothing but mercenaries for hire." A towering figure grasped a green dragon, his slightly closed phoenix eyes radiating an air of cold arrogance. As his magnificent beard fluttered, an overwhelming aura of martial ferocity enveloped him, subtly emanating an invincible presence. Even before he made a move, the atmosphere was already charged with an imposing force that pressed down upon the entire scene. Qin Xian stared in astonishment. The pinnacle of military transcendence? He had never fathomed that a mere being could instantaneously transform into a corporeal being, and that this person could embody the zenith of martial prowess. Such sorcery surpassed all imagination. Just as Qin Xian was lost in wonder, Guan Yu's phoenix eyes suddenly widened, piercing with a chilling intent that struck deep into the heart. Chapter 42. The stifled Qin Xian and the diligent Chao Zhenchun. As the moment when Guan Yu's phoenix eyes opened, the surge of murderous intent left Qin Xian momentarily frozen in place. Despite Qin Xian being a 10th realm celestial of the Taoist sect, nearing the pinnacle of such an existence, he remained daunted by that formidable aura of killing. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Zhang Jiao summoned a flash of golden light. Guan Yu's towering figure, standing at 9 feet, was suddenly compressed, reverting in the blink of an eye to a mere golden bean. Immediately, the golden bean landed in Zhang Jiao's hand as he calmly remarked, "This is the art of transforming beans into soldiers." Transforming beans into soldiers. The onlookers were left speechless. Having witnessed the astonishing phenomenon, a single golden bean could indeed metamorphose into a human form, and not just any form, but that of a master at the zenith of martial prowess. The brothers Mo Xian and Mo Yin instinctively swallowed hard, pondering whether this extraordinary object could be easily controlled. Given the lethal intent emanating from Guan Yu's gaze moments ago, they doubted that anyone could manage it with ease. Qin Xian, too, turned his attention toward Zhang Jiao, who chuckled lightly and shook his head. "This individual is not an ordinary being that one can easily command. Even I can only summon him for a brief moment. However, others need not face such difficulty, like General Zhang Liang and General Zhang Bao." Zhang Jiao's method of transforming beings into soldiers diverged significantly from traditional perceptions. It was a true art of peace. Anyone who had crossed paths with Zhang Jiao could have their aura and essence captured, subsequently undergoing a meticulous refining process to be molded into golden beans. These beans could then temporarily assume the forms of others for his use. Yet, this refining process was far more complex than the previous yellow turban warriors, especially since Zhang Jiao's arrival in this realm. The golden beans in his possession seemed to dwindle with each use. After summoning 3 times, the essence of the individual would completely dissipate. How could he possibly capture the auras of figures like Guan Yu or Zhang Bao in this world? Conversely, Zhang Jiao could effortlessly seize the essences of individuals like Tuo Ba Pusa and Chen Jibao. His technique of transforming beings into soldiers would undoubtedly grow stronger over time. Its limitations would solely depend on the realms of those whom he could summon. Qin Xian, as the leader of the Earth sect, quickly grasped the essence of this technique. recognizing its dependence on capturing auras and the intricate refining process. He glanced at Zhang Jiao, then at Shen Nan, and ultimately sighed with a wry smile. My friend, you truly wield a dangerous power. Why dangerous? Zhang Jiao inquired. Simply because the two techniques he exhibited were increasingly effective, particularly for the Earth sect, which could serve as a foundational method of defense for generations. If Qin Xian were unaware of such techniques, it would be one thing, but knowing their existence, he felt compelled to acquire them at all costs. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiao was not alone. He had the backing of the emperor. This was evident from Zhang Jiao's previous demeanor. Negotiating with him would necessitate first satisfying the emperor, which left Qin Xian feeling somewhat despondent. To gain the emperor's favor, the Earth sect would likely have to make considerable sacrifices. What a pity. Why can't Zhang Jiao be the one whom Qin Xian encounters first? If that were the case, regardless of whether it involved enticing Zhang Jiao to join the Earth sect or supporting him in establishing the Taiping sect, Qin Xian would have complete confidence in satisfying Zhang Jiao's expectations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao merely smiled in silence. Shen Nan also chuckled lightly as he regarded Qin Xian. I wonder how these two techniques compare to the artifacts refined by the Earth sect? What more could Qin Xian say? He sighed. They are indeed exceptional, perhaps even more remarkable than the talismans of Longhu Mountain. The talismans from Longhu Mountain can only be refined to about 100 per year, although their power is said to reach the pinnacle of the 10th realm. And there are even rumors of talismans of the 11th and 12th realms. These ultimately require the lineage of Longhu Mountain to activate with ease. Only the ordinary 4th and 3rd grade talismans can be casually invoked by anyone. However, my friend, this yellow turban warrior, with his ability to conjure soldiers from beans, is entirely different. It serves as a protective technique for our Earth sect. He now realized that Zhang Jiao's method of conjuring soldiers was not merely a refining technique, but rather an extraordinarily profound art. Yet, such a technique seemed somewhat exaggerated, bordering on the realm of celestial arts. With that in mind, Shen Nan turned to Zhang Jiao. Tianshi, please stay and converse with the Dane. I must return to the palace to review official documents. As he spoke, he turned and departed, followed closely by Chen Jibao and 100 heavily armored Mingwang soldiers. Qin Xian stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, watching Shen Nan's retreating figure. This, while he certainly could not and did not wish to directly negotiate terms with His Majesty, the crux of the matter was that Zhang Jiao had clearly indicated he would prioritize the emperor's opinions. Now, with Shen Nan departing so calmly, how could Qin Xian negotiate any terms with Zhang Jiao? At most, he could only trouble Zhang Jiao to refine a few yellow turban warriors and perhaps leave behind 1 or 2 golden beans. Qin Xian wished to call out to the emperor, but felt constrained by his status. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Nan walked away. Zhang Jiao smiled faintly. What about the artifacts you previously promised, my friend? He was quite intrigued by the artifacts of this world. Moreover, upon his arrival, due to the circumstances, he had not brought his 9-section staff. It felt somewhat uncomfortable to be without it. As for the emperor's 1,000 sets of Mingwang heavy armor, that was hardly a concern. Now, it remained to be seen how much benefit Zhang Jiao could extract from the Earth sect, although the techniques were not likely to be offered at this time. Only when the emperor spoke would that change. Moments later, Shen Nan returned to the royal city with a radiant smile. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jiao's conjuring of soldiers and yellow turban warriors would be so effective. While this technique might not serve much purpose for him, he could still refine some yellow turban warriors for protection and as a display of power for the emperor. Additionally, he could keep a few golden beans on hand. However, relative to his personal use, he was more inclined to exchange them for sufficient resources. After all, what he lacked most at present was resources, not the extravagance of yellow turban warriors and conjured soldiers. Your Majesty. Suddenly, the voice of Chao Zhengchun interrupted. Shen Nan regained his senses, only to find himself back in the side hall of the palace. Upon calling out, Chao Zhengchun hurriedly approached, clutching a substantial stack of documents, and flatteringly remarked, Your Majesty. Today Liu Zhong and Zhang Hu have delivered all the assets of the Royal Horse Department. I have also taken a cursory glance at the materials. It must be said that while Chao Zhengchun may lack in other areas, his diligence is truly commendable. Ever since Shen Nan instructed him at noon to assist Han Xing in managing the Royal Horse Department, Chao Zhengchun immediately set about researching the department's records, nearly memorizing the voluminous stack of documents. His level of dedication is indeed deserving of the title, diligent and courteous, Lord Chao. Shen Nan nodded slightly and said, Let us proceed into the hall. He slowly made his way toward the grand hall. Chapter 43. I am neither a tyrant nor a benevolent ruler. Jinghua Hall, a side hall, and also the place where the Emperor of Defeng attends to state affairs. Shen Nan casually sat above, while a group of palace maids skillfully entered, arranging exquisite dishes and fruit platters on the table. By the time Shen Nan departed, it was already noon. Now, as dusk approached, it was time for another meal. However, the Emperor's dining was not overly elaborate. For someone of Shen Nan's standing, it consisted merely of 10 dishes, 5 soups, and 2 types of tea. The term tea referred to juice beverages, which were of exceptional quality. Shen Nan savored his meal slowly. Below him, Qiao Zhenchun led several members of the Kuei-Hua Guard, categorizing scrolls and documents. After a brief moment, Han Xingxian also entered with measured steps, greeting, Your Majesty. Shen Nan nodded, instructing, Have the palace maids bring in some fruit platters and meals. Feel free to partake. He maintained a relaxed demeanor with these summoned individuals. Han Xingxian, not one to stand on ceremony, respectfully replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. He then directed others to set up several tables below. Today was not solely for Han Xingxian and Qiao Zhenchun to report. Tuoba Pusa was also expected shortly, and it was likely that Li Si would be finishing his duties soon. This day marked a moment for these individuals to summarize their findings and prepare to take decisive action against the Red Dragon 10 guards. Once the trivial matters concluded, Qiao Zhenchun stood respectfully, stating, Your Majesty, the documents from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau have been organized. Currently, there are a total of 200 royal estates in the capital and 700 across the 9 provinces. These royal estates alone yield an annual income of 4 million taels of silver, while the pastures encompass a total of 3 million acres. His report was exceedingly detailed, almost unveiling the entirety of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau's assets. In addition to the royal estates and pastures, he also mentioned the eunuchs and tenants associated with the bureau. The tenants, responsible for cultivating the pastures and managing the royal estates, indicated that such a vast enterprise could not operate solely under the direct supervision of eunuchs. Rather, it was managed by responsible eunuchs who employed individuals, along with hereditary tenants. Currently, the bureau employed 900 eunuchs with official titles, while the total number of eunuchs reached 13,000, and the tenants numbered nearly 600,000, amounting to approximately 7 million individuals. This clearly illustrated the enormity of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. However, despite its vastness, the Bureau's annual income amounted to only 5 million taels of silver. Even accounting for embezzlement by the eunuchs, the total revenue barely exceeded 10 million taels. Such figures elicited a cold laugh from Shen Nan. It seemed evident that the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau was not merely a parasitic entity of eunuchs. Other forces were likely extending their grasp as well. This was unmistakable. Otherwise, how could such a colossal institution yield such meager returns? Just as the fiscal revenue of the Great Feng is lamentably meager. Encompassing a vast territory of 9 provinces and a population of 30 billion, the annual income barely amounts to a mere 230 million taels. Most of this paltry sum is dispatched to the 9 towns of Yuzhou, enabling the marshal generals to draw empty salaries and allowing corrupt officials to line their pockets. The dire state of the Great Feng's finances is plainly evident. Qiao Zhenchun nodded solemnly, stating that the investigation revealed the involvement of local magnates, noble families, and aristocrats, suggesting that everyone was reaching for a share. Given the resources of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, its annual revenue should reasonably be estimated at a minimum of 30 to 50 million taels of silver. He had conducted a thorough examination of these matters, and being one who had managed the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, he was naturally well acquainted with the situation. Shen Nan wore a cold smile. What is the condition of the horses? He would later settle these matters, but for now, the most pressing concern was the state of the horses under the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Qiao Zhenchun continued, stating that the office currently had 63,300 work oxen, 3,200,000 sheep, along with 14,000 stallions, 89,000 mares, and 34,000 military horses. Additionally, there were 1,300 dragon horses, infused with demon blood, raised in the imperial capital of Linwan. Previously, Han Xingxian had already dispatched individuals to ascertain the situation, revealing that many horses from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office had been sold off by the eunuchs. The places of sale extended to the southern borders in the lands of Chuan Province, with some even sold to the barbaric demon tribes. However, since Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu had submitted the documents, the current data was undoubtedly accurate, for they dared not deceive Shen Nan. Shen Nan showed no interest in the past numbers or the extent of the sales. recognizing that most of the eunuchs had likely faced confiscation of their assets, and those who had not would soon face a purge. He calmly declared, "From now on, you shall manage these affairs, and I will ensure that Yu Huatian assist you. In the future, any instances of embezzlement shall be met with execution. If the Western Bureau established by Yu Huatian cannot eliminate the corruption, then let Qin Jibao and Taoba Bodhisattva mobilize troops. I refuse to believe we cannot eradicate this rampant malfeasance and restore the integrity of our governance. In truth, with Shen Nan's current foundation and resources, if he were to maintain a passive stance, within a decade, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the realm. Even if the Great Feng were to fall, Shen Nan as an emperor could still establish a new Great Feng. Yet, why should it come to that? With a system at his disposal and such a promising beginning, how could he allow the Great Feng to languish and decay? What he desired was to rejuvenate this nearly rotten state. If there is rot within the Great Feng, he would excise it. If any faction acts with undue audacity, he would suppress it, ultimately achieving true supremacy of imperial power. This ambition also reflects Shen Nan's principles and beliefs from his previous life. A transmigrator would never become a tyrant. While he would not necessarily be a benevolent ruler, the notion that the people are paramount would never be forgotten. A decade is too long. Shen Nan aims for the Great Feng to begin its transformation from this very day. Zhao Zhenchun, Han Shixian, and others, though incapable of reading minds, could nonetheless perceive the emotions emanating from His Majesty. Both spoke solemnly, yes. Shen Nan exhaled slowly and commanded, "Summon Taoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, and Yu Huatian." Regarding the affairs of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, he merely needed to ascertain its resources. The primary focus remained on the condition of the Red Dragon 10 guards, particularly the urgent reorganization of the Tiger Ben Guard. As the military review was merely 14 days away, before this deadline, Shen Nan must command a complete and elite force. Soon, Taoba Bodhisattva, Qin Jibao, and Yu Huatian arrived at Jinghua Hall. Shen Nan looked down upon the three, his gaze settling on Taoba Bodhisattva, and inquired, "What is the status of the Tiger Ben Guard?" Though Taoba Bodhisattva had only managed the Tiger Ben Guard for a day or two, he had already become thoroughly acquainted with its affairs. Without hesitation, he replied, "Your servant speaks frankly. Half of these so-called elites in the Tiger Ben Guard are utterly useless." Chapter 44. The Strategies of the Martial Deities and War Gods. The 9-section staff. 50%. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan couldn't help but smile. This is far better than I had anticipated. After learning about the state of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Shen Nan had already prepared for the utter decay of the Tiger Ben Guard. The 50% mentioned by Taoba Bodhisattva was indeed a much more favorable estimate than what he had in mind. After all, if the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office was in such disarray, how could the Red Dragon 10 guards be any better? For 8 centuries since the establishment of the Great Feng, although the Red Dragon 10 guards were once elite troops renowned for their combat prowess, years have passed, and they have primarily served to protect Jiangzhou and the imperial capital. It is only natural that their combat readiness has waned. Shen Nan turned to Taoba Bodhisattva. "Please elaborate on this matter. How many of the remaining 50% are truly capable? If you were to reorganize the Tiger Ben Guard, how long would it take? And what about the reduction of troops?" The matter of troop reduction had already been decided. Addressing corrupt officials is exceedingly troublesome and tends to have far-reaching consequences. Before Shen Nan could embark on a thorough cleansing of corrupt officials and restore integrity, his first course of action would be to reduce the military, resolving the issue of ghost soldiers. Furthermore, he needed to seize the opportunity to command a battle-ready army. Only by possessing sufficient strength could he suppress all opposition. This was not merely a matter of possessing high-end martial power. It also required a vast influence. The Tiger Ben Guard is the first step. After a brief contemplation, Taoba Bodhisattva responded, "Of the remaining 50%, a significant portion should be usable. These individuals have all been reassigned from the border troops, which is a long-standing tradition of the Great Feng. Generally, more than 30% of the Tiger Ben Guard is composed of elite soldiers drawn from various border forces, a policy intended to maintain the combat effectiveness of the Tiger Ben Guard. Unfortunately, the Tiger Ben Guard is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Virtue Department, and those in true power are often the offspring or relatives of military nobles. While these elite border troops are indeed capable fighters, they lack the necessary foundation and roots. The 3 Tiger Ben Guard leaders I brought to the city gate today are a different case. Among the military aristocracy, there exists a faction of individuals who, while being military nobles, do not possess overly illustrious backgrounds. They are merely endowed with exceptional talent and share the bloodline of military nobility, thus qualifying to command the Tiger Ben Guard. However, for them, advancement is contingent upon establishing military merits. Your Majesty, should you wish to reduce the military and reorganize the Tiger Ben Guard, these individuals should be at the core of your strategy. To Oba Bodhisattva, true to his reputation as the god of war from the northern Mang, handled the matter with remarkable decisiveness and expertise. Within just a day or two, he had grasped the situation of the Tiger Ben Guard and identified a practical approach to troop reduction and military reorganization. Shen Nan nodded in satisfaction. Chen Zhibao, what is your perspective? Though to Oba Bodhisattva's proposal was commendable, he also wished to ascertain whether Chen Zhibao had any strategies to contribute. Chen Zhibao replied in a deep voice, General Tuoba's insights are indeed excellent. Although he had previously been adversaries in the snow, now that they are in this world, they are colleagues. Furthermore, given Chen Zhibao's temperament, he had no desire to seek special recognition. He prefers to engage in battle, to achieve accomplishments through strength and let his merits speak for themselves. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan nodded and declared, Excellent. I grant you 5 days' time. After this period, we shall commence the disbandment of the Tiger Ben Guard. By then, I intend to transform the Tiger Ben Guard into a true elite force, wholly loyal to me. Although to Oba Bodhisattva had grasped the situation, hastily disbanding the military would undoubtedly incite chaos. Moreover, Shen Nan did not wish to expose his intentions too soon. He aimed for a subtle approach, one that would lead to the complete downfall of the military generals and nobility. Once the disbandment of the Tiger Ben Guard was successful, he would immediately turn his attention to the Fu Ben Guard. The Red Dragon 10 guards reportedly boasted an impressive strength of 200,000, though the actual number was closer to 150,000. The Tiger Ben left and right guards, on the other hand, consisted of merely 15,000 troops. Within the imperial capital, there were also the Fu army left and right guards. If he could not swiftly seize control of both the Tiger Ben guards and the Fu army, Shen Nan's ambition to disband the Red Dragon 10 guards and reorganize them would prove difficult. After all, the commanders of the left and right guards were stationed over 10 miles away in the capital's garrison, while the Martial Dragon and Chosen Edge units were stationed even further, at a fortress 30 miles away. These troops were far from docile. The task of disbanding the military seemed straightforward, yet a moment's carelessness could spark rebellion. Furthermore, Duke Chu was preparing for a military parade, and should the disbandment incite turmoil, he would undoubtedly find amusement in the situation, leveraging it to gain advantage in court. The cabinet, led by Jiangzhou, would likely align with Duke Chu upon learning of Shen Nan's intentions, further complicating the situation. However, to achieve the reorganization of the Tiger Ben Guard and the disbandment of the Fu army within a single day, aside from addressing to Oba Bodhisattva and Chen Zhibao's affairs, Shen Nan also required intelligence from Li Si. Without sufficient information, a swift and precise disbandment would be impossible. Contemplating this, Shen Nan turned to Han Xingxian. How much longer until Li Si arrives? Han Xingxian paused slightly before responding. By my calculations, he should arrive within a quarter of an hour at most. The offices of Dafeng close at the hour of you, which is around 6 or 7 in the evening, just as the sun sets. Shen Nan nodded slightly. As he was about to speak, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside the hall. Zhang Hufa requests an audience. It was Zhang Jiao returning. Currently, Zhang Jiao held the nominal position of a third-grade protective official of Dafeng, as acknowledged by the eunuchs. Shen Nan smiled. Let him in. He was indeed curious about Zhang Jiao's discussions with the Earth sect. As Zhang Jiao strode into the hall, Shen Nan immediately noticed the 9-section staff he held in his right hand, adorned with a bell that jingled softly, accompanied by a subtle wave of energy that enveloped the surroundings. This item was undoubtedly a magical artifact. Standing in the center of the grand hall, Zhang Jiao smiled at Shen Nan. Your Majesty, the Earth sect has agreed to manufacture 1,000 sets of Ming Wang heavy armor free of charge, and they promise that in the future, regardless of what you wish to forge, the Earth sect will only charge the cost. Furthermore, his tone grew increasingly lighthearted. The Earth sect also promises that you may freely select 3 magical artifacts. The price in question is evidently not reflective of the value Zhang Jiao would assign to the conjuring of soldiers from beans or the yellow turban warriors for the Earth sect. Rather, it resembles more of a customary gift. Shen Nan, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Zhang Jiao and inquired, has the Earth sect not specified how to exchange for the conjuring of soldiers and the yellow turban warriors? Zhang Jiao chuckled softly and replied, since His Majesty has departed, what terms can the Earth sect possibly propose? This condition merely serves as remuneration for my humble service in crafting 2 yellow turban warriors. As for the arcane methods of conjuring soldiers and the yellow turban warriors, Qing Xian would likely be unable to offer anything of suitable value without first conferring with the elders of the Earth sect. Nonetheless, it is certain that the Earth sect will honor His Majesty in the future. This was precisely the outcome Shen Nan desired. For the conjuring of soldiers and the yellow turban warriors to be temporarily withheld, he could, however, forge a few yellow turban warriors for the Earth sect. The specifics, he deemed, were left to one's own discretion. The Taoist Earth sect, which Shen Nan aimed to ultimately master, was merely being tantalized at present. At that moment, the eunuch's voice resounded once more, announcing, "Right, Deputy Minister of Justice. Li Si, request an audience." Chapter 45, The True State of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. All must be executed. Li Si's arrival was most timely. Shen Nan was eager to inquire about the specifics of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Upon entering the Jinghua Palace, Li Si first bowed respectfully to Shen Nan. Addressing him as Your Majesty, Shen Nan waved his hand casually, urging him to sit and speak at his leisure. He had previously prepared a meal for the assembly, which was now quite opportune. Li Si, feeling no hesitation, knelt before the table and sampled the tea and fruits before turning to Han Xingxian. "Are there any maps of the imperial capital and its surroundings within the palace?" Upon hearing this, Han Xingxian promptly instructed the Kuaihua guards to fetch the map. In no time, the Kuaihua guards returned with the map. Han Xingxian laid it out upon the ground. Although the map of the Great Feng was not as meticulously detailed as those of later eras, it was considerably clearer than the typical ancient maps, especially since this particular one had been painstakingly crafted by the palace. From Shen Nan's vantage point, he could more vividly appreciate the grandeur and vastness of the imperial capital, which boasted a population of 30 million. Given the ancient architecture, sustaining such a populous city was no small feat. The capital was indeed exceedingly expansive, with each of the 13 districts being immense. To put this into perspective, one district was comparable to a modern administrative region. The positions of the left and right guards, the Wulong guards, and the Xianfeng guards of the Red Dragon 10 guards might seem distant from the imperial capital, often several miles or tens of miles away, but on the map, the distances appeared negligible. They were merely a hand's breadth from the capital. It is worth noting that this map was as large as a billiard table. Thus, what did a hand's breadth signify? Shen Nan mused slightly. It seems that when the time comes to reduce the military, it must be done with a thunderous resolve. Otherwise, considering the positions of the left guards, the Xianfeng guards, and the Wulong guards, should any military noble manage to react in time, they could swiftly relay messages, inciting the Red Dragon 10 guards stationed around the capital to revolt. This was distinct from Shen Nan's previous attempts to seize military power or his intentions regarding the military funds. Reducing the military would strike at the very heart of the military nobility's interests, affecting each and every one of them. In the face of such circumstances, any reaction from them would be entirely expected. Li Si shook his head at these words. "It is not as complex as Your Majesty envisions. Although I have only just been appointed as the Deputy Minister of Justice, I have already grasped the situation regarding the Red Dragon 10 guards. Given their combat effectiveness, they are unlikely to be capable of inciting a rebellion. They simply lack the ability." The official figures state that the Red Dragon 10 guards comprised 200,000 elite troops, yet in reality, there are only 150,000. This discrepancy is well known and accepted by various factions, including several of the former emperors. This is because the Red Dragon 10 guards were originally established by military nobles, who were indeed formidable warriors during the founding era. When the great ancestor led the Red Dragon 10 guards in their campaigns, these military nobles paid a heavy price, leading the great ancestor to declare that the 50,000 phantom troops were to be rewards for the military nobles. Let them never worry about food and drink across generations. However, as time has elapsed, the current Red Dragon 10 guards represent more than merely 50,000 empty stipends. Although it is said to comprise 150,000 elite troops, in reality, no more than 100,000 can truly be deemed as elite. The remaining 50,000 are merely a facade, consisting of the elderly, infirm, and disabled. Among this 100,000 elite, perhaps fewer than 50,000 are genuinely capable of engaging in battle. This is the situation as understood by Li Si. The Ministry of Justice serves as the foundational support for the legalists, and the Deputy Minister of Justice possesses the authority to review the records. With years of accumulation and depth in the legalist tradition, coupled with the privileges of the Chief of the Imperial Guards, Li Si required less than half a day to thoroughly peruse the records of the Red Dragon 10 guards and ascertain their true condition. In summary, it could be encapsulated in a single phrase: 150,000 troops, yet not a single battalion available for use. 100,000 elite, with merely 50,000 able-bodied individuals? Shen Nan could not help but shake his head. Although I had previously heard the Bodhisattva Tuoba speak of the circumstances surrounding the Tiger Ben army, to truly comprehend the actual state of the Red Dragon 10 guards is, indeed, somewhat absurd. The Red Dragon 10 guards are tasked with safeguarding the imperial capital, a duty of utmost importance. The founding emperor once bestowed ample wealth and honor upon these martial nobles, even tacitly permitting them to consume the empty stipends of 50,000 to bolster their own coffers. Yet such measures have not yielded a single elite. On the surface, 200,000 elites exist, but in truth, only 50,000 are fit for battle. Such figures are preposterous and exaggerated. This reflects why the Great Feng has enjoyed a prolonged period of peace. Should the savage and demonic tribes truly invade the imperial capital, it is feared these individuals would be incapable of holding their ground for even a few days. After all, given the vastness of the capital, to adequately defend it would require at least 100,000 elite troops supported by hundreds of thousands of auxiliary soldiers. Not to mention how ineffective a mere 50,000 elite would be. Furthermore, among these 50,000 elites, 1,500 are accounted for in the Tiger Ben left guard. This implies that the remaining guards can muster at most 35,000 elites. If memory serves me right, the military stipend for the elite troops of the Great Feng amounts to 15 taels of silver, which means the annual military stipend for the Red Dragon 10 guards is ostensibly 3 million taels of silver. This figure merely reflects the dispersed stipends. If one were to account for military provisions, supplies, and such, the annual expenditure of the Red Dragon 10 guards likely reaches tens of millions of taels of silver. Shen Nan's calculations are indeed accurate. However, he still underestimates the significance of the term Red Dragon 10 guards. Before Li Si could respond, Chao Zhenchun interjected, "Your Majesty, the annual expenditure of the Red Dragon 10 guards is approximately 23 million taels, the same as last year, and 226 million taels the year before." While Chao Zhenchun may lack in many areas, his memory is exceptional. Today, he has not only recited the data from the Imperial Horse Bureau, but has also gathered some understanding of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Especially as His Majesty intends to reform them, the system has already infused this information. 23 million taels to sustain these individuals? Shen Nan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Speak on. What other circumstances exist? Li Si shook his head and replied, "I am only aware of this intelligence for now. In the days to come, I plan to compile a list of usable personnel from the Red Dragon 10 guards for Your Majesty's future military reductions. The Red Dragon 10 guards have deteriorated over time, and it cannot simply be attributed to any one individual. Ultimately, there remain a formidable force of 50,000 elite warriors, all of whom are practitioners of the first rank. Even in the event of troop reductions, it does not imply the complete disbandment of all, but rather the careful selection of a portion." Shen Nan finally received a piece of reassuring news. "This matter will be overseen by you, along with Tuoba and Chen Zhibao. I require but one outcome, within 5 days. Within this time frame, I expect to see a fitting resolution, at which point the selected generals may also be presented in the palace. For I wish to meet these rare and esteemed leaders, whether it be to Obapusa or Li Si, regardless of the promises they extend, to truly gather these generals. It will inevitably require Shen Nan's intervention. Only in this manner can they genuinely focus on their tasks. Shen Nan may also take this opportunity to discern if there are any individuals who leave a lasting impression. His strongest foundation lies not solely in the system's tasks, but also in the vague memories of the next 20 years. Chapter 46. The Clever Ones in the Cabinet. A Dream of Compassion. Within the Hall of Scenic Splendor, Li Si, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Chen Zhibo began to deliberate on how to consolidate the generals and execute the military reduction plan in 5 days. Han Shengxian and Chao Zhenchun also contributed their insights from the sidelines, and even Zhang Jiao joined the discussion. The assembly of such talented individuals brought a sense of relief to Shen Nan. There was a moment when he truly contemplated overturning the table and establishing a new Dafeng, for the existing Dafeng, having endured 8 centuries, was burdened with numerous accumulated issues. Rather than expending great effort to reorganize the Dafeng, it seemed more prudent to initiate a complete transformation. Such an overhaul would undoubtedly be more audacious and less cumbersome. However, upon witnessing the demeanor of Li Si and the others, Shen Nan sighed in relief. The current situation was not yet so dire. Moreover, Defeng had nurtured its scholars for 8 centuries, and indeed, there were true talents among them. In the memory of the Yuan Yu Emperor, Defeng had weathered calamities of compassion, southern rebellions, the ascendancy of the Buddhist sect, chaos wrought by barbaric entities, and the establishment of the Taoist order, all while loyal subjects emerged to stand steadfast for Defeng and the emperor. Regrettably, no one could truly reverse the tide. Even the hidden strength of Fain, at the 12th realm of the legalist school, could not turn the tide. The northern king of the military's 12th realm from Yuzhou also struggled to dispel the malevolent spirits. Their failures, though lamentable, provided Shen Nan with a wealth of intelligence. Armed with this foresight, along with the support of the system and individuals like Li Si, why should Shen Nan choose the path of retreat and gradual development? Enduring years of suppression before launching a sudden offensive? Such a course of action Shen Nan could not abide, though he appeared gentle in demeanor. His heart could not tolerate even a hint of impurity. Meanwhile, as Shen Nan and others deliberated military reductions in the Hall of Scenic Splendor within the cabinet, the Vice Minister Jiangzhou had not departed. Today, he was on duty as a grand scholar of the cabinet. Ordinarily, he would remain overnight. However, unlike previous nights, Jiangzhou appeared somewhat restless. His gaze frequently drifted towards the direction of the Hall of Scenic Splendor. From where did the emperor summon such skilled individuals? And what were his intentions? Having ascended the throne merely days ago, the emperor was consolidating military power, suppressing the dukes, appointing the deputy minister of justice, and the commander of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Today, he even personally visited the Heavenly Craft Institute. Although Shen Nan's actions were shrouded in secrecy, some matters could not be concealed. In front of Jiangzhou lay a slip of paper with intelligence regarding Li Si's review of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. With Confucianism's influence in Defeng's court, even though the Justice Department was the domain of legalists, they possessed countless means to acquire information from within. Jiangzhou was aware of this, as was Jiangsu, the chief minister of the cabinet. Yet, both Jiangzhou and Jiangsu chose to remain inactive. What was the old fox Jiangsu truly contemplating? Jiangzhou remained unaware of the intricacies surrounding him. Yet his own thoughts were exceedingly clear. He had long since relinquished any desire for conflict. As a paragon of the Confucian humble lineage, though he did not possess the grandeur of the esteemed Wang Shu, who established the illustrious Dalu Academy and forged an unprecedented path for Confucian generals, he nonetheless contributed to the cause of the Confucian humble class. Had it not been for his role as a secondary aide and the support of the Jiangzhou Academy behind him, the realm of Defeng would have long succumbed to the dominance of noble families. The Confucian humble faction, led by Jiangzhou, exhibited a certain rigidity, and he himself was renowned for his steadfastness. Consequently, he harbored deep discontent towards the inaction and avarice of the officials within the court. Yet, with Jiangsu and the Jiangzhou Confucians engaging in their protective machinations, he found himself at a loss, merely intending to endure a few more years before retiring to his homeland. Thus, even upon realizing that His Majesty intended to make moves against the Red Dragon 10 Guards, potentially unsettling the larger framework, Jiangzhou chose to feign ignorance. If His Majesty wished to become a martial king, so be it. He merely hoped there would be no reckless actions. He casually burned the slip of paper and ceased to concern himself with the affairs of Jinghua Hall, instead beginning to meditate. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Zhang Hu bore a contemplative expression. Unlike Jiangzhou, who could only vaguely speculate about the emperor's imminent grand maneuvers, Zhang Hu was acutely aware of His Majesty's intentions. Your Majesty, disbanding the army is no simple task. Even with the support of these individuals, can it truly be executed smoothly? Though he was a loyal servant of the compassionate sect, his life and fortune were intrinsically tied to the will of the emperor. The compassionate sect merely offered investment, while the emperor alone could bestow wealth and determine the fates of men like Zhang Hu. Consequently, Zhang Hu yearned to earn Shen Nan's trust. Regrettably, Shen Nan offered no such opportunity. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hu, the actions he would undertake in the future would lead to his own demise at Shen Nan's hands. Should Shen Nan choose not to eliminate him outright, but rather exploit him to ensnare the compassionate sect, a grand fish indeed. Zhang Hu, under the delusion of being a loyal eunuch, would find that once in true power, he could hardly remain loyal. Instead, he would reveal himself as a figure of immense ambition. This serves as a poignant reminder that individuals often fail to perceive their true selves. At this moment, a voice echoed faintly in Zhang Hu's ears, imbued with a chilling and eerie resonance. Paradoxically, this cold and spectral voice instilled within him a sense of comfort akin to returning to a warm embrace. His eyes gradually closed, and within mere moments, he abruptly opened them, gasping for breath. Who? Compassionate sect, enter the dream. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead and back, and his countenance darkened significantly. For just moments ago, the saneness of the compassionate sect had commanded him, in a dream, to spare no effort in securing Shen Nan's trust and to arrange for his own people to assume command in Chuan province. It is evident that the Lianshang sect intends to commence its strategical deployment for the rebellion in Chuan prefecture. However, the sect remains unaware of Jiangzhou's current predicament. This is a unique aspect of the Great Feng's imperial capital, where the palace is enveloped in the aura of national fortune, while the realm outside is dominated by the influence of legalism, casting a formidable shadow over the entire capital. The members of the Liansheng sect dare not easily dispatch their experts to the imperial city. In his dreams, Jiangzhou is equally reluctant to reveal the true situation. He is acutely aware of the sect's methods. Should they discover that he has become a mere pawn, his fate would be nothing short of tragic. It appears that he must act with ruthless determination. Jiangzhou's gaze darkens with a fierce intensity. Lu Zhong, do not hold this against me. He intends to betray Lu Zhong entirely, and with the accumulation of certain resources over the years, he plans to present them as a pledge of allegiance to Shen Nan, in hopes of gaining his trust. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, it would be futile to arrange for someone to assume the position of military supervisor in Chuan prefecture. Even if Jiangzhou were to request an external posting himself, it is likely that Shen Nan would not grant such permission. Chapter 47. The Refresh of the Marketplace. Jiangzhou's mediocre acting. The following day, at noon, Shen Nan concluded his day's cultivation with a sense of rejuvenation. The true dragon vitality within him had evidently surged to a remarkable extent, and the complete assimilation of the lesser master pill was now merely a matter of time. Yet, what excited him the most was the anticipated refresh of the system marketplace. This had become a small custom for Shen Nan. Although the system marketplace refreshed daily at the stroke of midnight, his national revival points were invariably depleted at an astonishing rate, rather than merely watching them dwindle. He preferred to wait until the daily sign-in concluded, granting him an additional 1,000 revival points, before perusing the refreshed items in the marketplace. At that moment, if something enticing appeared, he could either secure it or directly exchange for it. After casting a quick glance, Shen Nan's attention was drawn to the first item. It was, astonishingly, a martial art technique, the Supreme Rigid Skill. Supreme Rigid Skill Manual. Originating from the era of Qin, it is the ultimate secret technique of the armored gate. Cultivating this skill can transform one's physique into a shield-like armor, impervious to blades and spears, embodying unparalleled hard training, earning the title of Iron Head and Steel Arms. Invulnerable in 100 battles. Peak level of 3rd grade, requiring 300 points for exchange. This martial art technique had left a profound impression on Shen Nan during his viewing of Qin's Time and Moon. The character Dianqing, with his unparalleled hard training, was deemed invincible. Even the twin swords of Tianci could not inflict a scratch upon him, and his vulnerabilities were exceptionally unique, concealed within his body. Unlike common hard training martial arts, the system's peak 3rd grade level further underscored the formidable nature of this skill. Shen Nan did not intend to learn it for himself. Rather, he envisioned its potential fusion with the Ming Wang heavy armor soldiers' Ming Wang strength and iron bone vitality, which might indeed enhance their power. Moreover, the price of 300 points was quite reasonable. It is worth noting that although the Great Feng Palace housed numerous martial arts, the existence of such a level of hard training was exceedingly rare. However, Shen Nan refrained from hastily exchanging it, and instead turned his gaze to another newly emerged item. Xianri Divine Bow, a 4th grade magical artifact, capable of unleashing a force at the peak of 3rd grade through accumulated power. Exchange price, 500 points. Evidently, the system marketplace had refreshed with an abundance of items, not only including troop types similar to the Western Factory's Grand Gift or the Great Snow Dragon Riders, but also various inheritances, martial arts, as well as magical artifacts, divine weapons, and elixirs. As for the last item, it remained the Sunflower Manual that had been refreshed yesterday. Regrettably, the Western Factory Grand Gift was no longer available. Shen Nan initially contemplated opening another Western Factory gift today if no suitable exchange items appeared. Considering that both the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office under Han Shengxian and the Western Factory being assembled by Yu Huadian were in dire need of personnel. Upon exchanging for the Xian Redivine Bow and the Supreme Rigid Skill, a splendid golden longbow suddenly manifested in Shen Nan's right hand. The bow was extravagantly designed. adorned with a cloud dragon motif along its body, and the grip was intricately engraved with a radiant sun. In terms of appearance, it was nothing short of regal. What pleased Shen Nan the most was that this bow required no arrows. It could be effortlessly activated by channeling vital energy. The sole drawback was its considerable consumption. In the realm of ordinary fourth-tier masters, one can typically exert their full strength only thrice before exhausting their internal energy. However, considering that such a feat allows a fourth-tier adept to unleash the pinnacle power of a third-tier master, this limitation is hardly a drawback. Rather, it constitutes a significant advantage. After all, a fourth-tier master can still deliver 3 strikes of third-tier peak potency. In terms of effectiveness, it bears a striking resemblance to the talismans of Dragon and Tiger Mountain that Qing Xin spoke of yesterday. This divine bow could indeed be entrusted to Jiangzhou for replication by the Artisan Institute, if its manufacture proves feasible. It would present a splendid sight to see every fourth-tier commander of the Black Dragon Shin Bird Guard equipped with such a magical artifact. Shen Nan casually set aside the divine skill and secret manual, intending to summon Jiangzhou from the hall's exterior. Yet, before he could utter a word, the voice of Chao Zhenchun resonated from outside. "Your Majesty, the chief of the ritual office requests an audience." The chief of the ritual office? Zhang Hu. As Shen Nan wore a puzzled expression, he observed Chao Zhenchun enter and announce, "Your Majesty, Zhang Hu has arrived with several eunuchs. And they bear numerous chests that seem to contain rare treasures, glimmering faintly." Upon hearing this, Shen Nan understood the situation and instructed, "Allow Zhang Hu to enter." He carelessly tossed the divine bow and manual behind his chair. Soon after, Zhang Hu entered with a solemn demeanor, offering no words as he knelt on the ground. Bowing deeply and sincerely declared, "Your Majesty, this servant is guilty." Shen Nan regarded Zhang Hu with interest. "Guilty? What is your crime?" Zhang Hu raised his head and earnestly responded, "This servant has overseen the Imperial Horse Office for many years, yet it has fallen into such disarray, with corruption permeating its ranks, leading to the depletion of your Majesty's treasury. This is a capital offense. I am aware that Lu Zhong is no loyal subject to your Majesty, but rather an infiltrator from the Buddhist sect, yet I have failed to expose him, which is also a capital crime. He continued to enumerate various offenses, even revealing some of his own unsavory deeds. Finally, he bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "This servant deserves to die." Such a display caused Shen Nan to narrow his eyes slightly. He discerned Zhang Hu's intentions and began to grasp the overall situation. It appeared that Lian Sheng intended for Zhang Hu to undertake certain tasks. Ironically, while Zhang Hu still held the title of chief of the ritual office, he was one who had not earned the emperor's trust, thus rendering him incapable of effective action. Zhang Hu was now using Lu Zhong and his own misdeeds as a token of loyalty. However, it was evident that Zhang Hu was deliberately downplaying the gravity of his actions, while his misdeeds were indeed a source of leverage. They paled in comparison to Lu Zhong's betrayal as an infiltrator. Shen Nan had already forgiven the issues pertaining to the Imperial Horse Office. Those trifles were of little consequence. After a brief contemplation, Shen Nan spoke, "I shall accept the items you have brought. As for these matters, I am unconcerned. What transpired previously is bygone. Do not repeat such errors in the future. You may find peace in your duties. As for Lu Zhong, I shall handle that myself." Zhang Hu was taken aback. He had anticipated a furious outburst from Shen Nan and had prepared to use this opportunity to request an outward assignment. Yet now, how should Zhang Hu respond to Shen Nan's nonchalant handling of the situation? He could only muster his resolve and grit his teeth as he spoke, "Your Majesty, in your boundless mercy. However, aside from these matters, I have also discovered that the Lianxing sect is subtly stirring in Chuanzhou. I humbly beseech your Majesty to appoint me as the military supervisor in Chuanzhou to monitor the Lianxing sect on your behalf." This was indeed Zhang Hu's scheme. He had no intention of obeying the commands of the Lianxing sect or sending anyone away. Zhang Hu recognized that he could never gain the emperor's trust. Thus he seized this opportunity to request an external posting, which would allow him to fulfill the task assigned by the Lianxing sect, while also enabling him to leave the palace with genuine ease. Moreover, such an arrangement was theoretically sound. After all, on the surface, Zhang Hu held the position of chief eunuch in the Ministry of Rites, a high-ranking official among the eunuchs. His self-request for an external position as military supervisor in Chuanzhou was akin to self-deprecation, comparable to the ambitions of esteemed ministers in the court. If Shen Nan were unaware of Zhang Hu's true background, he might simply perceive Zhang Hu as someone who had grown fearful, wishing to retreat to Chuanzhou for a peaceful life. Alas, Shen Nan was well aware of Zhang Hu's foundations, rendering all of Jiangzhou's theatrics painfully clumsy. Chapter 48. Let the Buddhist sect confront the compassionate sect, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Shen Nan chose not to expose Jiangzhou's lackluster performance, even though Zhang's future actions were undoubtedly deserving of disdain. However, the future remains the future, and Shen Nan was not the Emperor Yuanyu of that time. With his current acumen, he could utilize Jiangzhou effectively. Moreover, Jiangzhou possessed certain merits, particularly as bait to ensnare the compassionate sect. Additionally, having served as the chief steward of the eunuchs in the Great Feng Dynasty for decades, the wealth of information and connections within his mind was invaluable. With a calm demeanor, Shen Nan remarked, "I comprehend your intent. In the days to come, focus on transitioning the matters of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs with Han Shengxian. There is no rush regarding the military affairs in Chuan Province, nor do you need to concern yourself with Lu Zhong's affairs. Your servant expresses gratitude to your majesty." Jiangzhou, filled with elation, hastily bowed. He was indeed unable to remain in the palace any longer. Not only was Han Shengxian's prowess intimidating, but the appearances of figures like Tua Ba and Li Si left him in utter trepidation, especially since his own background was far from pristine. Should the emperor discover his connections within the compassionate sect, his fate would be sealed. Fortuitously, the compassionate sect was equally indifferent, and Jiangzhou was fortunate to leave unscathed. Shen Nan casually remarked, "There is no need for formalities. Simply attend to your responsibilities." Jiangzhou sincerely replied, "Your servant will ensure that everything in the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs is handed over to Master Han." Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, you may withdraw." Soon after, Jiangzhou departed, brimming with joy. Upon his exit, Chao Jingchun looked at Shen Nan with a puzzled expression. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend for Jiangzhou to serve as the military supervisor in Chuan Province?" He struggled to grasp the emperor's reasoning. Shen Nan chuckled softly. "When did I ever say that Jiangzhou would go to Chuan Province as a military supervisor? He is merely engaging in his own charade, and I shall feign ignorance, allowing him to assist Han Shengxian in the palace in due time. Besides, he does possess some utility. If Jiangzhou desired to act, Shen Nan was willing to indulge him." As for the military affairs in Chuan Province, Shen Nan had already considered a candidate. He intended to suggest that Lu Zhong volunteer for the position. This would firmly secure Jiangzhou within the palace while enabling Lu Zhong to allow the Buddhist sect to engage in a fierce confrontation with the compassionate sect. After all, the Buddhist sect harbored grand aspirations. They were not seeking rebellion, but rather aimed to transform the Great Feng into a terrestrial paradise. Such endeavors were not unprecedented for the Buddhist sect, though they had previously faced severe suppression by the Confucians, legalists, and militarists, nearly branding them as a heretical cult. Consequently, the Buddhist sect had since operated with increasing secrecy and caution. However, their profound foundation remained intact, and should Lu Zhong indeed head to Chuan Province, it would surely lead to a captivating spectacle. Chao Zhenchun still wore a perplexed expression, clearly failing to grasp Shen Nan's intention. Not wishing to elaborate, Shen Nan simply instructed, "Summon Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian to see me." Chao Jingchun respectfully withdrew, "As you command." A brief moment later, Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian had already arrived within the Jinghua Hall. "Your Majesty, on their way." Chao Zhengchun had informed Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian of Jiangzhou's matters. Unlike Chao Jingchun, who was inept and scheming, they harbored some vague suspicions, and in an instant, various strategies to deal with Jiang, who had already formed in their minds. This exemplified the prowess of the spring and autumn era's formidable figures and the Western Depot's chief. Shen Nan, observing the expressions of the two, understood their intentions. It was best to refrain from meddling with Jiangzhou for the time being, allowing him to indulge in his fanciful dreams. When he truly found himself backed into a corner, and his value had been sufficiently extracted, they could then proceed to manage him. If they could secure his cooperation, it would be all the more advantageous. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian suppressed their thoughts in agreement. Shen Nan nodded. "Han Shengxian, seek out Lu Zhong and inform him that Jiangzhou has exposed his role as an insider within the Buddhist sect. While the sect is indeed a prominent entity, this matter ultimately constitutes treasonous behavior. Advise him to voluntarily request a transfer to Chuan Prefecture to oversee military affairs, monitoring any unusual movements from the Lianqing sect. Should he execute this task well, I may permit him to return to the capital in the future." In contrast to the reputation of the Lianqing sect, that of the Buddhist sect was far more esteemed. Although the Buddhist sect had previously engaged in actions that suggested a desire to establish a terrestrial paradise, publicly, they maintained a posture of great respect towards the emperor. Thus, Lu Zheng's involvement with the Buddhist sect merely constituted a transgression of taboo, not a capital offense. Furthermore, Shen Nan's words were sufficiently candid, clearly signaling to the Buddhist sect to assist in countering the Lianqing sect. With Lu Zheng's and the Buddhist master's acumen, they would certainly grasp the underlying message. Utilization does not always necessitate subterfuge. Sometimes, it can be expressed openly. Shen Nan's words were direct. Han Xingxian understood his task. I shall obey your command. Shen Nan turned to Yu Huatian. Have there been any issues in the establishment of the Western Depot? Yu Huatian replied without hesitation. Currently, there are no problems. Han Xian has been exceedingly cooperative. I have already selected 30 men from the Jing army, with 5 members of the Kuohuai Guard assisting. However, to fully operationalize the Western Depot will require some time, and I may need your Majesty's assistance when the time comes. The establishment of the Western Depot was certainly not an endeavor to be completed in a single day. Shen Nan was merely making a strategic advance. Did not the legalists mention sending 3 artifacts to me? I shall request 3 ear-hearing pearls as a gift for you. Go to Han Xingxian and collect 500,000 taels of silver for funding. Within a month, I expect to see substantial results. With Yu Huatian's capabilities as the chief of the Western Depot, a month's time should suffice to lay the groundwork. Even if it would not yet reach the notorious stature of a feared hound, at the very least, a foundational intelligence network should be established. This was the purpose behind Shen Nan bestowing upon him the ear-hearing pearls and the substantial silver. I accept the command. You all may proceed with your tasks. Shen Nan lifted the Xuanri Divine Bow and the Zhigang Hard Skill, then addressed Chao Zhenchun, summoned Zhang Jiao to the training grounds. As you command. A quarter of an hour later, within the side hall of the Office of Rites, Lu Zheng gazed at Han Xingxian with a countenance fraught with dismay. I have comprehended His Majesty's intentions. Tomorrow, I shall personally request to oversee military affairs in Jiangzhou. Concerning the matter of Lianqing sect, I shall duly report to the Buddhist community. With these words, he essentially laid bare his cards. Yet, Lu Zheng found himself devoid of any choice. He could not even harbor resentment towards Shen Nan, attributing everything solely to Zhang Hu's unscrupulousness. To be candid, ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, the situation had begun to shift unsettlingly. Lu Zheng had intended to discreetly contact the Buddhist community to ascertain their response, but unexpectedly, before he could take action, Zhang Hu made the first move. This left Lu Zheng's heart in a tumultuous state, beset by both anguish and elation. The anguish stemmed from the loss of a position he had diligently cultivated for decades, while the elation arose from the emperor's disposition towards the Buddhist community, leading Lu Zheng to surmise that the Buddhist sect would soon flourish. This distinction between Lu Zheng and Zhang Hu lay in their relationship with the Lianqing sect. For Zhang Hu, it was a matter of mutual exploitation, whereas Lu Zheng, appearing more amiable, was, in truth, a man thoroughly indoctrinated by Buddhism, harboring loyalty solely to the Buddhist faith. Chapter 49, The Chaos in Chuan Province. The Great General of Demon Suppression Slaughters. In the Grand Arena, Shen Nan held the mysterious sun god bow with his left hand, while his right hand slowly drew back the bowstring, though the bowstring appeared delicate. At this moment it felt as heavy as a towering mountain. A fierce and malevolent energy surged forth. The bow was fully drawn. A crimson energy coalesced upon the longbow, transforming in an instant into a crimson arrow nearly a yard in length. Then, a piercing arrow's cry echoed, as the scarlet projectile streaked across the sky like a vibrant rainbow. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the moment the crimson arrow descended upon the wooden post, everything within a radius of several feet was instantly turned to ash. The solid tiled ground collapsed in an instant. Dust and debris swirled like a rampaging dragon, showering countless fragments down around. Excellent. Shen Nan laughed heartily. I never expected this sun god bow to possess such power. Although the Ming King's heavily armored troops had completely taken control of the Tiger Bin guards, Shen San, along with Shen Yi and others, who ranked just below Chen Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva, still bore the primary responsibility of safeguarding Shen Nan's safety. From Shen Er to Shen Wu, all were accomplished martial generals of the third tier. Today, it was Shen San's turn to take the watch. Shen Nan had allowed him to test the might of the sun god bow, and indeed, the results were impressive. Zhang Jiao looked on with slight astonishment. Directing his gaze towards Shen San, how much energy did that arrow consume? Shen San replied gravely, the consumption from that arrow was not substantial. With my current energy, I could unleash over 30 such shots. I also have a feeling that even if my energy were to be exhausted, I could still rely on the martial ferocity to propel it. However, such propulsion, while more powerful, would inevitably harm the foundation. Furthermore, he paused thoughtfully. I sense that the second tier may be the Bao's limit. At the second tier, one becomes a grandmaster of refining the spirit. At this juncture, determining victory is no longer merely a matter of strength or energy, but rather the subtle intricacies of martial will and sword intent, and thus, this Bao reaches its zenith. The system description indicated that this Bao was sufficient to allow a fourth-tier practitioner to unleash a peak third-tier strike. Shen Nan was thoroughly satisfied. Jiangzhou. Shortly you shall take this Bao to the Artisan Institute. See if their craftsmanship can replicate it. If so, have them produce 10 copies forthwith. Additionally, procure 3 ear-hearing pearls from Qing Xian to hand over to Yu Huatian. These 10 sun god bows are intended for Shun Yi and his companions, while the remaining 5 shall be bestowed upon Chen Zhibao, to Oba Bodhisattva, and the other commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Zhang Jiao nodded. With the Artisan Institute skills, they should certainly be able to replicate it. Ear-hearing pearls and farsight mirrors can also be produced. Replicating a sun god Bao is not a significant challenge. In fact, with sufficient time, I could manage it myself. However, the cost-effectiveness would be rather low. If suitable resources are available, why trouble the Celestial Master? Shen Nan had just briefed Zhang Jiao on several matters when Han Xingxian hurried over from the distance, trailing behind him a cart laden with rare jewels. One glance was sufficient to discern that these were the life-saving funds offered by Lu Zhong. Although Shen Nan had not explicitly stated any intention to deal with Lu Zhong, the latter had undoubtedly committed a grave misstep. Even he, in his folly, should comprehend the necessity of presenting something of value. The rare jewels were merely an appetizer. Lu Zhong had brought forth a total of 130,000 taels of silver and an entire cart of precious gems, which likely constituted all that he could currently muster. He also mentioned that upon reaching Chuan Prefecture, the Buddhist sect would provide further gifts. Shen Nan cast a glance at the jewels and commanded, place these into the imperial treasury. He further instructed Yu Huatian to accompany Lu Zhong to Chuan Prefecture, urging him to establish a foundation for the Western factory there and, ideally, to ascertain the local conditions. The situation in the capital was exceedingly intricate, despite Shen Nan's backing. It would be a formidable task for Yu Huatian to achieve rapid development. After all, he could not resort to the ruthless methods he had employed during his tenure as the head of the Western factory. However, the circumstances would be vastly different in Chuan Prefecture, where he would have Shen Nan's support, as well as that of Lu Zhong and the Buddhist sect. Yu Huatian was known for his decisive actions, and it was reasonable to assume that he would flourish swiftly. Moreover, with several days remaining before their journey to Chuan Prefecture, Shen Nan would seek additional assistance for Yu Huatian. Han Xingxian nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Nan recalled another matter. What is the current balance of the treasury? Han Xingxian replied matter-of-factly. Previously, Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu contributed 10 million taels of silver, followed by various confiscations and the liquidation of properties belonging to corrupt eunuchs. With this latest acquisition, we are nearing 20 million taels. Since his ascension, Shen Nan had amassed close to 20 million taels in the imperial treasury. This remarkable pace of wealth accumulation could undoubtedly be deemed the most formidable among the monarchs of the Great Feng Dynasty. However, even such a sum would barely suffice to sustain a competent military force, to genuinely ensure the maintenance and establishment of the army. Shen Nan must look to the forthcoming confiscations of the properties of military generals and noble families. The reduction of troops in the Red Dragon 10 guards was never a matter of mere troop reduction. The primary objective was to seize military power and thoroughly suppress the military nobles. Particularly following Shen Nan's ascension, many circumstances had evidently changed. In the future's memory, Zhang Hu would not receive the orders from the Liansheng sect so swiftly, nor would Lu Zhong disclose information about the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, after Lu Zhong's appointment to oversee the military in Chuan Prefecture, while the Buddhist sect would certainly engage in a fierce rivalry with the Liansheng sect, the Buddhist sect's typical methods would not allow for a complete suppression of the Liansheng sect. In fact, it might provoke an earlier rebellion from them. In the original storyline, the Liansheng sect was not expected to incite rebellion until early next year. The crux of that rebellion involved the Liansheng sect inciting the demon suppression commander of the Chuan Prefecture, Tu Sha, along with the 20,000 followers of the sect rising in revolt. The uprising would swiftly capture the prefectural city of Chuan, and within just a few days, they would breach several major cities, seizing 70% of Chuan Prefecture's territories within a month. They even managed to summon a formidable guardian deity of the 10th realm, known as the Compassionate Guardian. Ultimately, this rebellion was suppressed through the combined efforts of Confucian, Taoist, and military forces. Although the compassionate sect was thoroughly quelled, it revealed the royal family's alarming incompetence in wielding military power, thereby diminishing their authority. In Shen Nan's recollections, the Empress Dowager Qin returned from court sessions in a state of furious rage. It was evident that she had endured humiliation from the Confucians, Taoists, and military officials during the course of the compassionate sect's insurrection. As for the Red Dragon 10 guards, Shen Nan truly had no recollection of them. They played no part in this rebellion. Even the Northern Suppression King, stationed in Yozhou's 9 towns, remained inactive, relying instead on the Confucian generals from Liangzhou. It was imperative to hasten his efforts. Shen Nan felt an urgent sense of time slipping away, while the situation remained within his grasp. The lack of sufficient military power was decidedly uncomfortable. Furthermore, his adversaries extended beyond just the compassionate sect. The Confucians and Taoists posed significant challenges as well. Even the notable military officials who had gained fame through this turmoil served as a hindrance. However, these opponents were not merely enemies. They could also potentially become allies. The specifics would depend on how Shen Nan chose to navigate the situation. As he pondered these intricacies, Tuo Ba, Zhenji Bao, and Li Si had already prepared a list of individuals who could be recruited. Chapter 50. The Red Dragon 10 guards also harbor talents. The esteemed Han Shizhong of Defeng. Is this the list of individuals you intend to gather? Shen Nan sat upright in the Jinghua Palace. He was taken aback by the swiftness of Tuoba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao, Li Si, and others, who, within just a day, had meticulously compiled the roster of generals from the Red Dragon 10 guards and presented both the list and the accompanying documents before him. Notably, Li Si was absent from this compilation. After casting a glance at Tuoba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao clasped his hands in respect towards Shen Nan and stated, "This endeavor owes much to Li Si's contributions. As the right deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, he possesses the authority to access the records of the chief military officer, which allowed him to deliver the list by midday. Subsequently, it was the collaboration between myself and General Tuoba that led to the thorough evaluation before this list was submitted to His Majesty. Indeed, Li Si's advancement to the position of right deputy minister was astutely executed. This was also due in part to F.A. Yang turning a blind eye. Were it not for this leniency, given F.A. Yang's standing within the ministry and the chief military officer, a mere command from him would render Li Si powerless. Regardless of his title, Shen Nan, sensing the intricacies at play, could not help but commend the remarkable efficiency exhibited by Chen Jibao and his associates. Smiling as he expressed his gratitude, "Your efforts are truly commendable." Chen Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva humbly replied, "We dare not take credit." Shen Nan chuckled and shifted his gaze to the list. A cursory glance revealed numerous familiar names of generals, individuals who would later demonstrate outstanding prowess. This alone attests to the discerning eye of Chen Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva. Having traversed the battlefield, they could readily assess a person's leadership capabilities and strength at a glance. Thus, those selected were undoubtedly individuals of merit. Han Lizzie. Shen Nan's attention was suddenly drawn to an exceptionally prominent name. After meticulously cross-referencing the records, he could not suppress his amusement. Who would have thought that the illustrious military sage, Han Lizzie, now merely serves as a deputy commander within the Red Dragon 10 guards? Specifically as the deputy commander of the Shaotian camp. The ranks within the Red Dragon 10 guards were indeed intricate, yet ultimately fell under the categories of commander, deputy commander, and captain, albeit with significant distinctions among them. For instance, Han Lizzie Shaotian camp is part of the right guard of the Imperial Army, tasked with maintaining public order in the vast imperial capital, which is divided into 13 districts. Consequently, the jurisdiction within the right guard varies, with some districts being affluent and lucrative, while others are burdened with numerous troubles and scant rewards. The Shaotian camp, where Han Lizzie is stationed, is responsible for overseeing such challenging districts, undertaking the most arduous and perilous tasks, often without any benefit and frequently facing blame for misfortunes. This reflection elicited a chuckle from Shen Nan as he reminisced about the memories of the future Emperor Yuanyu. Han Lizzie is a remarkable figure, commanding an army of 500,000, single-handedly suppressing the border of Yuzhou. He engaged in a fierce confrontation with the 10,000 elite troops of the barbaric demon clan, emerging victorious and decapitating 10 formidable demon generals. The Taoists, Confucians, legalists, and Buddhists all hold him in high esteem. By the latter period of the Great Feng Dynasty, he had risen to the esteemed rank of Jinyuan Marquis, earning the title of martial sage. Yet, Now he finds himself reduced to a mere subordinate responsible for menial tasks within the palace guard. Shen Nan pointed to Han Lizi's dossier, stating that he ought to be the commander of the Black Dragon Shen Bird Guard. Aware of Han Lizi's impending greatness, it is only logical to secure such a distinguished individual in advance. Furthermore, Han Lizi is not akin to a character like Han Xian, who needed to endure hardships to rise. Rather, he resembles the great Song General Han Shizhong, who ascended not due to suffering but by seizing opportunities. It is likely that he has already reached the pinnacle of a second-tier divine refinement grandmaster, albeit he conceals his true strength deeply. Han Lizi would never reveal his realm unless absolutely necessary, yet when he does fight earnestly, he does so with relentless determination. Tuoba Bodhisattva also had a vague impression of this individual and furrowed his brow. Is this person hiding his strength? During an undercover inspection with Qin Jibao earlier that afternoon, he sensed something amiss with Han Lizi, but refrained from probing further due to the secretive nature of their investigation. It now seems that Han Lizi is indeed an extraordinary character. It is not merely about concealing strength, if memory serves. He has already reached the pinnacle of a second-tier divine refinement grandmaster. Shen Nan shook his head, vaguely discerning the reasons behind Han Lizi's concealed cultivation. Given the current circumstances in the Great Feng Dynasty, unless Han Lizi can break through to the first-tier Earth Immortal level, a mere second-tier divine refinement grandmaster at the pinnacle would hardly create a significant impact. In fact, revealing his cultivation could lead to suppression by martial generals and nobles. Especially since his background is clearly documented, Han Lizi hails from humble beginnings, having enlisted in the border town of Jiangzhou at the age of 15. He is a commoner who has climbed to prominence from the fringes. Such individuals would never be accepted by the Red Dragon 10 guards. It is puzzling why Han Lizi would willingly return to endure such indignities in the border town. Perhaps he perceives greater opportunities and prosperity in the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, Tuoba Bodhisattva appeared momentarily lost in thought. During my investigation today, this person is at most at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. The disparity between the fourth-tier pinnacle and the second-tier pinnacle is vast. As for any notion of feigning weakness, even if Han Lizi were to conceal his second-tier pinnacle status, his position as the deputy commander in the most arduous Xiaotian camp would likely afford him a comfortable existence. Shen Nan recalled that Han Lizi was known to be a man of seemingly simple demeanor but a dark heart. In the memories of Emperor Yuanyu, he had heard whispers of Han Lizi being privately referred to as Han Haizi, a moniker signifying his ruthless nature. It was said that he had even committed acts of assassination against superiors in his early years, though such tales remained unverified rumors. Qin Jibao found the story rather amusing, while Shen Nan chuckled lightly as he recounted the rumor. Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva increasingly found this individual to be truly intriguing. Qin Jibao, you shall venture forth this evening to assess the caliber of this person, and subsequently, by my decree, appoint him as the commander of the Black Dragon Shembird Guard. It is likely that with Han Haizi's cunning, he has already comprehended the intricacies of the provincial military. This move could also facilitate the control of the provincial guard. Shen Nan is not inclined to overlook Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva in favor of Han Lizi, simply because of his aspirations for the future. Rather, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that neither Tuoba Bodhisattva nor Qin Jibao's futures can be succinctly encapsulated by the mere title of commander of the Black Dragon Shembird Guard. In his foresight, the true battleground for Qin Jibao and Tuoba Bodhisattva lies in the southern frontier and the borders of Jiangzhou. Qin Jibao shall be responsible for affairs in the southern region, while Tuoba Bodhisattva will be tasked with suppressing the Jiangzhou border. Chapter 51. The Oppressive Aura of the War Immortal. The Shock of Han Lizi. That night, within the Xiaotian camp, Han Lizi casually loosened his attire, holding a jug of wine in his right hand, a smile gracing his lips as he listened to his three brothers boast about the allure of certain courtesans and the foolishness of their superiors, mocking the officials, gathering to drink, and indulging in music during duty hours. My friends, you have truly squandered your potential in this life. Upon hearing these words, Han Lizi's sworn brothers erupted into laughter. Potential? What future do we have after arriving in the imperial capital of the Great Feng Dynasty? Back in Jiangzhou, what was our elder brother's stature? Even the king of the north praised your prowess as a formidable general, yet now, reduced to mingling with these lowly characters. Bah, I say the position of the military commander should rightfully belong to you, elder brother. The speaker was Han Zhong, whose birth name was not Han. He was originally a monk who, after breaking his vows due to indulgence, had to flee to the Jiangzhou army to escape the consequences, adopting a new name after swearing brotherhood with Han Lizi, aptly reflecting his loyalty. Second brother speaks true. With your strength and experience, elder brother. If you were willing to reveal your capabilities, you would indeed be qualified to hold the position of military commander. The current commander barely possesses second-tier strength. In terms of power and command, he cannot possibly compare to you. Indeed, you insist on keeping a low profile, but what has that yielded? Now, anyone can trample upon us. It was not that Han Lizzie's brothers held any grievances against him. They simply felt that their elder brother was a prodigious talent. Yet he found himself in such a dismal predicament, with his abilities going unrecognized and enduring daily frustrations. It was undeniably vexing. Han Lizzie remained silent, sipping his wine. Did he not wish to showcase his prowess and astonish the world? Yet, having disowned the intricacies of the imperial capital, he recognized it was a realm far beyond the comprehension of a mere second-tier martial artist. Unless he could transcend to the realm of the first-tier earth immortal, he would not even qualify for a glance from those in power. The pinnacle of the second-tier refining spirit grandmaster? It sounds intimidating. Yet how could one compete with those who play their cunning games? Their hearts are as black as their intentions. Han Zhong leaned closer, whispering. His Majesty has just ascended the throne and has already seized control of the Red Dragon 10 guards from the Duke of Chu. And now he holds sway over the Tiger Bin guards. If only. Han Lizzie shook his head. This matter is beyond our reach. He sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing the layers of complexity were far too high for him to penetrate. To act recklessly might bring wealth but could just as easily endanger his brothers. Moreover, given his current standing, how could he ever connect with His Majesty? At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly thickened, a long-forgotten aura of military tension permeating the air. Han Zhong and his companions were filled with an unsettling dread. Instinctively grasping the weapons at hand, a habit cultivated in Yuzhou where even in the midst of revelry, arms were never far from reach. Yet, the oppressive aura they now faced was overwhelmingly terrifying. They had never encountered such malevolence in Yuzhou, as if the very air had solidified at that moment. Han Liezhi's expression turned grave in an instant. May I inquire which great general has arrived? The only reply was the howling wind and an increasingly stifling atmosphere. The invisible malice thickened, rendering Han Liezhi's complexion pale, while Han Zhong and the others trembled involuntarily, not out of fear, but as a primal response. Clop, clop, clop. The figure of Chen Zhibao materialized, striding forward with an imposing presence. Each step seemed to pound upon their hearts, tightening the grip of anxiety within them. As Chen Zhibao approached within 3 feet of Han Liezhi, he slowly spoke. Are you Han Liezhi? Gazing at the formidable figure before him, Han Liezhi's breath quickened. Yet he managed to reply with difficulty, I am indeed he. May I ask your esteemed title, General? Han Liezhi could sense the unique aura of a 10th realm general emanating from Chen Zhibao. Yet, even during his campaigns in Yuzhou, he had rarely encountered a leader as fierce as this one. No one in the imperial capital matched the distinctive features of the man before him. Chen Zhibao offered no response, merely extending his right hand, which settled upon Han Liezhi's shoulder. Without any visible force, Han Liezhi found cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his knees involuntarily buckled. A wave of energy surged outward, causing Han Zhong and the others to change color in shock. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Han Liezhi's complexion turned a deep crimson as his spine and bones ground against one another violently. The hidden aura within him surged forth with full force. And through gritted teeth, he demanded, May I ask who the general truly is? Despite knowing that he stood before a 10th realm general, Han Liezhi could not withstand the pressure. Though often referred to as Han Heizi, a man with a dark heart and ruthless hands, he harbored an indomitable spirit that refused to kneel. Why should he be compelled to submit without a word, merely by the weight of a hand? Even if you are a 10th realm general, it matters not. I, Han Liezhi, shall not kneel. Han Zhong and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense as they watched Han Liezhi. The moment he fully unleashed his aura, they would stand united in defense. Such was the bond forged through the crucible of battle. Yet, amid this charged atmosphere, Chen Zhibao spoke once more, his tone flat and devoid of any edge. You are commendable, as are your brothers. However, sometimes, pure bloodlust and bravery are of little use. As the words fell, Han Liezhi felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, instantly forcing his burgeoning aura to recede, allowing him to truly grasp the terror of a 10th realm general. In a moment of disorientation, he felt as though he was not confronting a mere human, but rather an imposing mountain descending upon him. The valiance he possessed was, in the face of such formidable power, nothing short of a jest. When the voice of Chen Zhibao resonated once more, proclaiming the emperor's command, The overwhelming sense of dread dissipated in an instant. What followed was a bewildering proclamation directed at Han Lizzie. You are to assist General Tuoba in reorganizing the provincial army. Upon the successful completion of this task, you shall be appointed as the commander of the Black Dragon Shen Bird Guard, holding a rank equivalent to that of a 4th-grade marshal general. Subsequently, you will be informed on how to proceed. With that, Chen Jibao turned and departed, leaving Han Lizzie in a state of shock and confusion. What? The 3 sworn brothers surrounding him also gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Chen Jibao. Chapter 52. The Formation of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Strategizing in Jiangzhou. Chen Jibao came and went like a fleeting shadow, leaving Han Lizzie and his companions momentarily dazed, as though they had witnessed an illusion. Yet the lingering aura of battle in the air and Han Lizzie's uncontrollable surge of martial energy and bloodlust confirmed the reality of what had just transpired. A 4th-rank military officer, assisting General Tuoba Pusa in reorganizing the Fufu Army Guards, commander of the Black Dragon and Dark Bird Guards. Han Zhong and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Never had they imagined such immense fortune would one day befall their elder brother. Though Tuoba Pusa had yet to accomplish any earth-shattering feats, his reputation as an 11th realm martial god of the military school alone was enough to shake the imperial capital. Moreover, everyone knew Tuoba Pusa was currently aiding his majesty in controlling the Tiger Guard. Did Chen Jibao's words not imply that Han Lizzie had also caught the emperor's eye? That they too were finally about to rise from obscurity? Unlike his sworn brother's exhilaration, Han Lizzie remained outwardly stunned, his heart turbulent with unspoken thoughts. He knew such fortune was not easily grasped. Merely the phrase assisting General Tuoba in reorganizing the Fufu Army Guards carried profound implications. What did reorganize truly mean? It likely meant disbandment. Elder brother? Han Zhong, oblivious to such concerns, grinned broadly. Have you lost yourself in joy? Why do you not respond? What exactly are these Black Dragon and Dark Bird Guards? Han Lizzie turned his gaze upon his 3 sworn brothers. Second brother Han Zhong had always been blunt and reckless. Were it not for his terrifying physical prowess, he would have long suffered for it. Third brother Lin Yuanfu possessed some wit, but only of the petty sort, and even he now stood dumbfounded. As for 4th brother Lu Jin, best not to speak of him. Han Lizzie sighed inwardly. The simple-minded are blessed with simple fortunes. He saw no need to elaborate to his brothers. Some truths were better kept to himself. Spoken aloud, they might invite calamity. Nor had Han Lizzie anticipated the newly enthroned emperor's resolve. No wonder his majesty had moved swiftly to seize authority over the Red Dragon 10 guards. This was but the first step in a grand design, with every subsequent action paving the way for military reform. Disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards, should this succeed, the imperial capital of Dafeng would be turned upside down. Han Lizzie had witnessed similar upheavals during his time in Yuzhou, where he had suffered dearly for his naivety. It was precisely that experience which had driven him to the imperial capital for a quiet retirement. Yet now, circumstances had changed. With His Majesty's unwavering determination and meticulous planning, Han Lizzie resolved to stake everything for this sovereign he had yet to meet. Gather close. I have instructions for you all, just as Shen Nan had surmised. A man like Han Lizzie, destined to become a military sage, possessed shrewdness even in the direst of circumstances. Though relegated to the Shoutian battalion as a deputy commander, his strategic acumen remained sharp. With his deep understanding of the Fufu Army Guards, Han Lizzie was confident he could assist His Majesty in their disbandment. The only uncertainty lay in how the military nobility and the Confucian scholars would react. But such matters were beyond the concerns of a mere commander. As Han Lizzie engaged in an all-night deliberation with his comrades, Chen Jibao had already approached Shen Nan to report on Han Lizzie's various matters. Shen Nan, with a smile, remarked, "You may handle the affairs concerning Han Lizzie as you see fit. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Ranch." There was nothing inherently problematic about Chen Jibao's actions. Although Han Lizzie was destined to be a martial sage, he remained, for the time being, merely a minor figure. Naturally, it was acceptable for Chen Jibao to exert some pressure, and his eventual departure was to be expected. After all, given Chen Jibao's esteemed status, was there truly a need for him to elaborate on matters to Han Lizzie? There were certainly more suitable individuals available to liaise with him. Shen Nan did not place excessive significance on Han Lizzie, who was merely a second-tier grandmaster at present. His focus was directed towards more pressing matters, specifically the establishment of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. The Ming King's heavy armored troops had already amassed 2,000 to 3,000 elite soldiers, Coupled with the elite forces selected from the restructured Red Dragon 10 guards, the core of the Black Dragon Shin Bird Guard had already begun to take shape. The remaining tasks merely required waiting for Tooba Pusa and his associates to consolidate their commanders, after which a suitable moment would be chosen to decisively disband the Tiger Bin Guard, the Mansion Guard, and to reorganize the Palace Guards and the Feng Guard, as well as the Wulong Guard. As the Emperor, Shen Nan's vision extended further into the future, contemplating how to quell the impending rebellion in Chuan Prefecture. The Black Dragon Shin Bird Guard alone would not suffice. Moreover, after its establishment, it would be necessary to retain some personnel to safeguard the imperial capital. Hence, a specialized force aimed at suppressing the rebellion of the Lingxing sect was required, and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, led by Qin Jibao, was the most fitting choice. To establish the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, the procurement of war horses was essential. The Imperial Horse Monitoring Ranch housed 1,000 dragon steeds infused with demonic blood, which were quite suitable for this purpose. Furthermore, Shen Nan intended to model the formation of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry on the elite troops, ensuring that both men and horses were clad in armor, equipped with the finest gear. The minimum standard for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry would be of the 8th tier caliber, supplemented by the 25 elite members of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry exchanged through Qin Jibao. Within a month or two, the establishment should be successfully accomplished. Qin Jibao nodded in acknowledgement. After Qin Jibao departed, Shen Nan did not immediately retire for the night, but instead took out various scrolls to peruse. The recent developments concerning Han Lizzie had served as a reminder. Aside from the formidable experts summoned by the system, his greatest asset was the foresight he possessed regarding the future, as he planned to orchestrate the rebellion of the Lingxing sect in Chuan Prefecture. Shen Nan also intended to thoroughly examine the records of Chuan Prefecture's officials, seeking to select suitable candidates. This would not only allow him to lay the groundwork in Chuan Prefecture, but also enable him to gather talented individuals for his own use. Indeed, there were numerous promising candidates. Zheng Lin, the magistrate of Yun County, and Zhang Ershu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. Shen Nan marked each name in crimson, gradually gaining a clearer vision of his strategy for Chuan Prefecture. This endeavor was not solely to suppress the rebellion instigated by the Lingxing sect, but to transform Chuan Prefecture into the stronghold for his future consolidation of Defeng, radiating outward to Jiangzhou and the southern regions. As time passed, the scrolls continued to unfold. For names have been conspicuously marked in crimson. They are none other than Zheng Lin, the magistrate of Yunzhou County, Zhang Ershu, the lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Department, Yin Shu, the garrison commander of Chiliang, and Lu Yin, the esteemed daughter of the Lord. While their future accomplishments may not rival those of Han Lisher, the fact that they are etched in the memory of the future emperor Yuanyu signifies that they are far from ordinary individuals. Each of them is a remarkable talent in their respective domains and remains steadfastly loyal to the Great Feng. They hold no affiliations with the Confucian, legalist, Taoist, Buddhist, or compassionate sections. Chapter 53, The Ridiculous Red Dragon 10 Guards. The Blood of the Dragon Horse. Hurry, hurry. Your Majesty is about to arrive. You weary souls should hasten to prepare, especially those fiery steeds. Keep a vigilant eye on them. Should anything untoward occur, your lives are of little consequence. But do not let your families suffer the repercussions. In the northern outskirts of the imperial capital, at the Qidian Ranch under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, the eunuchs, upon learning of Emperor Shen Nan's impending visit, were filled with trepidation. They meticulously inspected their domains, fearful of the slightest misstep. Though Shen Nan had only recently ascended to the throne, his authority resonated profoundly within the hearts of these eunuchs. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong, the two chief overseers who had commanded the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office for decades, could only submit in trepidation, for they dared not provoke him. Moreover, in recent days, nearly every eunuch from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office had faced confiscation of their estates. Such scenes, while not drenched in blood, were nonetheless terrifying. Thus, the entire Qidian Ranch was steeped in anxiety, with every rustle of grass spurring panic. In stark contrast to the eunuch's disquiet, Shen Nan reclined leisurely in the sumptuous imperial carriage, sipping fruit tea and indulging in desserts. The refresh of the marketplace today is truly beyond words. It was noon, the customary time for the system's marketplace to renew. Yet today yielded no surprises. The grand gift package from the Western factory remained, but the other two items were nothing more than tasteless trifles, regrettable to discard. Among them was the dragon essence from the Storm and Cloud world, an exceptional item that could extend life by a millennium and greatly enhance one's prowess. However, the staggering price of 150,000 points was no mere jest. Moreover, this item bore its own drawbacks. The transformation that followed its consumption was hardly appealing. And although it could eventually be remedied, a single dragon essence was insufficient. As for the option of spending 1,000 points to secure it for later redemption, such extravagance was beyond Shen Nan's current means, as he was still striving to bolster his strength. Perhaps such opportunities would arise in the future. The other item, akin in nature to the dragon essence, was the phoenix blood consumed by Emperor Shirtian. While it was somewhat superior, its price of 500,000 points was far beyond Shen Nan's reach. This experience illuminated for him that the system's marketplace refreshes were not always favorable. After all, the daily updates could yield results that were less than desirable. Perhaps these items were intended to spur Shen Nan to hasten his pursuit of strength. Thus, I remain insufficiently powerful, Shen Nan mused with a gentle laugh. He gradually rose and stepped out of the carriage. 100 meters ahead, a multitude knelt in unison. Upon catching sight of Shen Nan, they fervently proclaimed, "We welcome your majesty." Shen Nan gestured lightly, summoned the internal officials. The term internal officials refers to the inspectors, who are the foremost authorities of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office across various regions. After Chao Zhengshun conveyed the message, a slightly portly eunuch, drenched in sweat, hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, his demeanor both restrained and anxious. "Your Majesty, I am Wang Liang, the supervising inner official of the Qitian pasture." Shen Nan cast a glance at Wang Liang and, with his keen perception, discerned that this individual possessed considerable cultivation, likely at the 3rd or 4th rank. However, such prowess was incongruous with his timid disposition. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Shen Nan's formidable presence or if the man was inherently timid. Nevertheless, the fact that he continued to serve as the supervising inner official of the Qitian pasture despite the purges led by Han Xian, and Lu Zheng suggested that he was not without merit. "Please provide a thorough introduction to the pasture," Shen Nan casually remarked as he began walking towards it. Frowning at the thousands of kneeling eunuchs surrounding them, "Dismiss these individuals. I am merely here for a casual inspection today." Wang Liang promptly instructed a nearby junior eunuch, and soon the crowd dispersed, leaving only a dozen or so junior eunuchs to attend to them. "Your Majesty," Wang Liang spoke as he walked. "Currently, the Qitian pasture houses a total of 1,345 dragon horses, including 340 stallions and 1,005 mares, all meticulously cared for." The information Wang Liang provided aligned perfectly with the data previously shared by Han Xian. As Shen Nan listened, he waved his hand for Wang Liang to prepare further details. He then turned to Han Xian and inquired, "Do we have any personnel stationed at the Qitian pasture?" Shen Nan's question referred to the individuals assigned by either Han Xian or Han Xian. In a hushed tone, Han Xian replied, "This individual here has some familial ties to Han Xian. In the past, when he found himself in dire straits, he voluntarily castrated himself and sought refuge with Han Xian, who, moved by his plight, allowed him to work at the pasture. However, he had only recently been promoted from overseeing the kitchen. Self-castration? Shen Nan had not perceived him as such a resolute character, yet he could understand the circumstances described by Han Xian. After all, the recent purges within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office had left a considerable upheaval in personnel matters. He stated, "Let Chao Zhengshun manage it for a few days." The Qitian pasture was the only facility in Jiangzhou, the imperial capital, dedicated to the cultivation of dragon horses, and one of merely 2 pastures in the entire Defeng Empire possessing such creatures. Shen Nan, intent on establishing the great snow dragon riders with these dragon horses, could not afford to relinquish control of the pasture to others. Han Xian nodded in agreement, understood. The sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Shen Nan turned to see Chen Zhibao galloping towards them. Earlier that day, Chen Zhibao had been part of the escort. But upon learning that Han Lizzie had intelligence to convey, Shen Nan had dispatched him to ascertain what news Han Lizzie had to share. Now, it appeared their exchange had concluded. Upon dismounting, Chen Zhibao reported, "Your Majesty, Han Lizzie has delivered the military supplies and the actual personnel roster for the Guard Corps today." This statement momentarily startled Shen Nan. Han Lizzie possesses such capabilities? The personnel roster could be attributed to Han Lizzie's diligent efforts in familiarizing himself with the Guard Corps circumstances. However, the mention of military supplies seemed rather exaggerated. It is to be noted that even Li Si, within the Ministry of Justice, would be unable to ascertain the military provisions of the Red Dragon 10 guards. The depths of these armaments are indeed profound, and the authority wielded by the chief of the Imperial Guards does not extend to this matter. The Ministry of War does possess records regarding the armaments of the Red Dragon 10 guards. However, upon a cursory glance, Shen Nan dismissed them without a second thought. Such documents could hardly reflect the true military assets of the Red Dragon 10 guards. If one were to rely on the Ministry of War's records, the annual military stipend for the Red Dragon 10 guards would be just sufficient. Under such circumstances, what would the esteemed military nobles, led by the Duke of Chu, subsist upon? Chun Zhibao nodded earnestly, affirming that his preliminary assessment corroborated this situation. At the very least, the Shaodian camp exemplifies this trend. The armament reserves of the Shaodian camp differ from those of the Ministry of Revenue by approximately half, and this disparity pertains solely to the military provisions. According to Han Lizzie, many within the Red Dragon 10 guards engage in clandestine sales of weapons, trading away their superior armor and arms for inferior substitutes. If this is indeed the case, the actual military provisions may amount to no more than 30% of what is documented. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan could not help but scoff. Like master, like servant. These parasites will inevitably drain Defeng dry. For 8 centuries, Defeng has enjoyed peace, only to nurture these complacent soldiers. Their combat prowess is lacking, and it is truly lamentable that they would stoop to sell the very weapons and armor that accompany their lives. Chapter 54. Unmatched in infantry warfare. Even more so in cavalry. Shen Nan had long been aware of the dire state of the Red Dragon 10 guards. However, the extent of their decay far exceeded his expectations. Yet, he could not be bothered by these matters at present. There would be a time for reckoning following the troop reductions. He inquired of Chen Zhibao, how are preparations for the troop reductions progressing? When can we initiate them? Shen Nan felt his patience waning, and he was not obliged to wait until the day of the military parade to commence. The so-called parade in 15 days was merely a ruse to placate the lineage of the Duke of Chu. After a brief deliberation, Chen Zhibao responded, barring any unforeseen circumstances. We can commence the day after tomorrow. Shen Nan nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Han Xingxian. Has Yu Huadian begun arrangements on that front? What arrangements? Han Xingxian queried, referring to the 4 individuals Shen Nan had selected from the list of officials in Jiangzhou the previous day. Upon making his selections, Shen Nan had instructed Yu Huadian to dispatch personnel to preemptively release these individuals. This would not only facilitate advanced planning, but also allow Yu Huadian's team to familiarize themselves with the local conditions of Jiangzhou. With the assistance of these locals, it was anticipated that Yu Huadian could establish the Western factory in Jiangzhou with greater expediency. Han Xingxian lowered her head and replied, everything has been arranged. 5 members of the Kuei-Hua guards left the palace yesterday bearing your majesty's decree. I have also allocated 5 dragon steeds for them, and they are expected to deliver your majesty's message by tomorrow morning. The dragon steeds infused with demonic blood were several times more formidable than the ancient Shuayan steeds of the past. Although the imperial capital of Jiangzhou lay thousands of miles from Jiangzhou, the speed of the dragon steeds could cover the distance in no more than a day and a night. Moreover, the Kuei-Hua guards were elite fighters at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, capable of enduring such exertion. Just as Shen Nan was about to speak, a thunderous sound resonated, akin to the thunder of 1,000 galloping steeds. He gazed into the distance and beheld 1,000 dragon steeds galloping freely at the farthest edge of the pasture. These steeds were all of vibrant red, appearing like a crimson tide surging forward. This was precisely why the area was dubbed the Red Field Pasture. In more accurate terms, it should be referred to as the Red Sky. As the dragon steeds raced, the heavens too seemed to be stained crimson, even from over 10 miles away. Shen Nan could feel the tremors of the earth and the might of the dragon steeds, particularly the faint yet ominous aura of bloodlust that left one in awe. If the dragon steeds were already so impressive, one could only imagine the might of the great demons of the savage demonic tribes when they made their entrance. Seemingly attuned to Shen Nan's thoughts, Chao Zhenchun spoke softly from the side upon reviewing the records. Each dragon steed is equivalent to a 7th rank beast among the savage demonic tribes, with the lead steeds boasting strengths of the 4th to 3rd rank. 1,000 dragon steeds would intimidate even a typical 1st rank demon general. What they possess is more akin to dragon blood than mere demonic blood. Chao Zhenchun's diligence was commendable. It appeared that she had secretly studied a wealth of information overnight. Shen Nan cast a few more glances at Chao Zhenchun before redirecting his attention to the magnificent sight of the dragon steeds thundering across the landscape. As the distance to the dragon steeds diminished, Shen Nan discerned the methods employed by the Horse Control Bureau to manipulate these magnificent creatures. Several grooms from the Bureau galloped ahead, wielding fragrant incense to exert control over the dragons. This technique was indeed peculiar. Han Xingxian remarked from the side. This is the soul-soothing incense crafted in Qinghe Palace, capable of calming the mind through its aroma. Originally, the guidance of the dragon steeds was not conducted in this manner. It involved the inner officials of the Horse Control Bureau commanding the lead horse directly. However, his words trailed off. Shen Nan understood his implication. The previous inner officials of the Bureau were likely long dead. Yet, he felt no sorrow for them. Such individuals, while undoubtedly talented, were akin to pests. And those with talent could become even more terrifying when corrupt. Shen Nan murmured, "Jinjibao." Instantly, Jinjibao stepped forward, followed closely by 20 members of the Great Snow Dragon Riders, who dismounted in unison and charged directly towards the 1,000-strong dragon steeds. The Great Snow Dragon Riders were not merely skilled in battle, they possessed a unique method of training horses. As Jinjibao and his comrades surged forward, their fierce energy intertwined. "Who? Get back. Be careful." The grooms controlling the dragon steeds panicked, fully aware that failure today could spell doom for their families. However, before they could become overly frantic, Jinjibao swiftly leapt onto the lead horse. Without any visible action, the previously agitated steed was instantly calmed, followed by a surge of martial energy that soared into the sky. Boom! The oppressive aura dispersed, and the previously restless herd of dragon steeds fell silent, trembling slightly. At that moment, over 20 members of the Great Snow Dragon Riders mounted the dragon steeds, galloping freely. This spectacle astonished the surrounding personnel of the Horse Control Bureau. The inner official Wang Liang looked at Jinjibao with a hint of trepidation, a martial celestial being. He had never heard of such a figure existing by the Emperor's side. Shen Nan, however, remained indifferent to their reactions, quietly admiring the synergy between Jinjibao and the Great Snow Dragon Riders with the dragon steeds. In his vision for the future, these riders would be selected from the elite ranks of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, chosen based on their formidable physiques and mastery in weaponry. Each would be capable of facing 100 foes. On the battlefield, they would don heavy armor weighing hundreds of pounds and wield the formidable Bei Liang swords. Such elite forces, combined with Jinjibao's mastery of battlefield tactics, could charge forth with unmatched ferocity, and even a mere 5,000 of them would be invincible, their might and renown surpassing that of the Great Snow Dragon Riders. After all, in the snow, there were neither the ingenious artisans of the Heavenly Craft Institute nor the overwhelming systems that Shen Nan possessed. The Great Snow Dragon Riders would dominate the world. The Great Snow Dragon Riders of Dafeng were destined to be such. Not only would they be nearly invincible in battle, but they would also instill fear across the realm. Even a first-grade terrestrial deity would be overwhelmed by 5,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders, and with numbers exceeding 10,000. Even the mightiest celestial beings would be unable to withstand them. This encapsulates Shen Nan's anticipation for the Snow Dragon Cavalry. However, the endeavor to establish such a formidable force is undoubtedly daunting. Yet what of it? With a population in the billions, an expansive territory, and abundant resources, the might of a nation, provided it is free from the taint of corruption, should surely be capable of nurturing an invincible army. Take, for instance, the Red Dragon 10 Guards. Their annual military salary of 23 million taels is more than sufficient, is it not? At that moment, a eunuch approached Han Xingxian and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, he leaned closer to Shen Nan and said, "Your Majesty, Lu Zhong has volunteered to serve as the military supervisor in Jiangzhou." Shen Nan chuckled lightly in response. "You may return to manage this matter. Ensure that Zhang Hu remains in line. He currently has little inclination to placate Zhang Hu, nor is there any need to do so. Zhang Hu has never possessed any choice in the matter." Chapter 55. To be a dog for His Majesty? You are not yet qualified. Bang! Bang! The sounds of smashing and shattering echoed from within Zhang Hu's residence, accompanied by faint, menacing growls. A multitude of adopted sons at the entrance dared not utter a word. After Zhang Hu's return yesterday, he had shared with his adopted sons his intention to be reassigned to Chuan Prefecture, cautioning them on various matters, and declaring that henceforth, the director of ceremonies would be under Han Xingxuan's authority, urging them to serve him well. These adopted sons were not only anxious about losing Zhang Hu as their protector, but they also harbored a deep-seated fear of Han Xingxian, the new power holder. Nevertheless, they felt a flicker of relief, thinking that they had weathered the storm. If they could serve Han Xingxian adequately, there might still be opportunities for advancement. However, before they could formulate any plans. The news broke that Lu Zhong had volunteered to be assigned to Chuan Prefecture as the military supervisor, leading to the current turmoil. The numerous eunuchs glanced at one another. Ultimately, no one daring to step into the house, each head bowed low. Inside, Zhang Hu's expression was ominously dark. His eyes brimming with intense resentment. I have already yielded to this extent. Why, Your Majesty, does Lu Zhong refuse to relent? What more must I do? Especially Lu Zhong. Does he truly believe that Your Majesty can trust the Buddha's teachings? Zhang Hu had been in command of the eunuchs for decades, navigating the palace's complexities for years. With the emergence of this incident, he understood the emperor's intentions clearly. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to voice anything to the emperor. Not only due to Shen Nan's formidable influence, but also because he had no justification for his actions, having performed so extravagantly yesterday that he had even convinced himself. Should Zhang Hu approach the emperor, a single statement from him would render Zhang Hu incapable of retort. The emperor is indeed unlike before. After his rage subsided, Zhang Hu became even more composed, regaining the demeanor of the Grand Eunuch. In such a short time since ascending the throne, he has already surpassed the previous emperor. Even the Ming Chong emperor. He could no longer regard Shen Nan as merely a teenage sovereign. The emperor's depth was increasingly evident, not only in terms of strength, but also in temperament. This time, Zhang Hu had thoroughly faltered. The authority of the director of ceremonies was no longer up for debate. Since Zhang Hu had spoken those words yesterday, it was clear that Han Xingxian would now have the final say in the matters of the director of ceremonies. His only choices were to submit to the emperor or be confined within the depths of the palace. It seems I am destined to be reduced to serving as a dog for His Majesty. Lu Zhong. Zhang Hu laughed coldly, aware that he still held some value. Given the emperor's display of depth and temperament, Zhang Hu was not entirely opposed to aligning himself with the emperor. After all, his relationship with the Lianxing sect was largely mutualistic. There were no debts of gratitude, only a hierarchy of power and mutual exploitation. In that case, serving anyone as a dog is still serving. If the emperor can resolve the issues with Lianxing, Zhang Hu would gladly embrace the role of a dog for the emperor. Lu Zhong, however, harbored no such hopes. At first glance, it may seem that Lu Zhong has gained an unfair advantage. Yet the truth remains that his fate is destined to be dire. Just as Zhang Hu was clarifying his thoughts on how to genuinely pledge allegiance to His Majesty and earn his trust, a chilling voice interrupted. To serve His Majesty as a dog? You are not worthy. Han Xingxian, clad in a crimson robe, appeared silently within the confines of the room. Unlike the cold and foreboding aura of Zhang Hu, Han Xingxian emanated a chilling essence imbued with the sin of blood, reminiscent of a reaper ready to claim a life. Zhang Hu's coldness was merely a matter of temperament. The two were not of the same caliber, particularly when Han Xingxian made his entrance. The 3,000 crimson threads encircling him accentuated his presence, resembling that of a formidable demon, evoking a sense of dread with the overwhelming sin of blood. Zhang Hu had encountered practitioners of the Lianxing sect, whose hands were stained with blood, but he had never experienced such an intensity of bloodlust emanating from a single individual. Master Han. Zhang Hu's heart quaked as he fixed his gaze upon Han Xingxian. Could it be that Master Han feared he might pose a threat? Zhang Hu had already intended to submit to His Majesty, confident that the emperor would not take any action against him. Instead, it was Han Xingxian who perhaps harbored ulterior motives. Threat? Han Xingxian laughed, his laughter devoid of warmth. You? Just based on that? In an instant, the 3,000 crimson threads enveloped Zhang Hu entirely. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Hu became acutely aware of the chasm that separated him from Han Xingxian. Although they were both second-tier Grand Masters of the refining spirit, a disparity existed even within the same tier. Zhang Hu was merely at the pinnacle of ordinary second-tier prowess, while Han Xingxian was capable of slaughtering second- and third-tier opponents with the ease of crushing an ant. He stood undefeated beneath the first-tier immortal on land. The two were not comparable. With Han Xingxuan's power, Zhang Hu had no capacity to resist. Han Xingxian continued, his tone still frigid. Do not speak of yourself. Even with Lu Zhong, how long could you survive in my presence? In the past, I spared you because you held value. Now, what would it matter if I chose to eliminate you? I speak not of anything else, but you are not qualified to serve His Majesty as a dog. If you must serve, you can only be my dog. Zhang Hu's complexion turned ashen. He found himself utterly speechless, his body rendered immobile. Han Xingxian calmly withdrew the 3,000 crimson threads. From now on, you shall assist me in overseeing the Silly Bureau. Matters concerning the Lianxing sect will be handled by His Majesty. You will continue to hold the position of Master of the Silly Bureau and remain an insider within the Lianxing sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's pupils dilated in shock. and he involuntarily trembled. This was not merely the intimidation of the 3,000 crimson threads. It was the realization that his foundations had long been laid bare before the emperor, to conceal the identity of the compassionate life sect. Jiangzhou has barred even his most trusted adopted son from entering his chamber. In the past, he has always been on edge, his demeanor shrouded in a chilling aura. Yet, is there any eunuch whose inner strength does not exude a similar coldness? It is only those like Lu Zhong, who hail from Buddhist origins, that stand apart. Individuals like Han Xian, who transition from military ranks to the court of eunuchs, are truly anomalies. With a whisper, Han Xingxuan's figure vanished in an instant. Jiangzhou felt an immediate sense of relief, yet the trepidation within him swelled to an even greater magnitude. He had barely caught a glimpse of how Han Xingxian departed, which signified that, should Han wish to end his life, he could do so with the utmost ease. His life and fortune lay precariously in another's hands, and his deepest secret had been laid bare. Even with Han's silent exit, Jiangzhou understood he had no options left. After a prolonged moment, Jiangzhou regained his former chilling demeanor and stepped out of the dwelling. This time, however, he was no longer the insider of the compassionate life sect, the powerful eunuch who had wielded authority for decades. Instead, he had become a mere pawn for Han Xingxian, a bait for his majesty, nothing more than a tool. Chapter 56. The Winds of Change. The Machinations of Confucianism. In the cabinet of the Great Feng, the 6 esteemed ministers were diligently reviewing memorials. The vice minister, Yang Ku, wore a furrowed brow, sensing an increasingly unsettling atmosphere in the imperial capital, which was mirrored within the cabinet. Among these 7 cunning old foxes, it was apparent to all that His Majesty was making frequent moves, yet not a single word was spoken. Yang Ku himself was reluctant to voice his thoughts. But today Lu Zhong's self-initiated request struck him as particularly peculiar. The actions of Tuaba, the Bodhisattva, were growing bolder. As he began to form clandestine alliances for personal gain, the Duke of Chu was hosting incessant banquets, making it evident to anyone that he intended to orchestrate a significant event during the military parade. Yang Ku had heard whispers that this was somehow related to the army. Could the court's precarious situation truly be ignored? Yang Ku glanced towards the chief minister, Zhang Su. Zhang Su remained as diligent as ever, seemingly engrossed in the memorials. Occasionally, he would instruct the eunuch beside him to deliver the memorials to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, as if nothing were amiss in the Great Feng. As the hour to depart approached, Yang Ku could no longer contain himself. Zhang Su, will you merely watch? Zhang Su leisurely set down the memorial he held, raising his gaze to meet Yang Ku's. And what would you have me do? Should we summon the ministers for an audience? Or should we petition the censors? Or perhaps, would you prefer that we both go to see His Majesty and implore him not to act like King Wu? Although Shen Nan's movements were clandestine, the plan to disband the Red Dragon 10 guards was a considerable undertaking. Zhang Su, with his capabilities, could certainly discern some aspects. Yet he could hardly fathom the swiftness of Shen Nan's actions. He presumed that the confrontation between His Majesty and the Duke of Chu would take place during the military parade. Thus, Zhang Su remained unperturbed. Yang Ku's brow tightened further. Even if we do not act, we ought to counsel His Majesty. He is still young and cannot grasp the complexities surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards or the vast influence of the Duke of Chu's lineage. At this, Zhang Su chuckled. Why not advise the Duke of Chu to yield instead? Is not the authority of the Red Dragon 10 guards fundamentally His Majesty's own? While Confucians seldom intersected with military generals and nobles, the martial aristocracy aligned with the Duke of Chu had, in days gone by, wielded the authority of the Red Dragon 10 guards with reckless abandon. Zhang Su saw this as an opportunity to deliver a significant blow to the military elite. As for His Majesty's schemes, in Zhang Su's view, they were bound to fail. The situation surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards had not emerged overnight. It had been this way for 3 centuries. Which emperor had not contemplated reforming the Red Dragon 10 guards? Yet, why had they all ultimately failed? It was because no one could effectively resolve the issues surrounding the Red Dragon 10 guards. Setting aside the intricate web of familial alliances among the military aristocracy, the mere presence of over 100,000 elite troops stationed in the capital of the Great Feng posed an insurmountable problem. Even if these elite forces were not what they once were, there remained a substantial number of warriors. How could one possibly manage and reorganize such a vast assembly of martial men? This was an enigma that no newly ascended monarch could hope to unravel. Even with a martial deity of the 11th realm of war standing beside Shen Nan, it proves futile. Yang Ku comprehended Zhang Su's intentions and spoke in a grave tone. What if chaos ensues? Chaos? Zhang Su chuckled. Shaking his head, What kind of chaos can a group of rabble cause? It would merely amount to a riot. Can't we suppress it if we join forces? Moreover, in such a scenario, would Feng refrain from intervening? Furthermore, he narrowed his eyes. I have summoned 5 esteemed Confucian scholars from the academy. Even if chaos does arise, it can be swiftly quelled. What constitutes an esteemed scholar? They are masters of the 2nd rank in the Confucian hierarchy, wielding profound prowess. The martial system of Confucianism diverges from others. The practitioners of the 4th rank cultivate not the vital energy, but the noble righteousness. At the 4th rank, one comprehends noble righteousness, while the 3rd rank signifies its consummation. The 2nd rank of esteemed scholars seamlessly integrates noble righteousness with the fabric of the cosmos, possessing the divine ability to manifest their words into reality. Through this Confucian doctrine, even an army of tens of thousands can be commanded. After all, it is improbable for such a vast army to unite in chaos, even if such a situation were to arise. Could Feng's overwhelming influence over the imperial capital be taken lightly? Jiangzhou even hoped for some disorder, as it would compel the emperor to remain prudent, making him aware of who truly constitutes the backbone and foundation of Defeng, rather than indulging in frivolities like the Heavenly Works Institute or the Qitian pastures. The cabinet is where the emperor ought to focus his attention. Yang Ke's expression turned frigid, even with esteemed scholars to suppress it. Do you know how many lives would be lost? Jiangzhou shook his head in silence, then redirected the conversation. The emperor has been on the throne for several days. It is time to select the officials for the imperial lectures, is it not? Additionally, the Hanlin scholars and lecture officials should also be chosen. Are there any suitable candidates from your Jiangzhou Academy? This statement was evidently a suggestion for a quid pro quo. Under Yang Ku's leadership, if the Jiangzhou Academy, grounded in humble origins, refrains from interference in this matter, then the forthcoming Hanlin scholars, lecture officials, and imperial lecturing officials will likely be from the humble Confucian lineage. These positions are the closest to the emperor, particularly the imperial lecturer. Should one gain the emperor's trust, the future would be limitless. Yang Ke fixed his gaze upon Jiangzhou. You are leveraging the safety of the imperial capital to bolster the Confucian agenda. While these terms are indeed compelling, how could Yang Ke's resolute nature ever acquiesce? Jiangzhou was well aware of this, and his proposal was not directed solely at Yang Ke, but rather aimed at the humble Confucian faction behind him. The Beiladong Academy has never been solely Yang Ke's domain. He possesses a strong character, but others may not share his fortitude. Should you wish to counsel the emperor, I shall not impede you. Yet do you genuinely believe the emperor would heed your words? Although he is merely 15 years of age, his mind is far beyond that of a typical youth. I advise you not to underestimate the emperor. Why is Yang Ke the 2nd assistant while Jiangzhou occupies the position of the 1st assistant? This is not solely due to the greater influence of the aristocratic Confucians represented by Jiangzhou compared to those of humble origins, but also because Yang Ke's temperament is excessively rigid. He has often been too uncompromising in front of Emperor Ming Chong, the late emperor, frequently resorting to lofty principles. How many emperors could appreciate such subjects? More crucially, Yang Ke's influence is exceedingly feeble. There are numerous matters he can merely discuss, yet cannot resolve at all. I have never held your majesty in the slightest contempt. Yang Ke declared emphatically, all my actions are for the sake of the Great Feng. Jiangzhou offered no opinion, saying, if you wish to leave, then do so swiftly. As he spoke, he sauntered lazily towards the exterior of the cabinet. Observing this, Yang Ke contemplated speaking further but ultimately relinquished the thought. He merely bowed his head to compose a memorial, which he then entrusted to the imperial secretariat for presentation to the emperor. An audience. Given his majesty's demeanor in recent days, Yang Ke felt uncertain about the possibility of successful counsel. Moreover, he was well aware of the impact of Jiangzhou's earlier words. It was likely that even if Yang Ke were determined to offer advice, the individuals behind him would not wholeheartedly support his endeavor. Yang Ke sighed inwardly. This Great Feng. Chapter 57. The impending transformation of the imperial capital. As Yang Ke's memorial was delivered to the grand ceremony supervisor, Han Xingxian promptly forwarded it. Just as Jiangzhou had anticipated, Shen Nan merely glanced at the document before closing it. Yang Ke. The humble scholars of Defeng indeed possess commendable individuals. Yet regrettably, most are merely idle talkers who mislead the state. I distinctly recall their responses when the imperial capital of Defeng fell. The waters grew too cold. It was merely the lowest jest of Defeng. While Shen Nan was not as obstinate as Jiangzhou believed, he could not heed Yang Ke's counsel. Not only was the troop reduction plan at its most critical juncture, But even if it had yet to commence, he could not afford to halt. An emperor lacking sufficient power is ultimately a mere puppet. The Emperor of Dafeng ascended to the throne solely due to the nation's 800 years of establishment. The Shen family's esteemed reputation rendered rebellion an unthinkable act, and none could succeed in such an endeavor. The intertwining philosophies of Taoism, legalism, Confucianism, and Buddhism served to restrain one another. With national treasures suppressing all, the king of the north stationed in Jiangzhou, and legalist figures like Fa Yin maintaining order, Dafeng has sustained a fragile equilibrium for many years. Shen Nan's ambition was never to be a superficial ruler. Rather, he sought true supremacy of imperial authority. However, Yangke could indeed be of some utility. He narrowed his eyes slightly. After I emerge from seclusion tomorrow, summon you Huatian and Qinjibao. Shen Nan was poised to commence the genuine implementation of the troop reduction plan. Certain matters must also be settled tomorrow. Han Xinshuan's voice echoed, understood. The following day, within the Jinghua Hall, an array of dishes was presented by the palace maids. Before Shen Nan lay 8 meat dishes, 6 vegetable dishes, a soup, a staple, and tea. The ingredients had been meticulously curated by the imperial kitchen, incorporating rare and precious medicinal herbs. The value of this lunch alone amounted to 100 taels. This implies that Shen Nan's monthly dining expenses were nearly 1,000 taels, summing to approximately 10,000 taels of silver annually. This figure pertains solely to meals. If one were to add the elixirs supplied monthly by the Qinghe Palace, the total would approach 100,000 taels of silver. This elucidates why Empress Jing required 500,000 taels of silver from the Imperial Horse Bureau each year. The resources required for the cultivation of the 10 realms' celestial beings are far more extravagant than one might imagine. Some resources are simply unattainable with mere currency. Shen Nan was not indulging in a sudden realization of his opulence. In comparison to the expenditures of previous Dafeng emperors, his spending was relatively frugal. The Ming Chong emperor and his predecessor each spent no less than several 100,000 taels annually on meals and elixirs, which explains the dire state of the imperial treasury upon Shen Nan's ascension. At this moment, Shen Nan contemplated more pressing matters regarding military sustenance, to cultivate a legion of over 10,000 great snow dragon riders. The annual expenditure on provisions and elixirs would likely reach 600,000 taels of silver, coupled with tens of thousands of heavily armored Ming Wang soldiers. The annual expenses would amount to 30 million taels of silver. Chen Jibao, Yu Huatian, and Chao Zhengchun stood below, awaiting orders. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun responded, Your Majesty, 30 million taels is more than sufficient. Shen Nan shook his head and remarked, The annual military expenditure of the Great Feng approaches 300 million. I require only 30 million taels of silver to cultivate a truly invincible army. Though its numbers may be fewer, its combat prowess far exceeds. He had no intention of elaborating further, instead instructing Chen Jibao, the selection of the great snow dragon cavalry will henceforth be entrusted to you. The necessary provisions will be fully supplied by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Agency, and military salaries will temporarily be managed by them. As for the elixirs needed for cultivation, I shall decide after my visit to the Qinghe Palace. The plan for troop reduction is about to commence. Shen Nan also intended to delineate the ranks of the Red Dragon 10 guards, with this reduction aiming to eliminate at least 50% of personnel, retaining only those truly capable of battle. Subsequently, most of these elite soldiers would be merged into the Black Dragon Guards, henceforth eliminating the concept of the Red Dragon 10 guards, establishing instead the Black Dragon 5 guards, comprising 50,000 elite troops, supplemented by 100,000 auxiliary soldiers to serve as the foundation for safeguarding the imperial capital and also as Shen Nan's genuine trump card against various factions. Furthermore, among these elites, a careful selection would be made to ultimately incorporate several thousand into the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, which could also be referred to as the Red Dragon Cavalry. Even if their numbers are insufficient, quality must not be compromised. This Red Dragon Cavalry would serve as the main force to quell the rebellion of the Lingxing sect in Chuan Province. However, achieving this requires more than mere troop organization and reduction. Shen Nan must also procure a substantial armament to equip them. Based on Zhang Jiao's recent communications with the Heavenly Craft Institute, it is anticipated that assembling tens of thousands of elite armaments will pose no challenge, even ensuring the provision of magical artifacts. Every commander overseeing 3,000 men or more must possess a magical artifact. Only the elixirs required for daily cultivation remain a matter for Shen Nan to address during his visit to the Taoist Qinghe Palace. However, this must occur after troop reductions. for he lacks the means to attract the Qinghe Palace with similar sorcery as the yellow turban warriors being soldiers. Only through imposing authority can he ensure a stable supply of elixirs from the Qinghe Palace, potentially lowering some costs. Just as the Heavenly Craft Institute monopolizes 70% of the Great Feng's armament, the Qinghe Palace has bled the Great Feng for far too long. They too must contribute to the prosperity of the realm. Should they refuse, after troop reductions, Shen Nan's next target will be the Qinghe Palace. Shen Zhibao nodded. When does your majesty intend to meet those generals? Tomorrow marks the appointed time for troop reductions, Shen Nan replied. The process will commence with the Imperial Guard, followed by the Tiger Band Guards assisting in reorganizing the Imperial attendants, ultimately directing these forces to press toward the Xianfeng and Wulong, achieving a successful troop reduction of the entire Red Dragon 10 guards in a single day. This is the plan devised by Shen Nan, Chen Zhibao, and others. Only in this manner can we conclude the troop reductions with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. Once the dust settles, even if the Confucians harbor further intentions, they shall be compelled to remain silent, and the martial officials led by the Duke of Chu will be rendered toothless tigers, left to be manipulated by Shen Nan at will. Please make arrangements for them to enter the palace to meet me this evening. Shen Nan's grasp over the Imperial Palace has reached an extraordinary level. Zhang Hu and Lu Zhong have been thoroughly incapacitated, and the eunuchs are all in fear of Han Xingxian, leaving no room for any disorderly conduct. Furthermore, Han Xian's 10,000 elite troops are patrolling the palace, while within the city, the Tiger Band Guard and the Ming King's heavily armored soldiers are under the command of Tuoba Bodhisattva. Under such formidable influence, Shen Nan's arrangement for a few individuals to enter the palace would go entirely unnoticed. It is true that the Empress Dowager Jing within the Deep Palace may pose some challenges. However, her recent indifference suggests that this venerable matron is unlikely to concern herself with such trivial matters. Moreover, her disposition towards Shen Nan has been exceedingly permissive. As for how to deal with the Empress Dowager in the future, it will be no different from the situation with Qinghe Palace. In the absence of sufficient power, Shen Nan naturally chooses not to meddle with the affairs of the Empress Dowager for the time being. Reflecting on this, Shen Nan then remarked, Han Xingxian, you are to instruct Yang Ku to accompany me to the military guard tomorrow. Chapter 58. A gentleman may only be deceived. His Majesty takes action. The Deputy Minister bears the blame. Deputy Minister Yang Ku? Before Han Xingxian could speak, Chao Jingchun wore a look of confusion. Chen Zhibao, appearing contemplative, mused, is His Majesty seeking to utilize the humble Confucian Yang Ku to suppress the noble Confucians led by Prime Minister Jiangzhou? Their reactions reveal much about their personalities and capabilities. Han Xingxian unconditionally reveres Shen Nan's commands, while Chao Jingchun, though diligent, ultimately lacks the requisite abilities. In contrast, Chen Zhibao is remarkably quick-witted, instantly grasping Shen Nan's intentions. Shen Nan nodded slightly. A gentleman may only be deceived. Although Yang Ku is indeed a Confucian, he is the leader of the humble Confucians, distinctly different from Jiangzhou, who epitomizes the scholarly class. The latter is primarily concerned with wielding power, adhering to the belief that the Son of Heaven governs the realm with ease, a notion that, when examined closely, suggests they operate with impunity, making the emperor a mere puppet. Moreover, the intertwining relationships within the noble Confucians, forged through intermarriage, have largely contributed to the decline of the Great Feng state, as they conspire for personal gain with little regard for the common good. The humble Confucians represented by Yang Ku may espouse lofty ideals, yet they profess loyalty to the sovereign. Since Yang Ku has submitted this memorial, how could I possibly disregard his fervent dedication? As Shen Nan articulated this, a chill touched his demeanor, revealing that his perspective on the humble Confucians is not as favorable as he outwardly professes. Indeed, these humble Confucians are merely the disempowered members of the Donglin faction. While there may be talents among them, those who rise to power often prove to be even more avaricious than their noble counterparts. What Shen Nan seeks is to exploit Yang Ku's reputation, compelling him to shoulder the blame and inevitably confront the noble Confucians, thereby widening the rift between the noble and humble Confucians, preparing for future reforms within the court. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Confucians, even Shen Nan would find it challenging to contend with them. Chen Zhibao praised, Your Majesty has indeed begun to exhibit the qualities of a sovereign. The ruler of the Great Feng may appear to lack power, yet the auspices of the nation and the sacred artifacts of state are substantial forces. The most potent weapon wielded by a sovereign is none other than the principle of righteousness. Shen Nan ascended the throne by rightful succession, making him the legitimate emperor of the Great Feng. The foundation of the Great Feng was established through the valiant efforts of its founding ancestors. And though 8 centuries may have led to increasing decay and corruption, it has also embedded the name of the Great Feng deeply within the hearts of its people. The significance of legitimacy is paramount in any realm. Furthermore, the Great Feng Emperor is not devoid of strength. The loyal minister Li Guoyang is always devoted to the Great Feng. Should a significant crisis arise, the venerable grandmother Empress Jing would undoubtedly intervene. The northern protector, Shen Yu, is also of royal blood. Not to mention the numerous dukes and nobles scattered across the land, these individuals share the fate of the Great Feng royal family. The sole issue remains that Shen Nan's personal strength is insufficient. The title of Great Feng Emperor does not equate to Shen Nan's own prowess. What he seeks is to irrevocably associate his name with that of the Emperor of the Great Feng. Soon, Chen Jibao, Han Chenxian, and others set forth to undertake their tasks, while Chao Jingchun remained by his side, serving diligently. Shen Nan, at last, found the opportunity to focus on the system. Having only recently transcended a barrier in his cultivation, he had yet to examine the changes in today's marketplace. System. Host, Shen Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Influence, Black Dragon Xian Bird Guard, Ming Wang Heavy Armored Troops. Subordinates, Tuoba Bodhisattva, 11th Realm Martial God, Chen Jibao, 10th Realm Celestial. Great Sage Zhang Jiao, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. Han Xingxian, Peak 2nd Grade Grandmaster. Li Si, Peak 10th Realm Celestial. Yu Huadian, 4th Grade. Chao Zhengchun, Peak 3rd Grade. 15 Sunflower Guards, 5th Grade Warriors, 25 Great Snow Dragon Riders, 2,800 Ming Wang Heavy Armored Troops. Cultivation Technique, 9 Dragons True Qi, 4th Grade Primal Energy Mastery, Peak Minor Master. Items, none. Overall level, preliminary qualification for Restoration of the Nation. Restoration points, 2,200 points. Mission, annihilate any major force. Criteria for major force, ranking among the top 20 powers in the realm. Reward, guaranteed gift package of the 12th realm and above, 30,000 restoration points. This is Shen Nan's current panel. Compared to the frenzied changes he experienced daily upon his ascension, his panel had remained static for several days, a consequence of the differing nature of this mission. It could not be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Indeed, as Shen Nan's power grew, the difficulty of his tasks would inevitably escalate, culminating in the true restoration of his nation, at which point perhaps an invigorating mission for the Great Feng would be activated. After all, while the system is one for national restoration, the act of restoration has never been the endpoint, but merely the beginning. The guaranteed gift package of the 12th realm. Shen Nan's gaze fell upon the rewards of the current system mission. His anticipation for this package was immense. Although his ranks were already filled with exceptional talents, he still lacked a true master capable of suppressing all. Perhaps this package would provide just that. While filled with hope, he also cast a discontented glance at his restoration points. His arduous efforts over the past 3 days had culminated in a meager 2,200 points and a Xuanri Divine Bow, alongside a formidable technique. The pace at which he amassed strength was excruciatingly slow, to the point where he yearned to annihilate the Chu state lineage immediately. To claim the reward of 30,000 restoration points. As Shen Nan's gaze traversed the attributes, he discovered that today's system marketplace had unveiled a brand new package, the Talented Prodigy Gift Package. Talented Prodigy Gift Package, capable of acquiring prodigies from myriad realms. Redemption price, 1,000 points. The extremes of this package, both in terms of potential reward and risk, were alarmingly vast. According to the system's description, the upper echelon of this package could yield figures such as the young Emperor Huan Tian or Emperor Yi, yet it could also descend to produce someone like Ling Hu Cheng, a mere so-called prodigy. When did the term prodigy become so diluted? Shen Nan couldn't help but chuckle in bemusement. He glanced once more at the 2 options for the shopping mall. Although they held some value, it was evident that the heavenly gift package was far more enticing. Indeed, sometimes a catchy name can work wonders. Shen Nan chuckled softly. I would like to exchange for 2 heavenly gift packages. The disarmament was about to commence, and having 2 additional hands would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, he hoped that the rewards would not be excessively outrageous. With a swish, 2 beams of light emerged, both adorned in a shade of azure. Though it resembled a sky of blue and white clouds, the rewards within took Shen Nan by surprise. Chapter 59. The Gift of Extraordinary Talents. The Daughter of the Prodigy. The Demon Suppression Division of Chuan Prefecture. The rewards presented were none other than Qin Shimingyu World, Dong Junyan Fei, peak 3rd rank sorceress. Qin Shimingyu World, Yushinwu Duan, peak 3rd rank sorceress. Shen Nan was astonished that the azure glow could summon these two remarkable young women. He had initially anticipated a prodigy akin to Ling Huchong, one of lesser martial prowess. It appears the system's potential is indeed capable of manifesting even the likes of the Emperor of the Wild, regardless of the possibility of summoning such a figure. It is undeniable that both individuals are true prodigies. Whether it be the moon goddess or Dong Jun, both have become guardians of the Yin Yang school at a tender age. And although the achievements of Dong Huang Tai played a role, it does not diminish their exceptional talents. In the realm of Qin Shimingyu, how can one not regard these two as prodigies? Particularly, the status of being a peak 3rd rank sorceress is truly astonishing. As Shen Nan prepares to establish his influence in Chuan Prefecture, he must inevitably engage with the members of the Liansheng sect, which follows the eclectic practices of the sorcerer system. Their methods are notoriously enigmatic. However, how would they fare against the intricate arts of the Yin Yang school? Star divination, sleep-sealing spells, heart control charms, soul transformation techniques, and soul-shifting arts, each of these spells is equally arcane. Moreover, neither Dong Junyan Fei nor Yu Shun can be described as naive or innocent. Their intentions and temperaments are resolute and fierce, making them ideally suited to assist Yu Huatian in establishing a new organization in the West. Perhaps, in time, this organization should not simply be referred to as the West Factory, but rather given a new name. It is conceivable that the Moon Goddess and Yin Fei could establish a new faction in Chuan Prefecture. Shen Nan was lost in thought, yet his movements remained swift as he claimed his rewards. Amidst the swirling mist, two breathtaking women materialized within the Jinghua Hall. Yin Fei donned a dark blue gown, her long hair elegantly tied back, her gaze serene, while Yushin wore a light blue short robe, her purple hair intricately styled. Her eyes veiled with a thin layer of gauze, exuding an air of profound mystery. Yin Fei, I pay my respects to your majesty. Yu Shun, I have come to greet your majesty. From their manner of speech, one could discern their personalities. Yin Fei demonstrated a keen understanding of the situation and her own standing, while Yu Shun, with an air of ethereal chill, resembled a true celestial maiden from the lunar palace, each gesture imbued with profound significance. This also correlates with the moment in time chosen by the system, as both Yin Fei and Yushin were summoned during the pinnacle of the Yin Yang school's power, rather than at the time of Yin Fei's later defection. Shen Nan observed them closely before declaring, from now on, you shall serve as court ladies, granted free access to the sleeping quarters and side halls. Should you encounter any uncertainties, you may learn from Chao Zhengchun. Han Shengxian and Yu Huatian are presently occupied with their affairs, so the responsibility of mentoring newcomers naturally falls to the diligent Chao Gonggong. Chao Zhengchun expressed no grievances, his tone amicable as he greeted the two. His summoning differed from that of Yu Shun and the others, having occurred at the brink of death, at which point the system called him forth. Chao Zhengchun had certainly experienced the pitfalls of women and was well aware of the allure possessed by beautiful women. Take for instance the enchanting appearances of the moon goddess and the flame concubine. It would not be surprising if one day they became a consort in his majesty's harem. Naturally, he dared not harbor any ill intentions towards the two ladies. Furthermore, Chao Zhengchun could surmise that the two women would likely be heading to Chuanzhou soon. Upon returning from there with achievements, he would still be the diligent Chao Gonggong, yet the two women might not remain so humble. The flame concubine and the moon goddess had both received the infusion of systematic memories, fully aware of the current situation. After exchanging glances, the flame concubine spoke. Does His Majesty require our assistance in aiding Yu Huatian's journey to Chuanzhou? If so, we must first familiarize ourselves with the intelligence pertaining to Chuanzhou and subsequently devise a strategy to infiltrate the Lianqing sect. Each infusion of memory provided them with the latest intelligence, thus they were well informed about matters concerning troop reductions in the Lianqing sect. In the flame concubine's view, given their statuses and strengths, infiltrating the Lianqing sect would be the most effective way to achieve merit in Chuanzhou, and it would also allow them to expand their influence. However, whether this influence would be under the banner of the Western Depot or a newly established Lianqing sect remained uncertain. This was the shared sentiment of both the flame concubine and the moon goddess. In the era of Qin, although they appeared to be exalted protectors of the Yin Yang school, they were, in truth, merely pitiable individuals lacking autonomy. Now summoned by His Majesty, they were bound to serve him. Yet he was far preferable to the grim Dong Huang Tai. At least His Majesty was the sovereign of the Great Feng their freedom would be greater, and their future prospects brighter. Shen Nan could naturally discern the thoughts of the two women, just as he had previously been unconcerned about Yu Huatin's ambitions. How could he then object to the aspirations of the two ladies? In fact, he appreciated such ambition. Shen Nan's forces were currently scant, with only individuals venturing forth to expand their influence. Thus he encouraged his subordinates to take initiative. Infiltrating the Lianqing sect was not an immediate concern. Zhao Jingchuan, lead them to familiarize themselves with the documents of Jiangzhou for now. The situation regarding the Lianqing sect is exceedingly complex. I am not privy to all the details, so I cannot dictate how the flame concubine and the moon goddess should proceed. I must await further news, such as that concerning the sunflower guards dispatched by Yu Huatian yesterday. According to the timeline, these guards should arrive in Jiangzhou tonight and convey my orders to the county magistrate of Yuzhou, Zhang Lin, to the town magic officer, Zhang Ershu, to the guardian of Qiliang, Yin Shu, and to the esteemed Lu Yan, daughter of the governor. Once these individuals relay the information back, I shall have my own people in Jiangzhou, allowing the flame concubine and the moon goddess to set forth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in the city of Jiangzhou, Han Xingxian had underestimated the speed of the dragon horse. By the time dusk fell, 5 sunflower guards had already reached the city. However, they would now need to act independently. As for the guard tasked with contacting the town magic officer, Zhang Ershu, he needed to remain in the city to locate him. Now dressed not in the garb of a sunflower guard, but as a figure of the martial world. The dragon horse has also been carefully concealed by him. As the sunflower guard entered the city, he immediately laid eyes upon the most conspicuous edifice in the prefectural city, or rather, an expansive architectural complex. It was none other than the location of the Demon Suppression Division of Chuan Prefecture. Unlike the more subdued Jinji of the imperial capital, the Demon Suppression Division in the provinces is notably ostentatious, standing as the most significant government office in the region. Their mandate is clear, suppressing malevolent entities and quelling rebellions. What constitutes malevolent entities? The determination rests solely with the Demon Suppression Division. Their formidable presence and fearsome authority surpass even that of the Jinjiwi. Uncle Zhang serves as a lieutenant within the Demon Suppression Division of Chuan Prefecture, holding a rank comparable to that of 100 households in the Ming Dynasty's Jinji. His standing within the division is second only to the Demon Suppression Envoy, Zhang Quangren, and the formidable Demon Suppression General, Tu Sha. Chapter 60, Decisive in Action, Uncle Zhang. Beautiful yet ruthless, Lu Sanyan. In the bustling city of Chuan Prefecture, on this day of rest, Uncle Zhang was absent from the Demon Suppression Office. Dressed in a neat and tidy outfit, he meandered through the city. His eyes met with individuals adorned in lavish attire. This locale was indeed the most prosperous part of the city, which boasted a population exceeding 10 million, divided into 8 districts. Among them, the district housing the Demon Suppression Office was particularly thriving. However, as Uncle Zhang strolled towards the outskirts, he began to notice an array of oddly dressed individuals, many of whom unmistakably bore the appearance of practitioners from various schools of thought. These practitioners were persistently whispering to those around them, the faint echoes of phrases like compassionate life descending floating through the air. Had the compassionate life sect grown so audacious? Uncle Zhang furrowed his brow. He found himself in the outer city, a place inhabited by the impoverished. Everywhere he looked were ordinary folk clad in patched garments, already burdened by hardship. If they were to fall prey to the chaos wrought by the Compassionate Life sect, it would surely lead to their ruin. Although the Compassionate Life sect was not deemed a heretical group within the Great Feng, the nefarious activities within its ranks were deeply troubling. The practice of harvesting life. Such despicable methods were employed by countless within the sect. Moreover, Uncle Zhang sensed that the members of the Compassionate Life sect appeared to be concocting some sort of human elixir, to forge an elixir from human lives. While such potions could undoubtedly enhance one's vitality, they were unequivocally the means of a malevolent cult. Regrettably, he had yet to uncover concrete evidence. And the Grand General Tu Sha had expressly forbidden any interference in matters concerning the Compassionate Life sect. This only served to heighten Uncle Zhang's frustration. Bam! At that moment, a roguish individual hastily collided with Uncle Zhang. He frowned slightly. With his martial prowess as a third-grade warrior, it was improbable for anyone to bump into him, unless it was intentional. Just as he was about to seize the individual, he felt a slip of paper pressed into his palm. Maintaining his composure, he raised his hand to glance at it, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively turned to follow the direction in which the person had departed. His Majesty? A moment later, in a secluded alley, Uncle Zhang regarded the figure before him, a member of the Sunflower Guard. Are you one of His Majesty's people? The Sunflower Guard said little, instead scrutinizing Uncle Zhang earnestly, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and a long, azure sword at his waist. It was undoubtedly Uncle Zhang. May I see the sword you carry? Uncle Zhang's eyes narrowed with increasing suspicion as he drew forth his sword, revealing the character's respect engraved upon it, an heirloom passed down from his father. Upon seeing this, the Sunflower Guard said nothing further, merely handing a letter to Uncle Zhang. After completing this exchange, the Sunflower Guard silently observed him. Uncle Zhang opened the letter, and as he read the first few lines, his brows knitted tightly. The content of the letter is rather straightforward. Shen Nan instructed him to find a way to ascertain the situation regarding the compassionate sect, and then await further communication from subsequent personnel. Moreover, it was pointed out at the end that the compassionate sect might be on the brink of rebellion, and the formidable General Tu seemed to have some collusion with them, urging him to exercise caution. What startled Uncle Zhang the most was the final seal, an unmistakable emblem of His Majesty's private seal. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Uncle Zhang calmly inquired, "Are there any other pieces of evidence?" The Kuehua Guard, rather reticent, merely produced a bead with his right hand. It was none other than the artifact from the Celestial Workshop, the listening bead. Previously, Shen Nan had requested 3 listening beads from the Celestial Workshop for Jiangzhou, and Yu Huatian had bestowed 2 of them to the Kuehua Guards tasked with locating Uncle Zhang and Lu Yan, owing to the intricate identities of these 2 individuals, as well as their critical positions. Upon seeing this, Uncle Zhang harbored no further doubts. As the deputy officer of the Demon Suppression Division in Jiangzhou, he had only ever seen the listening bead in illustrations, never the actual object. In all of Jiangzhou, only the governor and General Tu possessed 2 listening beads, meant for communication with the imperial capital. Ordinary figures from the rivers and lakes could hardly produce such an item, let alone with the backing of His Majesty's private seal. Uncle Zhang felt a surge of elation, though he was slightly puzzled as to why His Majesty was aware of him. Nonetheless, he felt that he finally had a chance to prove his worth. He had long since the issues surrounding the compassionate sect in Jiangzhou, but he had not anticipated General Tu's involvement with them. However, this presented an opportunity, a grand chance to showcase his abilities. Compared to the mundane task of apprehending petty thieves, Uncle Zhang looked forward to such significant events, for they signified the prospect of establishing merit and achieving greatness. This is not a place for discussion, follow me. Uncle Zhang did not lead the Kuehua Guard to his residence, but instead took him to the Tongjing Gang in the city. This gang represented the most significant power in Jiangzhou, and its leader was none other than Uncle Zhang's brother. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Nan had selected Uncle Zhang. He was exceedingly prudent in his dealings yet decisive in his actions. In the original narrative, during the rebellion of the compassionate sect in Jiangzhou, he had exhibited remarkable prowess, arguably becoming the central figure in quelling the uprising. Meanwhile, within the governor's residence, amidst the tranquil bamboo grove, Miss Lu Xin stood quietly in her flowing white attire. Her appearance might not have been the most exceptional, yet her serene and composed aura compelled one to glance at her repeatedly, reminiscent of a clear autumn stream, pleasing to the eye. Among the governor's associates, Miss Lu Xin's reputation was equally commendable. She was the most renowned talented woman in Jiangzhou, having achieved the 3rd-tier realm at the tender age of 20. A female sword immortal with dominion over the governor's financial affairs, a true paragon of grace and excellence. In her hand, she held a letter, which had been sent by the Kuehua Guard. This was in stark contrast to the convoluted process of delivering letters that Uncle Zhang had experienced. The task of the Sunflower Guard in locating Miss Lu Xin was relatively straightforward. The only challenge lay in establishing contact with her. Yet, this was not insurmountable, for there existed in Chuan Prefecture an Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, and the individual in charge happened to be in the service of Han Xian. Upon receiving the command from Han Xian, arrangements were promptly made. Miss Lu Xin regarded the Sunflower Guard and spoke softly. "Please inform His Majesty that I shall act in accordance with his instructions. Furthermore, if possible, I would appreciate an opportunity for a chance encounter with Uncle Zhang." Within the capital city, Miss Lu Xin and Uncle Zhang emerged as the leading figures. One was the esteemed daughter of the Lord, while the other served as a captain in the Demon Suppression Division. It could be asserted that if these 2 wielded sufficient influence, the rebellion of the compassionate cult would be quelled considerably. Indeed, both were paragons among men and women. Uncle Zhang was decisive in action and astute in judgment, while Miss Lu Xin, possessing both beauty and a cunning heart, commanded an impressive array of power. With her subordinates scattered throughout Chuan Prefecture, The narrative arc was originally designed for these two to jointly resolve the turmoil instigated by the compassionate cult. Although they drew upon the strengths of Confucianism and Taoism, the efficacy of their methods was unmistakable. Chapter 61. The tide is turning. Winds are rising. Disarmament. The following day. At noon, Shen Nan languidly reclined in his chair, his head shaded by an umbrella, casually perusing the intelligence dispatched by Yu Huatian. The night prior, 5 members of the Sunflower Guard had each delivered letters. Aside from Uncle Zhang, there were 4 others. Additionally, one letter was entrusted to the chief eunuch of the Chuan Prefecture Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, though this particular missive was not a mere letter, but rather an official edict issued by the Cabinet and the Ritual Superintendence Bureau. It announced the reassignment of Lu Zhong to oversee military affairs in Chuan Prefecture and the Imperial Horse Bureau. This appointment stirred a ripple within the cabinet. However, neither Chief Minister Jiangzhou nor Deputy Minister Yang Ku were particularly concerned about Lu Zhong's new role. Instead, they marveled at the emperor's cunning. With Lu Zhong's departure, Zhang Hu subtly aligned himself with the emperor, granting the latter complete control over the palace. Such tactics were indeed somewhat unexpected for Jiangzhou, yet he did not dwell on it, for ultimately, they were merely 2 eunuchs. Furthermore, with the emperor surrounded by martial deities of the 11th realm and celestial beings of the 10th realm, if they could not handle 2 eunuchs, Jiangzhou would begin to doubt his perception of the emperor. The palace's affairs were beyond his purview, and he had no desire to meddle. Yet, if the emperor truly believed that the Red Dragon's 10 guards were as easily managed as the palace, there would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Jiangzhou casually instructed that the 5 eminent scholars from Jiangzhou be summoned promptly. Yang Ku's thoughts were far simpler. With a deep sigh, he increasingly sensed that a storm was brewing. Shen Nan, however, paid little heed to the musings of the 2 cabinet ministers. His focus remained on the intelligence provided by Yu Huatian, beyond the performance of Uncle Zhang and Lu Sanyan. The report emphasized that both had communicated with Yu Huatian through ear-hearing pearls regarding their plans to deal with the compassionate sect and to confirm that these individuals were indeed loyal to the emperor. He turned to Yu Huatian, inquiring, "What is your perspective on Zhang Ershu and Lu Sanyan?" Despite having future narratives as a reference, Shen Nan was eager to hear the insights of his own people. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Huatian replied, "Zhang Ershu is a man who despises evil and possesses ambition. His approach is meticulous and cautious, making him a valuable asset and a great talent. As for Lu Sanyan, he hesitated, unsure of how to characterize her." Shen Nan smiled at Yu Huatian, prompting, "And?" Yu Huatian replied in a subdued tone, "I fear I may not be able to manage this woman." He would soon personally travel to Chuan Prefecture to oversee matters. He understood how to utilize someone like Zhang Ershu effectively. However, Lu Sanyan was indeed a more complex individual. Unlike the venomous one Guifei from Dragon Gate, who appeared malicious yet was easily manipulated by Yu Huatian, Lu Sanyan seemed calm and gentle, speaking at a measured pace, yet harbored her own intentions. Especially after their brief communication, he felt an unsettling resemblance between her and himself. Both possessed a darkness in their hearts and an air of cold indifference. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled, "I have no intention of allowing you to control them. These individuals will prove useful in the future. Your primary objective in traveling to Chuan Prefecture is to successfully establish the Western Bureau, particularly its intelligence network. If possible, I hope you can take over the intelligence network of the Lianxing sect. Most members of the Lianxing sect are practitioners from various walks of life. While they may lack in other areas, their ability to gather intelligence is undeniably top-notch, and they could serve well as spies for the Western Bureau in the future." Yu Huatian nodded solemnly, understood. Shen Nan then turned to Yin Fei and Moon Goddess. "During your stay in Chuan Prefecture, you may reside in the estate of Lu Sanyan. The influence she wields is formidable, and using this as a starting point will enable you to work more effectively." His expectations for Yin Fei and Moon Goddess were similar to those for Yu Huatian. The plan to infiltrate the Lianxing sect, as discussed last night, had become somewhat impractical due to the challenges and time constraints. However, if they leveraged Lu Sanyan as an entry point, there might still be a chance. Both Yin Fei and Moon Goddess nodded, understood. When it comes to cunning and strategy, these 2 women were no less capable than Lu Sanyan, and their strength slightly surpassed hers. Yu Huatian struggled to grasp the situation, primarily because Lu Sanyan was a woman and the official daughter of a noble house. Yet Yin Fei and Moon Goddess could undoubtedly deliver a minor shock to Lu Sanyan. This approach reflected Shen Nan's style. Although he believed in the principle of employing capable individuals without suspicion, he understood that in matters of great significance, one could not rely solely on the unwavering loyalty of subordinates. He placed his faith in those he had summoned to his side. Do not interfere with the magistrate of Yunzhou, Zhang Lin, or the guard of Qiliang, Yunshu, Shen Nan instructed. Unlike the cases of Lu Sanin and Uncle Zhang, the Yunzhou magistrate and Qiliang guard were more akin to local strongmen and influential families. They were also the support Shen Nan had arranged for Chen Zhibao. Upon receiving the message last night, both had promptly dispatched individuals to their families to recruit soldiers. Their actions revealed their roles were primarily aimed at controlling the local aristocracy in Chuan Prefecture. However, the four shared a commonality. Each harbored ambition and lacked an opportunity. Shen Nan was providing that opportunity. In the current state of Defeng, serving the emperor is the most direct path to prosperity. The adage master both civil and martial arts to serve the imperial family rings true. Yu Huatian, Yan Fei, and the others all acknowledged. Understood. Shen Nan then turned his gaze back to Cao Zhengchun. Is Chen Zhibao prepared? Cao Zhengchun bowed and replied, General Chen has already led 400 elite armored troops to Guanghua Gate. He has also dispatched Chen Yi, Shen San, and others to Huafeng Gate to await the emperor. Zhang Tianshi is also there waiting. Shen Nan nodded, glancing at the system's marketplace. Today's refreshed offerings were rather unimpressive. The previously available Heavenly Pride gift pack had vanished. Regrettably, Shen Nan had not utilized 1,000 points to secure it, unaware that the gift was genuine. Now, he could only wait for it to reappear in the future. Let Hanxing Xian keep a close watch on Empress Dowager Chen. Xian Ci will assist Yang Ke and accompany me to the general military office. As Shen Nan spoke, he ascended the emperor's chariot. Although this chariot could not compare to the jade vehicle, a revered treasure of the realm, it remained impervious to the might of 10 celestial beings. Furthermore, with the protection of Zhang Jiao and several hundred heavily armored Ming warriors, Shen Nan's safety was unequivocally assured, rendering the desperate actions of the Duke of Chu and others inconsequential. As for Tuoba Bodhisattva, he would indeed be disbanding the Tiger Bend Guard today. Given his strength and his nominal command over the Tiger Bend Guard, Shen Nan had no cause for concern regarding any complications arising from Tuoba Bodhisattva's end. Prepare the carriage. On the chariot, Cao Jingchuan's piercing voice resounded, heralding the imminent upheaval of the imperial capital's Red Dragon 10 Guards. Chapter 62. The Resolute Resolve of Han Li. The precursor of the Ming Wang. Outside Guanghua Gate, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Chen Zhibao led 400 heavily armored Ming Wang soldiers, exuding an ominous aura that drew attention. However, this commotion failed to rouse any interest. After all, in recent days, Shen Nan frequently visited the Tiangong Institute or the Qitian pasture, accompanied by hundreds of Ming Wang soldiers and Chen Zhibao's guards, which had become customary for Jiangzhou and others. Yet today was markedly different. The Ming Wang soldiers, unlike their usual demeanor, were cloaked in full armor, an imposing 300 pounds of weight. Such heavy armor could not be donned carelessly, yet today they wore it with ease. Each soldier gripped their shield and sword firmly. Move, Chen Zhibao commanded coldly. The 400 Ming Wang soldiers followed closely, their black armor and weapons emanating a chilling and lethal intent, marching straight towards the general office of the Fu Junwei. Within the general office of the Fu Junwei, Commander Tan Yin and 3 battalion commanders gathered in earnest. Before them lay a sumptuous feast, featuring 23 meat dishes, 16 vegetarian dishes, and 2 varieties of tea soup, a veritable bounty from both land and sea. Even the wine was the renowned Zue Xian Hong of the imperial capital. Yet, despite such culinary delights, Tan Yin remained restless, sensing that something significant was afoot. What do you suppose His Majesty intends to achieve? Can't the Duke of Chu just concede? Days prior, the Duke of Chu had sent word to the leaders of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, instructing them to prepare for the upcoming parade. Ensuring that His Majesty understood the significance of the Red Dragon 10 Guards and the martial nobility they represented, Tan Yin found this somewhat disconcerting. Not out of loyalty to the throne, but rather from a belief in the futility of it all. Ultimately, the Great Feng belonged to His Majesty, who, despite his youth, had already demonstrated remarkable capabilities since ascending the throne. Why then did the Duke of Chu insist on opposing the emperor? Concede? Chuckled Fan Letel, the commander of the Shaotian camp. Oh, my dear commander, do you truly believe the Duke of Chu wishes to do so? It is, after all, the emperor's hand that has forced his hand. The young emperor, in his naivety, remains unaware of what the Red Dragon 10 Guards symbolize, the very lives and fortunes of all martial nobility. Every emperor has yearned to reform the Red Dragon 10 guards. Yet such reform is no simple task. Even if I, old fan, were willing to part with tens of thousands of silver monthly, what of the brothers in my camp? To speak of my battalion, it officially boasts 5,000 men, yet in reality, there are barely over 3,000. And how many are merely padding the numbers is another matter entirely. As for military supplies, it's even more disheartening. Just days ago, I discovered many brothers had resorted to selling their weapons for the sake of survival. Fan Leto expressed his astonishment, questioning how one could possibly rectify the current state of affairs among his comrades. What can we expect with a mere 15 taels of military pay each year? If we wish to instigate any reform, we must first elevate the pay to 30 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the camp commander beside him concurred. Indeed, our military equipment has not seen an upgrade in years. The Ministry of Revenue claims there are no funds, and the late emperor stated the treasury is empty. What are we to do? Moreover, despite the constant state of alarm in Jiangzhou over recent years, the barbaric and demonic tribes have yet to invade. With the northern king overseeing matters, I believe the barbaric and demonic tribes shall never breach our borders in this lifetime. So why exert ourselves to reorganize the military? This sentiment resonated deeply with most members of the Red Dragon 10 guards. Ultimately, it stemmed from the prolonged peace enjoyed by the Great Feng. So much so that the denizens of the imperial capital assumed their dynasty would endure for eternity. Consequently, they grew complacent, simply drifting through their days. During annual examinations, they merely sought to leverage connections or local ruffians to scrape by. As long as appearances were maintained, why bother with anything more? Tinyan echoed this sentiment. So, why does Duke Chu quarrel with His Majesty? Is life not comfortable enough? Must there be upheaval? Speaking of which, old fan, your side is severely lacking. Remember to find some young and strong recruits in the coming days. Regardless of their qualifications, at least it will lend some credibility to our ranks. At the same time, as Tinyan arranged the military parade to bolster numbers, a sudden clamor erupted outside, followed by shouts and the clash of weapons. The 4 individuals within the hall were taken aback. What is happening? Is there a rebellion? Yet, this was not the place for a military insurrection. Such an action would be tantamount to courting death. With a creak, the doors swung open slowly. Han Lizzie, clad in heavy armor and wielding a long blade, stood resolutely at the entrance, flanked by his 3 sworn brothers. In the distance, shadows of others could be discerned, all loyal subordinates nurtured by Han Lizzie. As a camp commander, even a subordinate one, he naturally had his trusted guards. Han Lizzie, at your service, esteemed commanders, he stated calmly. Tinyan's face turned ashen, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Han Lizzie, demanding, what do you intend to do? A mutiny. In the midst of his words, he glanced at Fan Leto, exclaiming, is this the person you brought? Fan Leto's expression darkened considerably as he slammed his right hand on the table, causing it to splinter with a sharp crack, sending shards of wood flying. Rising to his feet, he glared furiously. Have you lost your senses? Capture him. Despite the seemingly complacent and greedy demeanor of these camp commanders, their prowess was far from negligible. Take Fan Leto, for instance. He was a formidable warrior of the 3rd rank. Why was that? It's simply due to the substantial silver they received each year. Even a pig could be raised to the 3rd rank under such circumstances. The annual supply of 3rd rank and higher medicinal pills from Qinghe Palace made these individuals the main consumers. Han Lizzie quietly observed their reactions. His gaze as tranquil as that of a butcher surveying his destined livestock. His tone was devoid of emotion. By the Emperor's command, I shall take over the garrison. Those who obstruct shall face death without mercy. As his words fell, Han Lizzie raised his right hand, glinting with a cold light. In an instant, Fan Leto instinctively sought to summon the vital energy within him. But alas, before he could muster it, Han Lizzie's long knife had already descended. The 3rd grade defense, constructed from a mountain of silver, appeared utterly laughable before that strike. In a mere heartbeat, his head was severed. Scalding blood gushed forth from his neck, drenching Tinyan and the other 2 commanding officers in a crimson shower. This scene left Tinyan frozen in shock, not only in awe of Han Lizzie's formidable strength but also in disbelief at his proclamation. By the Emperor's order, I shall take over the garrison. Chapter 63, Utterly Dominant. The emergence of the white-clad soldier immortal. As Fan Leto spoke, Han Lizzie unsheathed his blade with a swift motion. Under the cold gleam of the steel, hot blood gushed forth, cascading from the sky and transforming the ground into a sticky morass. Tinyan and the other 2 camp commanders were drenched in the sanguinary deluge, their disbelief palpable as they stared at Han Lizzie in shock. Tinyan, grappling with incredulity, uttered, by the Emperor's command, At that moment, several armored elites burst into the scene, momentarily stunned. They had intended to intercept Han Lizzie but were halted by his confidants. Upon hearing the commotion within, they rushed in, only to be confronted by the gruesome tableau before them. Han Lizzie remained silent, bending down to seize Fan Leto's still glaring head. His gaze, calm and resolute, fell upon Tan Yin. The Emperor has commanded me to take charge of the military guards. Anyone who obstructs me shall be treated as a traitor and executed on the spot. The camp commander Fan Leto attempted to impede my authority, and he has met his just fate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tan Yin pointed an accusing finger at Han Lizzie. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? He understood the meaning behind Han Lizzie's declaration, yet he was astonished that Han Lizzie would dare act in such a manner, and even more so that the Emperor would endorse such actions. A forceful takeover. It was nothing short of preposterous. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hoisting the severed head, Han Lizzie's eyes glinted with ferocity. Does Commander Tan wish to impede my progress as well? The moment those words left his lips, a flicker of trepidation crossed Tan Yan's eyes, and he instinctively took a step back. Although he too was a martial arts master of the second rank, he had lived a life of luxury and privilege, never having taken a life himself, let alone witnessed such a bloody spectacle. In stark contrast, Han Lizzie had emerged from the brutal frontiers of Yuzhou, emanating a murderous aura that Tan Yin could scarcely endure, particularly with Fan Leto's body yet to hit the ground. At that moment, another camp commander erupted with indignation. Han Lizzie, do not presume to act with impunity under the Emperor's orders. Even if you seek to kill, we are all fourth-rank martial generals of the Great Feng, and it is not your place to enact personal punishment. Such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, he continued coldly, you claim to act under the Emperor's orders. Do you possess any evidence? Are you aware of the consequences this entails? Though he was a noble martial general, he had seen the ravages of war on the battlefield of Jiangzhou. While Han Lizzie's sudden outburst was indeed intimidating, it was a delusion to think that a mere imperial command would compel them to surrender. The situation had become exceedingly clear. The Emperor intended a forceful takeover of the Red Dragon 10 guards, and their immediate course of action was to contact Duke Chu and rally their forces. This commander displayed commendable courage, and upon concluding his words, he bellowed, "Where are the personal guards?" His brother Han Zhong glared fiercely at the surrounding guards. Who dares? His younger brother Lu Jin, face contorted in rage, brandished an axe. Let us see who dares to approach even a step closer. The third brother, Lin Yuanfu, displayed a measure of cunning as he discreetly retreated to the door, intent on blocking the escape route of those within the room. His aim was to prevent any of them from slipping away, for that would indeed spell trouble, given the strength of Han Lizzie and his companions. Breaching the headquarters of the provincial military was already a monumental effort. They were fundamentally incapable of suppressing the entire provincial military. Han Lizzie fixed an icy gaze upon the man and inquired, Commander Zhang, do you dare to defy the imperial edict? In an instant, Commander Zhang drew his sword. Yet he did not direct it towards Han Lizzie. Instead, he glanced around. Tan Yin remained unmoved, and another commander was not even armed, lacking both a sword at his waist and armor. This realization caused Zhang to falter, and he instinctively stammered, when did I ever intend to defy the edict? Upon hearing this, Han Lizzie's resolve solidified. He gradually sheathed his sword and spoke slowly. I, too, understand that this matter is of grave significance, but it is hardly within my power to influence. Commander Zhang immediately grasped the truth. Indeed, the crux of this matter lay with His Majesty. Even if they were to escape and summon reinforcements, could they truly raise an army in rebellion? Did they really believe that Minister Shang Yang of the Ministry of Justice was merely a figurehead, that Confucian scholars were absent, or that the martial deity of the 11th realm who once stood by the Emperor was but an illusion? As for alerting the Duke of Chu, given the Emperor's actions, it was certain that the Duke would respond accordingly. There was no need for them to risk their lives in such a manner. Tan Yin also swiftly comprehended the situation. His pallid complexion trembled slightly, and he spoke with a quavering voice. We are merely serving those above us. Why resort to blades and firearms? If we do not flee, you may take command as you wish. He had previously lamented the Duke of Chu's insubordination towards the Emperor, and now he was even less inclined to jeopardize his life. After all, the imposing presence of Han Lizzie, a martial master of the second rank, was not to be taken lightly. Han Lizzie nodded slightly. His second brother, Han Zhong, along with Lu Jin and others, continued to keep a vigilant watch over their surroundings. This standoff did not persist for long before a dull thud resonated from outside, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. An overwhelming aura of martial ferocity swept in, causing Han Lizzie's expression to shift peculiarly. He recalled the scene from the previous day when Qin Jibao made his entrance and mused inwardly. This individual truly relishes in dominating others with sheer presence. Such ferocity is bound to intimidate. As expected, the mere arrival of this fierce aura sent Tan Yin into a tremor, his greasy visage quaking uncontrollably. He instinctively wiped his forehead, only to smear it with the sticky residue of blood. Dressed in white, Qin Jibao stepped gracefully into the room. After surveying the surroundings briefly, he approached Han Lizzie and asked, "Are all present?" Han Lizzie nodded. Qin Jibao, observing Tan Yin's look of terror and confusion, spoke in a calm tone. "Do you recognize me?" Tan Yin instinctively nodded, then shook his head. He had indeed seen Qin Jibao accompanying the emperor frequently. Yet the martial aura he now exuded was unfamiliar, particularly the intense ferocity that was utterly daunting. Qin Jibao's gaze was serene. "As long as you recognize the situation, Your Majesty is about to arrive. I expect you to prepare the complete roster of the Imperial Guard, not a mere facade, but a genuine account. Furthermore, summon the commanders of the Imperial Guard." Unlike Han Lizzie's threats, Qin Jibao's words were exceedingly calm, devoid of any hints of violence. Yet, it was precisely this tone and demeanor that caused Tan Yin to falter, his corpulent form collapsing weakly, resembling a frightened child trembling. I understand," he stammered. "A celestial being of military prowess has come." Not to mention that Tan Yin lacked the courage to deliver the message urgently. Even if he possessed such bravery, he did not have the requisite strength. Chapter 64. Yangku's Astonishment. "Your Majesty, how can you act in such a manner?" A half hour later, at the entrance of the military governor's office, a lavish carriage had arrived. Accompanying the emperor were not only Chao Zhengshun and Zhang Jiao, but also the deputy of the cabinet, Yang Ku. Yang Ku was initially reluctant to accompany the emperor to the military governor's office, fully aware that the emperor's intent was merely to inspect the roster. He felt this roster was nothing more than a facade, a mere formality that would yield no substantial revelations. Moreover, he wished for the emperor to refrain from further meddling in the affairs of the Red Dragon 10 guards. After all, should matters escalate, it would be the royal family's dignity and the emperor's prestige that would suffer. There was even a significant risk of inciting a military revolt. If such a situation were to arise, what good could possibly come to the emperor? However, as the deputy of the cabinet, he felt compelled to comply with the emperor's orders, albeit with a stoic demeanor, refraining from offering counsel or uttering a word, simply observing with a cold gaze. Yet, upon their arrival at the military governor's office, Yang Ku was suddenly taken aback. The scent of blood? As a scholar of the highest order, he could distinctly perceive the sanguine odor emanating from the military governor's office. A brief assessment changed his expression to one of grave concern. "Your Majesty?" He had become acutely familiar with Qin Jibao's formidable energy in recent days, coupled with the presence of blood. Yang Ku's keen intellect allowed him to surmise the implications of the situation. What could this mean? Shen Nan slowly emerged from the carriage, looking down upon Yang Ku. "Is there something that puzzles you, Yang Qing? Why do you not enter?" Yang Ku chuckled wryly. "How could I possibly enter? Given the state of the military governor's office, I can ascertain everything without stepping inside. I never anticipated that Your Majesty would resort to such methods to forcibly reform the military governor's office. I cannot help but think less of you." The use of force to enact reforms, Shen Nan remarked with an air of calmness, is a rather blunt approach. Yet it is not one that just any ruler would dare to undertake. Naturally, they were compelled to enter. Shen Nan continued, "If you do not go in, how will you witness the commanders of the military governor's office receiving empty salaries? As the deputy of the cabinet, would you not wish to take action upon seeing this?" At this proclamation, Yang Ku instantly grasped the emperor's intentions. He was being wielded as a weapon. As the deputy of the cabinet, he possessed the authority to oversee matters within the Great Feng realm, especially regarding events occurring right under his nose, leaving him with no justification to refuse. Even though the issue of the Red Dragon 10 guards receiving empty salaries was well known, some matters were best addressed in private, not brought to light in the open. Yang Ku could not help but recall the moment the emperor ascended the throne, forcing the state of Chu to relinquish its military authority. When it came to matters of righteousness, the emperor had indeed mastered the art. No longer concealing his thoughts, Yang Ku spoke candidly. "Your Majesty, are you aware of the consequences of such actions? The Red Dragon 10 guards involve not only military generals and nobles, but also the affairs of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. Particularly, the noble generals led by the Duke of Chu would find it a considerable affront to target the Red Dragon 10 guards, as it would undermine the dignity of a significant portion of the military aristocracy. Though these individuals may have acted with impunity in the past, they ultimately belong to the royal lineage. The military nobility has always shared glory with the nation. Logically, this should be among the most loyal subjects to your majesty. Confucianists, Taoists, and legalists, even if they transition to a new dynasty, can still serve comfortably, yet the military nobility is utterly intolerable in the new regime, for they are staunch royalists. In Yang Ke's view, your majesty's actions seem to undermine the very foundation of your rule. Indeed, the military nobility is intrinsically tied to the royal lineage, but what use are they if they are merely corrupt parasites? Shen Nan calmly remarked. If Yang Qing is unwilling to manage this, then I shall summon Jiangzhou, or perhaps call upon Fan. Surely, they would be eager to take on the task. Jiangzhou would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to elevate the status of the scholarly families, while Fan might turn a blind eye to past grievances. But once Shen Nan presents the laws of the Great Feng, Fan would execute his duties with unwavering impartiality. However, the cost of Fan's arrival would be heavy casualties among the military nobility. In such a scenario, who would these military nobles detest the most? It is likely not Shen Nan, but rather Yang Ke, the one who dares not take charge. As for Jiangzhou, Yang Ke would never agree. For your majesty has not only presented a formidable challenge, but also a tremendous incentive. Should the humble scholars indeed manage this affair adeptly, their prestige would be significantly enhanced, potentially overshadowing the scholarly families. This allure of power is not something Yang Ke could simply dismiss, for the humble scholars behind him would not willingly relinquish their hard-earned reputation. Shen Nan's strategy is not a mere conspiracy but a blatant display of ambition. Upon his arrival, Yang Ke found himself devoid of options. Yang Ke, recognizing the gravity of the situation, regarded Shen Nan earnestly. I hope your majesty is adequately prepared. Should the Red Dragon's 10 guards truly rebel, I fear. With that, he turned and made his way toward the military command office. Shen Nan, however, remained still, squinting as he observed Yang Ke's departing figure. Ah, this Yang Qing. To be candid, Shen Nan desired to collaborate with the humble scholars, or rather, to work alongside Yang Ke. After all, the influence of the scholarly families is formidable, and since he aims to revive the Great Feng rather than overthrow it to establish a new dynasty, many matters must be navigated according to established protocols. As the emperor of the Great Feng, he possesses the authority to disregard certain rules, even to establish new ones. But that requires sufficient strength, which he currently lacks. His best course of action is to ally with one faction to suppress the other. Ultimately, once imperial power is firmly established, he could act freely. Regrettably, Yang Ke does not fall for such schemes and adopts a strictly businesslike demeanor. Truly, he is a stubborn old man. Shen Nan pondered no further. He turned to Chao Zhenchun at his side. Inform Han Lizzie that any military general of the command office who is not one of us shall be imprisoned. The elite of the command office will be disbanded and sent home with their military rations, and those who remain compliant shall not be held accountable for past transgressions. Otherwise, they shall serve in prison. The downsizing of the command office is not as complex as one might imagine, for there are not as many individuals to be dismissed. The Imperial Guard's elite comprises a formidable 50%, individuals worthy of retention, while the remaining half is merely a FAAD, with 20% existing only on paper, devoid of any true presence. The remaining signs of privilege are even easier to manage. However, the restructuring post-disbandment presents a few complications, particularly concerning the guards such as Zhang Shiwei and Wu Long, whose complexities arise from their distance from the imperial capital, compounded by the fact that their commanding officer lacks the ineptitude of Tan Yan. Chao Zhenchun replied affirmatively. Shortly after his entrance, Qin Jibao emerged alone, having entrusted the 400 elite Ming Wang heavy-armored soldiers to Han Lizzie. He was required to accompany His Majesty to oversee the suppression of the situation. The presence of Yang Ke and Han Lizzie within the Imperial Guard was sufficient to maintain order. Shen Nan remarked calmly, "Let us proceed. There remains much to accomplish today." Chapter 65. The unflappable Duke of Chu. The events transpiring within the military quarters of the Duke's residence have remained largely undisclosed. Indeed, all whispers have been meticulously controlled, with any military leaders who entered swiftly falling under Han Lizzi's dominion. However, with Yang Ke's arrival, he, too, summoned the Minister of Military Affairs and the right Vice Minister, which inevitably led to a cascade of information that could no longer be concealed. At this juncture, Shen Nan was but a few miles from the command center of the guards. The Duke of Chu's estate has seen little activity since the last court assembly. He has not ventured beyond its gates, instead hosting a multitude of martial generals and noblemen daily. This strategy is undoubtedly aimed at exerting pressure on His Majesty. However, Shen Nan has felt nary a hint of such strain. Conversely, the Duke perceives his endeavors as exceedingly fruitful, reveling in the vastness of his influence. It is noteworthy that within mere days of feasting, he has entertained over 100 martial nobles, individuals who comprise nearly 80% of the military elite in the imperial capital. Can this not attest to the Duke's formidable network? As for the expenditure of several tens of thousands of taels of silver, the Duke has never been one to concern himself with such trivialities. The imperial capital is teeming with high-ranking officials and nobles, yet among them, the Duke's residence stands as the most illustrious. Situated just outside Guanhua Gate, Yongrong Lane is home to the Duke's estate. This area, where every inch is worth its weight in gold, is graced by the Duke's expansive grounds, encompassing several dozen acres, complete with courtyards, pavilions, and gardens. There are even designated areas for martial training and equestrian practice, with hundreds of household staff at his disposal. One can only fathom the wealth that the Duke possesses and the stature he commands. The primary reason for such prominence lies in the fact that the former Duke of Chu was hailed as the god of war for the Great Feng Dynasty. Regrettably, the current Duke can only be described as possessing a modicum of cleverness, lacking even half the martial prowess of his ancestors, confined merely to the third-grade martial master realm. Duke, might I inquire why His Majesty has remained inert these past few days? One of the courtiers ventured. Indeed, we have hosted so many esteemed guests. Logically, there should have been memorials submitted for impeachment, yet His Majesty remains unresponsive, spending his days at the Institute of Engineering and the Chitian pasture, adopting an air as if preparing to muster troops. What does this signify? Within the Duke's study, he sat at the head of the table, flanked by 4 other esteemed lords. These gentlemen represent the pinnacle of prestige and rank within the Great Feng imperial capital, leading the cadre of martial nobles. Yet, despite their elevated status, they felt an undercurrent of anxiety when contemplating a direct confrontation with the emperor, especially given His Majesty's unervingly serene demeanor. The Duke, unperturbed, responded, "What is there to rush? Yes, His Majesty has indeed visited the Institute of Engineering, and he has been to the Chitian pasture, even overseeing a thorough cleansing of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. But what of it? For many years, which emperor has ever settled accounts with the Institute of Engineering? As for the Chitian pasture, a mere 1,000 dragon steeds, what else holds significance? Indeed, each of you is a nobleman of the highest rank, stepping out into the world with dignity and prestige. Such impatience, how can one achieve great deeds?" Initially, the Duke of Chu felt a sense of unease after the court meeting, but as various military generals and influential nobles began to rally around him, his confidence steadily grew. We may not possess the stature of the esteemed Duke, yet, what precisely are the regulations from His Majesty? The speaker was the Duke of Yan, the weakest among the noblemen, whose household had failed to produce notable talents for 3 generations, thus his confidence was notably lacking. He sensed that something was amiss. The Duke of Chu savored his tea and replied, "What regulations? It merely concerns the training of troops. But can a martial deity of the 11th realm truly perfect such training? Regardless of the origins of that Tuoba Bodhisattva, the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards are our allies. His Majesty lacks the understanding. Moreover," he scoffed, "even if the worst were to occur, what would it matter? We would simply submit to His Majesty, yet we remain noblemen. It is merely a pity for the authority of the Red Dragon 10 guards." This encapsulates the current mindset of the Duke of Chu. He transitioned from initial trepidation to a position of strategic command. Ultimately, he relied on a singular truth. Even in failure, he would still be a duke. The ancestors of the Great Feng once proclaimed that the 3 great dukes are irreplaceable and share the fate of the nation. These 8 words carry profound weight and are no jest. For 8 centuries, every emperor of the Great Feng has sought to reform the Red Dragon 10 guards. Yet even the most vigorous methods dared not be wielded against the 3 great dukes' households. This represents the face and dignity of the Great Feng's founding ancestor. Who would dare defy the ancestral authority? Such an act would be the utmost disrespect. The Duke of Chu's confidence rests upon this foundation, and he does not genuinely believe defeat is probable. Upon hearing his words, The other three great dukes displayed subtle shifts in their expressions. While the Duke of Chu indeed shares the fate of the nation, they do not. Among all the noble families, only the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Wei, and the Duke of Xian hold such qualifications. However, the Duke of Wei himself is the king of the north, stationed in Yuzhou. Which emperor would be mad enough to confront him? The Duke of Xian possesses a stronghold in Liangzhou. What significance do they hold? Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, as the upcoming action still depended on the leadership of the Duke of Chu. Thus, though the atmosphere was awkward, they all echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Just then, the Duke of Lu, Zhongwu, rushed in a flurry, forgetting even to open the door. Crashing through it, Duke of Chu, this is dire news. What has you so flustered? The Duke of Chu furrowed his brow. Spilling a bit of his tea, gasping for breath, the Duke of Lu quickly replied, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has arrested the commanders of the palace guards. There are reports that Yang Ku is also stationed with the palace guards. And we have received news from the Tiger Ben Guard that Tuoba Bodhisattva has disbanded the Tiger Ben Guard 2 hours ago. 10 commanders are involved in this matter, with 6 actively participating, and they are currently mobilizing troops to quell the unrest at the provincial military garrison. This lengthy discourse left the Duke of Chu momentarily stunned. His expression blank as he inquired, What about His Majesty? The Duke of Lu, Zhongwu, hastily replied, His Majesty has gone to the Imperial Guard. The Duke of Chu suddenly regained his senses, exclaiming, When did this happen? Who accompanied him? Zhang Wu's voice quivered as he responded, He took Qin Jibao with him. It is said that this individual is also a master of warfare, commanding 5,000 elite troops and 2,000 heavily armored soldiers from the Ming Wang division, the very same troops we witnessed at the court assembly. His Majesty has only 3,000 men, yet he has brought along 2,000. With a sharp crack, the jade cup in the Duke of Chu's hand shattered. His eyes widened in shock as he bellowed, Quickly! Summon the commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards and send orders to the Xianyuan guards and the commanders of the Wulong guards. Chapter 66. Encircled by the Imperial Guards. Swiftly vanquishing a second-rank general. As the Duke of Chu stood astonished, the atmosphere within the military headquarters was indeed peculiar. Han Lizzie, a mere deputy commander of a small battalion, deftly orchestrated the entire situation, methodically arranging the imprisonment of generals and soothing the soldiers while promoting others. Such affairs were traditionally the purview of the Minister of War or even the Duke himself. Yet, none present dared to voice any objections. Yang Ke, the second assistant in the cabinet, maintained a stoic expression as he sorted through documents. As he examined the files concerning corruption and fraudulent pay, he felt a chilling sensation in his heart. It was common knowledge that the Red Dragon's 10 guards were involved in fraudulent pay, but who could have fathomed the extent of internal decay within their ranks? Officially, the military headquarters boasted over 20,000 personnel. Although the founding emperor had once suggested they be allowed to draw some fraudulent pay, the true number should have been around 15,000. In reality, the roster contained only 12,000 names, 2,000 of which were merely placeholders. This indicated that the actual count of the military personnel was merely 10,000. This was just the tip of the iceberg, as the issues extended to military supplies, salaries, and the deficits from past provisions. The situation was truly alarming. These martial nobles seemed unperturbed by their excesses. Yet, Yang Ke understood that this was not merely the doing of the current martial nobility, but rather a collective indulgence spanning successive generations. Everyone partook, no one cared. This negligence had led to the current predicament. He set down the documents with a sigh, pondering how the Red Dragon's 10 guards could possibly safeguard the imperial capital and the emperor. Yang Ke finally grasped why successive monarchs had sought to reform the Red Dragon's 10 guards. They had reached a critical point where reform was imperative. Meanwhile, not far away, the Minister of War, Li Su, along with his associates, paid no heed to the corruption issues at hand. Instead, they were furrowing their brows as they observed Han Lizzie. Han Lizzie has truly ascended to great heights. Unlike figures like Tuoba and Qin Jibao, Han Lizzie, though merely a deputy commander of the Shaodian battalion, was nonetheless listed in the military records. Li Su, a scholar general, possessed an exceptional memory, allowing him to know Han Lizzie well. However, he had not anticipated the depths of Han Lizzie's concealment or the opportunities he had seized. It could not be said that he had merely ascended. He was, after all, a second-rank grandmaster of military arts. Such prowess, if not hidden, would have qualified him for the position of a guard commander. Conversely, the emperor's recent actions were indeed surprising. In silence, he had managed to rally so many individuals. and his movements were as swift as lightning. Li Su's sentiments were echoed by those nearby. The Right Assistant Minister of War nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed." Although the emperor had been at odds with the Duke of Chu, who could have predicted that within just a few days of ascending the throne, he would create such a situation? Now, it is not we who should be anxious, but rather the Duke of Chu and Elder Zhang. The Great Feng has no fools among its ranks. The calculations of Prime Minister Jiangzhou had long been within the purview of the Ministry of War. Yet they remained mere spectators, observing with detached interest. After all, the current leaders of the ministry were of the Confucian military lineage. They were both scholars and soldiers. Should the Confucians prosper, they too would bask in the glory, but if the Confucians faltered, it would bear no consequence for them. However, with the emperor's recent maneuvers, it seemed Jiangsu's future would be fraught with difficulties. As he spoke, Jiangsu arrived with several companions, not inquiring why Yang Ku was involved. A mere glance sufficed for him to grasp the situation at hand. Setting aside other matters, it was apparent that the Imperial Guard was firmly under the emperor's control. And with the formidable war god of the 11th realm stationed at the Tiger Bin Guard, victory was all but assured. Now, it remained to be seen how the Chief Guard, the Chosen Vanguard, and the Wulong Guard would fare. Jiangsu's countenance darkened. The emperor truly possessed remarkable strategy. He prided himself on his cunning, but had genuinely underestimated the emperor. In the vicinity of the imperial capital, 10 miles westward lay the encampment of the Chief Guard. Once a bustling hub, outside the military camp thrived a vibrant marketplace, filled with the chatter of vendors and the footsteps of passers-by. Yet today, the atmosphere was devoid of its usual liveliness. The vendors, who typically shouted their wares, stood agape, staring toward the entrance of the military encampment. 5,000 elite troops and 2,000 heavily armored warriors had effectively besieged the Chief Guard, creating an impenetrable blockade. Such a scene had not graced the capital in centuries. Since the establishment of the Great Feng by its founding emperor and the rise of legalism, the capital had seldom witnessed such turmoil, let alone an event where thousands surrounded a military camp. Yet, this day was marked by such an unprecedented occurrence. At the camp's gates, hundreds of elite soldiers from the Chief Guard had gathered, initially believing there was a disturbance. However, upon witnessing the imposing presence of the elite warriors and the clean troops, fear washed over them, with many collapsing in terror. These men, mere novices in the martial arts, were only 9th-grade warriors, purportedly the elite of the Chief Guard, who typically guarded the royal tombs and served as escorts during imperial campaigns. In terms of courage, they were even outmatched by the soldiers of the Imperial Guard, and their treatment was far inferior. They had never encountered such a grand spectacle. As Shen Nan stepped forward to declare them the emperor's personal black dragon Shen bird guard, many of the elite soldiers instinctively dropped their weapons to the ground. "We harbor no intentions of rebellion," they exclaimed. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Observing their reactions, Shen Nan furrowed his brow. Did such a demeanor truly qualify them to protect the emperor? It appeared that the Red Dragon 10 guards were more easily subdued than anticipated. At that moment, a figure was suddenly kicked out from within the encampment, crashing against the heavy gates with a resounding thud. His opulent garments were stained with blood, and his bones lay shattered, lifelessly sprawled on the ground. As the elite soldiers of the Chief Guard recognized his face, their expressions instantly froze. Deputy General. This man was the second in command of the Chief Guard, equivalent to the camp's commanding officer, and currently the deputy leader of the Chief Guard. As for the commander of the Imperial Guards, he is no longer present within this capital garrison. However, before they could utter more words, a figure emerged slowly from behind them, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, clad in icy white attire. The calm gaze that swept across the ranks of the Imperial Guards compelled them to instinctively part ways. Qin Jibao strode forth with unyielding composure from amidst the hundreds of elite guards. Upon passing by the deputy general, he halted, seizing the man's head with his right hand and dragging him towards Shen Nan. The viscous blood stained the ground red with each of his steps. After a brief moment, Qin Jibao stood before the gathered crowd, turning to face the elite Imperial Guards. He raised a finger from his right hand, his fair visage devoid of any ferocity, his tone unwaveringly serene. "One incense stick's worth of time. Let your men assemble here. Those who fail to arrive in time shall face military law." Chapter 67. The Majesty of Imperial Authority and the Valor of Military Nobility. With the resonant clang of steel, as Qin Jibao's words echoed, the 2,000 heavily armored soldiers of the Ming Dynasty drew their swords in unison. The 5,000 elite troops followed suit. unsheathing their gleaming blades, radiating a blinding brilliance that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. No further words were necessary. The chilling intent to kill enveloped the entire Imperial Guard. The elite members of the Guard retreated in haste, their eyes filled with dread as they cast fearful glances towards Chen Zhibao. Though Chen Zhibao did not declare any official title, his mere presence exuded an overwhelming and terrifying aura, emblematic of a master warrior, akin to the fierce spirit of the ancient heroes. The bloodlust emanating from a general seasoned in the battlefield was palpable, far surpassing that of a mere commander accustomed to the comforts of courtly life. Quickly, assemble the men. Do not hesitate to heed the general's command. Some reacted swiftly, kicking their companions and shouting loudly. They then turned to Chen Zhibao with obsequious expressions, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is your esteemed position?" "My father is." These military nobles, though lacking in other skills, possessed the knack for navigating the shifting tides of fortune. It was evident to anyone with a semblance of intelligence that the tides in the capital of the Great Feng Dynasty were about to turn. Their past affluence hinged upon the choices made today, and astute individuals quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Chen Zhibao cast a glance at them before addressing three notably composed commanders among the Imperial Guards, instructing, "Consolidate the troops." These three were not mere subordinates. They were handpicked by Chen Zhibao and Toba Bodhisattva from a list provided by Li Si, hailing from noble military families but lacking direct lineage, each possessing their own capabilities and cunning. In unison, the three responded, "Understood." This scene elicited astonishment from many onlookers. After what felt like an eternity, over 10,000 guards finally gathered. Though many had forgotten their weapons, their attire disheveled, clearly dragged into formation by force. As for armor, only the soldiers under the command of the three leaders selected by Chen Zhibao were properly equipped, having been informed in advance, and thus remaining prepared. Chen Zhibao ascended to the vantage point of the troop assembly, surveying the sparse formations below. He then directed his attention to the hundreds who had rushed over, commanding, "Drag them away, and enforce military law, administer 30 lashes." Despite the three commanders cooperating, establishing authority over the rest was imperative. The previous execution of a second-rank deputy general had set a precedent, and the current stringent military discipline echoed that severity. In an instant, over 2,000 elite troops seized the offenders, dragging them aside and commencing the punishment openly. These elite soldiers were well versed in the art of corporal punishment, making the process almost second nature. "Spare me, General, I beseech you for mercy." The air was filled with piercing cries of despair. The originally sparse array became more compact, yet many were filled with trepidation and dread, truly experiencing the formidable power of the military. Observing this, Chen Zhibao gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. His enforcement of military law was not solely to establish authority but also to test the extent of the emperor's deterrent influence over these individuals. It appeared that, although somewhat debased, they ultimately harbored a sense of reverence. Otherwise, the military law would have incited a raucous uproar. This reflects the prestige that the Great Feng has maintained for 8 centuries, until certain events unfold in the future. No one would dare to believe that the Great Feng would face ruin in 20 years, nor would anyone challenge His Majesty's commands. Certainly, this was due to the intimidation exerted by Chen Zhibao and his thousands of soldiers. However, even in the absence of these troops, the mere dispatch of a eunuch by Shen Nan to convey the emperor's edict would suffice to prevent any disrespect towards the eunuch. At that moment, a burly general approached on horseback from beyond the camp gates. Upon reaching the drill ground, he furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the corpse of the second-rank deputy general, and then pointed at Chen Zhibao, exclaiming, "Even if His Majesty has commanded you to reorganize the army, it is inappropriate to kill a second-rank officer of the Great Feng." The second-rank title held by this individual was nominal, part of the martial nobility system, rather than a legitimate second-rank military rank within the Great Feng. Nevertheless, such a nominal rank was still exceedingly honorable. Chen Zhibao could discern certain nuances from the man's words. He replied calmly, "This individual conspired to rebel. He deserves execution." The commander of the guards, Hong Kai, was taken aback. "Conspiring to rebel? When have we, the guards, harbored such intentions? Do not presume upon your superior cultivation to act recklessly, thinking we lack martial prowess. Among the martial nobility, there are indeed those of exceptional skill. Individuals like Tian Yin could cultivate to the level of a second-rank master merely through indulgence in wine and feasts, how much more so for true martial talents. However, such individuals had long departed the imperial capital, seeking to achieve merit along the borders of Yuzhou and Liangzhou. To ascend beyond the third rank, One must endure the rigors of battle, for relying solely on elixirs would result in a permanent stagnation at the second rank. Moreover, even those of second rank cultivated in such a manner would struggle against genuine third-rank masters. I speak of conspiracy. Qin Jibao's expression grew cold. Conspiracy? What constitutes a conspiracy? It is, after all, the clandestine plotting in secret. Such an accusation is exceedingly vague. It can be asserted that if I believe you conspire, then you indeed conspire. After all, no one can prove you did not conspire, making this rationale utterly impeccable. Upon hearing this, Hong Kai's expression shifted to one of apprehension. He ceased further discourse, turning to mount his horse, coldly stating, "Whether or not there was conspiracy, I shall not contest with you. The truth will be revealed in the next court assembly." He had received word of the emperor's intent to enforce military discipline upon the Red Dragon 10 guards, thus arriving to ascertain the situation. However, with Qin Jibao presenting such an audacious demeanor, how could Hong Kai possibly present himself to be struck? Regrettably, Hong Kai has underestimated Qin Jibao's audacity. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Qin Jibao's chilling voice resonated. Simultaneously, the sound of a gunshot echoed. Buzz in an instant. The plum wine had arrived before Hong Kai. At that moment, Hong Kai reacted swiftly, unleashing a fierce roar as he instinctively summoned his inner energy to strike at the plum wine. The ferocity of his energy was indeed that of a peak second-grade master in martial arts. This individual was no mere fool. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding explosion reverberated. The stones surrounding Hong Kai shattered within a radius of several meters, and the prized dragon steed beneath him was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, while he himself was plunged into the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Had Qin Jibao not shown restraint, he would not merely be spitting blood from grievous injuries, but rather facing immediate death. How could a second-grade master withstand a strike from a celestial being of martial arts, such as Qin Jibao? The plum wine, glimmering with a purplish hue, was aimed directly at Hong Kai. In Qin Jibao's calm eyes, a frigid glint flickered. "Since you have come, you shall remain." Chapter 68. Disarmament. Recruitment. It is not the number of soldiers that matters, but their precision. Outside the capital barracks, after the tumult had subsided, the opulent imperial carriage slowly arrived. Qin Jibao, leading 3 commanders of the Imperial Guard, had been waiting there for quite some time. He presented a roster through the jade curtain to Shen Nan, stating, "Your Majesty, this is the authentic roster of the Imperial Guard. Such a document is only accessible to the high-ranking officials within the Guard. It is virtually impossible for anyone else to behold it. At present, only 2 individuals are privy to its whereabouts, aside from the deceased second-rank Deputy General. There is also the commanding officer, Hong Kai. With the roster now in hand and Hong Kai absent, his fate is all too evident." Shen Nan could also sense the faint scent of blood emanating from Qin Jibao, and he did not contest this. It was to be expected that a forceful takeover of the Red Dragon 10 guards would incur fatalities. Moreover, the Imperial Guard was distinctly different from the Tiger Bin Guard and the Garrison Guard. The 3 commanders who had covertly aligned themselves with Shen Nan possessed no genuine authority and lacked the prowess and audacity of individuals like Han Lizzie, as well as the necessary cunning. After casually perusing the roster, he closed it, pondering how one could fail to remember the number of individuals even after glancing at the document. The commander's incompetence was indeed questionable. The roster of the Imperial Guard was exceedingly disorganized, replete with signs of frequent personnel changes. What could account for such chaos? Clearly, it was due to the excessive turnover of individuals. However, with a mere cursory glance, Shen Nan gleaned a rough estimate of the numbers. Remarkably, nearly half of the Imperial Guard's pay was unaccounted for. Even so, the military salaries had not been accurately dispersed to those below. The avarice of the martial nobility was conspicuous. Yet, Shen Nan refrained from expressing his outrage, for he had long been aware of these matters. Besides, both the commanding officer and the deputy general of the Imperial Guard were deceased. What could he possibly argue with the dead? He instructed the current commanders of the Imperial Guard to surrender the misappropriated funds to Chao Jingchun, promising that those who complied would be forgiven for past transgressions. Should anyone attempt to conceal or refuse to hand over the funds, their entire family would be exiled to Yuzhou. The commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards were now firmly under Shen Nan's control, while the next tier of commanders represented the true backbone of the military. These individuals could not be dealt with lightly, as they were akin to Han Lizzie, after all, which mid-ranking commander lacked a support base. Stirring up trouble would be exceedingly cumbersome. Moreover, his objective was to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 guards, not to annihilate them entirely. Thus, it was necessary to retain some individuals for future use. Shen Zhibao nodded slightly, understood. Shen Nan then cast his gaze upon the three upright commanders standing to the side, saying, "You have performed admirably. Henceforth, you shall serve as the camp commanding officers of the Imperial Guard, and you shall assist Shun Yi with this disarmament. I have but one requirement. It is better to have fewer than to have many. Those who have not attained a rank shall be demoted to auxiliary troops, or, in accordance with their names and origins, shall receive a full year's salary and be dismissed. Those who have achieved a rank but lack the strength of 1,000 pounds shall be reduced to auxiliary soldiers, pending further observation." Such demands were not unreasonable, however. The excessive number of personnel within the Red Dragon 10 guards rendered the situation complex. Consequently, upon hearing Shen Nan's orders, the three newly appointed camp commanding officers of the Imperial Guard displayed expressions of difficulty. One individual stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke, "Your Majesty, if such demands are imposed, I fear there will be few left standing. Furthermore, the requirement of lifting 1,000 pounds is indeed rather arduous. The brothers in the army are not indolent. Rather, it is." He faltered, casting a glance at Shen Nan, who pressed, "And what is it?" The man gritted his teeth and continued, "It is that the military pay is simply too meager. Though the 15 taels of silver allocated to the elite troops of the Defeng are theoretically sufficient, the cost of body refining pills from the Qinghe Palace has surged from 300 to 600 coins in recent years, as have various meat supplements. My comrades must not only support their families, but also sustain their cultivation, making it quite challenging." This statement held a kernel of truth. While 15 taels of silver might seem ample, it was woefully inadequate for the elite practitioners of martial arts. The root of the issue lay in the changing circumstances. In earlier years, the Red Dragon 10 guards occasionally ventured forth to train and vanquish demons or were dispatched to quell disturbances. Yet, in recent years, when had the Red Dragon 10 guards ever mobilized? Each successive commander was appointed by hereditary right. The potential for promotion based on military merit had vanished, with any exceptions being transfers from Yuzhou, such as Han Lieji. But how many were there like him? Moreover, Han Lieji's unit was responsible for safeguarding the imperial city and patrolling the streets. Thus, he had some additional means of income. Those guarding the imperial tombs and accompanying the emperor on outings, what benefits could they possibly expect? Shen Nan squinted at the man and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am but a humble servant, Sun Ying, the commander of 500 men in the White Tiger camp." Sun Ying. A flurry of memories surged in Shen Nan's mind. Concerning this Sun Ying, derived from the memories of the Yuan-Yu emperor, though he was not as illustrious as Han Lieji, he was nonetheless a formidable general from the late Defeng era. During the waning days of the imperial capital, the Yuan-Yu emperor had promoted several valiant commanders, among whom was Sun Ying. He was renowned for his defensive prowess, having single-handedly held back an army of 10,000 from the barbarian tribes for several days with a mere 1,000 men. Regrettably, the Yuan-Yu emperor had failed to recognize this man's capabilities at that time. Had he assigned him to defend the imperial capital, it is likely that they could have withstood the siege long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Shen Nan nodded. "From this day forth, you shall serve as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. The recruitment of soldiers will also fall under your purview. I grant you 10 days to enlist 1,000 men. Can you accomplish this?" At these words, Sun Ying's face registered astonishment, but upon being reminded by those beside him, he hastily bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I, Sun Ying, am profoundly grateful for your Majesty's gracious favor. I shall surely fight to the death for your Majesty." To ascend from the rank of a mere commander of 500 to the position of camp commander is already a remarkable leap. To be directly appointed as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards is akin to reaching the pinnacle of success in a single bound. As for the recruitment of 1,000 men, provided sufficient resources are allocated, selecting 1,000 from the millions in the imperial capital is hardly a daunting task. Shen Nan's elevation of Sun Ying was not merely due to his potential future achievements, but also because his ranks were sorely lacking in personnel. The Imperial Guards were temporarily overseen by Han Lieji, while the Tiger Bin Guards were under the temporary management of Tua Bapusa. Yet, what are the Imperial Guards? Wulong and Shinfeng Guards? Shen Zhibao was tasked with forming the Great Snow Dragon Riders, and he could at most serve as the commander of one guard unit. Regarding Sun Ying's future performance and his current standing, Shen Nan is not averse to granting him another opportunity. Moreover, the current commander of the Imperial Guards is Shen Yi. Should Sun Ying falter in his subsequent endeavors, he would find himself relegated to the position of deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Rise. Shen Nan spoke with an air of indifference. From now on, the military pay for the Red Dragon 10 guards shall be set at 20 taels. However, this remuneration does not come without strings attached. I expect to witness the emergence of a truly elite force. The increment of 5 taels may appear modest, yet, when coupled with the assurance that no one dares to pilfer from it, the difference becomes substantial. After all, according to the recent roster, these elite guards typically receive only 10 to 11 taels annually. Thus, an allocation of 20 taels would effectively double their earnings. Chapter 69. No more Red Dragon 10 guards. Gazing upon Yuzhou and Liangzhou, the military stipend amounts to 20 taels. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying and the others respectfully remarked, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Given Shen Nan's current display of formidable prowess, it is likely that no one would dare to indulge in empty stipends for the foreseeable future. 20 taels of silver would suffice for the sustenance of the elite Red Dragon 10 guards, while also steadily enhancing their cultivation. Shen Nan nodded and turned to Sun Ying. Instructing, "You shall lead 200 personal guards to accompany Jiangzhou to Wulong Fortress to convey my decree. I shall soon lead the main force of the Imperial Guards to Wulong, the fortress where the chosen Edge Guard is stationed. Lies a mere 30 li from the Imperial capital." According to Shen Nan's prior strategy, the plan was to consolidate the Tiger Bin Guards and the Imperial Guards, followed by applying pressure to compel the chosen Edge Guard and the Wulong Guards to submit. However, based on the intelligence relayed by Bao, Shen Nan had also sensed the majesty and righteousness possessed by the Emperor of the Great Feng. By dispatching Sun Ying and Jiangzhou first, he aimed to test the efficacy of this righteousness, whether Wulong and the chosen Edge would completely yield to a single imperial edict. Should they submit smoothly, matters would become considerably simpler. Conversely, if the Wulong and chosen Edge Guards defiantly resisted the imperial order, the Imperial Guards and the clean troops led by Bao, along with the Ming King's heavy armored soldiers, would be sufficient to suppress them by force, albeit, such an outcome would likely result in significant casualties. Upon hearing this, Sun Ying did not hesitate to bow and declared, "I accept the command." Observing this, Shen Nan turned to Jiangzhou and said, "There is no need for you to provoke them intentionally or to make a show of anything. Simply convey the decree methodically. Should the Wulong Guards or the chosen Edge Guards show any signs of unrest, return and report to me, and I shall personally address it." With Jiangzhou's capabilities, as long as the Wulong or chosen Edge Guards did not set an ambush in advance, he would surely return safely. Moreover, even if the Wulong and chosen Edge Guards were determined to side with the military aristocrats, they would lack the audacity to harm the eunuchs bearing the imperial decree, for that would be akin to committing treason. Jiangzhou replied solemnly, "I shall obey." Internally, he felt no fear, only a burgeoning excitement. The rain transformation field, which had descended alongside him, had already begun establishing the Western Depot and was on the verge of achieving merit and success. Naturally, Jiangzhou could not afford to lag behind. This was an opportunity. Seeing this, Shen Nan offered no further words, merely gesturing, "Go." Jiangzhou followed Sun Ying towards the Imperial Guards camp, with Bao doing the same. Jiao remained vigilant at their side, observing the Imperial Guards camp and inquired, "Does your Majesty intend to relocate the camp? To merge the Imperial Guards, Wulong Guards, and chosen Edge Guards into a single unit?" Unlike others who were preoccupied with various tasks, Jiao's primary duty today was to guard Shen Nan. Thus he perceived the situation with greater clarity. Shen Nan nodded, acknowledging that the situations of the Imperial Guards, the Tiger Ben Guards, and the Provincial Army Guards had become exceedingly clear. Among them, the Tiger Ben Guards fared the best, maintaining their combat effectiveness admirably. However, even the Tiger Ben Guards comprised merely a little over half of the elite forces. The Provincial Army Guards appeared satisfactory on the surface, yet their true combat strength was minimal, consisting primarily of seasoned veterans capable of dealing only with petty ruffians. These individuals were not to be relied upon. Although the Wulong Guards and the Xianfeng Guards were stationed at the fortress outside the imperial capital, seemingly the most secure, a mere glance at the conditions of the Imperial Guards would reveal that their military preparedness was equally dilapidated, and the number of elites there would hardly surpass that of the Imperial Guards. In light of this situation, reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 Guards had become futile. A complete restructuring was imperative. I intend to transform the Tiger Ben Guards into the Hei Long Guards, retaining their responsibility for the safety of the Imperial City. The Provincial Army Guards will be reconstituted as the Xin Yao Guards, overseen by Han Lizzie, tasked with maintaining public order in the capital. The Wulong, Xianfengs, and Imperial Guards will be amalgamated into a single force, allowing us to select a batch of elite troops to form a brand new unit, the Yulin Guards. From henceforth, there will be no more Red Dragon 10 Guards, only the Hei Long, Xin Yao, and Yulin Guards shall remain. After years of establishment, the responsibilities and positions within the Red Dragon 10 Guards had become exceedingly convoluted. The Provincial Army Guards alone were divided into the left and right Provincial Army Guards, each with its own battalions beneath them, creating an overly chaotic structure. Shen Nan planned for there to be only 3 guards in the future, with each guard encompassing 10 battalions. This would clarify the responsibilities of each guard and facilitate the restructuring process. Jiangzhou pondered, "Your Majesty means that in the future, the Tiger Bin and Provincial Army Guards will be responsible for guarding the Imperial City, while the Yulin Guards will truly cultivate a contingent of elites." Preparing for the potential military reductions in Yuzhou and Liangzhou, he was well aware of Shen Nan's plans, and naturally, he discerned the primary rationale behind Shen Nan's restructuring. After all, merely reorganizing the Red Dragon 10 Guards did not necessitate discussions with Sun Ying regarding recruitment or salary enhancements. Even if the actual number of personnel in the Red Dragon 10 Guards was merely around 120,000 to 130,000, after filtering for elites, perhaps only 50,000 to 60,000 would remain sufficient to protect the palace. It is essential to note that these individuals were all martial artists of the first tier, each capable of fending off 10 foes. Among them were numerous who could contend with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. This core force, supplemented by a few auxiliary soldiers, would suffice for the functioning of the imperial capital. However, gazing into the future, it was evident that such a force would be insufficient. Shen Nan nodded, stating, "The empty salaries of the Great Feng extend far beyond just the Red Dragon 10 Guards. The annual grain and salary consumption in Yuzhou far exceeds that of the Red Dragon 10 Guards, amounting to a staggering expenditure of 84 million taels of silver each year." How alarming is that? Sun Ying and others are exceedingly pleased with the military salary of 20 taels of silver under such circumstances. The military salary for Yuzhou alone would be sufficient to support 2 million elite troops. If we had 2 million martial artists of the first tier, how could I be troubled with revitalizing the Great Feng? We could simply sweep through with ease. Of course, military salaries are not calculated in such a straightforward manner. Yet, the reality is that the annual military expenditures in Yuzhou and Liangzhou are excessively exaggerated. The Great Feng has long been in a state of financial deficit. Given the current national circumstances of Defeng and the capabilities possessed by Shen Nan, addressing this issue necessitates a dual approach: the rectification of corruption and the reduction of military expenditures. Shen Nan is determined to pursue both of these strategies. However, to achieve military downsizing, a sufficient number of troops is imperative. The recent reduction of the Qilong 10 Guards has revealed a critical flaw. The number of generals and troops under Shen Nan's command remains exceedingly scant. The mere downsizing of the Hubin Guards, the Fujun Guards, and the Jiangzhou Guards has already exhausted his available commanders. The military is further limited to relying on the previously summoned 2,800 Ming Wang heavy cavalry. Under the current circumstances, such strength is utterly inadequate for future military reductions in Yuzhou and Liangzhou. Zhang Jiao remarked, "I shall assist your Majesty in gradually gaining control over the Tiangong Institute." Shen Nan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze drifting toward the distant camp of the Jiangzhou Guards. This relocation of the camp serves not only to facilitate consolidation but also as a means of selection and obedience testing. If they cannot successfully march a mere 30 miles, significant changes will need to be implemented within the Jiangzhou Guards. Chapter 70, Commander Zhou Lin of Wulong Pass, often referred to as a fortress, is in fact a formidable checkpoint, a crucial thoroughfare leading into the imperial capital from the north. It was here that the great founding emperor once thwarted the savage demon tribes, vanquishing numerous formidable demon deities, thus establishing the grand foundation of the Great Feng Dynasty for 8 centuries. Consequently, this fortress is of magnificent stature, with its walls soaring over 20 meters into the heavens. And its gates are impressively formidable, so much so that even an assault hammer crafted by the Academy of Heavenly Works would require half a day to breach it. Upon these towering walls, an array of crossbows stand vigilant, manned by elite soldiers. However, the present state of Wulong Pass is far removed from its former glory. The barbaric demon tribes have not crossed the borders of Yuzhou for over 6 centuries, let alone reach the imperial capital of Yangzhou, 1,000 miles away. Hence, this so-called imperial fortress now resembles a vast marketplace, bustling with merchants' tents and the faint melodies of street performers wafting through the air. The inner city, though relatively tranquil, is not entirely peaceful. Just moments ago, a crimson light descended into its heart. Instantly, the inhabitants of the fortress could sense an overwhelming surge of bloodlust. Akin to the roar of a celestial wolf, an expression of astonishment and confusion echoed through the air. What is happening? The source of this turmoil is none other than Commander Zhou Lin of Wulongwei, a prominent figure among the martial elite. He is one of the last two terrestrial immortals of the military nobility within the imperial capital, a true embodiment of martial prowess renowned throughout the realm. His formidable presence alone instills a palpable dread, and even an inadvertent display of his wrath sends tremors through the entire fortress. Within the government office, numerous commanders tremble in trepidation as they behold the figure emerging from the ruins of shattered buildings. Commander Zhou, could it be that the demon tribes have launched an attack? Inquired a towering man clad in gold and black armor, whose voice, despite his imposing stature, is surprisingly gentle and somewhat delicate. This man is Shen Nan, the commander of the chosen guards, and the younger brother of the noble Lady Chen, the direct descendant of Duke Chu, Chen Chuli. Shen Nan, though possessing a naturally robust physique and adept in martial arts, has always exhibited a peculiar disposition. Disinterested in combat, he finds solace instead in the delicate art of embroidery. Zhou Lin's expression darkens, remaining silent, which only heightens the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. At the level of terrestrial immortals, even a mere gesture or glance can easily extinguish a life. Zhou Lin, a master of martial arts, under the weight of his fury, can provoke changes in the very heavens, raising the temperature around him dramatically. The emperor has made his move, Zhou Lin declares, standing resolute. His crimson armor glowing ever more intensely, his voice icy and sharp. I have warned against underestimating his majesty. The old duke does not believe that a series of feasts could deter his resolve. Yet it has been forgotten that since ancient times, military power has always been forged through bloodshed. One stands as a martial deity of the 11th realm, and another as a celestial being of the 10th realm. With merely these two individuals, your majesty's might surpasses ours by a considerable margin. If one wishes to withstand this, it would be prudent to summon the noble from Jiangzhou back from the Duke of Xian, or perhaps to have the military generals and noblemen of Jiangzhou collectively petition. Yet, the outcome relies on a banquet. The Duke of Chu has indeed grown old. His words were spoken without reservation. Strangely, Shen Nan, the Duke's own offspring, dared not utter a rebuttal. He merely stared blankly at Zhou Lin. Has His Majesty taken action? Although Chun and possessed a certain charm, he harbored no fondness for male beauty, instead favoring the allure of women. His astonishment lay in how His Majesty could dare to act, relying solely on that martial deity of the 11th realm and the celestial being of the 10th realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin's gaze turned frosty as he surveyed the assembly. The capital has enjoyed years of peace. Have you truly forgotten the formidable influence of the martial celestial and the martial deity? The martial celestial is said to be able to rival an army single-handedly, while the martial deity boasts achievements of subduing an entire nation alone. Do you think that, as a mere lowly noble, I possess any right to look down upon you, or any audacity to shamelessly pocket half of the profits, while those in the capital dare not utter a word of dissent? It is solely because I am a military noble of stature in the capital. I am a terrestrial immortal of the martial lineage. Furthermore, I am currently the individual with the greatest potential to break through to the 10th realm among the military nobles, nothing more. If a terrestrial immortal is thus, what of the celestial beings? What of the martial deities? As these words left his lips, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and Shen Nan held his breath, not daring to exhale. Shen Nan, Zhou Lin directed his gaze at Shen Nan. You are to leave the fortress immediately and seek refuge in Jiangzhou with the Duke of Xian. You are not to return without the Duke of Chu's command. As for the others, Zhou Lin scanned the crowd and commanded, follow me to receive His Majesty. Yes, although the commanders were filled with uncertainty, they dared not voice their doubts due to Zhou Lin's esteemed reputation. Only Chen Nan's expression became exceedingly complex. Has it truly come to this? Zhou Lin did not look back as he spoke. The Imperial Guards, the Tiger Bin Guards, and the capital army have all fallen under His Majesty's command. This time we have lost. If we wish to retain any semblance of dignity, we must be wise. Otherwise, do you truly believe His Majesty is as merciful as the late Emperor? That he would refrain from taking action against you? Or that he would shy away from bloodshed? Shen Nan. Shortly after Chen Nan departed, Chao Zhenchun arrived. leading Sun Ying and 200 elite imperial guards to the Wulong fortress. He was still immersed in the fortress's grandeur when a calm voice inquired, "Are you the envoy sent by His Majesty?" Chao Jingchun turned to the imposing Zhou Lin, momentarily taken aback before nodding. "That would be us." Zhou Lin did not hesitate to bow and kneel. "I, Zhou Lin, commander of the Wulong Guard, request the envoy to convey the imperial edict." "Ah?" Chao Jingchun stood frozen in place. Sun Ying quietly nudged Chao Jingchun forward. Chao Jingchun quickly regained his composure and promptly spoke. "Your Majesty has issued an edict." The scene of such submissiveness completely surpassed Chao Jingchun's expectations. He had anticipated that this encounter would be arduous, perhaps even fearing that the other party might act out of desperation. However, the result was that the commander of the Wulong Wei, accompanied by numerous generals, knelt in reverence to receive the imperial decree. In light of this, did Chao Jingchun truly achieve any merit? Sun Ying furrowed his brow, discreetly instructing those beside him in hushed tones. Soon, a rider set off to convey the message. Zhou Lin patiently listened to the imperial edict before rising to declare, "I, your humble servant, shall obey." Lang San, summon the troops to the parade ground and await His Majesty's inspection. The rest shall remain here to honor the presence of the Emperor. The assembled generals responded in unison, affirming their commitment. This spectacle left Chao Jingchun momentarily taken aback once more. Chapter 71. Face and Substance. The magnitude of military nobility. 10 miles from the Wulong fortress, a lengthy procession traverses the official road. Though the age-old adage of the army marches on its stomach persists, the total number of guards is merely over 13,000, complemented by fewer than 20,000 elite armored soldiers and clean troops heading towards the imperial fortress 30 miles away, thus alleviating the need for extensive provisions. Although a number of individuals fell behind along the way and the formation occasionally became disordered, under the adept command of Qin Jibao and the vigilant supervision of 2,000 elite armored troops, the journey of over 20 miles was accomplished in just half an hour. This efficiency can also be attributed to the extraordinary physique of these individuals in the Xianwu world, which far surpasses that of people from previous eras. According to the historical records of the Red Dragon 10 guards, during their peak, a force of 50,000 could cover several hundred miles in a single day. It is crucial to note that such an army did not travel lightly. They bore armor and provisions, and were not mounted troops. This illustrates the formidable strength of the military in the Xianwu realm. As they proceeded, Shen Nan discerned the caliber of the guards. Some were evidently elite, such as the elite armored troops, each standing around 8 feet tall, their robust physiques clad in armor and wielding shields, resembling formidable black bears. Conversely, those merely filling the ranks stood at a mere 5 or 6 feet, lacking complete armor and weaponry, their demeanor and spirit starkly contrasting with that of the elite. The necessity for military reform is indeed pressing. Shen Nan intended to bring these individuals to the Wulong fortress to facilitate the process of military consolidation, preventing any potential disturbances that could arise should they disperse. As for chaos, the authority of the law school, wielded by the Zhi Jinwu, is no mere ornament. How has the capital, with its population of millions, remained largely untroubled over these years? The law school's Zhi Jinwu has undoubtedly played a pivotal role. Additionally, the presence of formidable experts from the Taoist and Confucian schools has fortified the stability of the capital. Ultimately, the capital of the Great Feng Empire stands as the nexus of the world's most powerful empire, teeming with adept individuals, its national fortune as weighty as the stars. Even if the 13 realms of the demon race were to reach this place, they would likely be deterred by the fervent national spirit before even approaching the capital. Alas, once the national fortune of the Great Feng declines, such deterrence will vanish, inviting chaos and malevolence to the capital. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, aberrations will surely emerge. Shen Nan mused softly. I am curious to see what aberrations may arise this time. At his side, Zhang Jiao glanced at Shen Nan and remarked, if the nation were prosperous, and the people lived in peace and contentment, aberrations would be non-existent. The Great Feng is, in fact, experiencing an era of relative peace. However, insatiable desires and human greed persist. Speaking of aberrations, did not the Zhang Jiao of the Xianwu Three Kingdoms appear as an aberration in the eyes of the Han Emperor? Shen Nan, realizing this, chuckled lightly. I do not refer to the Celestial Master alone. Even during the late Eastern Han of Xianwu, the Celestial Master could only be seen as a voice for the people, not as an agent of chaos. Heaven has perished, and yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, all is auspicious. This phrase has become well known in later generations. Zhang Zhao's aspirations are not for personal gain, but rather for the well-being of all mankind. He is certainly no demon. Yet, he shakes his head. How can one save the world in chaotic times? It ultimately boils down to differing positions. Is the current Great Dynasty truly a time of disorder, whether under Confucianism, Taoism, or even Buddhism? What matters is how we navigate the future. Shen Nan scoffs and shakes his head. Taoism can be set aside, and Confucianism is tolerable, but what of Buddhism? It neither engages in production nor lives for the common people, seeking merely a terrestrial paradise sustained by countless offerings for one individual. Thus following a path to individual enlightenment. What kind of salvation is that? Jiangzhou nods slightly. That is indeed the case. Shen Nan chuckles. Let us not dwell on that. Henceforth, let us together establish a true era of prosperity, one defined by our vision and crafted by our own hands. Jiangzhou assents. I shall serve your majesty with utmost loyalty. This statement starkly contrasts his earlier words upon arrival, revealing that Jiangzhou is gradually acknowledging Shen Nan and becoming integrated into this world. Genuinely wishing to assist Shen Nan in creating a peaceful society, much like his earlier intent to help the emperor manage the heavenly workshop. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupts. Your Majesty. Shen Nan lifts the jade curtain to look outside and sees Qin Jibao, his brow furrowed. The situation is somewhat amiss. Zhou Lin has emerged from seclusion. Zhou Lin was mentioned in the intelligence provided by Li Si. Shen Nan had previously overlooked him because the reports indicated that Zhou Lin had been in seclusion for several months, striving to break through to the 10th realm of military prowess. Furthermore, Shen Nan is aware of Zhou Lin's temperament from the memories of the Yuan Emperor, although Zhou Lin hails from a lineage of martial generals. He is renowned as one of the fierce warriors of the late Great Dynasty, second only to the martial sage Han Lizi. And he is truly loyal to the Great Dynasty. When his story concluded, he battled for days against an 11th realm demon king of the barbaric demon race, ultimately falling in combat, though the demon king also perished. Given such temperament and capability, Shen Nan has not categorized him among those needing to be purged. This also reveals that while martial generals may currently be Shen Nan's adversaries, not all of them are foes. Many among them are indeed valuable allies. The progress of the system tasks further illustrates this point. Shen Nan has already completed 75% of the effort to dismantle a major power. Sometimes, destruction does not necessitate physical annihilation. It suffices to disband that faction. Now, Shen Nan need only fully subdue the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard to complete his task. After all, by the time he accomplishes this, the Qilong 10 guards will have ceased to exist, transforming instead into the Heilong, Xianyao, and Yulin 3 guards. As for the military nobles represented by the Duke of Chu, they can indeed be considered as a distinct faction, and their standing is undoubtedly quite elevated. This is largely due to the presence of numerous formidable military nobles in Jiangzhou, who are far more challenging to contend with than those in the imperial capital. Notable figures such as the Duke of Xian and certain leaders among the 10 realms of martial practitioners exemplify this. These individuals constitute the true essence of the military nobility, while the Duke of Chu and his counterparts merely represent its feuds. A significant portion of the wealth they accumulate annually is, in fact, allocated to sustain those military nobles in Jiangzhou, much like how the majority of resources from the Wulong Guard are devoted to supporting Zhou Lin's endeavors. Would one truly believe that the opulence of these military nobles is solely derived from a cadre of inept individuals? How then could the sovereigns of the Great Feng Dynasty repeatedly face defeat? Surely, it cannot be that each monarch was devoid of competence. The sheer breadth of influence wielded by the military nobility makes them a force to be reckoned with, as a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Furthermore, the interference from Confucian and Taoist scholars exacerbates the situation. It is only through Shen Nan's decisive actions, executed with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, that progress was achieved. This was further facilitated by the presence of Taoba Bodhisattva and Qin Jibao, 2 unparalleled masters of martial strategy by his side. Chapter 72, Zhou Lin's Submission. An utterly ruthless oath of allegiance. Shen Nan cast a glance at Qin Jibao and inquired about Zhou Lin's demeanor. Given Zhou Lin's potential future conduct, his emergence from seclusion was not necessarily a negative turn of events. In fact, it might facilitate the task of subduing the Red Dragon 10 guards. And this individual could indeed prove useful. Qin Jibao replied, upon Chao Jingquan's arrival, Zhou Lin led the Wulong Guards and a multitude of generals from the Xianfeng Guards to welcome him at the fortress gates. After receiving the imperial decree, he commanded his generals to gather the troops in anticipation of His Majesty's inspection. Such a reaction was undoubtedly the most challenging aspect. Qin Jibao was unperturbed by any potential show of defiance. Could there be anyone more formidable than him in the realm of martial prowess? The pliability of Zhou Lin, however, rendered any confrontation unjustifiable. Hearing this, Shen Nan chuckled. Isn't this a fortuitous development? Relay the orders to hasten our advance. Zhou Lin's conduct was indeed reminiscent of the loyalty and discernment historically attributed to him. With this in mind, Shen Nan could employ Zhou Lin to continue overseeing the Wulong Guards and the Xianfeng Guards. Before long, the imperial carriage began to accelerate. This almost magical carriage, when propelled to its fullest extent, could traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. The future Yuan Emperor managed to escape, thanks to the formidable national treasure, the Jade Carriage, which allowed him to cross vast distances in a single day. Otherwise, he would not have been able to retreat calmly when the barbaric demon tribe invaded the imperial capital. Regrettably, the Jade Carriage had exhausted its national fortune upon reaching Jiangzhou, ultimately becoming an immobile yet majestic imperial vehicle, renowned in name, yet ineffective in motion. In but a fleeting moment, the Wulong fortress came into view before Shen Nan. Gazing upon the immense and formidable stronghold, he was profoundly struck by the grandeur of the Great Feng Dynasty. Such a fortress would be exceedingly difficult to construct even in the modern era, let alone in an age of feudalism. Indeed, the realm of celestial and martial prowess was distinctly extraordinary. At the city gates, Zhou Lin stood as still as a statue, awaiting the arrival of the imperial carriage. Only upon its approach did he kneel, his voice resonant and steady as he proclaimed, "The sinner Zhou Lin kneels before your majesty. The sinner Jiangzhou kneels before your majesty. The sinner son." With Zhou Lin's actions, each general of the Wulong Guards and Xianfeng Guards followed suit, kneeling in reverence. This spectacle was truly astonishing. The once bustling markets on either side had fallen silent since Zhou Lin's arrival, and now, witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with awe. Anyone familiar with the Wulong fortress knew that Zhou Lin was akin to a celestial being. Yet now, this celestial figure knelt to welcome an even higher authority. The might of his majesty was unmistakable. Surrounding individuals also knelt and bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Long live your majesty." Amidst this atmosphere, Shen Nan slowly emerged from the imperial carriage, adorned in a regal purple robe, crowned with a flat heavenly crown. His complexion was fair and handsome, yet his eyes held a profound depth, exuding an aura of formidable authority. He first regarded Zhou Lin, then cast his gaze over the various generals of the Wulong and Xianfeng Guards. Among them were individuals etched in his memory, some cunning and deceitful, others destined to fight valiantly, and still others serving as traitors to the barbaric demon tribe. The intricacies of the human heart can often be remarkably capricious. Those who once stood resolutely for righteousness may falter in the face of life and death crises, while individuals previously unnoticed can display a commendable valor amidst peril. Such unpredictability is indeed difficult to fathom. Shen Nan may not fully comprehend human nature, yet he is acutely aware of one truth: as long as he, the emperor, remains powerful, and the Great Feng Dynasty remains robust, the hearts of the people shall not waver, or rather, they shall not dare to waver. Just as it is today, Shen Nan strolled deliberately to Zhou Lin's presence, looking down upon him as he inquired, "What crime have you committed?" This posture, particularly for someone like Zhou Lin, who typically gazes down upon all, could be perceived as a subtle humiliation. However, Zhou Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he responded with a firm voice, "I have embezzled military funds, amassed wealth unscrupulously, and formed cliques for personal gain. My crimes are unforgivable. I beseech your majesty to consider the difficulty of my cultivation and to show leniency." Such words indeed represented a humble stance. Yet, this was Zhou Lin's astute strategy of retreating to advance. The current circumstances rendered the martial generals and noblemen of the imperial capital powerless before Shen Nan. Although Zhou Lin might be at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals and martial prowess, without reaching the realm of the 10 realms, what could he truly achieve? Moreover, even if he were to ascend to that realm, there stood beside the emperor a martial deity of the 11th realm. The disparity in strength and the collapse of the situation left Zhou Lin with no options but to confess, thereby securing a possible avenue for survival. After all, in the 8 centuries of Great Feng's existence, no terrestrial immortal of the highest rank had ever faced execution. This is not to imply that Great Feng had a doctrine against punishing terrestrial immortals, but rather that such individuals are the true dragons and phoenixes among men, the very backbone of the Great Feng Dynasty. Unless one were guilty of heinous crimes, banishment to the borders to safeguard Great Feng would be the most judicious choice. Show leniency? Shen Nan chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the generals behind Zhou Lin. Despite his cultivation being merely that of a 4th-rank master, the aura of his imperial status, coupled with the prevailing circumstances, imbued anyone who met his gaze with a profound sense of trepidation. It was a palpable fear that life and death lay within Shen Nan's whim. After a prolonged silence, Shen Nan finally spoke. I intend to disband the Red Dragon 10 guards. Henceforth, the Tiger Ben guards shall be renamed the Black Dragon guards. Under the command of Tuaba Bodhisattva, the army guards shall become the Xian Bird guards, overseen by Han Lizzie, Wulong, Xian Feng. And the 3 guards of Shi shall be merged into the Feather Forest guards. I desire for you to oversee these. Are you aware of how to proceed? Tuaba Bodhisattva is one of Shen Nan's confidants, while Han Lizzie's commendable performance in this endeavor has earned him recognition. Zhou Lin must continue to command the Wulong guards and additionally oversee the Xian Feng guards. What, then, grants him the right to hold such a position? This is the essence of Shen Nan's inquiry, compelling Zhou Lin to make a choice. Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure. Replying in a deep voice, I understand. As he spoke, he stood, pointing to a man beside him. This individual is named Jiangzhou, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yan. Due to his status, he has acted with impunity in the past, treating the common folk as mere cattle and dogs, bullying them at will. This man deserves to be punished. As the somber words fell, the atmosphere thickened. Zhou Lin suddenly launched his attack, stepping forward with a decisive stride, his right fist crashing down upon the head of Jiangzhou, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yan. Jiangzhou looked upon Zhou Lin with a face of horror. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, his skull was shattered. Then, Zhou Lin pointed to another individual. This man is Zhang He, the legitimate son of the Duke of Lu. In a drunken rage, he brutally murdered 32 individuals from the brothel district. He too deserves to be executed. With a thunderous sound, yet another head was obliterated. Zhou Lin, you. The commanders present from the Wulong and the selected guards were utterly astonished by this spectacle, their expressions morphing into disbelief. They had just comprehended the emperor's intent for Zhou Lin to present his declaration of loyalty. However, none could have anticipated that Zhou Lin would act with such ruthless ferocity. To publicly slay the sons of the dukes of Lu and Yin was to sever his ties with the martial nobility. Moreover, as merely a commander of the Wulong Guard, what audacity did he possess to engage in such unrestrained slaughter before the emperor? By such actions, the emperor could command Qin Jibao to execute him at any moment. In this declaration of loyalty, Zhou Lin had wagered not only his allegiance but his very life. Chapter 73. The capital's dread and the trepidation of the military aristocrats in a chilling display, Zhou Lin executed 2 military generals with but a few words. This act not only severed the paths of the military aristocrats but also laid bare his own vulnerabilities before Shen Nan. Should Shen Nan desire it, he could command the swift execution of Zhou Lin without provoking any reaction from the onlookers, for Zhou Lin had become a complete pariah. Such a deed instilled fear among the commanders of the Wulong and Xian Feng guards, causing their countenances to pale. One could not restrain his fury, exclaiming, Zhou Lin, even if you wish to be a dog, you should not stoop to such depths. Are you not afraid of the day when Duke Xian returns to hold you accountable? Zhou Lin remained composed, his aura brimming with fervor and martial intensity. This man may have committed a minor transgression, yet it does not warrant execution. Among the 19 present, there is still one. Upon uttering these words, the military leaders turned ashen, retreating in unison, their expressions fraught with dread. This reaction underscored Zhou Lin's prestige within the Wulong Guard. Had another dared to act thus, they would have been swiftly met with lethal reprisal. Yet, after Zhou Lin's pronouncement, the commanders could only shout in outrage, too intimidated to take action. Before any further moves could be made, Zhou Lin turned to Shen Nan, declaring, It is I, Zhou, who stands before you. Thud. He knelt upon the ground, solemnly beseeching, I implore your majesty to execute Zhou. Shen Nan, standing merely a yard away, regarded Zhou Lin until the surrounding air grew eerily silent, before finally speaking, You are indeed guilty. Your crimes warrant death. Jiangzhou and Zhang He. Both are equally unforgivable and must be dealt with by the military and the Ministry of Justice. How can one engage in wanton slaughter? Having spoken, Shen Nan's tone grew somber. Qin Jibao. At your service, Qin Jibao replied, his gaze icy. This prompted another wave of trepidation among the crowd. Even the steadfast Zhou Lin felt a tremor of anxiety within. He understood that upon hearing Shen Nan's intent to merge the Imperial Guards, Wulong Guard, and Xian Feng Guard into the Yulin Guard, his options had vanished. The individuals he had slain were selected with deliberate intent. As for the charges, each commander of the Wulong and Xian Feng Guards bore their own transgressions. Even Han Lizzie, though he did not oppress the populace, had certainly eliminated various ruffians in the shadows. It is a truth universally acknowledged that military generals seldom refrain from bloodshed. One could easily fabricate accusations against them. Zhou Lin's motives for slaying those two were predominantly rooted in their status as the legitimate offspring of the Duke of the capital, a position that sufficed for a blood oath. While Zhou Lin's mind raced with such thoughts, Shen Nan's voice cut through the turmoil once more. Strip Zhou Lin of his armor, seize his military insignia, and place him under your command. The Imperial Guards, Wulong Guard, and Xianfeng Guard shall immediately proceed to the parade ground. Those who fail to arrive within half an hour shall be treated as traitors. With that, Shen Nan turned and strode towards the imperial carriage, addressing Jiangzhou. Enter the city. Jiangzhou nodded slightly, and the opulent imperial carriage began to move once more, gliding through the streets. Under the command of Shen Nan, 400 heavily armored soldiers of the Ming dynasty flanked the imperial carriage. Zhou Lin, along with the many leaders of the Wulong Guard and the Xianfeng Guard, stood on either side, bidding farewell to the emperor's procession. After a prolonged silence, the voice of Chun Zhibao resonated. General Zhou, it is time to depart. Shen Nan's earlier remarks had been unequivocal. He was indeed pleased with Zhou Lin's declaration of loyalty, yet found his methods excessively harsh, thus necessitating some pressure on him. The command of the Imperial Guards, Wulong Guard, and Xianfeng Guard would temporarily fall under Chun Zhibao's jurisdiction, although Zhou Lin had lost his official position. He only needed to wait for Chun Zhibao to merge the three guards into the Yulin Guard and subsequently establish the Red Dragon Cavalry. At that point, the position of commander of the Yulin Guard would naturally revert to Zhou Lin. This was the reward he secured by eliminating two adversaries today. However, the price he paid was that he could never again be considered a noble military figure. He would merely serve as a blade in the emperor's hand, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Zhou Lin exhaled slowly. Understood. The leaders of the Wulong and Xianfeng Guards exchanged complex glances with Zhou Lin, fully grasping the implications of the situation, particularly those who had previously voiced their anger, now wearing expressions of guilt. The reality was clear. Had Zhou Lin not decisively submitted and killed two men, Chun Zhibao would have proceeded to purge the Wulong and Xianfeng Guards, and the consequences would have been far graver than merely two deaths. The rest of them might not have escaped unscathed. Conversely, given the current circumstances, Shen Nan would not engage in a widespread purge. At most, he would allow these individuals to pay for their lives according to previous standards, followed by a selection process. Although many leaders had lost their titles and wealth, their lives were, at the very least, preserved. In stark contrast to the bloodshed at Wulong Fortress, the residence of the Duke of Chu was engulfed in wailing. The atmosphere was devoid of the previous revelry and festivity, replaced by faces that resembled those mourning the loss of their parents. The Duke of Chu sat in a daze at the head of the table, absorbing the barrage of reports. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Hong Kai, was dead. The emperor had taken the elite of the Imperial Guards to Wulong Fortress. Each piece of information made it painfully clear that he was witnessing the decline of his power. When news from Wulong Fortress arrived, the Duke's countenance darkened, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Meanwhile, the Dukes of Yin and Lu erupted in outrage. What? He was publicly slain by that scoundrel Zhou Lin? He has led the Wulong Guard and Xianfeng Guard to submit to the emperor. Zhou Lin's betrayal dealt a severe blow to these military nobles. Their greatest hope had been to stabilize the Wulong and Xianfeng Guards, which might have allowed them to negotiate with the emperor regarding the restructuring of the Red Dragon 10 Guards. After all, given the state of affairs, a semblance of dignity for the military nobility should be preserved, such as retaining certain official positions and the allowances mentioned by the founding emperor. However, with Zhou Lin's submission and Shen Nan's ascension to command over Wulong Fortress, that hope had been shattered. The martial generals and noble lords have lost all hope of a turnaround and possess no qualifications to engage in discourse with His Majesty. Among those present, despite their intimidating titles, true power resides with the commanding officers. They are merely a collection of aged individuals, their martial prowess lamentably diminished. The dukes and princes gathered here collectively could not match even a single terrestrial immortal of the highest martial rank. Duke Zhongwu of Lu gazed at Duke Chu and, with a low growl, implored, "Old Duke, speak up." Chapter 74, The Despair of the Duke of Chu, the opening of the 12 Realms gift package. The Duke of Chu let out a bitter smile, his eyes devoid of life as he gazed at the Duke of Lu. At this juncture, what is there left to discuss? In terms of influence, strength, and the prevailing circumstances, what opportunity do these military nobles have for a turnaround? The Duke of Lu's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, The Duke of Chu sighed heavily. The Hubin Guard is now commanded by the martial deity Tuoba Bodhisattva, a master of the 11th realm. Can we still hope for those few to seize power? Although there are no heavenly beings or martial gods in the provincial army, Han Lizzie is no ordinary figure. Moreover, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling. Old Yangke is there, as is the Prime Minister Jiangzhou, and also the Minister of War Li Su, the Deputy Minister of Justice Li Si, not to mention the head of the Academy of Engineering, Qing Xian. What can you possibly expect from them? Furthermore, regarding the Wulong Fortress, do you not recognize the esteem that Zhou Lin holds? In Wulong Fortress, he's the very embodiment of authority. He could easily extinguish any dissent. Even if he were to eliminate the heirs of two dukes, the elite troops of Wulong Guard and Shenfeng Guard would remain unperturbed, for Zhou Lin commands their loyalty. What's more, His Majesty himself is at Wulong Fortress. Who among you could alter the course of events? The Duke of Chu laid out the situation with clarity. Such circumstances indeed instilled a profound sense of despair among the military nobles. It can only be said that Shen Nan had concealed his intentions too well. When he finally struck, it was as if a thunderbolt had descended, leaving them with little time to react as many matters had already been settled. Now, they were left with nothing but despair. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Yan appeared increasingly anxious. Shall we truly do nothing? The death of our heirs is undoubtedly tragic. However, the thought of the impending reckoning from His Majesty fills me with genuine dread. Our fortunes cannot compare to those of the Duke of Chu. Nor do we possess such a state collaborating immunity. If His Majesty truly seeks to hold us accountable, how can we withstand that? The Duke of Lu, Zhongwu, mirrored his anxiety. If we can't act, then what is left for us but to await our demise? All around, the dukes and nobles wore expressions of unease, their gazes turning towards the Duke of Chu. The Duke of Chu, reclining in his seat, responded, "What else can we do but wait for death? Indeed, we must wait." He resolutely closed his eyes. Now, we can only observe the extent to which His Majesty wishes to go. Ultimately, we have underestimated him far too much. After all, he is supported by a formidable array, a martial deity of the 11th realm, a heavenly being of military prowess, a Taoist of the 10th realm, and a legalist of the 10th realm. With such a resplendent assembly, how dare we be so dismissive of His Majesty? Is it merely because of his youth? Or perhaps due to the comfort we have enjoyed these past years? In his youth, the Duke of Chu too harbored grand ambitions, even contemplating a journey to Yuzhou and Liangzhou for experience. Yet after witnessing the true horrors of war, he fled back to the imperial capital in fear, resigning himself to a life of indulgence. It was only when his daughter ascended to the position of empress that he felt a sense of achievement. Moreover, with a temperament akin to that of the late emperor, the Duke of Chu truly believed he could act with impunity. He even presumptuously assumed that His Majesty ought to attend to his royal duties, while the likes of the Red Dragon 10 guards would simply be managed by him and his noble companions. Only now has he come to the realization that he, the Duke of Chu, remains the same coward who, upon first stepping onto the battlefield, was paralyzed with fear at the sight of bloodshed. While he may possess a certain aptitude for martial arts, the Duke has never possessed the courage to strive fervently, nor any true ambition, as he is destined to inherit the title of Duke of Chu. Such a position is already the pinnacle of honor and privilege. The surrounding individuals fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, someone suggested, "What if we call back the Duke of Xian?" Instantly, another voice interjected. "And what good would that do? Are we to expect him to bring back the hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in Liangzhou? Should we simply orchestrate a coup to cleanse the court? Do you believe the legalists are insufficiently strong, or that the Confucians would turn a blind eye? They would likely relish the opportunity to trample us martial nobles into the mud." The speaker was left momentarily speechless. Ultimately, the situation at hand, though considerable, remained a matter solely between His Majesty and the martial nobility. To put it more plainly, this is merely a domestic affair. The Red Dragon 10 guards are the Emperor's private army. The martial nobles are all aristocrats closely associated with the imperial family, regardless of how Shen Nan acts. There exists no justification for the legalists or Taoists to intervene. Rather, should this matter escalate, it could become exceedingly difficult to manage. Another silence ensued. Someone glanced at the Duke of Chu and tentatively suggested, "What if we simply appease His Majesty? After all, isn't it merely a matter of paying to secure our lives? I have heard that His Majesty would forgive those who surrender the missing military funds." This notion appeared credible, prompting many to nod in agreement, casting hopeful glances toward the Duke of Chu. "I believe this is feasible," one remarked. "Indeed, it is merely a matter of spending money to avoid disaster. At worst, We could simply forego our involvement with the Red Dragon 10 guards in the future. Those present were not lacking in wealth. Even without the annual stipends from the Red Dragon 10 guards, they would not face starvation. The fortunes they had amassed over the years, alongside the lands and shops acquired through their noble status, would suffice to sustain them for generations to come. However, lacking the Red Dragon 10 guards would inevitably complicate certain matters. The Duke of Chu remained with his eyes closed, dismissively waving his hand. You may go and try. At this moment, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. He understood that the Emperor's orchestration of such a grand affair was far from a mere transaction of money for life. It was likely that many among the martial nobility would face confiscation of their assets. After all, once the Emperor disbands the troops, will he not seek to recruit and expand the military? Where will the funds for that endeavor come from? Within the walls of the Wulong fortress, the relentless sound of war drums echoed. The Wulong guards, the palace guards, and the elite vanguard were all gathered in a tumultuous training ground. Shen Nan had previously declared that there would be a review in half an hour, and those who failed to arrive would be treated as traitors. Given Shen Nan's prior conduct, combined with the corpses of Zhang Wu and Zhang Sa, no one doubts that His Majesty would indeed commit murder. Rather, each individual is more eager than the last. However, enthusiasm aside, the unruly demeanor of these individuals poses considerable challenges. Yet, such matters are left to Qin Zhibao and Zhou Lin, among others, to handle. Meanwhile, Shen Nan is examining the system's tasks. At the very moment Zhou Lin executed his lethal act and submitted his pledge, the task progress surged to 90%. Subsequently, as the Duke of Chu closed his eyes, the mission to obliterate a formidable faction was entirely fulfilled. Shen Nan was now eligible to claim the rewards for this endeavor. His gaze fixed upon the system, claimed the package. This particular task's guaranteed reward was unprecedented. Thus, Shen Nan had no inclination to peruse any other information. He yearned to retrieve it at the earliest opportunity. In an instant, a radiant violet light emerged, opening the guaranteed reward package for the 12 realms. Reward: the Sword Immortal World, Changwei Taoist, 13th Realm, Transformation into Divine Monarch. The 22nd generation leader of the Shushan Sword Sect, Master of Profound Taoist Principles. Chapter 75. The Heavens Roar. My path flourishes. The moment the system information emerged, Shen Nan's heart leapt, and a radiant smile graced his face. Splendid. In contrast to the previous formidable figure of Tuo Ba Bodhisattva, an 11th realm martial deity, the current Master Qingwei truly captivated Shen Nan's heart. After all, Tuo Ba Bodhisattva was forcefully elevated to the 11th realm, still far from reaching the pinnacle of that level, and could hardly be considered among the most elite in the imperial capital. Moreover, residing within the imperial capital, the might of the legal forces would likely render Tuo Ba Bodhisattva merely a stalemate against the 11th realm celestial beings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, struggling to exert any suppressive combat power. In stark contrast, Master Qingwei's capabilities rendered him nearly invincible within the imperial capital, even with the full might of the legal forces. One could at most contend with the 12th realm demon monarchs of the demon race. Facing a 13th realm demon god would likely only allow for a brief resistance. Relying heavily on the power of the legalists, Master Qingwei, on the other hand, would effortlessly overpower the legal forces. As for other factions, looking around, aside from a few reclusive ancient beings, Shen Nan could scarcely fathom who might rival Master Qingwei. Such a figure endowed him with the confidence necessary to contend against the world with impunity, and with Master Qingwei's methods, Shen Nan could initiate countermeasures against the Taoist layout. Previously, dealing with a 10th realm celestial being like Zhang Jiao, Shen Nan could only resort to summoning soldiers through the scattering of beans and rallying the Yellow Turban warriors to garner support from the Heavenly Craft Institute. Yet now, with Master Qingwei at his disposal, there was no need for excessive politeness in negotiations with the Taoists. The Taoist hierarchy above the 10th realm includes the Golden Elixir Tao Lord, the Primordial Infant Tao Lord, and the Transformation God Tao Lord, culminating in the 14th realm True Immortal. In all of Shen Nan's memories from the era of the Yuanyu Emperor, he had never encountered a figure of the 14th realm. Most factions could only dispatch unparalleled masters of the 12th realm, possibly due to mutual understanding between the parties, but more likely because many factions lacked a presence in the 14th realm. Shen Nan calmed his emotions, not in haste to claim his reward. Instead, he focused on the series of notifications the system had previously refreshed. Eradicate any major faction, task completed. As a monarch seeking to restore your nation, you now possess the strength worthy of the world's attention, sufficient to instill belief in your capacity for restoration. and have garnered a loyal army to your cause. Next, please develop and expand your power. Assemble an army of 100,000. Task: establish a loyal and elite army of 100,000. Army requirements: all must be elite martial artists of at least the 9th rank. Rewards: guaranteed package for the 11th realm and above, 100,000 restoration points. Available reward: Master Qingwei. Restoration points: 30,000. An army of 100,000 loyal elites. This task resembled an upgraded version of the previous one involving 10,000 soldiers, and the rewards from the system reflected this enhancement. Shen Nan was able to comprehend the situation, for if he were to vanquish a faction in the future, his subsequent course of action would not entail grand gestures, but rather an immediate expansion of his own influence. Stockpiling provisions and biding time for dominance were his priorities. Thus, the issuance of such tasks by the system posed no issues, aligning seamlessly with his endeavor to reorganize the Red Dragon 10 Guards. It seemed that a thorough restructuring of the Red Dragon 10 Guards would suffice to fulfill the mission. However, the aspect of loyalty presented a potential challenge. Contemplating this, Shen Nan did not dwell on it too deeply, but instead cast another glance at the system's marketplace. Ultimately, he resolved to temporarily retain the 30,000 restoration points, intending to exchange them after the daily refresh. Perhaps he could acquire a new unit tomorrow, thereby swiftly establishing the Feather Forest Guards and the Red Dragon Cavalry. This was Shen Nan's line of thought. After all, if the difficulty of the current task lay in loyalty, then those 30,000 restoration points would be of utmost significance. Claiming the reward. In an instant, the restoration points in the system surged from 1,200 to 31,200. Accompanying this transformation, a mist enveloped Shen Nan. A figure, embodying the essence of an ethereal sage, slowly materialized in the hall. His expression was serene, his countenance gentle, yet his aura was profoundly weighty, akin to mountains and deep abysses or celestial bodies suspended in the firmament. One could not help but be drawn into the profundity of his presence at first glance. Even as the Taoist Qingwei manifested, an intangible aura enveloped the entire Wulong fortress. Silent yet omnipresent. In a flash, Jiangzhou's figure also entered the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Taoist Qingwei. Just moments earlier. Upon sensing this aura, his heart trembled, for it was a magnificent energy reminiscent of a bright moon. As if the entire Wulong fortress had transformed into a singular Taoist sanctuary. Had he not been in close proximity, he might have failed to perceive such a shift. With a gentle breath, Taoist Qingwei gradually opened his eyes, retracting the aura that surrounded him, his demeanor softening, resembling an ordinary elder with his white hair, yet possessing an ageless complexion akin to that of an infant. Do not be alarmed, my friend, he chuckled lightly. I have merely arrived unexpectedly and require some adjustment. Shen Nan scrutinized Taoist Qingwei, and at that moment, his keen perception could not detect the profound and expansive aura that had previously enveloped him. He merely thought that the elder indeed possessed a skill for maintaining youth, for despite his graying hair, his skin appeared remarkably youthful. Do you have any recollections, Taoist? Taoist Qingwei slightly closed his eyes, then reopened them with a smile. I am somewhat aware of the circumstances, he said, regarding Shen Nan with a cheerful expression. Thus, I have come to assist your majesty in restoring the nation, as assigned by the system. The timing of Taoist Qingwei's summoning was particularly intriguing. It was 30 years prior to the commencement of the Sword and Fairy narrative, a period of leisure for him, allowing for a remarkably tranquil demeanor. Taoist Qingwei seemed to sense something. In this realm, I am but at the 13th level. The world of Sword and Fairy, while fantastical and filled with immortals, was indeed a complex tapestry. In the realm of true immortals, one might be considered a mere low-level celestial being. Conversely, the world of Defeng, although classified as a realm of celestial martial arts, harbors some of the most elite practitioners of this tier. Leaving aside the legendary 15 realms, even the 14th realm, the true immortal realm, would be regarded as divine in an ordinary martial arts world. The Taoist priest Qingwei, at the 13th realm of Taoist transformation, is indeed quite remarkable. This world possesses its own unique charm. Qingwei smiled, observing, it appears that assisting His Majesty is not as simple as it seems. Shen Nan also chuckled, remarking, given the Taoist priest's current standing, you could almost traverse the world with ease. The only threats to be wary of are those ancient beings concealed within society. And such individuals are likely few and far between. Even at the 13th realm, Qingwei stands at its pinnacle, merely a step away from the so-called true immortal realm. However, that single step proves exceedingly challenging. Qingwei nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Just as Shen Nan was about to speak further, a sudden sound of gongs echoed from outside, signaling the assembly at the training ground. The half-hour designated by Shen Nan had come to an end. Observing this, Shen Nan suggested, "Taoist priest, please engage in a brief exchange with the celestial master. There is no need for Jiangzhou and Qingwei to accompany us to the training ground. It suffices for the two of them to remain within the Wulong fortress." Shen Nan truly believed that no one would dare to act against him under the combined aura of the two. Moreover, with Qin Zhibao present, there was little cause for concern. "Your Majesty, please attend to your matters," Qingwei, the Taoist priest, said with a smile. Chapter 76. The Dissolution of the Red Dragon 10 Guards and the Establishment of the Feathered Forest Guards. In the training grounds of the Wulong Fortress, the Wulong Guards and the Chosen Blade Guards assembled, their ranks awaiting orders. Although these soldiers, untrained and somewhat disordered, were initially chaotic, they quickly formed an orderly array under the intimidation of Zhou Lin and the assistance of Qin Zhibao's elite armored troops and the disciplined troops wielding staves. Yet, in terms of morale and military appearance, they left much to be desired. The elite armored troops of the Ming Wang were exemplary, resembling a standard of excellence. The Jing army, composed entirely of eunuchs, was led by Han Xian, a man untainted by corruption and a legitimate military figure with adept training skills. Furthermore, the eunuchs, having spent years in the secluded palace, had little in the way of worldly desires and thus channeled their energies into rigorous training, resulting in commendable performance. Next in line was Zhou Lin's personal guard battalion, the true elite corps of the Wulong Fortress, whose presence exuded a fiercer aura than that of the Jing army, second only to the Ming Wang's armored troops. Lastly, the Chosen Blade Guards and the palace attendants were a cacophony of noise. When Shen Nan arrived at the training ground, the commotion persisted. With over 10,000 individuals, maintaining order was a formidable challenge. The Wulong, Chosen Blade, and palace attendants numbered close to 100,000, inevitably leading to a degree of disorder. As Shen Nan approached, he instructed Zhou Lin to silence them. His tone lacked any chill, yet Zhou Lin, aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not show any indifference. Once a distinguished figure in military affairs, he had now become a solitary servant of the emperor, and thus he complied without hesitation. Upon Zhou Lin's command, the personal guards began their patrol of the training grounds, and soon, tranquility descended upon the area, albeit at the cost of a considerable portion of an hour. As dusk settled, large fires illuminated the surroundings, with Qin Zhibao and Zhou Lin maintaining order. Without their presence, one could scarcely predict whether chaos would ensue. During this period, Shen Nan observed the soldiers with a somber expression, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, particularly for those commanders who had previously accompanied Zhou Lin at the city gates, each one trembling with anxiety. Once order was restored, Shen Nan addressed Zhou Lin and the commanders. "Regarding past matters, I do not intend to impose strict penalties or to be overly harsh. You must replenish the military funds you have embezzled. Furthermore," he cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, "anyone who believes themselves inadequate may resign of their own accord." This gesture was not only a show of grace from Shen Nan, but also a reflection of the esteem Zhou Lin earned by executing two noble heirs. The commanders exchanged glances, then collectively responded, "Yes." Shen Nan continued, "Tonight, there is no need for haste in compensating the deficit. The first order of business is to reduce the ranks. Any soldier who has not yet achieved merit or lacks the strength of 1,000 pounds shall receive a full year's pay and be sent back to their homeland. If one is willing to remain, they may be converted into auxiliary soldiers. This consideration arises from the future needs of the Yulin, Hailang, and Suanio guards for additional personnel, as well as the circumstances previously mentioned by Sun Ing, where most soldiers are merely struggling to survive, perhaps with nowhere else to go." However, upon hearing Shen Nan's words, numerous generals displayed expressions of astonishment. Among them, the commander of the guards was already aware of such conditions and was not surprised. The leaders of the other two guards appeared somewhat hesitant. One individual stood up, steeling himself to speak. "Your Majesty, with such troop reductions, I fear there may not be many left." This individual was none other than Lu Zhao, the general who had previously scolded Zhou Lin at the city gate. A master of the third rank in military prowess. Shen Nan turned to him, "Commander, Wulong, and the selected elite of the three guards. Do you suggest that there are already many personnel?" Given the situation of the Red Dragon S10 guards, he was indifferent to how many remained. Even if only 3/10 were left, it would be sufficient to establish a rudimentary framework. Recruitment could follow thereafter. The man's expression stiffened as he retreated to his position. Shen Nan's gaze swept across the assembly, and he coldly declared, "If there aren't enough people, then recruit more. If we cannot recruit in the capital, then we shall issue recruitment notices in Chuan, Liang, and Jian provinces. I refuse to believe that in the entirety of Defeng's 9 provinces, we cannot find over 100,000 elite science." Upon hearing this, the generals were all taken aback. It is important to note that for the past 800 years, all recruits for the Red Dragon's 10 guards had been sourced from the vicinity of the capital, with many being hereditary. Shen Nan's approach effectively severed the lifeline of these hereditary individuals. Zhou Lin also wished to say something, but Shen Nan did not grant him the opportunity, coldly retorting, "I know what you wish to say," which is merely that the Red Dragon's 10 guards have been inherited from military nobles or descendants of those dispatched from Liang and Yu provinces. Their ancestors achieved great feats, and their descendants enjoy the fruits of their labor. This is the way of the world. This statement was undoubtedly accurate, but does my demand present any issue? Given the foundation of military nobles, is it not possible for anyone diligent enough to attain martial proficiency and strength of 1,000 pounds? I do not wish to extinguish their means of survival. As long as there are individuals who meet the standards in the future, they may still be recruited. As for the current individuals, he narrowed his eyes. What do they amount to? If they truly cannot survive, then let them serve as auxiliary soldiers. Shen Nan did not genuinely wish to cut off their means of existence, but rather offered them a lifeline. However, those who merely wish to bask in the glory of their ancestors' achievements will find it utterly impossible. With these words, the assembled generals fell silent. Under such demands from the emperor, who would dare to voice any objections? Soon, the generals departed to handle troop production matters. This was also one of the reasons Shen Nan retained them, even though figures like Qin Zhibao, Zhou Lin, and Han Lizzi could stabilize the situation. True execution of tasks would still rely on these individuals. Shen Nan did not mind their past as long as they could be of use. Zhou Lin. After the other generals had dispersed, Shen Nan turned to Zhou Lin and inquired, "If we were to follow this course of military reduction, how many soldiers might remain in Wulong and Xifeng?" Zhou Lin, being the true custodian of the Wulong fortress, was well versed in the numbers. At most, a third would remain. Approximately around 30,000. Among them, those capable of martial prowess would constitute about 55%. However, to achieve a strength of 1,000 pounds, one must rigorously train their sinews daily, a feat not easily sustained by the average individual. As for the affluent martial generals and nobles, most have already reached the 8th or 7th rank, thus posing no issue. Shen Nan nodded. 30,000 is sufficient. I require you to undertake a task. Zhou Lin looked at Shen Nan expectantly. Shen Nan spoke with an air of calm determination. Within 15 days, I need you to collaborate with Sun Ying to recruit 70,000 elite warriors, totaling 100,000. These individuals must be loyal to me and to the Great Feng Dynasty, hailing from reputable families. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin hesitated, contemplating the difficulty of such an endeavor, particularly given the constraints of military funds. Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively. From now on, the annual military stipend for the Yulin Guards shall be set at 20 taels. Any shortages in armaments, weaponry, and armor will be compensated by the Imperial Horse Agency. Furthermore, each newly recruited individual shall receive a resettlement fee of 30 taels. Remember, these individuals will be deployed to the battlefield in the future. Chapter 77, The Wild and Reckless Demon Tribe. The relocation fee of 30 taels of silver and the establishment cost of 70,000 elite soldiers amounts to merely 210 million taels of silver. The Imperial Treasury still harbors nearly 20 million taels of silver, so Shen Nan is far from lacking in funds. Even with future expenses for military salaries, armor, weapons, military supplies, food, and medicinal elixirs requiring replenishment, he can sustain operations for at least 6 months. As for what lies beyond that, Shen Nan has his plans in place. This military restructuring is not merely about forming a new Red Dragon 10 guards, but rather about creating a truly elite army, one that is capable of both offensive and defensive prowess. Given this objective, it is clear that they cannot remain stationed in the capital indefinitely. Instead, they will be dispatched for military training. The target for this training will be none other than the wild and reckless at the border of Yuzhou. The so-called wild and reckless are not solely demons. They comprise both the wild tribes and the demon race. The wild tribes bear some resemblance to the Turkic and Xiongnu tribes of a bygone era, being primarily tribal in structure and visually similar to the people of Defeng, albeit worshipping a pantheon of demon deities. The tribes that revere these demon gods are the wild and reckless. These individuals will serve as Shen Nan's training subjects and will also become a source for future military financing. The wild and reckless are abundant in cattle and sheep, as well as rare medicinal herbs. Zhou Lin felt a slight tremor in his heart as he understood the substantial costs involved in maintaining such an elite force. He further realized that His Majesty was genuinely intent on cultivating a formidable army. However, the question remained, how does one effectively train such elites? It is likely that the military generals and nobility will have to bear significant expenses. Otherwise, with His Majesty's training methods, there simply won't be enough funds or resources to support them. After all, once they engage in battle, the expenditure will be monumental. Shen Nan turned to Zhou Lin and inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Regaining his composure, Zhou Lin responded resolutely, "I shall spare no effort." Shen Nan waved his hand, signaling his dismissal. Zhou Lin respectfully withdrew. Shen Nan then addressed Chen Zhibao. "Once the troop reduction is complete, you will first select 5,000 elite soldiers to establish the foundation of the Red Dragon Cavalry. Henceforth, their military salary will be 30 taels, with the finest armor and weapons provided. I want the Yulin and Suanio Guards to take pride in joining the Red Dragon Cavalry." If the formation of the Yulin Guards was merely a preparatory measure for future military training in the wild and reckless territories, as well as troop reductions in Yuzhou and Jiangzhou, then the Red Dragon Cavalry is the army Shen Nan values most, serving as the sharp blade in his hand. He aims to forge a truly elite cavalry that surpasses the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Chen Zhibao nodded. "Currently, there aren't enough dragon steeds at the Qitian Ranch. We can only muster 500 Red Dragon Cavalry soldiers. The remaining steeds require breeding and nurturing, while we do have a preliminary supply of war horses. However, if we wish to train an elite force, the availability of medicinal elixirs may pose a challenge." In contrast to Zhou Lin's cautious demeanor in presenting his report, Chen Zhibao, being a true confidant, spoke candidly. Shen Nan listened intently as Chen Zhibao detailed the circumstances, then turned to Chao Zhengchun beside him. "Take note. If there are any deficiencies, procure what is needed. If the capital lacks it, seek it in other provinces. Within 15 days, ensure the Red Dragon Cavalry is fully equipped. In regard to the elixir, I shall visit the Qinghe Palace in a few days." Previously, due to various circumstances, compounded by a lack of sufficient leverage, Shen Nan found it inappropriate to engage with that group of Taoists at Qinghe Palace. Today, with the summoning of Taoist Jingwei, he can finally strategize concerning Qinghe Palace. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun expressed his concerns. "Your Majesty, if we proceed in this manner, I fear the treasury will struggle to sustain itself for 3 months. The recruitment of 70,000 elite troops has already depleted a considerable sum, and today's military downsizing constitutes yet another significant expenditure. Moreover, there will be ongoing costs for various armaments. Even if a celestial master facilitates communication with the Ministry of Heavenly Works, it is implausible that they would provide assistance without charge each time. Indeed, the Ministry of Heavenly Works would not be so accommodating. However, there are individuals willing to offer financial support." Shen Nan chuckled at Chao Zhengchun. "It seems you are indeed well-suited to manage finances. Yet there is no need for concern regarding funds. Those martial generals and nobles who have enjoyed the military stipends of the Great Feng for 8 centuries ought to repay their dues. Look, is that not someone approaching?" He directed his gaze towards a young man in splendid attire outside the training grounds. This individual was sent by the dukes of the state of Chu and others. Although those dukes professed their intent to negotiate with the emperor, none dared to step forward, fearing they might meet a similar fate. Thus, they dispatched the legitimate son of a duke instead. While this young man's status may not be sufficient for direct discourse with the emperor, he is merely tasked with delivering a message. Chao Zhengchun and Chen Zhibao also turned their attention towards him. As the onlookers watched, the young man, trembling, approached and knelt before Shen Nan, his voice quivering. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from my father." Shen Nan did not accept the letter but replied coolly, "Who is your father?" The young man swallowed hard. "Duke Chenli of Chu." Shen Nan laughed softly, surprised that the martial generals and nobles would send the duke's son. Was this an attempt to leverage the duke's standing to ensure safety, or merely a ploy to vent frustrations? Nevertheless, Shen Nan had no interest in quarreling with such a minor figure. He took the letter from Chao Zhengchun's hands and, without even glancing at it, tore it to pieces, saying, "Summon the dukes of Chu, Yin, and Lu to see me." The young man, upon witnessing this, prostrated himself in fear. Shen Nan gestured for him to rise. Chao Zhengchun, as if handling a small chick, escorted him away. Chen Zhibao approached and whispered, "I fear these individuals have not yet completely relinquished hope." Shen Nan nodded. If they were truly resigned, They would not send a mere son, but rather come in person, accompanied by the martial generals and nobles. They still possess too much pride. Yet how can I grant them the dignity they seek? The system's task of consolidating the Red Dragon 10 guards has been accomplished. However, Shen Nan had no intention of sparing the martial generals and nobles. He also did not plan to return to the imperial capital to confront those old men, but rather intended to remain here until the military reorganization concluded, allowing them ample time for reflection. This would induce a deeper sense of trepidation among them. For an emperor, it is the calmness in moments of restraint that proves most terrifying, as none can predict what actions he might take next. Shen Nan took the step, casting his gaze towards the imperial capital. He pondered whether they still possessed any hidden cards and whether the Confucians might seize this opportunity to act. To be honest, prior to summoning Qingwei, Shen Nan harbored some concerns about whether they would attempt to bring Empress Dowager Chen out to oversee the throne and restrict the emperor's authority. However, at this moment, he was utterly unconcerned. Rather, he found himself eagerly anticipating the surprises that the military generals and nobles, along with the Confucians, might bring him. Chapter 78. The choices of military nobility on this night. Zhou Lin, Chen Jibao, and Sun Ying, accompanied by numerous generals from the Wulong Guard, the Shenfeng Guard, and the Imperial Guards, commenced extensive military restructuring. In the realm of celestial martial arts, such affairs could only transpire under the veil of night, a feat unattainable in any ordinary world. However, in this extraordinary context, with the likes of Chen Jibao present, they managed to maintain order. Meanwhile, Shen Nan casually made his way towards the residence at Wulong Fortress, eager to engage with Taoist Qingwei and gain deeper insight into the matters concerning Mount Shu. His curiosity was piqued not only by strategies to contend with the Taoists, but also by the enchanting sword techniques and mystical arts of Shu Mountain, wondering how they compared to the arts of his own world. As Zhou Lin and the others toiled throughout the night on military reform within the Duke of Chu's residence, various dukes and lords, including Duke Lu and Duke Yan, remained uneasily assembled, anxiously awaiting news from Chen Yuan, the legitimate son of Duke Chu. The stakes were high, and sleep eluded them. In the midst of their restlessness, the sound of galloping hooves heralded Chen Yuan's return. However, as he stepped into the hall, the expressions of Duke Lu and the others shifted slightly. Chen Yuan's garments were muddied, his complexion pale, and his legs trembled with fatigue. Duke Yan, noticing this, inquired urgently, "What has transpired?" Chen Yuan cast a glance at Duke Chu before recounting the events witnessed at Wulong Fortress. As he relayed the news of the emperor commanding Zhou Lin and the others to proceed with military cuts, frowns creased their brows. Some even muttered angrily, denouncing Zhou Lin. Upon hearing that the emperor had torn up the missive without even glancing at it, the lords' faces turned ashen, soon grasping the emperor's intent. Summoned Duke Chu, Duke Lu, and Duke Yan to see me. Although Chen Yuan struggled to convey the emperor's demeanor in his retelling, the weight of his words conveyed the chilling and frigid nature of the emperor's command, underscored by a near cold-heartedness. Duke Lu, his expression grim, remarked, "Did the emperor indicate any intention of returning to the capital when you departed?" Chen Yuan nodded. "From the looks of it, the emperor seems intent on remaining at Wulong Fortress until the military restructuring is complete." Duke Lu sighed heavily. "It appears the emperor does not plan to hold back. If Shen Nan were to depart Wulong Fortress, we might have managed to send someone to arrange for subsequent matters, at least to communicate with the leaders of the Wulong Guard and Shenfeng Guard. Yet now, who could we possibly send? Who would dare approach Zhou Lin or Chen Jibao? They are not to be trifled with. Moreover, with the emperor stationed at Wulong Fortress, those generals would likely shy away from meeting the military nobility." The others shared the same understanding. The emperor's unwillingness to return to the capital signaled a steadfast resolve to thoroughly reorganize the military before addressing them. Indeed, while the emperor had yet to fully grasp military power, they still held some influence. But if the emperor were to completely seize control of the Qi Lung 10 guards, what recourse would they have then? What do you propose we do now? Contact our allies in the camps? Contact them for what? Do you still believe it is as it once was? At present, how many commanders of the Red Dragon 10 guards would dare heed our counsel? Even if they were inclined to listen, would they possess the strength to rally others? His Majesty's recent military downsizing presents itself as an opportunity. There are numerous individuals among the Red Dragon 10 guards. I refuse to believe that His Majesty can manage them all satisfactorily. Even with the assistance of Chen Jibao and that scoundrel Zhou Lin, it is improbable that every individual would be content. Their hearts harbor grievances, and therein lies our chance. And then, what follows? This inquiry left the nobleman who had spoken earlier utterly speechless. Indeed, even if they incite a rebellion, what then? Are they capable of revolting? Or do they possess the strength to eliminate Zhou Lin and Qin Shibao, to carry out a coup against the court? Should they truly have such power? A glimmer of success might be within reach. If they could seize the moment before the Confucians and legalists react, swiftly eliminating Qin Shibao and Zhou Lin, and extricating the Empress Dowager from the palace to wield power in her name, such a scenario, while improbable, is not entirely impossible. However, merely rescuing the Empress Dowager from the formidable Tuaba, a master of martial arts, poses a monumental challenge, let alone evading the scrutiny of the Taoist and legalists. The execution of this plan seems nearly unattainable. If they could accomplish such a feat, how could they have arrived at this juncture? The atmosphere in the hall once again grew oppressive, filled with the sound of sighs. The Duke of Yin exhaled heavily, lamenting, His Majesty's actions are far too swift, and his concealment is exceedingly deep. As it stands, we remain oblivious to how His Majesty has summoned the martial deities of the 11th realm and those formidable experts of the 10th realm, and how they have evaded the notice of the Confucians and legalists. One misstep leads to another. This statement, though redundant, was understood by all present. They were acutely aware that they had reached an irrevocable point. The crux of the matter lies in what course of action to take. All eyes turned to the Duke of Chu. Slowly, he opened his eyes and remarked, "What options remain at this juncture? Contemplate this well. If you are willing, join me tomorrow to pay your respects to His Majesty at the Wulong Fortress. If you choose not to, your absence is also acceptable." With that, he stood and proceeded toward the inner chambers. The Duke of Chu had lost any desire for competition, recognizing the futility of it. After all, it was merely a matter of losing face. He had experienced embarrassment before, notably when he returned from Yuzhou. The various military leaders and nobles exchanged glances. And after a prolonged silence, the Duke of Lu sighed, "Let us disperse. Return to your respective domains and review your own shortcomings. Identify what needs rectifying and address those matters promptly." As for His Majesty, he lifted his gaze toward the Wulong Fortress. This time, we have suffered a complete defeat. The Duke of Lu harbored an unspoken thought. Although they had lost, given His Majesty's temperament, it was likely that significant turmoil awaited them in the future. After all, the military leaders and nobles still aligned with the royal family. They could never resort to rebellion or treason. Yet, was it only the military leaders and nobles who were corrupt? What of the Confucians, the Taoists, the Buddhists? Your Majesty may manage to subdue a few, but can every single one be quelled with such overwhelming force? This time, it is merely that everyone underestimated Your Majesty's capabilities. In the future, such methods may not prove as effective. Although the Duke of Lu did not articulate this thought, many other martial generals and noblemen harbored similar sentiments. They are bound to suffer significant losses this time, yet can Your Majesty expect to fare better in the days to come? They have their doubts. With the Confucian disposition's inherent assertiveness facing Your Majesty, the Great Feng may find itself in for some amusement in the future. This is also one of the pitfalls of Shen Nan's approach, as it has alienated the hearts of the martial generals and nobility. However, he does not truly require their support. Chapter 79. The Tactics of Li Si and the Judgments of Jiangzhou in the Grand Military Headquarters. The night was already deep, yet the place remained brightly illuminated. Yang Ku, the Vice Minister of the Cabinet, approached the task with utmost seriousness. Not only did he meticulously review the military provisions and rosters of the Imperial Guard, but he also individually questioned each commander. His diligence was unparalleled. However, despite Yang Ku's role in leading this matter, the true authority did not rest in his hands. The Red Dragon 10 guards were the private soldiers of His Majesty, a tradition upheld for hundreds of years in the Great Feng Dynasty. Even the Ministry of Justice could only conduct interrogations and detentions, lacking the power to make final decisions. Thus, the commanders of the Imperial Guard were currently detained within the headquarters. Yang Ke cast a glance at the smiling Li Si and Han Lixi. "I have completed my duties. The remaining matters no longer require my involvement. The situation of the Imperial Guard is indeed alarming, and His Majesty's methods are decisively resolute. The significant action of disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards has not stirred much commotion, which I find profoundly impressive." Yet, he felt compelled to voice a thought. Li Si, still smiling, looked at Yang Ku. "Please, esteemed minister, do share your thoughts." Yang Ku raised his gaze to the bright moon. The Great Feng did not transform overnight, nor has His Majesty ruled for just a day. Some matters cannot be approached with haste. Prudence should take precedence. This vessel of the Great Feng may not be as magnificent and splendid as it appears on the surface. Having expressed this, he stood to leave. Following him were several prominent ministers from the Confucian faction who had come to assist Yang Ku in organizing the situation within the Imperial Guard, hoping to gain some renown in the process. By tomorrow, news of Yang Ku's assistance to His Majesty in restructuring the Red Dragon 10 guards would spread throughout the Great Feng. Although the Confucian faction may not gain substantial material benefits from this affair, the prestige alone would suffice. Regardless of public opinion, the noble families would undoubtedly recognize which faction His Majesty currently favored, providing the Confucian faction with an advantageous position for future endeavors. Li Si watched Yang Ku's departing figure with a broad smile. Once he vanished from sight, he turned to Han Liji. By tonight, we must ensure the complete consolidation of the Imperial Guard's commanders. Those who are capable and can be of service shall remain. Those who lack ability or fail to heed orders shall face confiscation of property and exile. His Majesty's approach to the selection of the Guard of Honor, the Wulong Guard, and the Imperial attendants has been comparatively lenient. This is due to the fact that while these guards are equally corrupt, their internal situations are not as intricate. After all, the Guard of Honor, the Wulong Guard, and the Imperial attendants are not areas rich in resources. The military officials and nobles placed in these positions primarily focus on military training. In contrast, the Imperial Guard, responsible for patrolling the imperial capital, faces a far more complex situation with various factions involved. Li Si must ensure that there are not too many unreliable elements within the Guard of Honor. This would also serve as one of his cards for consolidating control over the Imperial Guards in the future. Han Liji bowed respectfully. I understand how to proceed. Today, he has indeed witnessed the capabilities of those under the Emperor's command. Li Si appears exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of a Confucian scholar, yet when it comes to action, his ruthlessness surpasses that of the legalists' cruel officials. Han Liji finds it somewhat challenging to deal with certain commanders, but Li Si effortlessly shatters their resolve with mere words. His methods are anything but ordinary, exhibiting a level of mastery that suggests he has navigated the depths of the Ministry of Justice for decades, evoking a sense of trepidation. Li Si inclined his head slightly. Ensure someone keeps an eye on the military nobility. Han Liji nodded. I have already dispatched my third brother to monitor them. He is cautious by nature. Li Si continued. The Confucians must be watched as well. Send someone to observe them. Although he currently holds the position of Right Vice Minister of the Justice Department, he has only recently assumed this role and lacks a substantial number of capable subordinates. This presents a pressing issue for Li Si. Action must be accelerated. Otherwise, how can one keep pace with the Emperor's ambitions? Li Si contemplated silently. At the residence of Chief Minister Jiangzhou, the atmosphere was also brightly illuminated. However, unlike the oppressive and solemn ambience of the military guard headquarters in the Duke of Chu's estate, Jiangzhou exhibited no demeanor of impending crisis. He remained relaxed, attentively listening to the influx of intelligence reports, then remarked with intrigue, the Emperor's methods are indeed incisive. His cadre has fully taken shape. To Oba Bodhisattva, Chen Jibao, Li Si, Sun Ying, Zhou Lin, Zhang Jiao, Han Liji. Both internal and external forces are accounted for. The military authority of the Red Dragon S10 guards is firmly established. Just by observing these names, one can discern the immense strength of the Confucians. While the Duke of Chu's side had yet to fully comprehend the situation, Jiangzhou effortlessly uncovered all of Shen Nan's activities from that day, even documenting the actions of minor figures like Sun Ying. Jose, also a member of the cabinet, furrowed his brow. The Chancellor is perhaps displaying an excess of ease. The Red Dragon S10 guards returning to the Emperor's control is, in our view, inconsequential. Yet the methods he has demonstrated in this affair, along with his audacious style, are indeed troubling. The Red Dragon S10 guards were originally under the command of military nobility. Even if they now belong to the Emperor, it poses no issue. For the military nobility shares a common allegiance with him. Their conflicts are merely internal entanglements. Jose is more concerned with the foundation and methods exhibited by Shen Nan, particularly the ruthless nature of his actions. Such methods may not faze the military nobility, but what if they were turned against us? If a commander of a guard can execute at will it not set a precedent for second and third rank officials to be similarly condemned? Jiangsu squinted. I am well aware that the Emperor's style of governance is problematic. The decay within the Great Feng is not limited to the military nobility. There are also those of ill repute among us Confucians, or families with members who abuse their power. Given the Emperor's temperament, it is likely he will turn against the Confucians in the future, or perhaps he harbors such intentions already. Since time immemorial, the powers of the monarch and the chancellor have been inherently opposed. Although our dynasty does not have the title of prime minister, the head of the cabinet effectively serves as such. The greater the power wielded by the monarch, the lesser the authority of the prime minister. The late Emperor Chong of the Ming dynasty prioritized stability, which allowed us to maintain greater influence. As for the current majesty, he aspires to emulate the martial kings of old. He shook his head and remarked, to seek to become a martial king is to court a grim fate. While Shen Nan's methods may be audacious, dealing with Confucian scholars cannot be resolved through mere violence, as one would with military generals and nobility. The numbers of military leaders and noble heirs are finite. Once eliminated, they are no more. However, the Confucians? If you were to eliminate one prime minister today, they can promptly present another tomorrow. The scholars of the realm are all aligned with the Confucian ideology. How can your majesty hope to vanquish them all? The path of the martial king is fraught with peril from the outset, unless one emulates the great founding emperor of Defeng, achieving supremacy through a series of victories to elevate imperial authority to its zenith. It is impossible to suppress the Confucians of the world. But the question remains, can Shen Nan accomplish such a task? Jiangzhou believes he cannot. While figures like Qin Jibao and Taoba Bodhisattva possess notable prowess, what is the caliber of the Red Dragon 10 Guards? How can your majesty transform the Red Dragon 10 Guards into an elite force? Even if a formidable army is formed, where shall it be deployed, and against whom? Shall it be Yuzhou or Liangzhou? Liangzhou is the stronghold of both military nobility and Confucian generals. Today, your majesty may have rallied the Red Dragon 10 Guards with great force. Yet the military nobles are now filled with distrust. The warriors of Liangzhou will not tolerate the Red Dragon 10 Guards encroaching upon their achievements. It is even more implausible in Yuzhou, where the savage and monstrous tribes are not easily subdued. The king of North has long led a million-strong army to quell the savage demon tribes. Jiangzhou murmured, "Let us wait and see. To secure the realm, we must ultimately rely on the Confucians." Chapter 80. The Mystical Sword Techniques of Mount Shu. Surprises from the marketplace. As the dawn broke, casting a dim light across the sky, Shen Nan concluded his conversation with Taoist Qing Wei. The previous night, he had engaged in an extensive discussion with Taoist Qing Wei and Zhang Jiao, which proved to be immensely fruitful. Shen Nan not only gleaned insights into the world of celestial swords, satisfying his own curiosity, but also acquired a rudimentary understanding of the techniques and advantages possessed by Taoist Qing Wei. The sect to which Qing Wei belonged was known as the Shu Mountain Celestial Sword Sect. The name alone suggests that Shu Mountain is predominantly centered around sword immortals. For instance, the renowned sword technique of the Wine Sword Immortal is a signature skill of Shu Mountain. While Taoist Qing Wei may not be particularly adept in the art of sword control, as he follows the path of refining qi to achieve immortality, his status as the sect leader ensures that he is well-versed in the cultivation principles of the sword control technique. This technique encompasses various levels, including the fundamental practice of using qi to control the sword, as well as advanced techniques such as sword qi decision, 10,000 swords technique, and sword flight. Though this technique may not constitute an overwhelming advantage in the realm of Defeng, it is undoubtedly a peerless art. Regrettably, Shen Nan currently lacks suitable disciples for its practice. Additionally, the foundational practices of Shu Mountain, namely the methods of refining qi and the Yang God technique, are akin to the Confucian ideal of cultivating righteousness from a young age, making it impossible for Shen Nan to nurture appropriate talents in a short span of time. However, when compared to the sword control technique, the Yang God technique is undeniably the aspiration of Taoist practitioners, possessing an allure that surpasses Zhang Jiao's ability to summon soldiers from beans or the might of the Yellow Turban warriors. As a trump card, there are also talismans designed to combat malevolent forces, such as the Tianqi talisman, forbidden spells, and binding seals. These talismans bear a resemblance to those employed by the Taoist Longhu and Zhengyi sects, with the principal distinction being that Shu Mountain's talismans are particularly effective against demons and monsters, making them the most suitable means for subduing the savage demon tribes in the future. Lastly, there are various formations and esoteric techniques, among which Shen Nan was most impressed by the protective barrier formation of Shu Mountain and the 36 Heavenly Sword formation. These formations are versatile in both offense and defense, exhibiting far greater power than the formations found in the Imperial Palace. The only drawback is that these formations require the presence of Shu Mountain Sword sect disciples to be effectively deployed. Reflecting on this, Shen Nan could not help but chuckle, recognizing the significant role Taoist Qing Wei played. not solely due to his mastery at the 13th realm of transformation, but more crucially, because of the memories he held as the leader of Shu Mountain. He essentially embodied a living repository of the Shu Mountain Celestial Sword sect. However, to fully harness this potential would necessitate a considerable investment of time. This encapsulates Shen Nan's assessment of the techniques possessed by Taoist Qing Wei. The prospects are promising, yet time is of the essence. Nonetheless, Shen Nan felt no dissatisfaction. After all, the surprise of Taoist Qing Wei's mastery at the 13th realm was already substantial. The remaining elements were merely supplementary, and he had no grounds for complaint. His sole hope was for Taoist Qing Wei to swiftly establish a foundational team. For it was inevitable that the Taoist community of Defeng would eventually give rise to another sect, the Shu Mountain Celestial Sword sect. Jiangzhou's typing Dao cannot be preached indiscriminately in the Great Feng. At most, after the downfall of the Lianxing sect, he could be tasked with overseeing its followers and guiding them back from their misguided paths. At noon, the current situation had stabilized, with various affairs arranged by his subordinates. After concluding his conversation, Shen Nan naturally turned to his cultivation task. After 2 hours of diligent practice, he had thoroughly assimilated the previous small master Dan, solidifying his realm at the pinnacle of the 4th rank. He also obtained today's daily check-in reward, restoration points, 200 points. This was Shen Nan's current tally of restoration points, and his gaze shifted towards today's system marketplace. Instantly, a series of messages appeared. Great Snow Dragon Riders, unlimited exchange points 20 points. Drunken Sword Immortal's Legacy, unique exchange points 100, 000 points. King Ming's Heavy Armor, stock 10. 000 exchange points, 5 points per piece. Shen Nan's eyes brightened slightly. He had refrained from spending his restoration points yesterday, waiting for a military unit exchange to refresh. And indeed, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, the most urgently needed unit, had appeared. However, another item for exchange also piqued his interest, the Drunken Sword Immortal's Legacy. Yesterday, Shen Nan had inquired with Qing Wei about the comparison with the Drunken Sword Immortal. The response from Taoist Qing Wei was that, in terms of realm, he held a slight advantage. But in a life-and-death battle, if he were gravely injured, he would perish. Despite many in his past life claiming that Taoist Qing Wei could rival the Demon Lord, the reality was that his realm was not quite so exaggerated. He was indeed a top-tier expert in the mortal realm, but there were still several above him. The Drunken Sword Immortal possessed combat strength that slightly exceeded Qing Wei's. The Sword Saint, Diviyuyan, surpassed Qing Wei in both realm and combat prowess. According to Shen Nan's estimation, the Sword Saint's realm was at the peak of the 14th level, merely a step away from the 15th level, which was the supreme realm the Sword Saint had always sought. Thus, exchanging 100,000 restoration points for the Drunken Sword Immortal's Legacy was exceedingly appropriate, as it would allow Shen Nan to instantaneously elevate himself to one of the world's foremost experts. However, upon glancing at his restoration points and the reward for assembling an elite army of 10,000, he realized he would need to allocate 1,000 points to secure the exchange for 500 Great Snow Dragon Riders. He locked in the Drunken Sword Immortal's Legacy. In an instant, Shen Nan's inventory expanded to include 500 Great Snow Dragon Riders, which he needed to claim within a day. Concurrently, a faint golden light appeared at the edge of the system marketplace, signifying the Drunken Sword Immortal's Legacy. His restoration points swiftly diminished from 200 to 200. Next, he planned to assign the Great Snow Dragon Riders to Qinjibao, infiltrating the recruitment process to provide a grand surprise to the world. He could utilize these 500 Great Snow Dragon Riders as a foundation to swiftly establish a suitable Crimson Dragon Riders, followed by training an elite army of 100,000. Thus, I can truly act with impunity. Shen Nan's gaze grew increasingly radiant. Although he had previously summoned the Taoist Qing Wei, which indeed instilled him with immense confidence, that was ultimately an external force. Should he possess the inheritance of the Wine Sword Immortal himself, he would no longer face any peril. The might of the Wine Sword Immortal, coupled with the fortuitous aura of the Imperial Palace and the National Treasure, would empower him immensely. Even a peak existence at the 14th realm daring to invade the palace would find themselves unable to escape his grasp. Not to mention, he could also replicate the path of the great founding emperor of the Great Dynasty, subduing the world with martial prowess. Chapter 81. The military relies on finances, especially the elite troops. At noon, within the training grounds, Shen Nan sat majestically atop the commanding platform. Zhou Lin, Qinjibao, Sun Ning, and Qiao Zhenchun stood flanking him. Below, over 30 leaders from the Wulong Guard, Shanfeng Guard, and the Imperial Guard assembled their troops, ready for formation. Compared to the previous day's chaotic assembly, the military presence now exuded a sense of discipline, although their numbers were noticeably diminished. Your Majesty, after the selection of the Imperial Guard, Wulong Guard, and Shanfeng Guard, we still have over 43,700 men remaining. These individuals were chosen according to your directives. Additionally, 53,000 have been dismissed back to their homes, while 6,000 to 7,000 have opted to remain as auxiliary soldiers, including 3,900 martial artists. Zhou Lin reported methodically on the results of the previous day's troop reduction. Shen Nan nodded slightly. After finishing his meal, he had observed the scene where the military treasury was distributing pay to the dismissed soldiers. Although the expressions of these men were somewhat dejected or resentful, the audible sighs outweighed their grievances, indicating that there would be no subsequent unrest. Sometimes, the ineffectiveness of the Red Dragon 10 guards could be advantageous. At least the troop reduction had proceeded smoothly, largely due to the lack of audacity among the Red Dragon 10 guards. Had it been the ruffians from Yuzhou or Jiangzhou, they would likely have caused a ruckus by now. As for the smaller remaining numbers, this was to be expected. After all, the previously mentioned half was merely an estimate. It was commendable that one-third had chosen to stay. Shen Nan glanced at Zhou Lin, stating, as long as the commanders of the three guards are obedient and capable, their ranks shall remain unchanged. You shall temporarily serve as the deputy commander of the Yulin Guard, with Qin Jibao as the commander. If you achieve notable accomplishments in the future, I shall promote you to commander and even confer titles upon you. This was not merely an empty promise. Shen Nan had significant tasks in mind for Zhou Lin, tasks of great importance. Rising, he surveyed the formations on the training ground and inquired, how many medicinal pills remain in the inventory of Wulong Fortress? Will there be enough for each man to receive 3 body refinement pills? The troop reduction had indeed transformed the 3 guards significantly. The process was conducted per Shen Nan's directives, but the sight of the soldiers appearing somewhat emaciated was disconcerting, especially when standing alongside the heavily armored troops who resembled hulking giants. If the Yulin Guard wished to catch up, their first priority must be sufficient supplies of medicinal pills and substantial nourishment. Zhou Lin reflected momentarily, then turned his gaze to a commander nearby. This commander, possessing a somewhat gentle demeanor, replied, Your Majesty, there are still enough pills to distribute 10 each. 10 each? That amounts to over 400,000 body refinement pills? The figure was indeed staggering, yet based on past standards, each member of the Red Dragon 10 guards typically received 2 pills monthly. Thus, it represented merely 5 months' worth of supply. To be aware, the inventory of elixirs is replenished only once every 6 months, and this is based on the current population. If we were to consider a figure of 100,000, the deficit in stock would be even more pronounced. Shen Nan, with a tranquil expression, remarked, For today, let us distribute 3 elixirs daily, allowing them ample opportunity for practice. With that, he proceeded towards the mansion, followed closely by Zhou Lin, Sun Ning, and others. They understood that His Majesty undoubtedly had matters to arrange, yet they sensibly fell behind, refraining from interrupting the dialogue between the Emperor and Qin Jibao, Qiao Zhenchun. On this occasion, Shen Nan did not travel in the imperial carriage but chose to walk casually along the path. He turned to Qin Jibao beside him and inquired, Who was that commander just now? Is he responsible for overseeing military supplies? Qin Jibao shook his head and replied, That individual is named Lu Su, the deputy commander of the selected Feng Wei. Shen Nan paused slightly, a curious smile gracing his lips. A mere deputy commander. Why does Zhou Lin keep him by his side and afford him such an opportunity to showcase himself? He found it hard to believe that Zhou Lin, a seasoned military strategist, was unaware of the inventory of supplies. In a hushed tone, Qin Jibao explained, This person has just been reassigned from Jiangzhou and has been at the Wulong Fortress for less than half a month. Zhou Lin's actions are likely intended to curry favor with Jiangzhou and facilitate Your Majesty's interaction with its figures. The foundation of the martial nobility lies in Jiangzhou and the imperial capital. Given that the martial nobility in the capital is nearing complete extinction, the attitude of Jiangzhou's martial nobility is of paramount importance. Zhou Lin's actions are not for his own benefit. After all, he is a solitary minister and cannot expect to regain acceptance from Jiangzhou. His gestures are simply to signal goodwill and subtly suggest to Your Majesty the need for a conciliatory approach towards Jiangzhou's military nobility. Shen Nan pondered, Jiangzhou. In the future, we shall undoubtedly need to reduce troops and pacify them. However, The immediate priority remains the issues concerning Jiangzhou and Yuzhou. The matters in Yuzhou are indeed the most critical, as they pertain to our future defenses against the barbaric and demonic tribes. Although the invasion by these tribes is expected to commence in 20 years, they will begin their extensive incursions into Yuzhou within a decade. Yuzhou held steadfast for several years before ultimately succumbing. To avert such a fate, Shen Nan knew he must preemptively reduce the military and train the troops. With this in mind, he casually remarked, "Assign this individual to oversee the inventory of the Yulin Guard." This was not merely an act of goodwill towards Jiangzhou, but also a means to gauge their reaction, akin to the roles played by Lu Zhong and Zhang Hu. Shen Nan then turned to Chao Jingchun. "Have there been any developments from Jiangzhou?" It had been 5 days since the arrangements in Jiangzhou, and some scattered intelligence should have been returned by now. Chao Jingchun shook his head. "There has been no intelligence as of yet. It seems there is no urgent news. So Yu Huatian will likely report to your majesty in person upon his arrival at Wulong Fortress tomorrow. For the time being, the affairs in Jiangzhou are under the purview of Yu Huatian, Dongjun, and the Moon Goddess. They have not participated in the current demobilization affairs, remaining stationed in the capital." Shen Nan nodded and inquired, "The silver from the commanders of the Wulong 3 guards has already been submitted, correct? Please dispatch a batch of chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep from the Imperial Horse Department. In the future, the meat provisions for the Red Dragon 10 guards will be the responsibility of the Imperial Horse Department to cultivate a formidable army in a short period. Apart from nurturing them through combat, financial investment is essential. Such expenditure is inevitable." Chao Jingchun then quietly remarked, "Your Majesty, if this continues, I fear the treasury and the funds of the Imperial Horse Department may prove insufficient. Although those commanders have submitted a considerable amount, there will still be future contributions from military nobles and their confiscated assets. However, the current demobilization has already consumed a significant portion, compounded by the upcoming recruitment, military supplies, and troop maintenance." Shen Nan waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have my own plans regarding this matter." He was well aware that idly consuming resources would lead to depletion. Even if it were a mountain of gold, such elite troops would exhaust it swiftly. Chapter 82. The Reckless Shaman. The underlying reasons for the southern descent. Within the hall, Shen Nan calmly remarked, "The decision to reduce the military has been made. Henceforth, we shall devote ourselves to the recruitment of soldiers. Within 15 days, the Yulin Guards must be replenished to a force of 100,000 elite troops. A task assigned to Zhou Lin and Sun Ying. This had been previously discussed. Zhou Lin and Sun Ying were undoubtedly well prepared. Sun Ying spoke first. "I have already sent word to my family. I believe we can swiftly recruit a contingent of capable youths. There are sufficient military resources surrounding the imperial capital. Yet to achieve the recruitment of 50,000 soldiers, we will require the cooperation of both the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of War, in addition to ourselves. It is true that the Yulin Guards are the Emperor's private army, but it is not within Shen Nan's authority to recruit soldiers at will. The Red Dragon 10 guards originally comprised a formidable army of 200,000, the majority of their funding sourced from the Ministry of Household, which necessitates annual verification of the roster before dispersing funds. Consequently, the upper limit for the Black Dragon, Shen Bird, and Yulin guards is set at 200,000. And a roster is essential. Given the current state of the Yulin guards, the issue of quotas is not a concern. However, recruiting soldiers involves the registration and documentation of household and military records, requiring the collaboration of both the Ministry of Household and the Ministry of War. The dilemma lies in the fact that these ministries are overseen by Confucian scholars. And Shen Nan's military reduction and reorganization would infringe upon the interests of not only the martial generals and nobility but also the officials in these ministries, who benefit significantly from the status quo. After incurring such losses, would they genuinely cooperate in the recruitment efforts? It is likely they may feign compliance. Shen Nan was aware of this predicament and replied with composure. Given Yang Ke's recent rise to prominence, he will naturally handle these matters. Your responsibility, along with Zhou Lin, is merely to conduct a thorough selection. Sun Ying had no further doubts and responded affirmatively. Zhou Lin, with a respectful gesture, could not help but cast his gaze toward the two Taoists seated to his right. He was familiar with Zhang Jiao, yet the presence of Taoist Qingwei was unfamiliar. Though his aura elicited a sense of unease in Zhou Lin, a mere glance exchanged with Taoist Qingwei sent a shiver through him. This individual was anything but ordinary, likely a master of the Tao beyond the 11th realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Lin's eyes. He had not anticipated the emperor to possess such a hidden trump card. Without regard for Zhou Lin's reaction, Shen Nan continued, Bao. Today you shall go outside the city to bring back 2,500 red dragon riders. Afterwards, select 2,005 elite troops to form a total of 5,000 red dragon riders. The treatment of the red dragon riders exceeds that of the Yulin guards by more than double, given Shen Nan's current circumstances. He could not afford to maintain too many red dragon riders, and since this was based on 2,500 great snow dragon riders, selection could not be arbitrary. It was indeed fortunate that the Yulin guards could provide even 2,005 red dragon riders, and possessing 5,000 would be sufficient to stabilize Chuan Prefecture. Shen Jibao was well aware of what the 2,500 red dragon riders outside the city represented. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he responded. Yes. Zhou Lin and Sun Ying exchanged perplexed glances. Red dragon riders? Then they recalled the 25 great snow dragon riders that Shen Jibao had previously brought with him. Could it be that these valiant riders were indeed the red dragon riders? Zhou Lin and Sun Ying were both profoundly shaken, for they had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the great snow dragon riders, without even discussing the ferocity of these valiant cavalrymen in battle. The sheer aura of martial ferocity they exuded was indicative of their true might. How could His Majesty have concealed an additional 2,500 elite riders? In that instant, Zhou Lin felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as any lingering thoughts he had dissipated like ashes in the wind. Sun Ying, on the other hand, harbored an increasing awe for Shen Nan. This was precisely Shen Nan's intention, although both Sun Ying and Zhou Lin had already been marked by him. Fully subduing them would not be an overnight endeavor. He lacked the luxury of time for leniency. Instead, he aimed to instill deeper reverence in them through an inscrutable authority that would cultivate unwavering loyalty. After Chen Jibao departed, Shen Nan turned to Zhou Lin and inquired, "What do you know of the Man Mang?" Man Mang? Zhou Lin, although uncertain of His Majesty's intent, dared not exhibit any semblance of carelessness. With a solemn expression, he replied, "Is Your Majesty inquiring about the Man Mang, and not the Man Mang demon tribe?" Shen Nan nodded. Observing this, Zhou Lin spoke earnestly. "If we speak of the Man Mang, they are indeed the formidable adversaries of our Great Feng. It is widely recognized that the Man Mang are savage and uncouth, known for their consumption of beast blood and reverence for the demon tribes. However, few are aware that the Man Mang possess their own realm. Particularly, in recent years, a true shaman has arisen among them, holding an exalted position within the demon tribes. Before his emergence, the Man Mang were merely a barbaric folk, but following his rise, they acquired their own arable lands, mines, and even a sophisticated military apparatus, with their tribes gradually merging into one. The demon tribes no longer recklessly devoured the Man Mang, but instead began to regard them as true allies. It is said that this individual shares a close relationship with the fierce wolf clan, and the most renowned wolf cavalry of the Man Mang in recent years was forged through a collaboration between him and the Wolf King. Although the Man Mang wolf cavalry currently numbers only 30,000, they maneuver effortlessly across the battlefield of Yuzhou, charging from above and unleashing devastating volleys that yield significant casualties. They then charge into the fray as heavily armored wolf riders. I witnessed such a spectacle in my early years, and it was truly awe-inspiring. With this individual leading them, I dare assert that the Man Mang will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for our Great Feng in the future. The Man Mang and the demon tribes have been at an impasse for nearly a millennium. Why have they not breached Yuzhou until now? This is because both the demon tribes and the Man Mang feast upon human flesh, and the citizens of our Great Feng would never surrender to them. Thus, wherever they tread, there is only frenzied resistance, resulting in devastation and war. However, since the advent of this Man Mang shaman, subtle changes have begun to unfold within their ranks. Presently, there are few among the Man Mang who still adhere to the practice of cannibalism. And with this individual esteemed highly among the demon tribes, the Man Mang's development has accelerated remarkably. In just a century, they have transitioned from savage wilderness to an emerging feudal capital, which now harbors a genuine threat to our Great Feng. They're akin to the Huns or the Manchus of old. Shen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. In both his own recollections and the memories of the future Yuan emperor, the presence of this reckless shaman had never been recorded. This indicates the depths of his concealment and the magnitude of his ambitions. However, upon careful consideration, it becomes evident that the barbaric demon clan's ability to breach Yuzhou must be attributed to his machinations. Otherwise, how could the stalemate that persisted for nearly a millennium be overturned in a mere 20 years? During the era of the Yuan emperor, Whether it was the chaos wrought by the compassionate sect, the ascendancy of the Buddhist faith to the imperial court, or the salvation offered by the Taoist sect, none of these powers held any affection for the barbaric demon clan. Yuzhou had never been thrown into disarray as a result. Even during the time of the Buddhist ascendancy, not a single soldier from the 9 towns of Yuzhou returned to the imperial capital. This was not due to the northern king's discontent with the Yuanyu emperor, but rather the edict of the Great Feng's founding emperor, who stated that the 9 towns of Yuzhou must remain forever within its borders. Anyone who ventured beyond was deemed a traitor. This was clearly due to the formidable threat posed by the demon clan. After all, no matter how tumultuous the internal strife in the Great Feng, the emperor could only ever be a member of the Shen family. The fate of the Great Feng does not recognize others. At most, the emperor may become a puppet. As long as the barbaric demon clan does not breach Yuzhou, the imperial authority of the Great Feng will inevitably return to the Shen family. Yet, who could have foreseen that the barbaric demon clan would indeed manage to breach Yuzhou? Chapter 83. The rapid expansion of the Feather Guard. All dukes bear the burden. Zhou Lin's words cast a heavy pall over the hall. Those present were well-versed and acutely aware of the immense threat posed by a shaman of the Man-Mang tribe. Shen Nan shook his head slightly. Now comprehending why the Man-Mang demon race would ultimately prevail, this shaman must have played a pivotal role in their success. Since you are aware of this matter, it stands to reason that the King of the North is also informed. Has he devised any strategies? Zhou Lin replied solemnly. The venerable King of the North certainly has his strategies. In the past, he dispatched hundreds to infiltrate Man-Mang for intelligence gathering and even enlisted the aid of a renowned sword immortal from Jiangzhou. Regrettably, the Man-Mang shaman's movements are shrouded in mystery. Whenever he appears, it is always within the Demon King's court, rendering any attempt to strike futile. Shen Nan nodded. Gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Great Feng, he fully grasped why the future Yuanyu emperor would meet such an unfortunate fate. The chaos instigated by the compassionate sect, the stronghold of Buddhism, and the internal strife among Confucian scholars, military nobles, and the Taoists, who remain indifferent to worldly affairs, compounded the challenges. Moreover, the Man-Mang demon race had long been laying their groundwork. The Yuanyu emperor truly encountered insurmountable obstacles. Had he traversed these years earlier, he might have attained a reputation akin to that of Emperor Ming-Chong, enjoying a peaceful old age and perhaps accomplishing great feats. The present moment is exceedingly complicated. The entanglements involving the compassionate sect, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and the Man-Mang demon race grow increasingly intricate. Yet, complexity aside, Shen Nan resolved to address each issue methodically. He refrained from further inquiries with Zhou Lin and calmly instructed, in these days, focus on training the troops diligently. I shall soon dispatch the Feather Guard and the Red Dragon Riders from Yuzhou to raid Man-Mang. Despite Zhou Lin's grave depiction of the situation, the danger he spoke of was more prospective than immediate. Currently, the Man-Mang demon race lacked the strength to advance southward into Yuzhou. They were still in the process of consolidating their resources, and their various tribes had yet to fully integrate. Shen Nan saw an opportunity to cultivate a truly elite military force. Zhou Lin declared earnestly, I shall gladly lay down my life for your majesty. He recognized this as the opportunity Shen Nan had mentioned for achieving merit and glory. Moreover, the battlefield was far less convoluted than the affairs of the imperial capital. Zhou Lin, being a soldier of pure intent, realized that to transcend the 10th realm of martial arts, he must experience the battlefield firsthand. Even without the matter of disbanding the Red Dragon 10 guards, Zhou Lin would inevitably serve as a general in Yuzhou in the future. As Shen Nan watched Zhou Lin's departing figure, he turned to Chao Zhenchun and said, instruct Han Lizzie to expedite the arrangements concerning the guards. In 2 days, he should bring his sworn brothers to the Wulong fortress. Also, ensure that Yu Huatian swiftly gathers and compiles the intelligence from Chuanzhou. In the future, when the Feather Guard raids Man-Mang, it shall not be solely under Zhou Lin's command. I will also dispatch Chen Zhibao to lead the Red Dragon Riders in accompaniment, along with Han Lizzie's sworn brothers. It is not that Shen Nan is particularly concerned about Zhou Lin's solitary venture. Rather, the Chulong cavalry must experience the battlefield firsthand to swiftly transform into a formidable force. As for Han Lizzie's sworn brothers, Shen Nan deliberately intends for them to oversee the trade with the barbaric tribes. In the past, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office engaged in the sale of military supplies and war horses to these tribes, a channel that remains under the control of Han Shenxian and Chao Zhenchun. Shen Nan aims to exploit this avenue to engage in lucrative trade with the barbarians, thereby generating funds to maintain his army. Naturally, he cannot trade in war horses, but rather in luxurious goods from the Great Feng, simultaneously seeking to corrupt the upper echelons of the barbarian tribes. However, he has yet to decide on the specific items for trade. Once everything is on the right track, he is confident that he will devise a suitable plan. Regardless, establishing a commercial consortium to generate wealth is imperative. Plunder does not solely occur on the battlefield. Economic exploitation can be far more terrifying. Shen Nan has never forgotten his past life's identity. While many memories may not prove especially useful in the realm of Xianwu, some hold significant value. 2 days later, a resounding boom of war drums reverberated through the air. At the Wulong Fortress training grounds, tens of thousands of soldiers were diligently rehearsing military formations. Although their movements still appeared somewhat clumsy and scattered, their spirit and demeanor exhibited a remarkable improvement compared to before. Indeed, Shen Nan sat high above, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Despite the mere passage of 2 days, the progress of the Yulin Guards has been exceedingly rapid. Having successfully recruited 20,000 soldiers and begun to integrate these new recruits into the military formations, this swift advancement can largely be attributed to the Xianwu world, but even more so to the mentorship of seasoned soldiers. Although the 10,000 elite troops have returned to the imperial capital, 2,000 of the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers remain, complemented by the 2,500 Chulong cavalry led by Qin Zhibao, along with the elite corps of Zhou Lin and Sun Ying, all contributing to the swift assimilation of the new recruits. However, these soldiers have yet to don their armor. Once clad in heavy gear weighing dozens or even over 100 pounds, the practice may not proceed as smoothly. Yet, for now, this suffices. Han Lizzie stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon the Chulong cavalry and the Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers. Even though he had previously encountered these troops, witnessing their drills today stirred his spirit. When will I be able to cultivate such elite forces? He pondered. Shen Nan's voice broke his reverie, prompting him to quickly respond, "Your Majesty." Shen Nan gestured towards the formations before them, inquiring, "In your opinion, can my army confront the barbaric demon tribes?" Han Lizzie, already privy to the Emperor's plans, calculated silently. If the Chulong cavalry and Ming Wang heavy armored soldiers are indeed formidable, they could conservatively be estimated to contend with 3 foes at once. However, regarding these new recruits, I must speak candidly, Your Majesty, they may struggle to withstand even the foul aura of the barbaric demon tribes. Among the barbaric tribes, although the demons are strong, their numbers are limited. In times of great conflict, it is typically only 1 or 2 demon generals leading tens of thousands of barbarians into battle. Though the number of demon clans is limited, each member is a true powerhouse. Particularly, their physical prowess and innate divine abilities are unmatched by ordinary warriors of the same rank. Only the martial arts or sword immortal sects possess the capability to combat demons of equivalent stature. Every demon general exudes a menacing aura, a manifestation of martial malevolence. Under the impact of this ominous presence, ordinary individuals find themselves utterly immobilized, as if the very essence of martial wrath has descended upon them. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan felt no disappointment, considering it was merely a newly recruited army just 2 days old. Could the 200,000 elite soldiers of Yuzhou truly withstand such a terrifying aura? Upon hearing the figure of 200,000, Han Lizzie silently shook his head and replied, "It is not that the elite of Yuzhou can resist it, but rather that the common folk have grown accustomed to the sin of demonic malevolence. Since the Northern King took command of Yuzhou, he established demon hunters who delve into the wilderness to capture demons. All captured demons are imprisoned within the city, allowing the populace to acclimate to the aura of malevolence. Over the years, the people of Yuzhou have become thoroughly familiar with the sin of demonic malice." Shen Nan paused in astonishment. This uncle of his certainly seemed formidable. Yet, why was it that such a fierce individual could not quell the corruption and decay plaguing Yuzhou? Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard a commotion in the distance. Turning his gaze, a smile crept upon his face as he beheld numerous nobles and princes, led by the Duke of Chu, approaching slowly while bearing thorny vines on their backs. Shen Nan chuckled. What a splendid display of bearing thorns to seek forgiveness. Chapter 84. The Conclusion of Nobility. The foundation of the 3 generals. At the forefront stood the Duke of Chu, accompanied by the Dukes of Lu and Yin, along with dozens of martial noblemen, all adorned with thorny wreaths. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare sight to behold. Although they were not as bare and burdened as in ancient times, the scene was still profoundly striking. Yet, after a few glances, Shen Nan redirected his gaze back to the training ground, firmly seated on the command platform. The individuals surrounding him, be it Han Lizzie, Chen Zhibao, or Zhou Lin, remained motionless as well. Seeing this, the Dukes of Chu and others expressed no dissent, for they were captivated by the situation unfolding in the training ground. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They had witnessed the training of the Red Dragon 10 guards before, yet never had it been as awe-inspiring as it was now. A formation of 70 to 80,000 soldiers stood orderly, devoid of any clamor, enveloped in a solemn silence. Nearby, thousands of Red Dragon cavalry patrolled, emanating an aura of martial ferocity that was truly daunting. One could not help but whisper, was it not said that the army had been reduced? How could there be so many elite troops? And where did the thousands of elite cavalry from Wulong Fortress come from? Despite the fact that many of these martial noblemen had not seen the battlefield, they were born into martial families, well-versed in literature and aware of what true elite forces resembled. The martial aura radiating from the thousands of Red Dragon cavalry was a testament to their genuine prowess. The Duke of Lu, observing this, paled slightly, fearing that this was one of His Majesty's hidden strengths. He regretted having previously suggested a private contact with the commanders of Wulong Guard. With such a display from the thousands of Red Dragon cavalry, it was likely that even if those commanders were willing, the Red Dragon 10 guards would be unable to withstand a charge from the Red Dragon cavalry. The Duke of Yen's expression was equally grave. With a sense of trepidation and astonishment, dozens of martial noblemen made their way to the command platform. I, Xinjiangji of Chu, pay my respects to your majesty. The Duke of Chu was the first to bow low, a gesture signifying submission. Behind him, the other martial noblemen also knelt, their voices sincere. We, your humble subjects, pay our respects to your majesty. Originally, the Duke of Chu had intended to lead the martial noblemen to submit the previous day, but due to internal disagreements and suggestions to contact Jiangzhou first, they had only arrived today. From their demeanor, it was evident that the martial noblemen of the imperial capital had completely exhausted their bargaining chips. Shen Nan surveyed the crowd from his elevated position, remaining silent as he allowed the Duke of Chu and others to kneel. After a prolonged silence, during which they grew pale and beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, Shen Nan finally spoke in a measured tone regarding past matters. I have no desire to delve deeply. You shall return the ill-gotten gains from the Red Dragon 10 guards to the imperial treasury, and your titles shall be preserved. However, those guilty of heinous crimes shall not be spared. I will appoint the Deputy Minister of Justice, Li Si, and the Chief of the Ritual Office, Han Shenxian, to jointly oversee this matter. Those who are guilty of grave offenses shall face confiscation of their properties and exile. This was Shen Nan's reckoning with the martial noblemen. The conditions may appear exceedingly lenient, yet the specifics remain firmly in the hands of Shen Nan. After all, the definition of heinous crimes is subject to considerable interpretation. Much like the previous situation with the Imperial Guards, every single one of these generals can be scrutinized if one is determined to unearth charges. A plausible and lawful justification can undoubtedly be found to prosecute them, including the military nobility. This is not even mentioning the notorious figures such as the Duke of Chu, the Duke of Lu, and the Duke of Yen. Even the most law-abiding military nobles are not devoid of wayward scions in their households. Moreover, there exists the ominous specter of unfounded accusations. Ultimately, this matter hinges on how much they are willing to surrender. The notion of spending wealth to preserve one's life epitomizes the situation. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Dukes of Lu and others turned an ashen hue. They discerned the emperor's intent. Originally, their plan had been to pay for their safety. But it had now become evident that the sum they were prepared to offer was worlds apart from what the emperor demanded. After all, confiscation of property and banishment is far more excruciating for them than death itself. Your Majesty, the Duke of Lu raised his head, poised to speak, but was met with Shen Nan's frigid gaze. In an instant, he swallowed his words. Your servant obeys. The Duke of Chu uttered not a single word. Merely kneeling, your servant, Xinjiangji, obeys. The victors and the vanquished, ultimately, the emperor chose to retain their titles, as the matter at hand was merely a trifling sum. Given the Duke of Chu's current disposition, he was willing to part with such wealth. Furthermore, the Duke of Chu possessed substantial resources and could withstand this blow. However, some military nobles exhibited extreme distress. These individuals were either miserly souls who clung to their wealth or those of little worth. Despite their seemingly glamorous lives, their daily extravagant expenditures are considerable. Should they truly need to present a sum that would satisfy the emperor, it would likely necessitate the sale of land and property. Shen Nan, however, remained indifferent to their plight. He only sought results. You may leave. The Dukes of Chu and others were momentarily taken aback. Logically, at this juncture, Shen Nan had achieved a resounding victory and should have proceeded to consolidate power in the capital. Yet, judging by Shen Nan's demeanor, it seemed he intended to remain at the Wulong fortress. Nevertheless, their status forbade them from voicing further dissent, and one by one, they respectfully withdrew. Once the military nobles had departed, Shen Nan instructed Zhou Lin, expedite the recruitment of soldiers. Within 15 days, the Imperial Guards must enlist a formidable force of 100,000 elite troops. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War have already been notified by Yangkou. You may proceed as you see fit. Regarding the recruitment, Shen Nan had merely tasked Han Sheng with disseminating a brief message, and the Vice Minister of the Cabinet, Yangkou, without hesitation, directed the Confucian officials from the humble backgrounds within the Ministries of Revenue and War to assist wholeheartedly, as this was one of the conditions for their prior exchange of interests. Thus, the recruitment was no longer a concern. Zhou Lin respectfully acknowledged, understood. Although Zhou Lin hailed from a branch of military nobility, he was indeed a member of that esteemed circle, and with his connections, he could swiftly rally thousands of elite recruits for service. This was also the authority Shen Nan had granted him to establish his own foundation. After all, Zhou Lin was about to embark on a campaign to plunder the outskirts of Yuzhou, and it was imperative for him to possess a contingent of elite troops with whom he was well acquainted. Moreover, those who answered the call for recruitment would undoubtedly be of noble lineage and exceptional skill. The same could be said for generals such as Han Lizhi and Sun Ying. Sun Ying had the backing of Xuanqing, a mere 300 miles from the imperial capital, where the Zhang family held considerable sway, thus ensuring a plentiful supply of capable soldiers. As for Han Lizhi, his connections within Yuzhou enabled him to summon reinforcements from that region. In the future, the ranks of the Black Dragon, Xian Bird, and Feather Forest Guards would undoubtedly swell to over 200,000. Naturally, Shen Nan could not allow these commanders to be devoid of sufficiently loyal subordinates. Chapter 85, The Ruin of Yuzhou lies with the family generals. At the Wulong Fortress, within the Grand Hall, Shen Nan had returned from the training grounds. He inquired of Chao Jingchun, has Yu Huatian not yet arrived? The matter concerning the martial nobility had reached a temporary conclusion. What remained was merely to ascertain how much wealth could be extracted from Li Si and Han Xingxian. The recruitment and training of troops were entrusted to Zhou Lin, Sun Ying, and Chen Zhiba. Naturally, Shen Nan's focus shifted towards Chuanzhou, for according to the timeline, the chaos instigated by Lianshan sect would likely erupt in the spring, no later than 5 months hence. It was evident that disturbances had already begun to manifest in Chuanzhou. Chao Jingchun respectfully replied, he has not yet arrived. Shen Nan nodded. Though Yu Huatian appeared to be leisurely preparing for the affairs of Chuanzhou in the imperial capital, he was, in truth, exceedingly occupied. However, since Shen Nan had instructed him to arrive today, Yu Huatian ought to have made his way here by now. The fact that he had not appeared even past noon could only indicate that new developments had arisen in Chuanzhou. You must journey to the imperial capital personally and inform Han Xingxian and Li Si. This reckoning of the martial nobility must not only inflict